On a sweltering summer day, cicadas incessantly serenade the season from the branches of trees. Within a quaint wooden cabin, a 42-inch LCD television broadcasts the exhilarating anime Dragon Ball. A young man reclines comfortably on the wooden floor, engrossed in the epic battle between Goku and Majin Vegeta. This young man, named Wan Jie, is 21 years old, an ardent admirer of anime. With an especially fervent passion for Dragon Ball that borders on obsession, he has watched the series countless times, to the extent that he can recite its plot by heart. Each transformation of Goku and Vegeta into Super Saiyans ignites a fiery thrill within him. Notably, the moment Vegeta, under Babiddi's control, reverts to his persona as the Prince of Destruction and battles Goku, stands out as one of the most electrifying scenes in the series. Each time he witnesses this, Wan Jie dreams of possessing Saiyan blood himself, envisioning the extraordinary prowess it would bestow. Yet, as much as he revels in these fantasies, he remains acutely aware of the distinction between reality and imagination. However, is it truly that simple? While Wan Jie is captivated by the unfolding drama, the television screen abruptly freezes, time itself seemingly halting in that instant. What's happening? Why has the image stopped? He wonders, oblivious to the fact that he alone is still moving. Rising in confusion, he grasps the remote control and presses a button. Yet the screen remains unresponsive. What on earth is going on? He exclaims, tossing the remote aside, only for it to astonishingly suspend in midair. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he realizes that time has indeed ceased to flow. Suddenly, the cabin begins to tremble violently, and time resumes its relentless march that a white dot materializes on the television screen, expanding rapidly until it envelopes the entire display. Wan Jie is momentarily paralyzed by this surreal phenomenon, fearing an explosion. Instinctively, he turns to flee, but after only a few steps, he feels an invisible force, akin to a magnetic pull, ensnare him. What is happening? Wan Jie struggles against this unseen power, but to no avail. Why can't I move? The more he writhes, the stronger the pull becomes, rendering him powerless against its might. Before long, he succumbs to the force, which drags him into the depths of the television, plunging him into a corridor reminiscent of a time-space tunnel where consciousness gradually slips away. Indeed, Wan Jie has traversed into another realm, the world of Dragon Ball. A brand new narrative unfolds, rife with diverse battles. History is altered as he encounters the collective strength of all Saiyans, contending against the cosmic tyrant Frieza and his kin. The amalgamation of formidable cells embodied. In Cell, the terrifying Majin Buu, the malevolent Baby, the energy-absorbing Super 17, the formidable one-star dragon, and the cursed Dragon Clan sealed for a millennium. Each of these events is destined to irrevocably alter Wan Jie's fate. Chapter 2. I am a Saiyan astounding. The battle powers of Prince Karas and Prince Vegeta are indeed remarkable. An elderly man, his white hair framing a face lined with wrinkles, gazed in astonishment at the infant nestled in the crib. Indeed, Prince Vegeta's battle power is 1,000, while Prince Karas is merely 200 points behind. Truly, they embody the essence of the Saiyan royalty, remarked another elderly Saiyan, adorned with spectacles. What Saiyan? What battle power? Who are Prince Vegeta and Prince Karas? Wan Jie, enveloped in a haze of confusion, felt a surge of curiosity at their dialogue. Just as he contemplated seeking clarity, the sudden wail of an infant pierced the air. Startled, Wan Jie promptly sealed his lips. Is that my voice? Why has it transformed into an infant's cry? Have I reverted to infancy? As he raised his hands, he beheld a pair of plump, delicate little hands. A wave of frustration washed over him. Could it be true that he had indeed become an infant? In disbelief, Wan Jie attempted to vocalize once more, only to be met with another wail of a baby. All right. It appears I have truly regressed to infancy. Confusion and astonishment enveloped him. Wait, someone had mentioned Vegeta. I recall watching Dragon Ball at home, then being drawn into a strange portal of light, and shortly thereafter, I lost consciousness. Could it be that I have traversed dimensions? The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Yet, in the next moment, the reality of his situation solidified. While still grappling with his bewilderment, Wan Jie suddenly felt a long, fluffy appendage trailing behind him. Inquisitive, he reached back to touch this peculiar entity. Upon contact, he was astounded. instinctively glancing down between his legs to discover a tail swaying rhythmically in tandem with his infantile form. Combining the fragments of conversation he had overheard and the tale that now adorned him, Wan Jie recognized that he had indeed crossed into another realm, the world of Dragon Ball. For someone unprepared for such a transition, arriving in a world both alien and familiar evoked a sensation akin to Sun Wukong's chaotic escapade in the Heavenly Palace. Utter bewilderment. This world was familiar as it belonged to the beloved Dragon Ball anime, a universe Wan Jie had cherished deeply. Yet, as a newcomer from another world, everything felt profoundly foreign. The sobering thought that he had no friends or family from his previous life in this strange land weighed heavily on him. Perhaps he would never return to his own world again. This realization drove him to wail uncontrollably. However, the elderly onlookers paid him little heed, seemingly oblivious to his distress. How could they be so callous? Time passed, and Wan Jie, exhausted from his cries, gradually drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, he found himself once again in the same crib, observing the bustling Saiyans around him. In this moment of clarity, Wan Jie began to reconcile his situation. He consoled himself with the thought, perhaps this is my destiny. My fate to become a Saiyan. Chapter 3. The birth of Wukong in the blink of an eye. Wan Jie had spent nearly 5 years in the Dragon Ball universe. Over this span, he had transformed into an elite Saiyan warrior. Aware that strength reigned supreme in this world, Wan Jie began his rigorous training at an early age, achieving an impressive battle power of 12,000. Just a month ago, he independently discovered the method to conceal his battle power, enabling him to keep his extraordinary abilities a secret, even at the tender age of 5. Clad in a white battle uniform, with his black hair standing on end and 2 strands falling gracefully over his forehead, Wan Jie bore a striking resemblance to Vegeta, the fusion of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. In the realm of Vegeta, he was known as Prince Karas, the son of Bellows, the elder brother of King Vegeta, who had fallen in battle. Karas possessed an extensive knowledge of this world, as his real-world counterpart was a seasoned Dragon Ball aficionado. He understood that survival in this brutal realm depended solely on oneself, with formidable strength being paramount, a truth that Wan Jie grasped profoundly. The gravest challenge he faced was the impending destruction of planet Vegeta. A month prior, Frieza had visited the planet, and while viewing him on television had seemed inconsequential, encountering him in person was a different matter entirely. To be frank, Frieza was quite repulsive, short in stature with an oversized head, standing at roughly 1.5 meters. He exuded a ruthless demeanor befitting his title as Universal Emperor. Accompanying him was Dodoria, the grotesque, corpulent figure with a grotesque lump on his head. Then there was Zarbon, whose appearance was even more abhorrent, resembling an octopus. Only Sabo was somewhat tolerable, despite his off-putting pink-green skin. Overall, Karas had encountered an uncountable number of bizarre aliens over these 5 years. In summary, it was a veritable eye-opener, a cacophony of peculiarities. With Frieza's arrival, the countdown to the annihilation of planet Vegeta was imminent, prompting Karas to seek a reason to escape before it was too late. In a lengthy corridor, he overheard a conversation. Have you heard? Bardock's son, Kakarot, has a battle power of merely 2. A tall Saiyan with long hair addressed another Saiyan with similar locks. Well, what do you expect? He has a low-class warrior for a father. It's only natural for him to be the weakest of sons, isn't it? Karas had long grown accustomed to the gossip that flourished in both the real world and the Dragon Ball universe. Such idle chatter seemed to transcend dimensions. Suddenly, a thought struck Karas. He called to the 2 Saiyans, inquiring, "Whom are you speaking of? Has Kakarot been born?" The 2 bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, Prince Karas. Bardock's son was born last night, and his battle power is only 2. One of them stifled a laugh, clearly laced with mockery. Karas paused for a moment, then replied, "I see. You may go." The 2 Saiyans bowed again and said, "We take our leave." Once they departed, Karas gazed out the window, murmuring to himself, "It seems something is about to unfold." Chapter 4. The challenge of Vegeta upon hearing that Kakarot had been born. Karas could not help but feel an overwhelming desire to witness the miraculous scene of this extraordinary being's arrival into the world. After all, Kakarot was the protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe. In the past 5 years, aside from Vegeta, King Vegeta, Nappa, Raditz, and Bardock's team, Karas had scarcely encountered any other characters from this realm. Thus, he eagerly made his way toward the nursery. As he traversed the lengthy corridor, every individual he passed bowed in deference. The regal aura befitting a king was palpable, compelling those around him to keep their distance. This was the formidable presence of the royal family of planet Vegeta. Perhaps due to his reincarnation as a Saiyan, Kairos exhibited the innate arrogance characteristic of his kind, a trait that had manifested even in this being from another world. Especially as a member of the royal lineage, he embodied not only pride, but also an inherent majesty. Reflecting on his transmigration, Kairos recognized the benefits it conferred. First, the experience of wielding the formidable power of a Saiyan. Second, the privilege of royal status that allowed him to navigate planet Vegeta with unparalleled authority. At that moment, a youthful yet haughty voice interrupted Kairos' thoughts. He turned to see a child, around 5 years of age, with arms crossed defiantly, exuding an air of superiority. With hair standing on end and a countenance full of disdain, the child radiated an oppressive energy. Kairos regarded him with indifference and replied, "Vegeta, what do you want?" Indeed, this was none other than Vegeta, the perennial second-in-command of the Dragon Ball universe. Having been born an hour prior to Kairos, he possessed a combat power exceeding Kairos's by 200. "Kairos, shall we have a match?" Vegeta proposed. Kairos chuckled softly, "Vegeta, you know I am no match for you. Even if we were to compete, I would undoubtedly lose. Do you find such a contest enjoyable?" Vegeta laughed triumphantly. "Huh? Naturally. No matter how hard you try, you can never defeat me." "Very well, then I shall take my leave," Kairos declared, turning away. However, just as he took a few steps, a ki blast whizzed past his face, crashing into the wall at the corner ahead with a tremendous bang, sending debris flying. As the dust settled, a gaping hole remained in the wall. "If you continue forward, I cannot guarantee that you won't encounter another blast." Vegeta's tone was unmistakably provocative. "Vegeta, I have matters to attend to and no time for a duel." Kairos responded firmly, aware of Vegeta's habitual arrogance and hostility towards him, thus preferring to avoid confrontation whenever possible. "Is that so? Then there is no helping it." Vegeta's palm gathered energy, forming an even larger ki blast. Kairos realized that if he did not confront Vegeta, he would never be able to leave. He understood Vegeta's temperament well. There was no telling what outrageous actions he might take. "Must we really fight?" Kairos inquired. "Absolutely," Vegeta asserted. "Then let us settle this swiftly," Kairos retorted, turning sharply to face Vegeta with a cold gaze. "If it is a battle you desire, then let us engage. It seems evasion is no longer an option today." Chapter 5. The battle begins within the arena of planet Vegeta. Throngs of spectators filled the space, eagerly anticipating the clash between the two princes of the Saiyan race. Shots of "Vegeta, Vegeta, Vegeta" echoed through the air, intermingled with the chants for Kairos, 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 Kairos. The rivalry between Vegeta and Kairos had become a recurring spectacle, with Kairos often finding himself unable to evade the inevitable confrontation. Despite Kairos's formidable strength, he consistently fell short against Vegeta. This was not due to a lack of ability on Kairos's part. Rather, he was acutely aware that a victory over Vegeta could lead to dire consequences for him. "Kairos, be wary. Here I come," Vegeta declared as he charged towards Kairos. He swung a powerful punch, which Kairos narrowly evaded by tilting his head, allowing Vegeta's fist to graze past him. With a swift recovery, Vegeta unleashed another blow. Though Kairos managed to block it, the force sent him sprawling several meters away. The fervor of Vegeta's fans surged as they cheered louder, reveling in his prowess, while Vegeta basked in their adulation. Just as Kairos regained his footing, a ki blast hurtled towards him. With agility, he leaped to evade the attack, using his flight technique to hover midair. Yet, in a moment of confusion, he realized Vegeta had vanished from sight. Suddenly, a chilling sensation gripped him from behind, and he thought, "This is bad." Before he could react, Vegeta's foot struck him with tremendous force. In a desperate bid for survival, Kairos's energy surged to 1800, matching Vegeta's battle power at that moment. They exchanged blows, both retreating in equal measure. "Well done, Kairos. You are progressing quite rapidly," Vegeta remarked. However, Kairos recognized that he had revealed too much of his true strength. If Vegeta discovered his actual capabilities, his life could become exceedingly difficult. He promptly suppressed his energy. In an instant, Vegeta reappeared before Kairos and delivered another decisive punch, sending Kairos hurtling away once more. With disdain, Vegeta regarded Kairos on the ground and remarked, "How disappointing. You haven't improved at all. I anticipated more from you, yet you remain so easily defeated." Kairos rose, brushing off the dust from his attire, unfazed by Vegeta's taunts. "You have advanced too swiftly. I cannot compare to your prowess," he said, attempting to flatter Vegeta. Vegeta, pleased with the compliment, laughed heartily indeed. "Yet, on planet Vegeta, you are one of the few who can challenge me." If I do not seek you out for amusement, who else would I turn to? Karas, with a knowing smile, replied, aside from me, who would dare face you? His words carried a subtle implication. Vegeta's arrogance was well known on planet Vegeta. Who would be brave enough to engage him in combat? Only Karas, who found himself unable to escape the situation. Vegeta laughed again, seemingly oblivious to the deeper meaning behind Karas's words, interpreting them merely as praise. Karas shook his head in resignation as he observed Vegeta's boisterous laughter. Thus, this duel concluded rather abruptly, leaving the audience somewhat disappointed, yet none dared to voice their discontent. Chapter 6. Planet Saiyan. By the way, I intend to request Lord Frieza for a challenging planet to conquer. Before I leave, I wanted to pay you a visit. After all, we are still brothers, Vegeta said to Karas with a gentle tone. However, Karas seemed oblivious to his words. As he pondered whether to reveal Frieza's conspiracy to Vegeta, would Vegeta even believe him? And if he did, would it alter history and lead to even greater calamities? Hey, Karas, Vegeta bellowed, noticing Karas's silence and raising his voice. Upon hearing his name, Karas snapped back to reality and replied, I wish you success. What are you doing? Why are you so distracted? Vegeta shouted angrily at Karas. Oh, it's nothing, Karas replied hastily. Vegeta shot him a glare and stormed off in frustration. Wait, Vegeta. Karas called out as Vegeta was about to exit the arena. Vegeta halted and asked, what is it? After a moment of hesitation, Karas slowly said, be cautious of Frieza. Vegeta glanced at Karas and responded, I understand. With that, he turned and left. Although Karas and Vegeta did not share a close relationship, it was not entirely strained either. Had it been someone else, Vegeta might have ignored them altogether. Watching Vegeta depart, Karas realized that his time was limited. Thus, he made his way to the palace of King Vegeta. Uncle, Karas called out. A middle-aged man turned around. His hair standing upright and a regal demeanor gracing his high forehead, complemented by a robust beard that added an air of gravitas. Ah, Karas, what brings you here? The middle-aged man responded. Karas bowed slightly and said, Uncle Vegeta, I believe it is time for me to contribute to Planet Saiyan. I wish to conquer a planet. While Karas spoke of conquering a planet, his true intention was to escape Planet Saiyan. He was acutely aware that their home would soon be obliterated by Frieza. And it was not a distant event, it was imminent, especially with Goku's birth already having occurred. Karas initially contemplated informing King Vegeta of this impending doom. Yet he feared that doing so might alter the course of history and precipitate even greater disasters. Thus, when he expressed his desire to conquer a planet, he was internally tormented. Although Karas wished to share the fate of Planet Saiyan with Vegeta, thoughts of his loved ones in the real world lingered in his mind. Perhaps the Dragon Balls could return him to reality, compelling Karas to make this difficult choice. Well, I am pleased to see your determination. I shall grant your request. King Vegeta replied. Which planet do you wish to conquer? After a brief pause, Karas declared, let it be Planet Redman. Planet Redman? King Vegeta mused for a moment. Ah, excellent choice. It suits you perfectly. When do you plan to depart? I will prepare and set off immediately, Karas affirmed with resolve. Very well. Exercise caution. King Vegeta advised earnestly. I understand. Thank you, Uncle, Karas replied. I will do my best. With that, he bowed and began to leave. After taking a few steps, Karas paused and turned back. Uncle, please keep a watchful eye on Frieza. He seems to have malicious intentions toward Planet Saiyan. Karas wanted to divulge everything, but he hesitated. Fearing that King Vegeta might not believe him, and that it could alter history, so he refrained from saying more. King Vegeta regarded Karas in silence for a moment before responding, I understand. Karas, you must also be vigilant. Nodding at King Vegeta, Karas exited the royal palace. Chapter 7. Frieza. Above the planet Vegeta, a circular spacecraft hovered at an altitude of several tens of thousands of meters. The crimson sphere of Vegeta was clearly visible beneath it. Inside the spacecraft, Vegeta, what brings you here? Inquired a rotund pink creature adorned with long spikes. Let him in, Dodoria commanded a being seated in a mini flying contraption, sporting a pair of black horns and a pink tail. This was none other than Frieza. Beside him stood a strikingly handsome figure with azure hair and skin, known as Chamber. Despite his good looks, he possessed a heart as ruthless as Frieza's. The pink creature Dodoria also shared this malevolence. What business do you have with me, Vegeta? Frieza asked. I have come to pay my respects to Lord Frieza. I seek a more challenging planet to conquer, Vegeta replied. After a moment's hesitation, Frieza responded, make sure you take it seriously, Vegeta. Chamber, confused by the exchange, remained silent. I will, Vegeta affirmed. By the way, Vegeta, where is your brother Karas? Will he accompany you? Frieza inquired. I heard from father that he visited planet Redman yesterday. Vegeta answered. I see. You may leave now, Frieza concluded. I take my leave, Vegeta stated before departing. As Vegeta exited, he was met by Nappa, who had been waiting outside. Prince Vegeta, what did Lord Frieza say? Nappa asked eagerly. However, Vegeta seemed lost in thought. It is strange, Frieza rarely mentions Karas. Why did he bring him up today? Could it be true, as Kara suggested, that there is some conspiracy? Vegeta pondered silently, noticing Vegeta's lack of response. Nappa tentatively called out, Prince Vegeta, Prince Vegeta. Vegeta glanced at Nappa and replied, he said we should work diligently. Seeing that Vegeta was not angry, Nappa's anxiety subsided. And he cheerfully responded, that is good, that is good. Inside Frieza's spacecraft. Lord Frieza. Chamber began but hesitated. You wish to know why I let Vegeta leave instead of having him disappear alongside the Saiyans, do you not? Frieza anticipated. Indeed, my lord, why is that? Dodoria asked. Intrigued. Frieza smirked malevolently and said, hee, Vegeta is a combat genius. Rather than eliminate him, it is far more valuable to have him serve my purposes. How wise. My lord. Chamber and Dodoria exclaimed in unison, unable to contain their admiration. What a pity, though. Kara's escaped, Dodoria remarked with a hint of regret. What is there to lament? No one can escape my grasp, Frieza declared with a sinister grin. Could it be that you intentionally let Karas go, my lord? Dodoria asked. Astonished. Hee, both Karas and Vegeta are geniuses. Let Chamber bring him to serve me. Frieza commanded. However, my lord, that young man is not like Vegeta. He seems to harbor hostility towards us. Dodoria cautioned. Is that so? Frieza inquired coldly. Dodoria lowered his gaze, timidly replying, yes, my lord. That fellow has even injured one of my subordinates. Upon hearing this, Frieza's grin returned. That is easily resolved. If he cannot serve my interests, then he shall become a mere specter in my army. Chapter 8. Bardock's prophetic ability in the medical room of planet Vegeta. It was astonishing to witness Bardock, a warrior of his caliber, sustain such grievous injuries. A young Saiyan gazed at Bardock, who lay within the healing apparatus, his voice laced with surprise. What is his condition? Is he all right? Inquired another Saiyan with short, spiky hair, his own locks tied back in a tuft. The young Saiyan replied, his physical state is impeccable. However, there seems to be an anomaly in his brainwaves. Yet, I believe he will recover in a couple of days. It appears we must leave Bardock behind, said the short-haired Saiyan, who was none other than Toma, a comrade who once aided Bardock, Pabujan, Dodoria, and Saraba in conquering planet Kasana. Are you all preparing to invade another planet? The young Saiyan asked. Indeed, our target this time is planet MIT, Saraba responded. All right, we must set forth, Toma called out. Thus, Toma and his trio embarked on their quest to subjugate planet MIT. Little did they know, this journey would lead them down an irreversible path, one from which they would never return. Meanwhile, Bardock remained in a deep slumber, and in his unconscious state, he envisioned a catastrophic explosion occurring on planet Vegeta. Suddenly, Bardock's eyes flew open. Upon seeing Bardock awaken, the young Saiyan removed the medicinal fluid that enveloped him. Bardock, are you all right? He asked. I had a strange dream. Bardock replied absently. At that moment, he recalled the words of a Kasana warrior who had struck him with a magical punch. Listen closely. I have unleashed a magical punch that allows you to foresee the future. Witness the annihilation of your Saiyan kind. Savor the suffering. Damn it. What a cursed magical punch. It has plagued me with nightmares. Bardock cursed vehemently. By the way, what of Toma and the others? He asked, donning his attire. They have gone to planet MIT, the young Saiyan answered. What? Those bastards left me behind to venture to planet MIT. Upon uttering those words, Bardock seized his scouter and dashed away. Bardock. Wait. The young Saiyan called, but to no avail as Bardock hurried onward. Planet MIT, is it? It must be nearby. I hope I am not too late, Bardock muttered as he ran. Why must they treat us this way? Toma, battered and bruised, exclaimed in fury. Just then, a peculiar figure emerged from the shadows, a rotund creature with spiky pink hair, one of Frieza's subordinates, Dodoria. Toma's eyes widened in disbelief upon recognizing Dodoria. In that moment, Dodoria seized Toma by the neck and declared, This is the command of Lord Frieza, the extermination of your Saiyan race. Why would Lord Frieza do this? Toma demanded angrily. Dodoria's gaze turned icy as he replied, Because your kind has grown increasingly disloyal. Sooner or later, you Saiyans will become a thorn in Lord Frieza's side. We must eliminate you before your powers fully develop. Should that Super Saiyan legend come to fruition, it would spell disaster for us all. With that, Dodoria's fist descended heavily upon Toma, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. At that moment, Bardock arrived at Planet MIT, observing the lifeless bodies of bizarre extraterrestrial beings strewn across the ground. It appears they have truly wrought havoc here, he remarked gravely. Beep, beep, beep. Bardock's scouter emitted an alarm, indicating that the slaughter continued unabated. Without hesitation, Bardock soared toward the source of the disturbance. Upon reaching his destination, he was struck dumb by the sight that greeted him. The corpses of his comrades lay before him. Bardock? A familiar voice reached his ears. Toma, Bardock cried, rushing to his fallen ally's side, cradling him in his arms. Who did this? He inquired. It was Frieza. Toma gasped. That bastard betrayed us. Bardock, you must rally our comrades to confront Frieza. He fears nothing more than a united Saiyan front. You must avenge us. With those final words, Toma slipped away into eternal silence. Bardock, rendered speechless by the sight of Toma's lifeless form, tore the scarf from Toma's arm to wipe the blood from his lips. Beep, beep, beep. Bardock's scouter blared once more, and upon turning, he beheld the very assailants who had slain Toma and the others, Dodoria's minions. The sight of these grotesque figures ignited a fierce rage within Bardock. Clenching the blood-stained scarf tightly in his grasp, he tied it around his forehead. A monumental battle was on the verge of eruption. Chapter 9. The Foresight of Bardock. Part 2. Fueled by a tempest of fury and hatred, Bardock charged at the four grotesque figures. Upon witnessing his advance, the quartet ascended into the air, unleashing four energy blasts towards him. With a thunderous explosion, dust billowed, casting the sky into a shroud of darkness. Pathetic, they cackled in unison. Suddenly, Bardock materialized behind one of the creatures, whose head resembled that of an octopus. He delivered a crushing blow to the creature's head, sending it crashing to the ground, creating a deep crater. The octopus-headed villain lay motionless, utterly incapacitated. The remaining three, witnessing this, promptly launched an even larger energy blast at Bardock. Just as the blasts neared, Bardock vanished from sight. There he is, shouted a long-haired foe with horns sprouting from his forehead. At that moment, Bardock appeared behind another bizarre-looking adversary. He ensnared the creature's neck with his arm, and with a powerful squeeze, the creature gasped its last breath. The remaining two were astonished, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Isn't he merely a lowly Saiyan? How could he have dispatched two of our comrades?" Sensing the disarray among his foes, Bardock recognized his opportunity. Yet his countenance remained impassive. He surged toward the last two adversaries, but as he approached, his foresight manifested once more. He envisioned his son, Kakarot, being sent to a planet called Earth, engaged in battle with Vegeta, while Frieza obliterated planet Vegeta. This lapse in focus provided an opening for his enemies, a grotesque figure, characterized by a prominent forehead, large mouth, and rotund belly, seized him from behind. The horned adversary capitalized on this distraction, delivering a barrage of punches to Bardock's face and abdomen. "How do you like that, Bardock? Now you understand our might," he taunted, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. In a moment of swiftness, just as the horned figure's fist was about to connect with Bardock, he summoned his strength, flipping his assailant over to shield himself. The force of the blow struck the unfortunate creature instead, causing it to cry out and spew blood as the punch penetrated its abdomen. Seizing the opportunity, Bardock released the injured foe and concentrated energy into a sphere, unleashing it upon the two adversaries before the horned figure could withdraw his hand from the now wounded creature. With a powerful blast, he dispatched them both. Panting heavily, Bardock descended slowly to the ground, believing he had avenged his fallen comrades. However, unbeknownst to him, Dodoria had stealthily positioned himself behind Bardock. Sensing danger, Bardock turned, only to be met with a devastating energy wave that obliterated him. Dodoria, retreat order. At that moment, Dodoria's scouter emitted a command to withdraw, glancing at Bardock, who lay buried beneath debris in the bodies of his fallen allies. And with the retreat order echoing in his ears, Dodoria swiftly ascended, enveloped in a surge of blue energy, hastily fleeing the scene. Chapter 10. The mission of Kara's I have returned, exclaimed Dodoria, his demeanor all too careless. Shambo addressed the newly arrived Dodoria with a tone of urgency. "You are quite oblivious, aren't you?" Dodoria, appearing bewildered, inquired, "What is it, Shambo?" Shambo gazed at Dodoria and responded, "There is still one survivor from the planet you visited." On the large screen within the spacecraft, a spherical spaceship was seen hurtling toward planet Vegeta. Inside that very vessel was Bardock, who had fortuitously survived. thanks to the bodies of his comrades being swept toward him by Dodoria's energy wave, which mitigated some of the impact. "I am truly sorry. I will handle him immediately," Dodoria said, visibly anxious. "No need," a voice, laced with fury, interjected. "I sincerely apologize, Lord Frieza," Dodoria explained, his voice quavering with trepidation. With a thunderous sound, Bardock landed on planet Vegeta. "Bardock, you have returned late. Your son, Kakarot, has just been dispatched to a planet known as Earth," announced a tall, slender Saiyan who confronted Bardock as he exited the spacecraft. "What? Earth?" Bardock gasped in astonishment. "Indeed. Though inhabited by bipedal creatures, a mere infant could conquer it," the slender Saiyan declared with pride. "Earth?" Bardock recalled the words of the Kasana people and the visions he had witnessed. It dawned on him that it was all true. He had indeed seen Kakarot being sent to Earth in his dreams, leading him to conclude that his foreseen future was genuine. "Bardock, if you had returned a moment sooner, you would have seen your son, for he has only just been sent away." Bardock, observing the stout Saiyan, pondered if that earlier spacecraft had been Kakarot's. He recalled the spherical ship that had just brushed past him. In a sudden realization, Bardock exclaimed, "No," and hurriedly dashed away. "Hey," the tall Saiyan called after Bardock. But Bardock ignored him, vanishing around a corner. At that moment, the stout Saiyan shouted, "Look." The slender Saiyan turned to see Bardock's spacecraft drenched in blood, instinctively swallowing hard. He gasped, "So Bardock has sustained such severe injuries." After fleeing, Bardock sprinted down a long corridor, when suddenly he stumbled, falling heavily to the ground and losing consciousness. Time passed, and Bardock abruptly opened his eyes. "This cannot be real. I must inform Karas," he declared, activating the communicator on his device. In the vast, dark, and tranquil expanse of space, a spherical spacecraft sped along in solitude. "Beep, beep, beep. I am Karas. Please speak," came the response. "Prince Karas." "You must listen to me attentively," a breathless voice on the other end of the communicator urged. "Are you Bardock?" Karas exclaimed in shock. "Indeed, it is I," Bardock affirmed. "Prince Karas, although we are both Saiyans, we hail from different realms." Karas, astonished, asked, "Bardock, have you acquired the power of Foresight?" Bardock chuckled softly from the communicator. "It appears you are truly different from us. Listen carefully, Prince Karas. Your arrival in this world is not without reason. I have witnessed everything in my dreams, including Frieza's destruction of planet Vegeta. Moreover, I foresee a formidable enemy arising in the near future, should we fail to thwart him. The entire universe will be engulfed in endless darkness, which may very well extend to your world." At this revelation, Karas was drenched in cold sweat. "Is my world also in peril? If we cannot avert this disaster, then I fear it will be." Bardock's words left Karas in disbelief and unease, for he understood that if the enemy from this world targeted his own, they would possess no means of resistance. "What must I do?" Karas inquired urgently. Bardock, panting, replied, "I can only tell you that to avert this calamity, we must unite the strength of the Saiyans. The power lies in your hands. Only you can transform the Saiyans and lead them to rebirth. Do not fear altering history, for your arrival has already changed it. You must gather the Saiyan forces to confront the impending crisis, for only you can defeat this formidable enemy and save this world." With that, Bardock ripped the communicator from his ear, sighing, "You must save this world." He then tossed the device to the ground and charged forward. Meanwhile, Karas shouted through the communicator, "Bardock! Hey, Bardock! Please respond." Realizing Bardock was not replying, Karas deduced that he had likely gone to confront Frieza. Cursed be this fate. It is too late to return now. Had I known, I should have explained everything to Uncle Vegeta. How frustrating. Karas lamented, his heart heavy with regret. Chapter 11, Destruction. The warrior challenging Frieza alone high above the Saiyan planet, several thousand meters in the sky, Frieza's spaceship hovered ominously. Bardock gazed up at the vessel, a smirk playing on his lips. "I will not allow you to succeed, Frieza." With that, Bardock propelled himself forward, hurtling towards Frieza's spacecraft. "Frieza, come out. I shall end your life." Inside his spaceship, Frieza observed Bardock through the monitor, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Let my subordinates entertain him," he commanded. Almost instantly, a horde of Frieza's minions surged forth from the spacecraft, advancing menacingly towards Bardock. Suddenly, a wave of energy hurtled towards Bardock, who swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the oncoming blast. More waves followed, but Bardock adeptly evaded them once more. In retaliation, he concentrated energy into his hands. With a resounding boom, a wave shot forth from Bardock, striking one of Frieza's lackeys with precision. As Bardock unleashed several more energy blasts, more minions fell before him. Witnessing Bardock's swift victories, the remaining soldiers erupted in fury, launching dozens of energy waves towards him. Unfazed, Bardock wore a peculiar smile, gathering an even greater force of energy in his hands. In an instant, a brilliant blue wave surged forth, obliterating every foe in its path. Yet, the sheer number of Frieza's minions proved overwhelming, and within moments, hundreds of them swarmed over Bardock, attempting to restrain him. Nevertheless, Bardock paid them no heed, focusing solely on reaching Frieza's spaceship. Upon reaching the exterior of the vessel, Bardock let out a primal roar, unleashing a tremendous force that sent his assailants sprawling in all directions. This display of power left the remaining minions in stunned disbelief as Bardock gasped for breath. "Frieza, emerge. I will slay you." At that moment, the upper hatch of the spaceship slowly creaked open. Frieza emerged in his diminutive craft, his expression devoid of emotion, flanked by Dodoria and Shimpa, both drenched in cold sweat. Clearly intimidated by Frieza's wrath. "You scoundrel, Frieza! I will kill you," Bardock bellowed, gathering energy in his hands. "Let this be your end." He transformed the energy into a sphere and hurled it at Frieza. Unfazed, Frieza extended his finger, conjuring a small energy sphere the size of a corn kernel at his fingertip. In the blink of an eye, this tiny orb ballooned to several hundred times its size. With a mere flick of his finger, Frieza compressed the enormous sphere, which rapidly descended upon Bardock's projectile, engulfing it entirely. "What?" Bardock exclaimed in disbelief, horrified to find his attack utterly ineffective. As Frieza's sphere, having consumed Bardock's energy blast, surged towards him, Bardock displayed a fleeting smile. The colossal energy sphere collided with the Saiyan planet, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that transformed the world into a dazzling array of celestial fragments. Ha 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 ha. Dodoria, Shimpa. Behold the breathtaking fireworks. Frieza cackled with delight amidst the destruction of planet Saiyan. Yet, little did Frieza realize, what appeared to be an ending was, in fact, merely the inception of something far greater. Chapter 12. I Must Save the World. Kulus journeyed to the planet Adetla. In the boundless cosmos, a spherical spacecraft drifted aimlessly through the vastness of space. Kulus had been unable to regain his composure after losing contact with Bardock for an extended period. Could it be that planet Vegeta had truly met its demise? Though I do not belong to this world, I am nonetheless a Saiyan of this realm, having spent 5 years of my life on that planet. That vile Frieza destroyed it. I am determined to avenge my homeland by slaying Frieza. I must save this world as well as my own. Bardock, you must return. I know you cannot have perished so easily. You are a Super Saiyan. I can no longer mourn the destruction of planet Vegeta. I have a mission, a calling to return to my true home. Following the devastation of my world, Kulus, no. It should be Wan Jie, gradually clarified his purpose. Initially, upon his arrival in this realm, Wan Jie adopted a carefree attitude. Now, aware of his mission, he was resolute in his determination to rescue both this world and his own. Fueled by anger towards Frieza and an unwavering sense of purpose, Kulus regained his spirit. "Oh, spacecraft, carry me and my fury at full speed to Adetla." After 5 days and nights of relentless flight, Kulus finally arrived at planet Adetla. Is this truly Adetla? Before him lay a vibrant green planet, revealing itself in all its splendor. Is this where Kakarot learned the art of instant transmission? Such beauty. It rivals that of Earth. Kulus exclaimed. I should land swiftly. With a resounding thud, Kulus safely touched down. However, the impact startled the inhabitants of Adetla. As Kulus emerged from his vessel, he was met with a formidable group of peculiar, large-eyed, pointed-eared, pink-skinned Adetlans, glaring at him as if they intended to devour him. A particularly robust Adetlan stepped forward, demanding, "Hey, Saiyan, what brings you here? Do you intend to conquer our planet?" Hearing the man's loud proclamation, Kulus covered his face, exhaling in exasperation. "Oh, how foolish of me. I completely forgot my identity as a Saiyan. No wonder they are staring at me so intently." Kulus took a deep breath and, with a smile, addressed them, "Please, do not misunderstand. I am not here to conquer your world. Who would believe you?" The burly Adetlan retorted, unfriendly. In an effort to avert conflict, Kulus hurried to explain. "Indeed, I am a Saiyan, but I am also merely a child. What harm could a child possibly do?" The strongman scoffed, "Humph. All Saiyans possess an innate combat prowess. Even a child should not be underestimated." Kulus was momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, a voice filled with age and authority interrupted. Ba Chang. The onlookers parted to reveal an elder, their voices uniting in reverence. Elder. An elderly man, his face lined with wrinkles and adorned with a white beard, approached slowly. It seemed he was the leader of this planet. If I can win his favor, learning the miraculous instant transmission should pose no problem. What brings you to our domain? Saiyan? The elder inquired calmly. Cullis, observing the kind features of the elder, bowed respectfully and candidly articulated his intentions. Elder, I wish to learn the art of your miraculous instant transmission. The elder hesitated momentarily before asking, what do you intend to do with instant transmission? Humph. What else could it be for? Surely to invade other planets. Bachang interjected roughly. Elder, do not trust him. Cullis, eager to clarify, insisted. I do not seek to invade. I genuinely need this extraordinary skill to fulfill an important mission. Please, Elder, teach me. Do not believe him. Saiyans cannot be trusted. Bachang persisted. Bachang. The elder interrupted. I will discern truth from falsehood myself. Producing a shimmering crystal orb, he addressed Cullis. Would you place your hand upon this? Seeing the kindly elder, Cullis sensed no malice and complied, placing his hand on the crystal. A red light burst forth, drawing the astonished gazes of all present towards Cullis. Feeling their scrutiny, Cullis was bewildered, as if he were an odd creature on display. The elder erupted in laughter, exclaiming, I had anticipated many possibilities, yet I never imagined the fated one would be a Saiyan. Cullis scratched his head in confusion. Elder, what do you mean by the fated one? The elder, with gravity in his tone, revealed, many years ago, I foretold the fate of this universe. The omens indicated an impending catastrophe. A powerful demon would shroud the world in eternal darkness. Should this malevolent force remain unchecked, it could plunge the universe into despair, perhaps even affecting other realms. The only one capable of thwarting this demon is the fated individual. Over the years, many have failed to ignite this crystal. Yet you have succeeded in making it shine red. Thus, you are the fated one I have sought. Listening to the elder's grand pronouncement, Cullis found himself compelled to believe. For it echoed Bardock's words almost precisely. Noticing Cullis' silence, the elder called, Young one, do you doubt? Coming to his senses, Cullis replied, Elder, may we speak privately? The elder, recognizing the depth in this seemingly innocent child's eyes, nodded knowingly and said, Follow me. Chapter 13, Training and Instant Transmission. Karas followed the elder into a room. All right, you may speak now, the elder said. Karas nodded and replied, Elder, I have come here for this matter. Oh, the elder was somewhat taken aback. Karas continued, My name is Karas. Although I am a Saiyan, I am not of this world. I hail from a realm entirely different from yours. 5 days ago, I learned of my mission in this world from a Saiyan who possesses the gift of Foresight, and what you have said aligns almost perfectly with what that Saiyan conveyed. The only difference is that he informed me that to thwart our future adversaries, I must not only combat formidable enemies but also rally the strength of my fellow Saiyans. My purpose in learning instant transmission is to expedite my search for the few remaining Saiyans in this universe, hoping to prevent impending disaster. You come from another world? The elder inquired, astonished. Karas sighed, Indeed, I come from a different Earth. The elder stroked his white beard and nodded. So you are from another world. No wonder you lack the typical Saiyan aggression. However, what do you mean by remaining? After a brief silence, Karas replied, 5 days ago, Planet Vegeta was destroyed by the demon dragon clan known as Frieza, along with the majority of the Saiyan race. Only a handful of Saiyans who happened to be off-planet survived. The elder nodded in understanding. I see. You wish to learn instant transmission, and I shall teach you. Elated at the elder's willingness to instruct him, Karas exclaimed, Elder, you truly will teach me? The elder chuckled, Of course. Regardless of your intentions for mastering instant transmission, I believe you will not misuse it. While you are a Saiyan, I perceive no trace of the typical Saiyan's ruthlessness in your eyes. This is why I allowed you to test my crystal ball. Had it been another Saiyan, I doubt I would have shared so much. Karas felt deeply moved by the elder's words. He never expected to encounter such kindness upon arriving in this world. It was indeed a stroke of fortune. Staring at the elder, Karas found himself at a loss for words. The only expression that came to mind was, Thank you, Elder. The elder gazed at Karas with sincerity. Child, I should be the one thanking you. Thank you for your commitment to this universe. Realizing the weight of his responsibility, Karas understood that he was tasked with the fate of 2 worlds. He silently resolved to ensure the safety of both his own world and this one. In the square of Vegeta, the elder announced to his kin, The destined savior of this universe has emerged. There is hope for this world, and that savior is he. The elder pointed to Karas and continued, His name is Karas, only he can save this world. At that moment, the crowd was abuzz with conversation. seemingly oblivious to the elder's proclamation. Noticing the lack of response, Karas instinctively bowed his head, scratching his head in embarrassment, murmuring, "What is happening? Why is there no reaction? Shouldn't there be applause?" Just then, a voice rang out, "Come on, little one. Don't let this universe fall into darkness." Karas looked up to see it was Bardock, who had previously expressed discontent towards him. Another voice chimed in, "Go for it, Saiyan." Someone else remarked, "What Saiyan? Didn't the elder say his name is Karas?" The crowd began to chant, "Karas, Karas, Karas." Karas could hardly believe the scene unfolding before him. He was utterly entranced by the unexpected admiration. The following morning, the elder led Karas to a valley. Suddenly, Karas sensed an overwhelming energy. "What an astounding aura!" he exclaimed. The elder observed him and remarked, "You can sense others' energy." Karas smiled and replied, "That's not too difficult. It's quite manageable for someone like Karas, a seasoned Dragon Ball enthusiast." Sensing energy was something he had mastered back on planet Vegeta, though he had never mentioned it to anyone. The elder then smiled and said, "Let us proceed." Karas followed the elder into the valley, where a young man slightly older than Karas, sporting white hair and clad in a white robe, was diligently training. "Jeremy's," the elder called out. Hearing his name, the young man turned, sweat glistening on his handsome face and his pointed ears prominently visible. "Master Jeremy's," he exclaimed. "From today, he will train alongside you," the elder said, gesturing to Karas. Karas stepped forward and extended his hand. "Hello, I am Karas." Jeremy's appraised Karas from head to toe, ultimately fixating on the tail behind him. "You are a Saiyan?" he asked. Karas, unwavering, replied, "Indeed." The two exchanged steady gazes for a moment. The elder introduced Jeremy's, stating, "He is from the elven race of Planet Lake and has come here for training." Karas nodded in acknowledgement. "Now, Karas, let me witness your strength so that I may assess you. Unleash your full power," the elder instructed. "Very well, master," Karas replied, with a fierce shout. He unleashed all his energy. In an instant, a brilliant white aura enveloped him. Jeremy's was taken aback by the sheer intensity of Karas's power. The elder marveled. "Saiyans truly are a naturally combative race. Your strength is remarkable." Karas smiled modestly and replied, "This power is insufficient to confront future adversaries." The elder patted Karas on the shoulder, then strived to grow stronger. "Master, future adversaries?" Jeremy's asked, puzzled. The elder glanced at Jeremy's and explained the situation. "Ah, so you are the destined one." Jeremy's gazed at Karas with wide eyes, filled with admiration, akin to a fan beholding their idol, which made Karas feel somewhat uneasy. "Enough." The elder's voice snapped Jeremy's back to reality. "Both of you possess great strength. Now I shall teach you instant transmission." Hearing this, Karas and Jeremy's were overjoyed. "Master, you will finally teach me instant transmission." The elder stroked his white beard and addressed Jeremy's. "The reason I previously withheld instruction was due to your youth. Your strength was insufficient to master instant transmission." Jeremy's nodded. "I understand now, master." The elder continued, "To learn instant transmission, one must first sense energy. By combining the sensed energy with one's own as a focal point, one can achieve instant transmission." With that, the elder placed his fingers on his forehead and, with a whoosh, instantly appeared before Karas. "Do you see? This is instant transmission." Both Karas and Jeremy's were astounded by the elder's demonstration, exclaiming in unison, "Incredible!" The elder added, "Instant transmission can be simple yet complex. Whether you succeed depends on your comprehension." Karas and Jeremy's exchanged determined glances and proclaimed, "Master, we will not disappoint you." Chapter 14. Crisis. The invasive enemy. Unbeknownst to them, a decade of autumns and winters had slipped by, and Karas had spent 10 years on the planet Adetla. In the same valley, a thunderous sound of fists colliding reverberated throughout, echoing like a drum. "Karas, impressive. Your strength has significantly increased. You too, you've grown stronger compared to a year ago." With that, Karas launched himself at Jeremy's, his fists moving with remarkable speed. Jeremy's, matching Karas's pace, deftly evaded his punches. In a split second, Karas delivered a powerful blow aimed directly at Jeremy's, yet just as his fist was about to connect, Jeremy's vanished with a swift whoosh. "Instantaneous movement? I shall try that as well," declared Karas, placing his index and middle fingers on his forehead, and with a whoosh, he too disappeared. The two reappeared and vanished in unison, repeating this astonishing display countless times. Suddenly, they materialized again, but this time, Jeremy's emerged just a fraction of a second before Karas. Seizing that brief opportunity, Jeremy's executed a swift kick, sending Karas crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Kara's slowly rose from the crater created by his fall and remarked, "You needn't take it so seriously. That last hit merely tickled." His tone dripped with provocation. Kara's then spread his arms and legs wide, forming a cross shape, and unleashed a brilliant white aura as he proclaimed, "Purple Light Cannon." A wave of purple energy surged forth, hurtling towards Jeremy's. Jeremy's, however, bore a disdainful expression, a smirk playing on his lips. He mirrored Kara's stance and retorted, "Let us see whether your purple light cannon surpasses mine." With that, Jeremy's unleashed his own purple light cannon, and the two energies clashed fiercely, neither yielding ground. At times, Kara's energy would overwhelm Jeremy's, only for the roles to reverse moments later. Kara's concede. Jeremy's taunted, "Humph, I've never considered surrendering in my life. You might as well give up that notion." With a furious roar, Kara's amplified his power. "Ah!" Jeremy's laughed heartily, escalating his own strength to match Kara's. At last, with a resounding crash, this thrilling battle reached its climax. Kara's and Jeremy's lay on the ground, panting heavily, exchanging glances that led them both to erupt into laughter, their mirth echoing throughout the valley, lingering in the air. Meanwhile, in the cosmos above Adetla, a spaceship observed the planet. "Report, sir. We have detected two powerful energy signatures on the planet known as Adetla," croaked a peculiar frog-like creature to a figure with a long tail. "This is the domain of the North Galaxy Legion. Let them handle it," the tailed figure replied nonchalantly. "But, sir, one of those energy signatures belongs to a Saiyan," the frog-like creature insisted. "Is that so?" the tailed figure inquired. "Indeed, sir, with a combat power of 320,000, the frog creature confirmed. "What?" the tailed figure gasped, then a sinister smile crept across his face. "Kiki, it seems my desire to confront a Saiyan shall be fulfilled. Ha 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 ha. Prepare for immediate descent to Adetla." Chapter 15. The overwhelming power of the Demon Dragon clan, named Tim, approaches. "Do you feel it, Kara's?" Jeremy's asked, his expression filled with panic. Kara's gazed upward, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. This energy is the Demon Dragon clan. Are they coming for me?" Shortly after the battle between Kara's and Jeremy's concluded, Jeremy sensed a formidable and sinister aura. Suddenly, Bajong appeared before Kara's. "Did you feel it?" he inquired. Kara's nodded. "It seems that what was inevitable has arrived. Elder Kara's asked me to tell you to leave this place immediately," Bajong stated resolutely. Confused, Kara's responded, "Leave? Where to?" Bajong paused before replying, "Leave this planet, along with Jeremy's." He then turned his gaze towards Jeremy's. "Leave this planet? Are you coming to?" Jeremy's questioned. Bajong sighed, looking at the sky. "This is our homeland. We shall not abandon it." "Then why tell us to leave?" Kara shouted in anger. "Because you have a mission." Bajong nearly shouted the last words. At that moment, a colossal circular spaceship descended through the clouds towards the square. Observing the spacecraft's arrival, Bajong urged, "You two must leave now. There is still time. Hurry." Kara's, now seething with rage, could not stand idly by while the tyrannical Frieza clan threatened planet Saiya. "What nonsense are you spouting? You want me to flee while you face death?" With that, Kara's raised his fingers to his forehead and vanished with a swift motion. Jeremy's followed suit, disappearing in an instant. "Fools," Bajong muttered to himself before disappearing as well. With a flash, Kara's reappeared in the square, where a multitude of inhabitants had gathered, including the elders. The crowd gasped in astonishment as Kara's emerged, initially believing he had escaped. Yet he had chosen to confront danger instead. The elder sighed. "I knew he wouldn't heed Bajong's advice. He ultimately showed up." "Elder," a voice called out. The elder turned to see Jeremy's arriving shortly after Kara's. The elder looked at Jeremy's with resignation, then turned to Bajong, who wore a similar expression of helplessness. "Which of you is a Saiyan?" inquired a peculiar figure, entirely white, bald, with a tail and feet resembling those of a chicken. Taken aback, Kara's asked coldly, "Who are you?" With a disdainful scoff, the figure replied, "I am the Demon Dragon, Tim." "Tim?" Kara's pondered, realizing that his presence was indeed altering the course of history in this world. "What brings you here?" he demanded, his gaze sharp. "First, you must answer my question. Where are the Saiyans?" Kara sighed, covering his face. "Are you blind? Am I not standing right before you? You are the infamous Saiyan Prince Kara's, wanted by Lord Frieza throughout the universe?" The figure, Gua Gua, exclaimed in excitement. Kara's lowered his head, raising a hand to signal Gua Gua to be discreet. This gesture ignited Tim's fury. "We are on the brink of death, and you still pretend to be impressive. Dispose of him," he bellowed, commanding his minions to charge at Kara's. At that moment, Jeremy's appeared before Kara's, declaring, Leave these minions to me. Bajang, safeguard our people. With that, Jeremy's vanished from sight. A loud crash echoed as one of Tim's peculiar henchmen was sent sprawling to the ground. Another creature charged at Jeremy's, only to be met with a devastating punch that rendered it motionless. As Tim watched his subordinates fall one by one, his face turned green with rage. Guagua. Assess this one's battle power. Yes, Lord Tim. Guagua activated his device. The readings for Jeremy's skyrocketed. Ah, it's off the charts. Guagua exclaimed, trembling in shock. How much? Tim demanded, his voice thunderous. Lord, it's 400,000. Guagua stammered, barely able to articulate the number. Useless. Tim roared, kicking Guagua away. Is that all it takes to frighten you? Are you even a soldier of our Southern Galaxy Legion? The Southern Galaxy Legion? Karas was taken aback. Could it be that the Demon Dragon clan had other legions? Just as he pondered this, Tim, furious at the sight of his defeated minions, unleashed a blast of energy. Watch out, Jeremy's. Karas shouted, vanishing from view. A tremendous explosion erupted, sending a mushroom cloud soaring into the sky. Phew, that was close. Karas. If you had hesitated any longer, I would have been done for. Jeremy sighed in relief. The Demon Dragon clan is truly merciless, attacking even their own. Bajang exclaimed, filled with indignation. Now, Scion? No, Prince Karas, it is our turn, Tim taunted. Karas, knowing there was no escape, replied, very well. His expression transformed, revealing a blend of excitement and resentment. I have heard that you Scions pride yourselves on being a warrior race. Let me witness your true power, Tim said coldly. I shall show you the strength of the warrior race. Karas roared in response, his voice echoing across the expanse of planet Audatra. As Karas's fury surged, the surrounding debris was violently displaced by his rising energy. Guagua, having been sent flying by Tim, sensed the shift in power and rose from the ground, only to have his device explode under the strain of its readings. Seeing his device obliterated, Guagua was paralyzed with fear, darting behind a rock for cover. Slowly, Karas regained his composure, glaring fiercely at Tim, who remained unfazed. Guagua, Tim called out. Yes, Lord Tim. Guagua peeked from behind the rock. What is his battle power? Tim inquired. Guagua blinked. Before my device exploded, it registered Karas's power at 530,000. With that, he retreated behind the rock once more. Tim smirked. 530,000? Impressive. Come forth. He provoked, challenging Karas. Karas's brow furrowed as he clenched his fist, advancing towards Tim. With a resounding thud, Karas's fist connected squarely with Tim's face, sending him soaring towards a rocky mountain. Just as Tim was about to collide with the mountain, Karas had mysteriously positioned himself in front of Tim, delivering a powerful kick that propelled Tim skyward once more. A loud bang echoed as Tim was struck down again by another devastating blow to the head from Karas, crashing into the ground and creating a considerable crater. Dust billowed into the air, and before it could settle, Tim rose to his feet, followed by a relentless barrage of punches from Karas, each landing heavily on Tim's abdomen. With a colossal strike, Tim was sent flying once again, crashing into one rocky outcrop after another. Do you see? This is the might of the warrior race, the Scions. Karas exclaimed, panting heavily. Is this all your strength? What a disappointment. Tim's voice rang out like thunder in Karas's ears. With a cry of anguish, Karas was suddenly propelled forward, Tim hot on his heels. Is this the mighty prince of the Scions? Such a farce. Tim mocked, seizing Karas's right leg and spinning him rapidly in a clockwise motion. Karas's screams echoed in the air. Ha! What warrior race? To me, they are merely a band of wild monkeys, Tim declared as he released the spinning Karas, who shot forth like a bullet towards a rocky mountain. Karas! Jeremiah shouted, rushing towards him. Just as Jeremiah reached Karas's side, an energy wave struck, colliding with both Karas and Jeremiah's. Chapter 16, Awakening, Super Saiyan Elder Jeremiah shouted Jeremiah's name. But it was in vain, for both Jeremiah and Karas lay buried beneath the rubble from the explosion. Ah, you scoundrel! Bajang roared as he charged toward Tim. Upon seeing Bajang rushing at him, Tim sneered mockingly, do you really think you, a mere insect, can contend with me? You are utterly oblivious to your own insignificance. With that, Tim extended his hand toward Bajang, and a sphere of energy swiftly coalesced, hurtling toward Bajang in an instant. Bajang raised his hand and struck upward, causing the energy sphere to veer off course and explode harmlessly above. Not bad. You managed to deflect my energy sphere with your bare hands, Tim's taunt echoed in Bajang's ears. In that moment, Bajang felt paralyzed, as if struck at vital pressure points. Ah, With a cry of despair, Bajong was sent flying, skimming the ground for several meters before coming to a halt. I thought you were formidable, but you were nothing more than this. Bajong laughed derisively. Seeing Bajong sent sprawling, the Odd-Eight-Ra people were engulfed in fury. Everyone, charge! One of the Odd-Eight-Ra shouted. In unison, they surged towards Tim, their battle cries echoing. Hebehe! A swarm of insects daring to challenge an elephant. How laughable! Tim sneered as he pointed his index finger. In a flash, a crimson beam shot forth, and one Odd-Eight-Ra fell lifeless to the ground. A barrage of red beams followed, each one claiming another Odd-Eight-Ra warrior. Come back. Don't go. The elder cried out, witnessing the Odd-Eight-Ra fall one after another. You are no match for him. Charging in will only lead to your demise. Retreat. Yet. His pleas fell on deaf ears as the warriors, fueled by righteous fervor, pressed on toward Tim, undeterred by the impending slaughter. These insects are truly bothersome, Tim roared. Amplifying his power, a larger energy sphere began to form before him. He aimed it at the remaining Odd-Eight-Ra, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. With a thunderous explosion, the remaining Odd-Eight-Ra warriors crumpled to the ground. Ha! The Saiyans are extinguished. This planet holds no value anymore, Tim declared with wicked glee. Guagua, I'm here. Guagua emerged from behind a boulder. If you wish to live, come here. Tim barked. Yes, yes, yes. Guagua hastily complied. Though this is the territory of the Northern Galaxy Legion, obliterating this planet should pose no challenge, Tim proclaimed as he ascended several hundred meters into the sky, raising his hands toward the heavens. A colossal energy sphere, 50 meters in diameter, rapidly formed above him. This energy blast possesses sufficient power to annihilate this planet. Realizing Tim's intentions, Guagua quickly utilized his flight technique to maneuver behind Tim, hoping to avoid the fallout. Embrace the cleansing of my energy blast in this atmosphere of terror, Tim intoned as he prepared to hurl the immense energy sphere toward Odd-Eight-Ra. Is this fate? Does the heavens wish to vanquish Odd-Eight-Ra? The elder lamented, gazing at Tim and the gigantic energy sphere. Suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed his face as he sensed the overwhelming energy. Just then, Tim was poised to unleash the massive blast upon Odd-Eight-Ra. Huh! A furious roar interrupted Tim. Karas, filled with rage and cradling the barely conscious Jeremys, glared fiercely at Tim, debris swirling around him, gently placing Jeremys on the ground. Karas urged, do not let him destroy this planet. Rest assured, Karas reassured Jeremys as he slowly approached Tim. Witnessing the countless fallen Odd-Eight-Ra, he bellowed, I will kill you, Tim. His face contorted with fury, veins bulging ominously, evoking a sense of dread. Seeing this, Tim retracted the enormous energy sphere, descending to the ground. His gaze sharp as he fixed it on Karas. At that moment, Karas' hair, which had been standing upright, shimmered vibrantly, alternating between golden hues and dark tones. At a height, Karas unleashed a thunderous roar, and with a swish, his hair transformed entirely into a radiant gold. Tim, today I shall show you how the wild monkey you so derisively spoke of can bring you to your knees. Chapter 17, Fierce Battle, Karas versus Tim Goldenhair? Tim exclaimed in astonishment. Is this a transformation? I recall that Saiyans can transform into gigantic apes during a full moon, but this Goldenhair is. Karas, with a stoic expression, coldly replied, your surprise is not without reason, for this as he paused momentarily, then continued with unbridled excitement, the legendary Super Saiyan. The phrase legendary Saiyan struck Tim like a thunderclap, reverberating in his mind and overwhelming him with pressure. Before he could gather his thoughts, Karas charged towards him. As Tim beheld Karas with the shimmering golden hair and the crackling golden aura enveloping him, beads of cold sweat trickled down his face. Yet he steeled himself to confront the oncoming assault. With another furious roar, Tim unleashed his full energy, his body ignited with a violet flame, bracing himself for the impending clash. With a resounding impact, their fists collided, echoing across the Odd-Eight-Ra Star Plaza. Fight, fight, fight. Karas seemed relentless, unleashing a barrage of strikes upon Tim, as if venting an unquenchable fury. Bang! A powerful punch from Karas connected with Tim's face, sending him sliding several meters along the ground, his feet barely touching the surface. Only then did Karas relent. Once Tim regained his footing, he wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth with his thumb and muttered, the legendary Super Saiyan is indeed formidable, but it's merely formidable. Tim nearly shouted the last words. With that, he advanced towards Karas, delivering a heavy punch directly to Karas' face. Though the blow caused Karas to tilt his head, he remained firmly planted, his piercing eyes glaring fiercely at Tim. Just as Tim, mouth agape in disbelief, prepared to react, Karas seized the opportunity. In an instant, Tim was sent crashing into a rocky mountain. Karis, unwilling to let this chance slip away, extended his hand towards Tim, who was buried beneath the rubble, and unleashed a relentless barrage of energy blasts. Puff, puff, puff. Waves of blue energy surged towards Tim, followed by a cacophony of explosive sounds. The once mountainous rocks enveloping Tim were now reduced to swirling dust. Elder. Jeremiah struggled to rise, clutching his right arm with his left hand. The elder rushed over to support the unsteady Jeremiah. I never anticipated Karis to be this powerful. Jeremiah gazed at the mere 15-year-old boy before him, overwhelmed by Karis' terrifying strength and his eyes filled with murderous intent. For the first time, Jeremiah felt a profound fear of Karis and silently pondered. Is this truly the Karis I know? This is impossible. It defies reason. As the swirling dust settled, Tim gradually stood up, glaring at Karis, who had just subjected him to such humiliation. His teeth ground together in rage, and with a furious roar, he charged towards Karis. With a resounding thud, Tim's heavy punch met Karis' palm. Realizing his fist had been caught, Tim attempted to withdraw, but it was futile. Karis had a firm grip. What's wrong? Do you still not understand? This is the disparity between us. As he spoke, Karis twisted Tim's fist downward, lifting him off the ground. With a swift motion, Karis lifted his right foot and struck down with a thud, sending Tim soaring into the sky. Tim. He grimaced in pain, struggling to halt his ascension, and glared down at Karis, shouting, "You bastard!" In his fury, Tim unleashed a flurry of energy blasts toward Karis. Seeing the incoming attacks, Karis leaped forward, deftly evading Tim's energy blasts, and delivered an uppercut that landed squarely on Tim's chin. "Ah!" Tim screamed in agony. "You shall meet your demise here," Karis proclaimed ominously, resembling a harbinger of death as he declared Tim's impending fate. Chapter 18. Defeat and the demise of Tim as Karis gradually gained the upper hand. The elder let out a sigh of relief, only to suddenly remember that he was supporting Jeremy's, who had sustained serious injuries. Oh dear, how could I have forgotten to tend to your wounds? With that, the elder extended his hand, and in a swift motion, a radiant light enveloped Jeremy's, healing his injuries completely. Jeremy's, quickly assist the others, the elder urged. Jeremy's moved his arm, feeling no pain, and nodded in agreement. All right. Together. Jeremy's and the elder treated the wounded Adurtra aliens. Bachiyang, hold on. I shall heal you immediately. Jeremy's exclaimed, mimicking the elder's actions to mend Bachiyang's injuries. A flash of white light passed, and Bachiyang's wounds were healed. The resurrection spell is truly effective. I am completely healed. Thank you, Jeremy's. Bachiyang expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. After all, I am one of the few on this planet capable of wielding the resurrection spell. Jeremy's replied with a smile. At that moment, the battle between Karis and Tim intensified. Hee. To die here, you must possess the ability. Tim sneered. Do you think this is all my power? Tim glared menacingly at Karis. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Tim's fist struck Karis in the abdomen, sending him flying. Karis crashed into the rocky mountain, and dust filled the air, accompanied by the sound of rumbling stones cascading down. Karis! Jeremy shouted, but it was too late. Karis had been buried beneath the rubble. Seeing Karis sent flying, Tim spat disdainfully. Hee. That'll teach you to show off. Now, you've learned your lesson. With a sinister glare, Tim turned his attention to Jeremy's and his companions. Your savior is finished. Perhaps you should join him in hell. Tim's malevolent smile spread across his face. You fiend. The elder shouted at Tim. Yet, Tim showed no reaction, slowly extending his hand as an energy orb began to coalesce. Just as Tim prepared to launch the orb at Jeremy's and his group. A thunderous shout erupted, and the rubble burying Karis was instantly blasted away. Your opponent is me, do not mistake it, Tim. Karis bellowed. Tim, witnessing Karis emerge unscathed, seethed with anger and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, Cursed immortal. With that, he lunged towards Karis, his face contorted with rage. As Tim drew closer, a sudden impact echoed, followed by a pained cry as Tim hunched over, clutching his abdomen. My apologies. I did not exert my full strength. Karis stated, his expression devoid of emotion. I told you that you would die here, and I keep my word. With that, Karis extended his hand, and an energy orb rapidly formed. Boom. A fierce wave of energy violently engulfed Tim's body. As Tim fell before Karis, Jeremy's and Bachiyang rushed towards him in excitement. Karis let out a long sigh of relief and smiled at the approaching Jeremy's and Bachiyang, but soon found his vision blurring as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Time passed, and Karis vaguely heard someone calling his name. Karis. Groggily. He opened his eyes to see two familiar faces. Karas, you are awake. Jeremy's exclaimed. Looking around, Karas realized he was in his familiar room. He sat up, shaking his head. How did I end up here? You fool, have you lost your senses? Ba Qiang reprimanded. Sleep? How long have I been out? Karas asked, puzzled. You have been asleep for 3 days. Jeremy's replied, arms crossed and a cold demeanor. Reflecting on the events of 3 days prior, Karas scratched his head in disbelief. Did I really sleep for that long? Jeremy's rolled his eyes at Karas but said nothing further. Karas, however, broke into a wide grin, laughing joyously. Chapter 19. The Malevolence of the Demon Dragon Clan. Guagua. You are awake. A frail voice echoed in his ears, prompting Karas to turn and behold the elder approaching with measured steps. Karas smiled faintly, remarking, after sleeping for so many days, it is high time I wake up. Otherwise, I might become a sloth. His light-hearted jest elicited a collective chuckle from those present, who shook their heads in amused resignation. Stop right there. A commotion erupted outside, drawing Ba Qiang's attention as he hastily exited. Karas rose from his bed, following behind Giaramis and the elder as they ventured outdoors. To their astonishment, a frog-like creature was being pursued frantically by a group of Atlatlarans. In an instant, Giaramis dashed forward with remarkable swiftness, seizing the frog-man as effortlessly as one would grasp a chicken, bringing him before Karas. Who is this fellow? Karas inquired. This is Tim's subordinate, Ba Qiang sneered, casting a disdainful glance at the frog-man. I am not Tim's subordinate. I am merely a frog-man who has been coerced. The creature protested, feigning innocence. With a derisive snort, Ba Qiang retorted, Humph. Do villains ever declare themselves to be villains? In my eyes, you deserve to be executed as a tribute to the Atlatlarans you have slain. The frog-man's face blanched at the threat, and he sank to the ground, pleading. Please do not kill me. I swear, I am a victim of circumstance. Tears shimmered in his eyes as he continued. I once resided on a planet called Green Star in the southern galaxy, where the seasons were perpetually pleasant, and we froggers lived carefree lives. But one fateful day, the Demon Dragon clan descended upon us, wreaking havoc, burning, and pillaging. Ultimately, they abducted the strong among us to toil aboard their spaceships. And that scoundrel Tim even destroyed our planet. As the frogman recounted his tale, anger and resentment flickered in his eyes, prompting Karas to reflect on the planet Saya. For the frogman's experiences bore a striking resemblance to his own. What is your name? Karas asked, gazing at the creature. The frogman wiped his tears and replied, I am called Guagua. At the utterance of the name, Karas nearly burst into laughter, though a smile could not be concealed. Guagua. Quite an evocative name, Giaramis quipped, also betraying a hint of amusement. But how can you prove the truth of your claims? Guagua's next response was both absurd and comical. I cannot provide any proof. Karas felt as though he had sustained a grievous blow, contemplating his desire to assist this fellow wanderer, only to be met with such an unexpected retort. Well then, why waste words? Let me just kill you. Ba Qiang shouted in frustration. Ba Qiang. The elder interjected, calming the raging Ba Qiang with a composed tone. You shall be the one to ascertain his truth. Ba Qiang pointed incredulously at himself. Me? Yes, indeed, the elder affirmed, which only added to Ba Qiang's confusion. How can I do that? The elder shook his head. Have you forgotten the unparalleled ability you possess on this planet? In an epiphany, Ba Qiang smacked his forehead and exclaimed, Ah, how could I forget? I have the power of telepathy. Who could possibly deceive me? Karas rolled his eyes at Ba Qiang's folly. Fool. Simpleton. Giaramis chimed in, not missing the opportunity to tease. Ba Qiang shot them both a sidelong glance. Whatever. I can't be bothered with you too. He then turned to Guagua, saying, If you are lying, I will certainly kill you. Guagua blinked his large eyes and replied nonchalantly, All right. Karas could only shake his head in disbelief. Ba Qiang placed his hand upon Guagua's head, closing his eyes. Guagua's memories surged through Ba Qiang's mind. Moments later, he withdrew his hand and, with a cold snort, turned his back on Guagua. Seeing Ba Qiang's dismissal, Karas and the others understood that Guagua had indeed spoken the truth. What are your plans now? The elder asked Guagua. The frogman replied weakly, Well, I am uncertain. I suppose I will take it one step at a time. As the group pondered Guagua's uncertain fate, the elder approached him, saying, Since you have been coerced and your planet has been destroyed, why not remain on this planet? Overwhelmed with emotion, Guagua's tears flowed freely as he exclaimed, Elder, can it truly be so? The elder smiled and nodded, Indeed. Wonderful. In that case, Guagua shall no longer drift aimlessly in the cosmos. I shall finally have a home, Karas remarked with relief. Thank you all. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude, Guagua said, bowing deeply to the elder. Giaramis, with a smile returning to his face, called out, Guagua. At the sound of his name, Karas could no longer contain himself and erupted into laughter. Giaramis joined him, and soon, the echoes of their laughter filled the atmosphere of the planet, lingering joyously in the air. Chapter 20. The beginning of the mission. In search of the last remaining Saiyans, a month had passed since Karas transformed into a Super Saiyan and defeated Tim. Master. An old man turned to face the visitor. Recognizing him as Karas. What brings you here? Master, I believe it is time for me to depart. Karas bowed respectfully to the elder. The elder hesitated. Are you truly certain about this? Karas pondered for a moment before replying. I decided this 10 years ago. The elder turned away from Karas. When will you set off? If permitted, I would like to leave in a week. Karas spoke softly, yet the elder understood him clearly. I will arrange for a spaceship that meets your satisfaction within that time, the elder said, his tone revealing a hint of reluctance. Thank you for your kindness, master. Karas replied before turning to leave the elder's chamber. He understood that this journey marked a point of no return. As the fate of two worlds rested squarely on his shoulders, a thought that weighed heavily on his heart. On the highest peak of Vegeta, Karas gazed across the landscape, taking in the beauty of the planet. Yet, the thought of embarking on a journey steeped in violence loomed over him, stirring nostalgia for the tranquil decades he had spent on Vegeta. Hey, Karas. He turned to see Jeremiah descending beside him. I heard you're leaving Vegeta? Jeremiah inquired eagerly. Karas smiled slightly, placing a hand on Jeremiah's shoulder. It is time for me to go. Jeremiah, momentarily at a loss for words, simply looked at Karas as the setting sun elongated their shadows. Karas, take care. Jeremiah urged. Karas chuckled. You take care too, Jeremiah. In the blink of an eye, a week had slipped by. On this day, the square of Vegeta was filled with people, and a spherical spaceship stood at its center. Karas, do you find this spaceship satisfactory? The elder asked. Karas ran towards the vessel, and as a section of the ship's wall descended, a staircase appeared. He excitedly ascended, followed by Jeremiah and Bajong, who supported the elder. Upon entering the cabin, they were greeted by a neat and bright living room, cozy despite its modest size. This spaceship is divided into 3 levels. The first level consists of a living room and a kitchen, the elder explained. Greetings, master. I am your robotic steward, Model 1. Shao Ka, a voice announced. A humanoid white robot, approximately 1.2 meters tall, respectfully addressed Karas. Wow, they're SA robot too, Karas exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face as he admired the innovative design. The elder stroked his white beard and chuckled. Though we Yatatrans may lack the combat prowess of your Saiyans, we are not lacking in scientific ingenuity. Karas nodded. This is truly remarkable. He dashed to a spiral staircase, eager to ascend to the second level. This level is your bedroom, and the small room beside it is the bathroom, the elder said as he climbed the stairs. Inside the room, a single bed stood against the wall, its neat bedding evoking a sense of home. Karas sat down, feeling its softness and comfort. What is the purpose of the third level? He inquired eagerly. Why don't you go up and see for yourself? The elder replied mysteriously. Intrigued, Karas hurried up the stairs to the third level. Upon entering, he was overwhelmed with excitement, exclaiming, This is incredible, simply beyond imagination. Approaching him was another robot, slightly different from Shao Ka. Greetings, master. I am the guardian of this spaceship, Model 2, Daka. Karas's jaw nearly dropped at the sight of the new robot. Wow, how cool. He praised in astonishment. This is the guardian, Daka, the elder explained, stepping forward. This level serves as your training room, where Daka can serve as your opponent. Overwhelmed by the elder's thoughtful preparations for his journey, Karas felt a wave of emotion wash over him, nearly moved to tears. Jeremiah rolled his eyes at Karas's display, exclaiming impatiently, Seeing you like this makes me want to punch you. Karas turned, maintaining a stoic expression as he retorted, You're just jealous of me. Jeremiah, enraged, gritted his teeth and shouted, You jerk. Don't act all innocent after getting such good fortune. Do you want to die? Unfazed, Karas replied, You're angry because you're jealous. With a crack, Jeremiah collapsed to the ground, exclaiming, Oh my, is this really the Karas I know? Who will take care of this monster? Seeing Jeremiah's bewildered expression, Karas turned away, secretly amused by the situation. Oh, I had to do this to remind you of our brotherhood. He chuckled inwardly, realizing Jeremiah was witnessing his playful antics for the first time. A shock he could hardly absorb. All right, everyone, it's time to say goodbye, Karas announced as he stood at the spaceship's entrance, bidding farewell to his friends on Vegeta. Karas, Take care. Be cautious. Bajong called out, raising his voice. I will, and you take care too, Bajong. Karas responded with a smile. If you need help, just call out, and I'll come. Let us hope it doesn't come to that. Karas, come back to visit whenever you can. The gates of Yudetra will always be open for you. With a smile and tears held back, Karas nodded. I will, Master. Having spent 10 years on Yudetra, Karas had come to regard it as home, and the Yadatrans as family. The thought of leaving was indeed bittersweet. Everyone, take care. Karas said as he bid his final farewell, turning to Shao Kahn. Let us set off. Yes, Master. The spaceship's door slowly closed, and the vessel began to ascend. Take care. Everyone, Karas shouted. Karas, come back. The entire assembly of Yadatrans shouted in unison as they watched the spaceship vanish into the atmosphere of Yudetra Chapter 21, landing on the Kingtalan star once upon a time. In a quest to save the world, Karas departed from the planet Adatella and ventured into the cosmos in search of the last remaining Saiyans. A journey that had spanned nearly a month. However, despite his efforts, Karas found no trace of the Saiyans and made a significant blunder. One day, while Little Ka was preparing a meal for Karas in the kitchen, Karas was engaged in rigorous training within the gravity chamber of their spaceship. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of the meal wafted into Karas's nostrils, and after a day of training, he could no longer resist the allure of the delectable scent. He promptly dashed into the kitchen and indulged himself heartily. In mere minutes, he devoured an enormous spread of food, yet it appeared that he was still unsated. Little Ka, I feel as though I haven't had enough. Could you prepare a bit more for me? He requested. Little Ka gazed in disbelief at the empty dishes that had previously held a feast sufficient for 5 or 6 adults. Goodness, how could you still be hungry after all that? She exclaimed. Nevertheless, with a sigh, she replied, Very well, Master, I shall prepare more food right away. Once again, Little Ka immersed herself in the kitchen, and shortly thereafter, she presented another lavish banquet. Yet, Karas consumed every last morsel once more. In total, he had consumed a staggering 12 portions of food. After the meal, he retreated to the second floor of the spaceship and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, Karas resumed his training early in the morning. As mealtime approached, he arrived in the living room just as Little Ka finished preparing breakfast, whereupon he feasted yet again. Consuming another 12 portions, Little Ka found herself perplexed. While Karas had always had a hearty appetite, his recent consumption was truly extraordinary. Approximately a month and a half later. Master, Little Ka called out, rousing the still sleeping Karas. He blinked groggily and asked, What is it, Little Ka? With a hint of despair. She replied, We have run out of food. What? Karas exclaimed, sitting up abruptly. What do you mean, Little Ka? Our food supply was exhausted yesterday, she explained. Karas, taken aback, questioned, But our provisions were supposed to last until we reached our next destination. Little Ka, with a resigned expression, clarified, That was the plan, Master. But you consumed an entire month's worth of food in just half a month. Therefore, we have no food left. What? Karas was astonished. And after a moment of silence, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Little Ka, let us head to the nearest planet to replenish our supplies. But Master, it will take at least another week to reach the nearest planet. Can you endure? Big Ka, who had been observing from the doorway, interjected. Karas turned to Big Ka with a rigid expression and stammered, A week? Yes, a week. Big Ka confirmed resolutely. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Karas collapsed to the ground. Lamenting, My heavens! A week? Is this to cost me my very life? Had I known, I would have restrained my appetite. Days passed, and Karas endured a week without food. By this time, he was emaciated, lying on the floor and weakly inquiring, Little Ka, have we reached the nearest planet yet? I feel as though I am on the brink of the afterlife. Master, please hang on a little longer. We will arrive in just an hour. Little Ka urged, accelerating the spaceship's speed. I vow never to overindulge again, Karas declared, tears of regret streaming down his face. Yet, this was a consequence of his own actions. He had been more than satisfied with just 6 portions, yet the exquisite culinary skills of Little Ka had proven irresistible, leading to his current plight. An hour may not seem long, but for Karas, it felt like an eternity. At last, the hour drew to a close. Master, we have arrived, Little Ka announced. Instantly, Karas regained his vigor. Little Ka, prepare for landing. Of course, Master, she replied, deftly maneuvering the spaceship as it gently descended onto the planet known as Kingtalan. Chapter 22. The Overlord. Upon disembarking from the spacecraft, Karas was greeted by an abundance of fruits that surrounded him. Unable to contain his excitement, he rushed to a nearby tree, sinking his feet into the ground before leaping effortlessly into its branches. He plucked a fruit and promptly savored its exquisite taste. Delicious! Kara's exclaimed, his mouth full and words barely intelligible. In no time at all, he had voraciously consumed nearly every fruit on the tree. Once he had feasted to his heart's content, he patted his swollen belly with satisfaction, accompanied by a resounding belch that signified his fullness. Reclining on the grass, he tearfully confessed to Little Car, "I promise I will never indulge in such excess again." With a chuckle, Little Car replied, "Hee, as long as you understand." Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air, startling Karas. "Big Car, watch the spacecraft," he shouted before vanishing from sight. "Did I not warn you lowly peasants that this is Master Helenu's private orchard? Do you wish to perish by daring to steal fruit?" roared a grotesquely large man at a frail young girl. Behind him, several bizarre figures grinned maliciously. Karas's heart sank as he beheld a small child, battered and bruised, clutching a fruit tightly. The brute's whip cracked mercilessly against the girl's back, prompting Karas to gasp in disbelief. What crime has this innocent girl committed to deserve such cruelty? Unable to bear the sight any longer, Karas placed a hand to his forehead and, with a swift motion, appeared beside the brutish man. With a resounding thud, the man was sent crashing into a fruit tree. "Are you all right, little one?" Karas gently helped the girl to sit beneath a tree. "Little Car, if you don't come out, I'll dismantle you," he warned in a tone laced with menace. At that moment, Little Car emerged from behind a tree, chuckling, "Master, you are truly formidable. You found me even from such a distance." Karas shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, "Enough chatter. Hurry and tend to this girl's wounds." "Yes, Master," Little Car replied, adopting a serious demeanor. Karas then turned his attention to the brutish man's companions, cracking his neck and flexing his fingers, a chilling sound echoing in the air. "Now, it is your turn, you scoundrels." As they witnessed Karas effortlessly send the brute flying, fear gripped the remaining figures, leaving them paralyzed with uncertainty. "Why are you all still standing there? Teach this insolent brat a lesson," the brute yelled, shakily regaining his footing and shaking his head. Seeing the brute rise once more, a smirk of disdain crossed Karas's face. "Oh, you can still stand? It seems I have been too lenient." With that, he flicked his colorful, furry tail. The mere motion sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers, their faces paling as they stuttered their words. Why, you, are, say, nin, the brute stammered. Karas, turning his gaze toward the brute's companions, noted their faces drenched in cold sweat, their legs trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, it was clear that a single roar from Karas would send them into a state of sheer terror. "Indeed," Karas remarked, without even glancing back at the brute's companions. Chapter 23. The Overlord. As Karas confessed to being a Saiyan, his declaration reverberated like thunder, startling the burly man and his companions. After a flurry of panicked and fearful cries, the group, along with the hefty figure, scrambled away in utter disarray. Karas, bewildered, exclaimed, "Am I truly that terrifying? I sincerely apologize. I was unaware you were a Saiyan. Please forgive me." Before him knelt a young girl, incessantly begging for forgiveness. "What are you doing, little sister?" Karas asked in surprise, hastily helping her to her feet. Observing the fear in her eyes, he began to understand and spoke gently, "You need not be afraid. Though Saiyans may be infamous across the cosmos, not all of us are malevolent. Rest assured, I will not harm you." Faced with a Saiyan who appeared benign yet was still perceived as a villain due to his heritage, the young girl found herself in a quandary. She had heard tales of Saiyans being the demons of the universe, known for their ruthless killings, instilling fear in the hearts of those on their planet. As she recounted this, she seemed to summon immense courage, yet her voice quivered, fearful that a misstep could cost her life. Karas, taken aback by her words, could only respond with a resigned sigh. Did I not mention that not all Saiyans are bad?" He emphasized the last word, hoping to convince himself of its truth. In his heart, he recognized that had he not retained a sliver of humanity from another world, he might have indeed become the very demon she feared. "Rest assured, little sister, my master is undeniably a good person, albeit a bit fierce at times," little Karas added, a look of exasperation etched on his features. Hearing this, Karas shot a disapproving glance at little Karas before turning to the girl. "Can you tell me who those people were and why they attacked you?" The girl pondered for a moment, then innocently asked, "Big brother, are you truly not a bad Saiyan?" Karas felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, but maintained a smile, nodding affirmatively to assure her of his goodness. Once reassured of Karas's character, she began to speak. My name is Mumu. This is Jingtalon Star, renowned for its abundant fruits. Though we toil diligently, we find joy in our labor. However, one day, a man named Heleniu arrived and seized our orchards, forcing us to tend to them day and night, leaving us without enough to eat. I ventured to pick a fruit for my grandmother, who hadn't eaten in days, but they caught me and beat me for it. How despicable! Karas roared in fury. What kind of world is this where the good are oppressed by the wicked? With a fierce punch, he struck a nearby tree, which fell with a resounding crash. Fear not, little sister. I shall rid you of this scourge. Chapter 24. The Removal of the Tyrant. Part 2. Brother, is it true? Will you really rid us of the river bull? Is it really true? Mumu inquired repeatedly. Karas looked at Mumu, nodding affirmatively. Yes, I will. Oh, how wonderful. If I share this news with everyone, they will surely be overjoyed. Mumu exclaimed, jumping with delight. However, in her exuberance, she inadvertently aggravated her wound, crying out as she collapsed to the ground. Karas rushed over. Mumu, are you all right? Mumu, gritting her teeth against the pain, replied with a smile, it's nothing. This little pain is bearable. She struggled to stand up. Ah, Karas exclaimed, noticing blood seeping from her injury. Shao Ka, quickly attend to Mumu, he urged, his voice tinged with concern as he observed the blood trickling down Mumu's back. Shao Ka glanced at Karas and hurried over to stem the bleeding. Observing Shao Ka's proficient technique, Karas felt a slight sense of relief. He then asked in a serious tone, Mumu, where do you live? I shall escort you home. Mumu blinked innocently and replied, I live in a small town to the east. Very well. Once Shao Ka has treated your wound, I will take you home, Karas said, affectionately ruffling her hair. Remember, no vigorous activities until you've healed. Shao Ka advised Mumu earnestly. Karas examined the bandaged wound and said, now, Mumu, I will take you home, all right? With that, he lifted Mumu into the air. Shao Ka, contact Ka and ensure the spaceship is concealed. We shall rendezvous in the eastern town. And do not forget to bring some food. Understood, Master, Shao Ka responded loudly. A gentle breeze caressed Karas and Mumu's faces, bringing a refreshing sensation. As the soft wind blew, Mumu couldn't help but exclaim, wow, this is so much fun. Big brother, you are amazing. Karas chuckled. Is it enjoyable? Mumu nodded enthusiastically yes. It would be even more fun if we could go faster. Is that so? Then I shall accelerate, Karas declared, increasing their flying speed. Before long, they arrived at Mumu's town. Big brother, my house is right beneath that big tree in the town center. Mumu pointed to a small house nestled under a towering tree. Is that the one? Karas asked. Yes, Mumu replied excitedly. And soon they landed in the yard of the small house. Grandma, I'm back, Mumu shouted as she dashed towards the door. Just then, a frail old lady emerged, her face lighting up with joy. Mumu, where have you been? I was so worried, she exclaimed, enveloping Mumu in a warm embrace. Upon noticing the bandages wrapping Mumu, her expression turned to one of concern. Oh dear, what happened to you? Mumu, fighting back tears, smiled and said, I'm fine, Grandma. This big brother saved me. Pointing at Karas, the old lady turned her gaze to Karas, a teenage boy standing behind Mumu, and nodded in acknowledgement. Grandma, the big brother said he would help us get rid of the river bull, that terrible villain. Mumu said, her voice tinged with anger. The old lady looked at the youthful boy before her, skeptical. Can he really? Karas scratched his head and replied, I'll give it a try. The old lady, astonished, exclaimed, anyone hearing Karas would undoubtedly find his confidence rather dubious. Master. Suddenly, a voice called from the sky. Karas looked up and exclaimed, oh, these two robots are quite swift, aren't they? Master, I brought the food you requested, Shao Ka announced as he placed a large bag filled with various fruits on the ground. At that moment, a crowd had gathered in the yard, all eyes fixated on the bounty of fruits before them. Karas quickly instructed Shao Ka to distribute the food to everyone. He picked a fruit and approached the old lady, saying, Grandma, this is for you. The old lady reached out to take the fruit but hesitated, pulling her hand back with a worried expression. No, young man. Without the river bull's permission, She trailed off, fearing the repercussions if the river bull found out. Noticing the apprehension in the crowd, Karas surveyed the scene. Despite some already clutching the fruits, none dared to take a bite. With a furrowed brow, Karas thought, it seems the river bull truly reigns with an iron fist here. Sir, they are indeed here. A burly man shouted towards a vehicle behind him. Karas looked up and recognized the giant, who had previously fled upon encountering his Saiyan identity. What audacity! He scoffed, shaking his head. Everyone, do not fear. I shall handle this. Kara's declared, turning to the trembling crowd. Yet, they were too frightened to heed his words. Observing their terror, Kara's blinked and sighed, then turned, his expression transforming into one of fierce determination. "Let us end this swiftly," he proclaimed coldly. "Daka, protect Mumu and the others," he commanded before charging towards the burly man. Chapter 25, The Strength of Daka. Just as Kara sprinted out a mere 3 meters, a black mechanical arm suddenly intercepted him. "Master, leave these minions to me." It was Daka who had blocked Kara's path. A faint smile crossed Kara's lips as he thought to himself, "This is perfect. I shall finally witness the extent of Daka's prowess." Turning to Daka, Kara said, "Very well, show me your true capabilities." Upon receiving Kara's consent, Daka coldly declared, "Battle mode. Activate." Instantly, a crimson light glinted in Daka's eyes, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Moments later, a resounding crash echoed as a burly man was sent hurtling through the air. With a series of thuds, the companions of that man fell to the ground, incapacitated. Observing this, a smile of approval appeared on Kara's face as he mused, "So, Daka is indeed formidable." And indeed, Daka's strength was beyond mere perception. A man with a nose ring, square face, and long hair, sporting a pair of horns atop his head, couldn't help but exclaim, "I never expected a robot to possess such power. Were my subordinates really that inept?" As he spoke, the man rose from a convertible, towering at over 2 meters. "This robot is quite impressive. Allow me to confront you personally," he said with an expressionless face. "It's Healing-Yo," shouted Mumu. Karas turned to Mumu with a quizzical look. "Oh, so this is Healing-Yo?" As he sensed Healing-Yo's aura, he remarked, "Oh, quite strong indeed." With a calm smile, Karas showed no sign of concern. "Daka, this fellow is nothing to be feared. Eliminate him," Karas commanded, a hint of disdain evident on his face. With that, Daka clenched his fist and roared, charging towards Healing-Yo. In response, Healing-Yo assumed a fighting stance, positioning his fist at his waist. Legs spread in a stable stance. A sharp crack resonated as their fists collided, sending dust swirling around them. When the dust settled, Daka's fist was pressed against Healing-Yo's. In an instant, both Daka and Healing-Yo appeared to vanish. The onlookers were left astounded, whispering among themselves, "What just happened? They've disappeared. How is this possible?" Only Karas understood the nature of the situation. He gazed skyward, his expression unwavering. Suddenly, a series of booming sounds erupted. Some spectators looked up, pondering, "Is that thunder? Surely, the weather shouldn't allow for thunder." But the fight between Daka and Healing-Yo was beyond the comprehension of those lacking in combat prowess. "Big brother, where did the robot uncle and Healing-Yo go?" Mumu tugged at Karas' clothing, her face etched with confusion. Karas gently patted her head and pointed to the sky, saying, "They are up there." "Ah." Mumu glanced at the sky, perplexed. "But there's no one up there." Indeed, a middle-aged man interjected, "There are no people in the sky. Only the sounds of combat." Karas smiled softly, crouched down, and explained, "The robot uncle and Healing-Yo are engaged in combat at a speed that is difficult for the naked eye to perceive. Do you understand now?" Upon hearing Karas' words, the crowd began to comprehend. Just then, a flash of red light streaked across the sky, and a figure plummeted downwards, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Daka descended, flames shooting from his back as he landed gracefully. "Hee. What a thrill," Healing-Yo's cold voice echoed. Karas frowned, sensing a surge of dark energy laced with murderous intent that sent a jolt through his nerves. "Daka, be wary. This fellow is about to get serious." Daka snorted, "Humph. I was merely warming up." The dust covering Healing-Yo began to settle, revealing him rising slowly from the crater formed by his own impact, enveloped in a cloak of violet-black flames. "The battle begins now," he declared coldly. Chapter 26, Transformation. The fierce bull before one's eyes, the strength of the river bull surged. Its muscles expanding instantaneously, the visage transforming into a menacing countenance, a bovine face protruding as its feet morphed into hooves, long hair enveloping its entire form. It was as if a man had metamorphosed into a bull. Is this truly transformation? Witnessing the complete transformation of the river bull into a raging beast, Karas could not suppress his astonishment. "Everyone, retreat at once," Karas shouted to the crowd behind him. However, scarcely had his words left his lips when a loud thud resounded, and he saw Daka hurtling toward him. Without a moment's hesitation, Karas swiftly positioned himself behind Daka, catching him mid-flight. "Daka, are you all right?" Daka nodded. "I am unscathed, master. Let us change the battlefield, as this place poses a danger to innocence." Karas, with a cold grunt, replied, "That is precisely my intention." With that, he placed 2 fingers upon his forehead and vanished in a flash. A moment later, a whoosh echoed as Kara's reappeared before the river bowl, offering a cold smirk. With a resounding crack, a powerful uppercut landed squarely on the river bull's jaw, sending it soaring. As the river bull was launched away, Daka immediately pursued, following closely behind. Noting Daka's presence, Karas turned to the group behind him, proclaiming, "Do not worry, we shall defeat the river bull." With another gesture, Karas vanished once more. In the serene outskirts of the town where Mu Mu resided on the Jingtalian star, sunlight bathed the landscape, and a gentle breeze whispered tranquility. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from the sky, accompanied by a black robot. Crash! The figure struck the ground with incredible velocity, creating a vast crater. Once the black robot had safely landed, Karas appeared behind it. Indeed, the black robot was Daka, and the figure was the river bull. "Now, you may unleash your full potential." Daka. Karas grinned, revealing a somewhat sinister smile. Daka cast a sidelong glance at Karas and charged at the recovering river bull. With a thunderous impact, Daka's fist struck the river bull's abdomen, followed by a rapid succession of blows that echoed like thunder. Daka unleashed a flurry of punches with astonishing speed. Ha! Boom, boom, boom. After delivering dozens of strikes, Daka drew back, aligning his stance for a devastating blow. A concentrated blue energy orb began to form at Daka's chest, gradually reaching its maximum potency. In an instant, a wave of blue energy surged forth, hurtling toward the river bull. Boom! The energy wave collided with the river bull, enveloping the surroundings in a cloud of dust. Humph! I did not expect Daka to possess such formidable strength, rivaling that of an android. Karas mused joyfully, a smile gracing his lips. Yet, in the next moment, his expression darkened. "Is this truly your ultimate power? If so, it's my turn." The voice of the river bull resonated like a thunderclap. Daka was momentarily taken aback, and before he could react, the river bull was already upon him. With a loud thud, Daka was sent flying. The river bull, unwilling to let Daka escape, pursued him with remarkable speed, landing a powerful punch that sent Daka crashing to the ground, embedding him deeply into the earth. At that moment, another fist bore down on Daka's head. In a split second, Daka evaded the blow, bending his legs to launch himself upward, kicking the river bull away. With a swift motion, he leapt into the air. Fist clenched, delivering a powerful strike to the river bull's face. The searing pain radiated across the river bull's countenance. With a fierce grimace, the river bull, enduring the agony, retaliated, "You little brat," and swung a punch at Daka. Just as the river bull's fist was about to connect, Daka intercepted it with his palm, gripping tightly. "Do not underestimate me," he declared coldly. Then, with a resounding thud, Daka's other fist crashed into the river bull's abdomen. The river bull groaned, doubling over, clutching his stomach. A visage of agony etched upon his face. Seizing the opportunity, Daka extended his hand, a powerful energy orb aimed at the river bull's head. The previous energy wave had merely been a prelude. Now, it was time to send him to oblivion. Realizing he was ensnared by Daka's energy orb, the river bull, recognizing the futility of resistance at such proximity, desperately pleaded, "No, please, do not kill me. I will leave this planet immediately if you spare my life." Witnessing this, Karas was utterly astounded. Daka had truly seized the moment. Chapter 27. A battle of equals. You have committed numerous atrocities. Do you truly believe I would spare you? Daka glared at Helenio, his eyes ablaze with fury. At that moment, Helenio lowered his head, revealing a sinister smirk. "What?" Daka exclaimed, taken aback. However, there was little time for surprise, as Helenio bellowed, his entire being engulfed in a violet-black aura. Seeing this, Daka swiftly aimed at Helenio and unleashed an energy orb. With a thunderous boom, dust erupted into the air. As the smoke cleared, a spherical barrier encased Helenio completely, rendering Daka's attack utterly ineffective. Helenio slowly retracted his protective shield, rising to his feet, and shouted menacingly at Daka, "Do you really think you can defeat me? Dream on, you piece of scrap metal." Daka remained unperturbed by Helenio's taunts. A flicker of crimson light glimmered in his eyes before he retaliated with a powerful punch, colliding with Helenio's fist. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground, scattering debris within a 10-meter radius and causing the earth to sink 50 centimeters in an instant. Observing the fierce clash, Karas scoffed, "I knew it wouldn't be so simple." With a resounding crash, Daka and Helenio's fists met again, both combatants sliding back several meters. As Daka regained his footing, Helenio lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of blows, shouting, "Die, die, die." With remarkable agility, Daka successfully blocked Helenio's heavy strikes. Yet, In a moment of vulnerability, Heleniu landed a powerful punch to Daka's face, which prompted Daka to retaliate with an even mightier blow to Heleniu's visage. Enraged by Daka's counterattack, Heleniu roared, "You little brat," and struck Daka squarely in the abdomen. With a resounding thud, Daka was propelled like a bullet, crashing into a large tree. "Go to hell," Heleniu shouted, releasing dozens of dark red energy waves towards Daka's direction. The air crackled with the sound of explosions as Heleniu's energy waves bombarded the spot where Daka had collided with the tree. Suddenly, a voice called out, "I'm right here." Heleniu turned to find Daka behind him. "What?" he shouted in disbelief. In an instant, Daka's foot connected with Heleniu's face, sending him flying. As Daka's foot touched the ground, he extended his hand coldly, declaring, "Now it's my turn." Waves of crimson energy shot forth from his palm, slicing through the air towards Heleniu. Unfazed, Heleniu steadied himself and opened his mouth wide, gathering a black energy orb. With a ferocious charge, he unleashed a thick wave of energy, consuming Daka's smaller orbs and hurtling towards him. As the two waves approached each other, Daka's eyes glimmered red once more, and he released a powerful azure beam that matched Heleniu's size. The collision of the black and blue waves resulted in a tremendous explosion. "This is futile. Continuing this battle will only lead to mutual destruction," Karas observed, recognizing the equal strength of both warriors. Even if Daka emerged victorious, he would be left gravely injured, and Karas would be unable to repair him. Therefore, he decided to intervene. Thunder Cannon. A violet energy wave surged towards the center of the black and blue collision, resulting in a deafening explosion that obscured the sky with dust. "Enough. You both cease this foolishness," Karas commanded coldly. Upon hearing his voice, Daka soared through the haze and landed beside Karas, bewildered. "Master, why?" Karas raised a hand to silence him, stating, "It is my turn now." Daka was reluctant, exclaiming, "Master, this is my battle." Karas regarded Daka sidelong. "Daka, you must understand that your strengths are evenly matched. Continuing this fight will surely result in damage to your components. I cannot repair you if that happens." Faced with this reality, Daka sighed in resignation, extending his hand in defeat. "Please, go ahead. I ask again, will you continue this fight?" Karas inquired as an energy orb hurtled towards them. Unfazed, Karas casually waved his hand, and with a resounding blast, the orb detonated in his grasp. Chapter 28. A dichotomy of existence. "You were called River Ox, correct?" Karas inquired, his countenance devoid of emotion. "Presently, you are presented with a dichotomy. First, I shall terminate your existence. Second, you shall immediately depart from this celestial sphere and desist from perpetrating further transgressions. The choice is yours." River Ox scoffed. "Humph. Should I simply comply with your demand? Such compliance would be a blemish upon my honor. You cur." River Ox punctuated his defiance with a coarse epithet. "It appears you have elected demise," Karas retorted, his words laced with lethal intent. "Humph. Refrain from posturing as if you possess the capacity to best me," River Ox sneered, launching himself toward Karas with disdain. Observing River Ox's imprudent actions, Karas shook his head in resignation. Without deigning to observe his adversary, he extended his hand. Thwack! Karas's fist landed squarely upon River Ox's onrushing visage. Karas turned his gaze upon the fallen River Ox, his eyes radiating glacial malice. "It is not merely a conjecture that I can defeat you. It is an inevitability that I shall vanquish you." Subsequently, Karas ascended into the air, delivering a forceful kick to River Ox's abdomen. With a resounding thud, River Ox was propelled through the air, colliding with a rocky precipice and a cataclysmic boom. As the resultant debris entombed him, Karas extended his hand, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Pop, 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 pop. Several cerulean energy spheres hurtled forth with supersonic velocity. Observing the malevolent grin adorning Karas's countenance, Daka was struck with disbelief. Even Karas himself could not fully comprehend this transformation. Prior to engaging in combat, Karas possessed a temperate disposition. However, upon entering battle, he inexplicably manifested a sinister proclivity. Karas feared that one day he might succumb to unbridled ferocity. Gazing upon the rubble that concealed River Ox, Karas bombarded the area with successive energy blasts, reducing the once towering heap to mere granules. Karas remarked with a TSK, "Alas, you elected the former option. I bear no culpability for this outcome." As the dust settled, River Ox laboriously arose. Karas chuckled, employing a derisive tone. "Oh, you still possess the capacity to stand. It appears a more forceful approach is requisite." Observing the youth, who appeared to be no more than a callow adolescent, River Ox was taken aback. This stripling, scarcely 16 years of age, already wields such formidable power. What manner of people are the Saiyans? Pray tell. Are you indeed a Saiyan? River Ox inquired with incredulity. Karas responded with a bewildered expression. Is it not self-evident that I am a Saiyan? Karas scrutinized his own form. He then addressed River Ox with impatience. Pray, are you inclined to continue this altercation? I have pressing matters to attend to. Observing Karas's growing impatience, River Ox contemplated launching an assault, but was deterred by Karas's power. As he vacillated, Karas erupted. Curse you. Are you resolved to continue or not? Render a decisive answer. River Ox was startled by Karas's abrupt outburst. He stammered, Who is afraid of you? Come hither. Upon hearing River Ox's response, Karas's lips curled into a contemptuous smile. He advanced toward River Ox. Attend, I approach. With these words, Karas lunged at River Ox, delivering a swift punch. River Ox immediately raised his arm to parry the blow and seized the opportunity to strike Karas with his other hand. Observing the swiftness of River Ox's fist, Karas stomped his foot and retreated, narrowly avoiding a blow to the face. Now, this is more like it. Come again, Karas taunted. Realizing that he was but a plaything in Karas's hands, River Ox was consumed by rage. You scoundrel! With a roar, River Ox's body was enveloped in a violet-black aura, and he hurtled toward Karas. He unleashed a flurry of punches, but Karas deftly evaded each blow. Before long, River Ox was exhausted, panting heavily. What is the matter? Have you depleted your energy reserves? I, on the other hand, am still brimming with vigor. Karas quipped, picking his nose. Observing that his most strenuous efforts had failed to even graze Karas, River Ox felt a sense of profound chagrin. Suddenly, a black energy wave, akin to an arrow loosed from a bow, struck Karas. Boom. A deafening sound reverberated across the heavens. Humph. Now you shall suffer injury, if not death. River Ox gloated. Witnessing his energy wave strike Karas, there is still time for you to depart, Karas declared nonchalantly, still picking his nose. As the smoke dissipated, River Ox's countenance darkened with fury. Depart, my posterior. Slay me or spare me as you see fit. Realizing that he could not possibly defeat Karas, River Ox uttered these words. At that moment, Karas's face turned ashen, and he clenched his fists. With a menacing expression, he slowly advanced toward River Ox. Observing Karas's grim visage, River Ox recoiled in fear. Karas approached River Ox and declared in an emotionless tone, I have no sister. Yet I loathe those who insult the concept of one. You have enraged me. Karas's final words were delivered in a thunderous roar, whether to bolster his courage or otherwise. River Ox bellowed, Come hither. Slay me. Do not Saiyans slay whomever they please? River Ox summoned his courage and raised his voice. Upon hearing these words, Karas faltered. River Ox's words struck a chord within him. I am a Saiyan, yet I am also a denizen of Earth. This miscreant, though culpable, does not merit death. Moreover, I am no ordinary Saiyan. A mischievous grin spread across Karas's face. Have you heard tell of the Savage Planet? Karas inquired. River Ox's countenance grew even more ghastly. It is the prison where the Galactic Patrol incarcerates barbarians such as yourself. It shall take but a moment for me to transport you there. With these words, Karas seized River Ox and placed his fingers upon his forehead, revealing a wicked smile. Nay, I do not wish to go there. River Ox exclaimed in terror upon learning of Karas's intent to transport him to the Savage Planet. Teleportation, Karas uttered, and he and River Ox vanished. Greetings, everyone. Karas suddenly materialized before Moo Moo and her companions, clutching River Ox's arm. Brother Karas, Moo Moo exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Karas. Karas nodded to Moo Moo and addressed the assembled throng. Everyone, I shall now convey River Ox to the Galactic Patrol prison. Thus, you may all live in tranquility. I am acquainted with the Warden of the Savage Planet. Upon hearing Karas's pronouncement, the crowd erupted in applause. Hasten his departure. He has long deserved such a fate. Indeed, River Ox has earned his just deserts. Everyone was voicing their grievances against Helenea's misdeeds. Suddenly, Karas vanished in the blink of an eye. Where did Brother Karas go? Moo Moo looked around in confusion and asked. Ha. At that moment, Xiao Ka's laughter rang out. My master has already gone to the Savage Star. Upon hearing Xiao Ka, those present were even more bewildered. To the Savage Star? No way. One person exclaimed incredulously, how could that be possible? Another echoed the sentiment of disbelief. At this point, Xiao Ka cleared his throat and spoke with utmost seriousness. That is because my master possesses the skill to instantaneously transfer from one planet to another, a technique known as teleportation. Thus, reaching the Savage Star is merely a matter of moments. Wow, that is impressive. Upon hearing Xiao Ka's explanation, someone couldn't help but commend. To defeat Helenio, of course. He must be remarkable. Today, our planet is truly fortunate to encounter such a person, two middle-aged women praised. Seeing his master being lauded, Shao Kahn basked in the glory, delighting in the moment. Chapter 29, A Surprise, discovering the traces of the Saiyans in the previous account. Karas took decisive action to liberate the inhabitants of Jingtaequi Star from the tyranny of the Healing Yo, sending this pest to the Galaxy Patrol's prison on the planet Barbaric Star. Having restored peace to Jingtaequi Star, he bid farewell to Moo Moo and others, embarking once more on his quest to locate the Saiyans. As he drifted in and out of slumber, a chorus of snores filled the air. Eventually, after an indeterminate passage of time, Karas slowly opened his eyes. Stretching languidly, he remarked to himself how refreshing that slumber had been. After exhaling deeply, he sat up and made his way to the training room. "Good morning, Shao Kahn." Karas greeted the diligent Shao Kahn, who was tidying the training area. Noticing Karas had just awakened, Shao Kahn inquired, "Master, you're awake?" "Ah." Karas yawned once more, lazily replying, "Yes, it's about time I was." As he surveyed the surroundings, which appeared quite tidy, he instructed Shao Kahn, "If you're finished cleaning, please prepare breakfast. I'm about to commence my training." Shao Kahn nodded enthusiastically, "Of course, master." With that, Shao Kahn gathered the cleaning tools and departed. Just as Shao Kahn reached the staircase, a thought seemed to strike him. He turned to Karas and said, "By the way, master, would you like me to call Daka to accompany you for practice?" Karas pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps not." "Very well, master." "Oh, and Shao Kahn." Karas called out to Shao Kahn, who was about to leave, and added with a smile, "When the meal is ready, do remember to summon me." Shao Kahn nodded again, understood. Once Shao Kahn had exited, Karas closed the door to the training room. After adjusting the artificial gravity device to confine its influence solely to the training area, he set the gravity to a staggering 100 G. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming weight pressing down upon him, as if the very air sought to crush him. Steeling himself, Karas straightened his posture and unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike echoing with determination. The sounds of exertion filled the air as he continued his rigorous training regimen. In the meantime, a rhythmic chopping sound resonated within Karas's spaceship. Shao Kahn was diligently preparing breakfast, skillfully slicing a large piece of meat into finely minced pieces. He then kneaded the dough into thin sheets, filling them with the meat mixture, crafting a sumptuous feast of dumplings that was already halfway complete. Placing the dumplings into a pot of boiling water, Shao Kahn boiled them over high heat for 10 minutes before transferring them to a bowl, garnishing them with rich broth, chili sauce, and a medley of scallions, ginger, and garlic. A steaming, fragrant bowl of dumplings was ready. "Master, the dumplings are ready." Shao Kahn's voice echoed through the communication device in the training room. "Just a moment." Karas replied between labored breaths, his voice faint. An hour passed, then two. A full 5 hours elapsed, and Shao Kahn had reheated the dumplings countless times. Finally, Karas emerged from the training room, drenched in sweat, and declared, "Shao Kahn, I'm starving." "Master, I'll bring the food right away." Shao Kahn hurriedly rushed into the kitchen. At that moment, Daka stood by the spaceship's viewport, visibly displeased. "Daka, what troubles you?" Karas asked, noticing Daka's sour demeanor. It was understandable. He had been engaged in a fierce battle with Healing Yo, only for Karas to commandeer the fight that had rightfully belonged to Daka. Meanwhile, Shao Kahn returned with the food, ignoring his sweat-soaked state and Daka's grievances. Karas eagerly accepted the bowl from Shao Kahn. However, upon lifting the lid, he was dismayed to find the once pristine dumplings had transformed into a mushy mess. Seeing the unsightly dish, Shao Kahn felt a pang of guilt. Master, would you like me to prepare a fresh batch?" Overcome by hunger, Karas swallowed hard at the sight of the slop and replied, "Let it be. I'll make do with this." Without hesitation, he devoured the bowl of mushy dumplings. "Master!" Daka suddenly exclaimed. Startled by Daka's outcry, both Karas and Shao Kahn turned to him. "What is it, Daka?" Karas inquired, perplexed. "The spaceship." Daka continued to gaze out the window. "Wait, this energy." Karas rushed to the viewport, where he beheld a spherical spaceship swiftly passing by. Recognizing the vessel and sensing its familiar energy, tears welled in his eyes, and he felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Realizing he had encountered a fellow compatriot in this world, a joy that almost brought him to tears. Shao Kahn, immediately alter course. Follow that spaceship. Chapter 30, Science. Darius, upon hearing Karas's command, Shao Kahn promptly altered the course of the spacecraft, following closely behind the spherical vessel. After approximately 5 hours of navigation, Kara's trailed the spherical ship to a crimson planet. Big Ka, what is this place? Kara's inquired. Big Ka's eyes shimmered with a series of numbers before he responded. This is a planet known as Red Rice Star, located at the edge of the Southern Galaxy. Southern Galaxy? Kara's expressed a hint of confusion, yet quickly regained composure. Shao Kahn, land immediately on Red Rice Star. Shao Kahn nodded affirmatively. Understood, Master. Soon, Kara's spacecraft descended upon Red Rice Star. Upon disembarking, Kara's was greeted by a breathtaking spectacle. Everywhere he looked, a vivid expanse of red surrounded him. The trees were crimson, the grass was scarlet, and the magnificent scenery left him utterly speechless, filled only with awe. However, Kara's had no time to indulge in the beauty. He ventured eastward. Shao Kahn, Big Ka, you stay here. If anything arises, contact me using my other observation visor. As he spoke, Kara soared into the air, heading eastward. To his surprise, the energy detection visor he had brought from Saya Star was still operational. Let me see what lies to the east. With that, Kara's activated the visor, which beeped in response. The display showed a distance of 234 kilometers. Ah, quite a distance. Kara's muttered to himself. Nevertheless, he soon arrived at his destination. Beep. Someone is approaching. He observed a youth, no older than 13 or 14, gazing up at the sky. No one around. Could the visor be malfunctioning? That was close. Kara's thought as he swiftly concealed himself behind a cluster of weeds, suppressing his energy to zero. Let me see who you truly are. Eagerly, Kara's peeked out. And upon noticing the boy's peculiar crab-like hairstyle and his dark complexion, a smile graced his face. So it is him. The individual was indeed a Saiyan named Darius, merely a lower-class warrior, resembling Sun Wukong, known as Kakarot, but with slightly darker skin. This fellow appeared to possess minimal energy. Kara stroked his chin, a grin appearing. All right, let me use the visor to assess your true strength. With that, Kara's pressed a button on the visor, which sprang to life. Observing the numbers displayed, Kara's lowered his head, a hand covering his face, and sighed, shaking his head in dismay. Alas. Is it truly the case that lower-class Saiyans are this feeble? The visor revealed Darius's combat power to be a mere 1,000. Sighing once more, Kara's reflected. I am only about 3 years your senior, and I have already attained the status of a Super Saiyan. How can your combat power be just 1,000? Is there really such a vast disparity between lower-class warriors and us? Instantly, Kara's felt a sense of despondency regarding his future. Yet upon further contemplation, he recalled that Sun Wukong was also a lower-class warrior. Why had he managed to ascend to Super Saiyan 4? If Wukong could achieve such heights, then perhaps Darius could as well. If he could indeed succeed, that would grant Kara's a valuable ally. Indeed, just like that. Thus, Kara slightly raised his energy to a level just beneath Darius's. This way, he could gauge Darius's abilities, and furthermore, if he suddenly maximized his energy, he could flaunt his prowess. Beep. As Kara's elevated his energy, the visor emitted an alert. Behind you, Darius shouted, abruptly turning around. Darius, do you still recognize me? Chapter 31. Teasing Dales. Before him stood a figure adorned with a lightweight yet resilient white armor, beneath which lay a form-fitting black suit that accentuated a robust physique. The individual's hands and feet were clad in white gloves and boots, exuding an air of dominance. Long locks cascaded down from a towering hairstyle, with a few slender strands framing the face, adding an icy allure to the appearance. You are, Dales exclaimed, initially taken aback, before bellowing, you are Prince Karas. Karas approached Dales with a smirk. I am surprised you still remember me. Dales bowed slightly, acknowledging. You are the prince of our Saiyan kin. How could I forget? Karas smiled faintly. Well then, let us not dwell on the past. Dales, may I inquire about your purpose here? Upon hearing this question, Dales immediately adopted a wary demeanor, pressing a red button on his visor. Beep, beep, beep. What? A power level of only 800? Dales was momentarily dazed, questioning internally whether this individual was truly so weak. Dales, Karas called out, raising his voice as Dales remained silent. Noticing Dales's lack of response, Karas's lips curled into a sly grin. I have come to acquire a seed from the spirit tree. As Dales stated his objective, Karas's expression turned knowing, glancing at the bag of seeds in Dales's possession. Those seeds are from the spirit tree, correct? Dales's face registered surprise. So you too seek the seeds of the spirit tree? No. I am not here for the spirit tree's seeds. Do not misunderstand. Karas hastily clarified. Dales, still puzzled, soon bore a sinister smile. Since you are aware of the spirit tree, I presume you also comprehend its significance. With your meager power level, which is even weaker than mine, who would believe you are not after the spirit tree's seeds? With that, Dales roared and lunged at Kara's with a punch. Yet, Kara sidestepped gracefully, a smile gracing his face. How dare you play tricks, Dales? Kara's cursed, his irritation evident. Dales, however, wore a smug expression. As fellow Saiyans, I shall offer you two choices. First, I can eliminate you. Second, abandon your princely status and become my subordinate. Choose wisely. Sighing in resignation, Kara's replied. I was born with a power level of 800. How could I possibly be weaker than you now? Truly Navi. Considering our shared heritage, I shall extend two options to you as well, Kara's retorted with a grin. First, immediately relinquish your foolish notions and follow me. I will undoubtedly elevate your power to unforeseen heights. Second, well, I have yet to decide on the second. At that moment, a vein throbbed on Dales's forehead as rage consumed him. You insolent fool! How dare you call my thoughts foolish? You, who possess a mere 800 power level, boast of elevating my strength to unimaginable realms? What absurdity! Oh, only 800? Kara's replied with an enigmatic confidence. Let us see. Dales, skeptical yet intrigued, activated his visor once more. Beep, beep, beep. The screen displayed Kara's power level as a steadfast 800. How disappointing. There is no change. Dales grumbled impatiently. Is that so? Kara's maintained his confident demeanor. Suddenly, the visor's screen flickered again. What? 1,000, 2,000, 3,500, 5,000. As Kara's power level soared, Dales broke into a cold sweat. With a resounding explosion, Dales's visor shattered. How does it feel? What is your power level now? Kara's inquired with a hint of pride. Dales's complexion paled, beads of sweat trickling down his face as he stammered. 320,000. Chapter 32. One step closer to the goal, Dales joins 320,000. Alas, that truly is a disappointment. Kara's lamented with a hint of regret. You already possess a combat power of 320,000, which is quite impressive. Upon witnessing Kara's immense strength, Dales found himself devoid of his prior arrogance, his tone softening considerably. No. My mention of failure refers to the fact that your detection visor can only measure combat powers of around 300,000. This 320,000 strength is barely a fraction of my true capability, so do not be mistaken. As he spoke, Kara's brimmed with pride. Wow, what? That's barely a fraction of your true strength, Dales exclaimed, astonished and somewhat incredulous. Observing Dales's bewildered expression, Kara's chuckled and continued. Thus, I assert that I can elevate you to realms you never imagined. This is no mere jest. Listening to Kara's grandiose claims, Dales felt a stirring in his heart, prompting him to eagerly inquire, is it true? Can I truly attain such power as yours? I am but a lowly warrior. Kara's gazed into Dales's eyes, a glimmer of assurance appearing within. He earnestly stated, in my eyes, there is no distinction between high-ranking and low-ranking warriors. What matters is one's willingness to strive. If you possess sufficient determination to persevere, then achieving a combat power of 320,000 or even becoming a Super Saiyan is not an insurmountable task. As he spoke, Kara's unleashed a mighty roar, and in an instant, his hair transformed into a radiant golden hue, engulfing him in a brilliant golden aura. Do you see? This is the legendary Super Saiyan. Witnessing Dales's astonishment, Kara's revealed a satisfied smile. Returning to his normal form, Kara's added, with diligent training, this transformation shall be within your grasp. Dales, utterly flabbergasted, reflected on his life as a Saiyan defined as the lowest tier, where achieving a combat power of merely hundreds of thousands seemed a distant dream. Yet, this individual before him claimed he could elevate him to the legendary status of a Super Saiyan. Faced with such temptation, Dales was thoroughly captivated. If you can help me reach that level, I shall comply with your every command. I, Dales, am at your service, Prince Karas. Should I betray this vow? May I meet a most gruesome end. With those words, Dales knelt, his right fist pressed to his heart, submitting entirely to Karas. Seeing Dales's devotion, Karas felt a surge of emotion and helped him to his feet, patting his shoulder. Good brother, from now on, we shall share both fortune and adversity. If I, Karas, ever act against your interests, may I perish without a trace. Dales was deeply moved by the sight of the noble Saiyan prince treating him as an equal and swearing such an oath. While it may seem inconceivable for a Saiyan to feel such emotion, the bond between Dales and Karas was undeniable. Prince Karas, when shall we commence? Dales inquired, eager to ascend to that esteemed level. Observing Dales's impatience, Karis smiled gently. No need to rush. We have all the time in the universe. Let us return to my spaceship. Upon hearing this, Dales acquiesced, nodding in agreement. However, he soon asked, but what about my spaceship? Karis paused, realization dawning upon him. It would indeed be a shame to leave it behind. After a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed, I have an idea. We can store your spaceship within mine, after all. My vessel is quite spacious. Where is your spaceship located? Karis glanced around, but found no sign of a spaceship. Follow me, Dales instructed, leading Karis to the site of his landing. There, amidst a large crater, lay a spherical spaceship with a diameter of 3 meters, deeply embedded in the earth. Look at this, Dales said, gesturing proudly. Karis flew down into the crater, extending his hand to firmly grasp the vessel. With a powerful heave, he lifted the spaceship from the earth, raising it triumphantly above his head. Come, Dales, follow me. Chapter 33. A new beginning. In pursuit of elevating his own power to a greater echelon, Dales chose to remain by Karis's side. The view of the red rice star was one of tranquility. The entire planet was enveloped in a crimson hue, though not entirely so. For scattered flecks of green dotted the landscape like sparse stars adorning this red orb. Beep, beep. The sound of crisp sirens echoed, signaling the approach of someone. Little Karis, donning a detection visor, gazed towards the eastern sky. Big Karis lifted his head to also observe the eastern expanse, where two figures could be discerned. One emanated the aura of the master, while the other bore a resemblance, yet was distinct. Gradually, the silhouettes emerged from the eastern sky, initially appearing as mere pinpricks due to the distance and altitude, but they soon grew larger. Hey, Big Karis, Little Karis, Karis called out with exuberance. Upon seeing Karis return safely, Little Karis beamed with joy and addressed the descending figure. Master, you've returned. Karis gently set down the spherical spaceship he had been holding high above his head. Big Karis, Little Karis, let me introduce you to our new companion, Dales. As he spoke, Karis gestured towards Dales, who stepped forward, bowing deeply. Greetings. I am Dales. Hello. I am Big Karis, replied Big Karis, nodding courteously. Please take care of me. Dales responded politely. I am Little Karis. It's a pleasure to meet you, Dales. Little Karis exclaimed joyfully. Dales' lips curled into a peculiar smile, startling Little Karis momentarily. Please take care of me. Little Karis echoed, as Dales' enigmatic grin morphed into a mischievous smirk. Little Karis nodded nervously in response. Noticing Little Karis' trepidation, Karis shook his head and approached, placing a reassuring hand on Dales' shoulder. Little Karis. There's no need to be afraid. Dales is one of us now. Indeed. Little Karis nodded affirmatively. Is this your spaceship? Dales inquired, gazing at the enormous spherical vessel before him. What do you think? Isn't it impressive? Dales glanced at Karis before boldly stepping inside the spaceship. Karis and the two Carls followed suit. Inside the spaceship, Dales asked, is this the dining area? Indeed. The upper level is the bedroom. Would you like to take a look? Karis replied. Dales smiled at Karis, sure. Ascending to the second level, Dales surveyed the so-called bedroom, which was sparsely furnished with just a bed and bedding. What about the upper level? Dales noticed the staircase, indicating there was yet another floor. Karis smiled mysteriously. Why not take a look? I assure you will fall in love with it. Intrigued yet skeptical, Dales responded, whether I will love it remains to be seen. As Dales stepped onto the third level, he found it equally empty, save for a central cylindrical object. I truly fail to see what is so lovable about this. Karis patted Dales on the shoulder. Is that so? He approached the cylindrical object and pressed a series of buttons. A low hum filled the air, and Dales felt an invisible pressure weighing down on him, making it difficult to breathe. Why does my body feel so heavy? Dales half-squatted, struggling to stand. Observing Dales' distress, Karis pressed a green button. With a whoosh, the pressure that had been constricting Dales eased significantly. How do you feel? Are you all right? Karis inquired with concern. Watching Dales catch his breath, gasping, Dales shook his head. I'm fine, but what is this pressure? This is called an artificial gravity device. I use it for training. It's quite effective, don't you think? Karis smiled at Dales. Straightening up, Dales approached the cylindrical device, touching it gently. An artificial gravity device? Huh. I think I might just love you. I'm glad you like it. Karis beamed. Little Karis, initiate the spaceship. We are ready to embark. Yes, master. But what about the other spaceship outside? I've already considered that. Little Karis, please open the hatch. Of course, master. Little Karis responded, opening the hatch at the top of the training room. Slowly, a beam of sunlight poured into the space as the hatch creaked open. Can you place your spaceship inside this training room? Do you think that will work? Prince Karis, if you say it can be done, then it shall be done. Dales declared, soaring into the air and, moments later, returned with his single-occupant spherical spaceship, placing it inside the training room. Seeing Dale successfully maneuver the spaceship into the training room, Karis called out to little Karis below, "Close the hatch. We are ready to set off." Chapter 34. Setting out towards the goal of Super Saiyan in the endless and tranquil universe, a colossal spherical spaceship sped through the void. Yet, amid this vast expanse, its velocity appeared almost leisurely. "Master, shall we proceed as planned?" inquired Shao Kahn. Cullis turned his head and nodded affirmatively. "Yes. Nothing has changed." "Understood, Master," replied Shao Kahn as he turned to depart. "Darius, let us begin. Onward to the goal of becoming Super Saiyan." "Much obliged, Prince Cullis." Darius acknowledged with a nod. The two exchanged knowing glances and shared a smile. "Let us start with 10 times the gravity. Once you acclimate, we will gradually increase the intensity." "How does that sound?" Darius nodded once more in agreement. "Prepare yourself," Cullis declared as he approached the cylindrical artificial gravity device. He pressed a red button and then entered the digits 1 and 0. Instantaneously, Darius felt an immense weight pressing down on him, the once invisible burden now palpable and exhausting. In contrast, Cullis had long since adapted to this tenfold gravity, appearing completely at ease. Observing Darius's struggle, Cullis remarked, "Though this may be arduous, it is far more engaging than consuming the hollow fruit of the spirit tree." Darius shot Cullis a peculiar glance before laboriously moving his cumbersome body back and forth. Before long, 3 days had elapsed. "Come, attack me, Darius," Cullis taunted, beckoning with a flick of his finger. To Darius, Cullis's provocative demeanor was an invitation for a confrontation. "You scoundrel," Darius roared, his fist slicing through the air with furious intent aimed at Cullis. Cullis paid little heed to Darius's onslaught. With a swift sidestep, he evaded the incoming punch, retreating a few paces while exclaiming, "That was close. Almost caught me. However, you still have a long way to go," Cullis said coolly. In an instant, Cullis accelerated, and before Darius could react, Cullis's left hand halted a mere 3 centimeters from Darius's face. Faced with the imminent threat, Darius broke into a cold sweat. "You lose," Cullis declared, lowering his hand. "Remarkably, you have acclimated to 10 times the gravity in just 3 days. Shall we escalate to 30 times? Darius, sporting a hint of a smile, examined his palm, flexing his fist as a surge of confidence washed over him. "No, I want 50 times." He nearly shouted this last proclamation, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. Cullis smiled, his lips curling upward. "Impressive. Truly a Saiyan, embodying that indomitable spirit. 50 times it is." He prepared to adjust the gravity. But just then, "Master, dinner is ready. Shall I bring it to you?" Shao Kahn's voice chimed unexpectedly through the training room's communicator. Upon hearing Shao Kahn's announcement, Cullis retracted his finger from the control panel and turned to Darius, suggesting, "They say a man is like iron and a meal is like steel. One cannot function well on an empty stomach. Shall we dine first?" Darius rubbed his stomach. Oddly, he hadn't felt hungry until the mention of food made his appetite surge. "Very well. Let us eat. We shall continue our training afterward." Darius agreed. Cullis clapped Darius on the shoulder, beaming with delight. "I was waiting for you to say that. Let us go eat." With that, Cullis led Darius to the first level. Upon arriving at the dining hall, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Shao Kahn had already laid the table with an array of dishes. Without hesitation, Darius dashed to the table and began to devour his meal with great enthusiasm. Seeing Darius engrossed in his feast, Cullis joined him, and soon the table was cleared, every morsel consumed. "Ah, how satisfying," Cullis exclaimed, patting his full belly contentedly. "Indeed, that was delightful," Darius echoed with a satisfied sigh. Cullis chuckled at Darius's enjoyment. Just then, he spotted Dakar standing by the spaceship's viewport. "Dakar, still upset?" Cullis casually inquired. Dakar glanced at Cullis, huffed, and turned away. Cullis sighed, feeling somewhat defeated. All right, I apologize. Is that not enough? Next time, I shall let you fight until the very end, all right?" At Cullis's words, Dakar turned back to him, contemplating for a moment. "This is what you promised. Goodness, I am truly astounded by you. This robot changes moods faster than I can keep up," Cullis remarked, shaking his head. With a resigned sigh, he quickly added, I said it. Hearing Cullis's words, Dakar finally smiled, chuckling softly. "What battle?" Darius questioned, somewhat perplexed. Ah, it's nothing. I will explain it to you later. Now, let us return to our training. Cullis announced as he pulled Darius back to the training room on the 3rd level. Chapter 35, Does Karas Have Secrets? The training room of Karas' spaceship. 50 times the force of gravity. Activate. As Karas pressed the buttons 5 and 0, an overwhelming pressure, even more intense than 3 days prior, bent Dales' body. Ah! Dales roared, struggling to stand upright. Should I ease up a bit? Karas inquired. Dales, panting, glared at Karas. Nonsense. With that, Dales laboriously moved forward, observing the stubborn Dales. Karas couldn't help but smile with admiration. Day after day, year after year, time passed, and now Karas was 20, while Dales had reached 18. Bang, 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 bang. On a gray planet in the southern galaxy, known as Aogumi, the sound of fists colliding echoed thunderously. Dales, have you made swift progress? Indeed. Dales smiled. I owe it all to you, Karas. Karas responded with a knowing grin, suddenly accelerating. In a swift motion, he launched a powerful punch. Come on, watch me block this. Huh, Dales shouted, charging forward. Karas' punch connected with Dales' fists, which were firmly positioned to receive the blow. The impact was tremendous, shattering everything within a 10-meter radius. Although Dales managed to catch Karas' punch, the force still sent him sliding several meters back. Once he steadied himself, he noticed two long, deep grooves left in the ground, marks from his slide. A peculiar smile crept across Dales' face as he suddenly accelerated again, launching a punch at Karas. Bang! Karas was propelled backward, sliding several meters upon landing. Just then, Dales reappeared, delivering another punch at the grounded Karas. Boom! Dales exclaimed in shock as his fist passed through Karas' body. After penetrating, Karas' form began to distort and ultimately vanished. Yet before Dales could express his astonishment, a chill ran down his spine. He attempted to leap forward, but it was too late. Karas soared into the air, delivering a powerful kick to Dales' face. The force sent Dales crashing into a tree, which he fell beneath as he attempted to rise. You lost again, Karas declared triumphantly, a hand hovering above Dales' head. Stunned, Dales covered his head, exclaiming, How can I keep losing? Karas lowered his hand and pulled Dales up with a smile. Don't be discouraged, you are already quite strong. Remember, I have trained for many years. Dales chuckled, retorting, Just wait. One day, I will surpass you. Huh, rest assured, I won't grant you such an opportunity. Karas replied without hesitation. Then you better be ready. Just wait and see. Dales shot back defiantly. Thus, the two locked eyes, each displaying a confident smile. Master! Dales. Dinner is ready. Little Karas shouted from a distant cliff. Time to eat. With that, Karas swiftly turned and leaped towards little Karas. Hey, you didn't even wait for me. Dales complained, following suit. After a hearty meal, Karas remarked, Oh, I need to step out for a moment. He quickly gestured with his fingers to his forehead, and with a whoosh, he vanished. Once Karas was gone, Dales turned to Big Karas. Do you know where Karas goes every night? Big Karas paused, shrugged, and replied, I have no idea. Little Karas, do you know? Dales continued his inquiry. Little Karas, while tidying the dishes, responded, I only know that the master returns very late every night. As for where he goes, I don't know. Dale stroked his chin thoughtfully. It's strange. Karas has been leaving right after dinner for a year now, only to return late. What could he be doing? Big Karas exchanged glances with Little Karas and suggested, Why not ask him when he returns? Dales contemplated and said seriously to Little Karas, Yes, that sounds good. When he returns, I will ask him. Chapter 36, Broly Whoosh. Karas materialized once more in a verdant forest. Karas, you've arrived. A young man, bare-chested with a red cloth around his waist, white trousers, and golden, metal-like boots adorned with emeralds, greeted him. Golden bracers, also inlaid with emeralds, encircled his wrists, and a golden belt with a central gem cinched his waist. The youth possessed raven hair that brushed his shoulders, with two prominent locks framing his forehead. He approached Karas with anticipation. As the young man drew near, Karas greeted him with a slight tremor in his voice. Broly, I trust one haven't kept you waiting? Indeed, this was the legendary Super Saiyan, Broly. Broly's physique was lean, his eyes seemingly vacant, lending him an air of vulnerability. Yet, his power was extraordinarily immense. At merely 15 years of age, he possessed the strength to rival Karas. Not at all. I only just arrived myself, Broly responded in a soft, gentle tone. Despite Broly's amiable and soft-spoken demeanor, his ferocity in battle was unparalleled. While Karas possessed a certain ruthlessness during combat, It paled in comparison to Broly's unbridled savagery. The term battle maniac seemed inadequate to describe him. Then, shall we commence? Karas inquired, a cryptic smile playing upon his lips. Yes, let us begin, Broly affirmed, his gaze still unfocused. Yet, in an instant, the vacuousness vanished from his eyes, replaced by an intense, chilling glint. An aura of verdant energy emanated from Broly's form. Huh! With a furious roar, his sleek, ebony hair stood on end, transforming into a vibrant, verdant hue. Huh! Karas countered with a bellow, instantly cloaking himself in a golden aura, his hair likewise ascending and adopting a golden sheen. The battle begins. Broly uttered coolly, his figure accelerating toward Karas with astonishing speed. Karas, displaying a hint of disdain, extended his hand and unleashed a barrage of violet energy spheres that hurtled toward Broly with a piercing shriek. With casual flicks of his wrist, Broly effortlessly deflected Karas's energy projectiles. Witnessing the ease with which Broly dispersed his attack, a flash of coldness flickered in Karas's eyes. He abruptly accelerated, and with a resounding thud, Karas's fist collided with Broly's. An immediate sensation of numbness surged up Karas's arm. A series of rapid-fire impacts followed as Karas and Broly exchanged blows with their other fists. With a final, forceful impact, both warriors were propelled backwards several meters by the sheer force of the collision. As they regained their footing, their figures blurred, vanishing from sight in an instant. The air vibrated with the thunderous echoes of clashing fists. The surrounding trees splintered and crashed to the ground, while nearby boulders inexplicably crumbled into rubble. The earth became scarred with craters, and a cloud of dust billowed into the air. After an intense exchange, a sudden burst of light erupted, followed by a deafening explosion. Two figures were launched from the heart of the conflagration like arrows loosed from a bow, hurtling toward the earth. Broly crashed through the canopy, colliding with several trees before finally coming to a halt. Karas, likewise, plummeted through the dense foliage, slamming into the ground with tremendous force, creating a large crater. A wave of agony washed over him. Ignoring the pain, Karas sprang to his feet, extending his limbs in a cruciform stance. Once more, he was engulfed in a golden aura. Violet beam cannon, a beam of energy as thick as a man's torso, shot forth with incredible velocity. Heh, excellent, Broly sneered, unleashing a furious roar. Yeah. Broly's muscles swelled to several times their original size, his pupils vanished, replaced by a milky whiteness, enveloped in a verdant aura. He extended his hand. Energy amplification ball. A compact, emerald energy sphere, trailing a slender beam of energy, hurtled forward. The moment the amplification ball made contact with Karas's violet beam cannon, it rebounded, transforming into a beam of energy as formidable as Karas's own. The verdant and violet beams locked in a fierce struggle, resembling two savage beasts locked in mortal combat. The ground beneath them progressively fractured under the immense pressure. Both fighters relentlessly poured energy into their respective beams, causing them to swell in power. Inevitably, the strain became unbearable. With a cataclysmic boom, a mushroom cloud blossomed in the sky. Huff, huff, huff. Karas and Broly lay supine on the obliterated terrain, gasping for breath. Karas. Thank you. What? Karas asked, regarding Broly with surprise. Broly's eyes shimmered with tears as he spoke calmly. For so many years, I have lived a life of ceaseless slaughter, obliterating planet after planet. In truth, I desire not this existence. I do not wish to dwell in perpetual carnage, but to pursue my own aspirations. Yet, I am invariably consumed by the insatiable bloodlust of a pure Super Saiyan, leading me to unending slaughter. Until a year ago, when I encountered you, through our friendship, I have found a measure of solace and, perhaps, the ability to temper my Super Saiyan bloodlust. For this, I extend my deepest gratitude, Karas. Witnessing Broly's heartfelt confession, Karas was utterly astonished. In his previous life, Broly was portrayed as a brutal, merciless, and remorseless demon. He had never imagined Broly to possess such a hidden side. This affirmed the notion that not all Saiyans are inherently evil. Gazing at Broly, Karas was at a loss for words. He simply patted Broly on the shoulder, offering comfort. We will always be brothers. Broly nodded in response, extending his hand. Brothers. Karas clasped Broly's hand firmly. Brothers. Chapter 37. Doubts aboard Karas's spaceship. With a sudden whoosh, Karas materialized within the spacecraft, where Dales was comfortably slumbering in the adjacent chair. Stealthily, Karas tiptoed past Dales. You're back, Dales exclaimed, sitting up with an air of irritation. Karas turned around, a grin adorning his face. Well, I wasn't asleep yet. Dales rose and approached Karas, inquiring, Where have you been? What do you mean? Where? I just went for a stroll, Kara's replied dismissively. Dale circled around Karas, scrutinizing him closely. Is that so? Then how did your clothes get torn? And what about that injury on your face? What is that powerful aura surrounding you? Karas, scratching his head in bewilderment, found himself at a loss for words. Come on. Don't treat us like fools. Dale's tone carried a hint of impatience. Karas gazed at Dale's, confused. Us? Master. At that moment, both Big Car and Little Car appeared behind Karas, seemingly having materialized from thin air. All right, I'll tell you. Karas realized that Dales and the others must have long been aware of his connection with Broly. They simply had not inquired about the source of that formidable energy. So he had chosen to remain silent. Given that the conversation had begun, it seemed inappropriate to continue concealing the truth. It's Broly. Broly? Dales looked at Karas in astonishment and continued. Is that the Broly with a battle power of 10,000 from birth? You know him? Karas replied, his expression a mix of surprise and confusion. Dales nodded. Yes. Although King Vegeta suppressed the information, I had heard it from others. Yet, I never believed it to be true. Karas smiled at Dales and added, since you know about Broly, you must also be aware that he was born on the same day as Kakarot, correct? How does that relate to your silence? Karas scoffed slightly, looking at Dales. It relates greatly. Not only was Broly born on the same day as Kakarot, but he also slept in the adjacent crib. Broly's immense aura frightened the infant Kakarot, causing him to wail uncontrollably. This crying, however, triggered something in Broly's brain, instilling a deep-seated hatred for Kakarot from birth. And you bear a striking resemblance to him. So, you fear that Broly might mistake me for Kakarot and attempt to kill me? Dales interjected, cutting off Karas' explanation. Karas regarded Dales in silence, tacitly acknowledging his assumption. Dales stepped forward, pushing past Karas in frustration. Karas, if that's the case, why have you been keeping secrets from me? Why not travel across the cosmos to confront Broly? What secrets are you harboring that cannot be revealed? Faced with Dales' inquiries, Karas felt an internal conflict. At that moment, the weight of responsibility for the fate of two worlds bore down on him with overwhelming intensity, suffocating him. Since learning of his mission, Karas had never felt so fatigued. He longed to abandon everything and simply sleep peacefully. Yet, the desire to return home and the future of both worlds kept him restless. Dales, I apologize for keeping secrets from you. That was my mistake. However, I cannot disclose why I must seek out Broly at this moment. Cannot disclose? Why not? Dales asked, perplexed. Please, do not press me. Even if you inquire, I will remain silent. When the time is right, I will share the truth willingly. I am weary now. I shall retire to rest. With that, Karas ascended to the second level of the spaceship, leaving Dales and the two cars behind, their faces etched with confusion and a hint of anger. Chapter 38. The Instrument of Ambition in the Training Room of Karas' Spaceship. Karas lay on his bed with his eyes closed, caught in a state between sleep and wakefulness. Meanwhile, Dales, resting on another bed, was blissfully unaware, his rhythmic snoring attesting to his deep slumber. Suddenly, Karas' eyes flew open, and he sprang up, racing down the stairs with such fervor that he startled the sleeping Dales awake. Upon witnessing Karas' frantic demeanor, Dales sensed that something was amiss and hurried after him. Upon descending, they found the hatch of the spaceship ajar, with Big Car and Little Car stationed on the staircase. Karas floated just outside the hatch, his brow furrowed as he gazed up at a dark red planet looming above. At that moment, Dales felt an overwhelming and oppressive energy surge toward him like a ferocious tide, igniting a sense of anxiety and helplessness within him. What could this formidable presence be? It was Broly. Broly had gone berserk. Karas was filled with a mix of concern, confusion, and tremors. He had never encountered such a potent aura from Broly before, leading him to believe that something significant must have transpired. Otherwise, Broly would not unleash such raw energy. I must investigate. Something has happened to Broly. With that thought, Karas pressed two fingers to his forehead. Wait, Karas. Dales called out urgently. But just then, a thunderous explosion erupted, illuminating the dark night as the planet burst into flames, transforming the surroundings into a blinding daylight. Indeed, something had occurred with Broly that warranted such a catastrophic event. Following his fierce battle with Karas, Broly had returned to the abode he shared with his father, feeling utterly drained. He lay down, gradually succumbing to slumber, uncertain of how long he had slept. Broly vaguely sensed someone approaching. As he opened his bleary eyes, he beheld a middle-aged man standing before him. Father, what is it? Broly inquired calmly. However, His tranquility was shattered upon noticing the metallic headpiece in the man's grasp, sending a wave of fear and panic coursing through him. "Ah!" Broly screamed. In an instant, the man lunged at him. After a brief struggle, Broly managed to push the man to the ground, but the headpiece had already been placed upon his brow. As Broly sat up, his pupils vanished, replaced by a blinding white glow. His visage contorted into a menacing grimace, muscles swelling to several times their size, engulfed in flames of a vivid green hue. Grasping the man's head, Broly felt the man extend his hand toward him. The green gem embedded in the metallic headpiece emanated a radiant green light, resonating with the gem atop Broly's headpiece and releasing its own luminescence. Gradually, Broly's energy subsided, and he regained his composure. The middle-aged man, visibly relieved, exhaled deeply. His short hair stood erect, with a lock cascading down to his brow, while a long scar traversed his closed right eye. Draped in a white cloak, he exuded an aura of authority. He was Broly's father, Bardock. Seeing Broly restored to his senses, Bardock spoke. "Broly, understand that this was necessary. Your immense power would only bring destruction. This headpiece is designed to control you during your rages. It is for your own good. Now, rest well, and tomorrow will bring better tidings." With that, Bardock departed. Though Bardock's words conveyed a sense of benevolence, Broly recognized them as mere pretenses for his father's ambitions. He was nothing more than a tool for Bardock's aspirations. Once Bardock left, the ferocity within Broly reignited, awakening the bloodlust of the Super Saiyan. With a furious roar, he unleashed a blast of energy, annihilating everything within his reach. In a final, cataclysmic explosion, the planet was reduced to ashes. As Karas watched the remnants of Broly's planet dissolve into cosmic dust, the aura that once surrounded Broly vanished with the explosion. Attempting to teleport, he found himself powerless. The energy it has dissipated. Could Broly truly be dead? Dales expressed shock, yet doubt lingered in his heart. No. Broly is not so easily defeated, Karas asserted confidently, his gaze resolute. Turning to Little Car, he commanded, "Prepare the spaceship. We must embark once more." With that, Karas gradually ascended into the spaceship. Chapter 39, Journey to Namek in pursuit of the missing Broly, Karas, Dales, Little Car, and Big Car embark once more on their fateful quest. Days turn into weeks, and before long, it has been 6 long years since Karas and the others began their search for Broly across the cosmos, yet they have found nothing. On a verdant meadow of a golden planet, Dales inquired, "Karas, shall we continue our search?" Karas nodded in affirmation. Observing Karas's response, Dales felt a tinge of helplessness and pondered before asking, "Karas, although you have previously instructed me not to question your motives for seeking out the remaining Saiyans, I understand." Karas interjected, "All I can reveal is that it pertains to the future of this universe. I cannot divulge more at this moment." "What? The future of the universe?" Dales exclaimed, astonished. It was the first time he had heard Karas state that his quest for the remaining Saiyans was tied to the universe's future, leaving Dales in shock. "I can only guide you on what to do next, so I ask for your understanding, Dales." With a resolute gaze, Karas conveyed a sense of finality, and Dales realized further questioning would be futile. Noticing the disappointment in Dales' eyes, Karas glanced at Big Car and Little Car before fixing his gaze back on Dales. "Dales, you surpassed the Super Saiyan threshold a year ago. Do you wish to showcase your prowess?" "What?" Dales perked up at Karas' words. "Is that true?" Karas simply smiled and, without further comment, entered the spaceship. "Ugh. Karas, please clarify. How do I showcase my prowess?" Dales pressed on, trailing behind Karas. Big Car and Little Car exchanged bewildered looks, then followed suit as the spaceship's door slowly closed. "Master, where are we headed?" Little Car inquired. Karas smiled calmly. "To Namek." "Understood." Little Car replied, activating the spaceship. "Namek? I've heard the inhabitants there are formidable. I'm truly looking forward to it," Dales remarked. Karas replied, "We are not going to duel the Namekians." "What? Then what are we going there for?" Dales questioned, taken aback. "Humph." Karas snorted coldly. "It is time to settle the score with the Demon Dragon clan from 26 years ago. 26 years ago? Are you referring to Frieza?" Dales' eyes flared with anger as he looked at Karas. Karas turned to Dales, revealing a sly smile. The two exchanged knowing glances, their minds in sync with each other's intentions. After a month and a half of travel, Karas and his companions finally arrived at Namek. "Finally here," Karas stated, his expression impassive. Before them lay a green planet, radiant like an emerald. "Dales, from this moment forth, lower your energy to 0. Do not reveal our presence prematurely," Karas instructed, surveying Namek. "Understood," Dales replied, promptly suppressing his energy to zero. "Little car, we are landing," Dales called out eagerly. "Dales, though you are not my master, I have come to regard you as my brother. I will heed your command this time. We shall descend," Little Car declared. Dales grinned appreciatively, giving a thumbs up. "Little Car, well done." Soon, the four of them landed beside a tranquil lake on Namek. Upon disembarking from the spaceship, Kara's immediately sensed a formidable energy emanating from the southeastern direction of the planet. "This energy is incredibly strong. Dales, do you feel it?" Kara's asked. Dales bypassed the question, replying instead, "What should we do now? Shall we kill Frieza?" "Follow me," Kara's replied coolly, then turned to Little Car. "Little Car, set the spaceship to invisibility mode." "Certainly, Master." Little Car pressed a series of buttons on his arm, and the spaceship vanished from sight. Kara's then addressed Big Car. "Big Car, our adversary this time is unlike any we have faced before. Your task is to protect Little Car. Understood?" Big Car nodded in agreement. "I understand, Master." "Now, let us set forth." Chapter 40. Gohan arrives. In order to avoid revealing their presence prematurely, Kara's and his companions opted to suppress their energy to zero. Consequently, Kara's and Dale's had to traverse on foot. After less than an hour of walking, a thunderous sound roared overhead. Dales looked up to see a white spacecraft descending nearby. The vessel had a cylindrical body lying horizontally, supported by 4 legs, and its bow sported 2 short protrusions resembling ears. Observing this spacecraft, Kara's exhibited an expression of exhilaration. "Let us proceed. We must join them." "Join them? Who are they?" "We have no idea." "You cannot be so rash, Kara's." Dales expressed his concern. Kara's flashed a reassuring smile at Dales. "Do not worry, Dales. Regardless of their identity, I am certain they are benevolent." With that, Kara's ventured towards the landing site of the spacecraft. "Uncle Krillin, is this planet Namek?" "It resembles the place where Uncle Piccolo brought me for training," exclaimed a child clad in a purple GI, adorned with a white scarf around his neck. "Perhaps training in a locale reminiscent of home will grant us tranquility," remarked a short, bald boy. "Alas, we do not even know if the air here is suitable for our survival, and you recklessly step out of the spacecraft. Do you not realize how perilous this is?" A girl's voice chimed in. Indeed, the 3 speakers were Gohan, Krillin, and Bulma. Gohan and Krillin turned to Bulma, smiling. "It is fine, Bulma. Look, we are all right." "Precisely. Do not make a fuss," Krillin said, hands resting on his hips. "Wait, someone is approaching," Gohan exclaimed suddenly. "Could it be the Namekians?" Krillin pondered, observing the ever-approaching energy signatures. Gradually, 2 distinct energies drew near, and finally, 2 figures emerged in Gohan's line of sight. One was an individual with light blue skin and an octopus-like head, advancing towards them. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Krillin exhaled in relief. "Phew, I thought they were Saiyans. Yet they are adorned in Saiyan attire. They must be allies of the Saiyans," Gohan shouted. "Indeed, they do not appear to be locals," remarked the blue-skinned individual. "Let us ascertain their battle power." "Eliminate them," another octopus-headed figure suggested. Upon hearing the threat against them, Bulma instinctively hid behind Krillin. "Allow me to gauge their battle power," declared the 2 figures as they simultaneously activated their energy detectors. "They are pitifully weak," the blue-skinned individual scoffed, extending his hand to aim an energy blaster at Gohan, smugly stating, "Bear with it. It will be over swiftly." Anticipating an unavoidable conflict, Krillin turned to Gohan. "Gohan, they are mere amateurs. We can easily defeat them with a slight increase in our energy." Gohan nodded in agreement. "All right, Uncle Krillin." In unison, Gohan and Krillin elevated their energy levels. At that moment, the blue-skinned assailant suddenly unleashed an energy blast towards Gohan. With a swift movement, Gohan evaded the oncoming energy wave and, alongside Krillin, closed the distance to confront the 2 attackers. With a single kick, both assailants were sent crashing into the rocky terrain, rendered unconscious. Beep, beep, beep. An alert sounded from the eyepiece of a handsome man with blue skin and green hair. "What is it, Shambo?" inquired a diminutive individual with horns, seated in a miniature spacecraft, sporting a pink tail. "Nothing of consequence, Lord Frieza. I merely detected 2 energy signatures exceeding 1,000. But they vanished in an instant. It is likely a malfunction with the eyepiece. There is no need for alarm. Combined, those 2 energies are no match for you." "Are they?" Frieza remarked, revealing a malevolent grin. This individual was Frieza, accompanied by his subordinates, Shambo and Dodoria, along with a cadre of henchmen. Chapter 41. Friend or foe? A resounding applause erupted. "How impressive. Truly, one worthy of Saiyan lineage." Who are you? Gohan inquired. Be cautious, Gohan. They are Saiyans, Krillin shouted, rushing in front of Gohan upon noticing the battle attire worn by Karas. Observing Krillin's vigilant expression, Karas appeared bewildered. Darius, however, seized the moment to mock. Look. What a blunder. You haven't even introduced yourself, yet they already perceive you as an enemy. Gohan stared at Darius in astonishment, exclaiming, Dad. Dad? Hey. Who's your dad? Don't shout such nonsense. I have a partner. Darius bellowed back at Gohan. This startled Gohan significantly, as he initially believed Darius to be his father, only to realize his mistake. Sitting on the ground, Gohan stammered. You are not my dad. Of course not. I'm not Kakarot. Darius retorted, exasperated. Seeing Darius's demeanor, Kara sighed in exasperation. Darius, he is just a child. Could you not be so harsh? Darius merely glanced at Karas with a cold snort and disregarded him. You must be Gohan, correct? Karas asked, helping Gohan to his feet. Uncle, do you know me? Gohan questioned. Karas paused for a moment, blinking at Gohan, and calmly replied, Well, little one, do I appear so elderly? Why not call me brother instead? The last remark was delivered through gritted teeth, barely concealing his irritation. Gohan, slightly terrified by Karas's expression, gazed at him apprehensively. At that moment, whoosh! 3 spherical spaceships zipped overhead. This energy belongs to Saiyans, Darius shouted, observing the vessel soaring by. Karas, watching the direction in which the ships descended, felt a glimmer of tears in his eyes as he silently thought, Vegeta, at last, we meet again. For Karas, Vegeta represented his soul kin in this world, making the sensation of familial presence quite emotional. In stark contrast, Gohan, Krillin, and Bulma sat on the ground, their expressions filled with dread. Is that Vegeta? Krillin stammered anxiously. And Nappa, along with Raditz. What? Karas looked at Gohan, puzzled. Nappa and Raditz. Weren't they supposed to have perished on Earth? Gohan, now confused, asked, No, I mean, brother, who exactly are you? How do you know Raditz came to Earth? Karas smiled slightly, saying, Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that I am not a villain. Gohan, could you share what transpired with Raditz on Earth? Gohan, puzzled, glanced at Karas and Darius. Although clad in Saiyan garb, they bore no Saiyan tails. They appeared formidable, yet emitted no detectable energy. This left Gohan anxious about their true intentions. Were they friend or foe? Brother, you may tell me, but, Gohan said, watching Karas and his companions with caution, are you truly friend or foe? Why do you know so much about us? Karas understood that to gain Gohan's trust, he must demonstrate sincerity. After contemplation, he said, Very well. I will tell you. But please refrain from shouting, all right? At that moment, Krillin pulled Gohan close and whispered, Gohan, these individuals are undoubtedly here for the Dragon Balls, so do not be deceived. I understand, Uncle Krillin. Although they have concealed their energy, it is still evident that they are formidable. If they truly intended to harm us, they wouldn't need to engage in conversation. Let us hear what they have to say. All right. Just be careful, Gohan. Krillin nodded, advising him. Now, please proceed, Karas said, smiling and nodding at Gohan. Indeed, as Krillin mentioned, we are Saiyans. I knew it. They are Vegeta's companions. Krillin exclaimed, immediately adopting a defensive stance. Do not misunderstand. Karas hurriedly clarified to prevent unnecessary conflict. Although we are Saiyans, we are not malevolent. Gohan, do not trust them. Saiyans are irredeemable fiends. Upon hearing Karas claim to be a Saiyan, Krillin became tense. Observing Krillin's reaction, Karas sighed in resignation. Hey. Darius interjected, little bald head. What are you saying? While it is true that we Saiyans can be brutal, since following Karas, we have neither harmed anyone nor assisted anyone. Moreover, if all Saiyans were as wicked as you claim, what about this little boy before you? And his father, Kakarot? Are they also irredeemable? Darius's words left Krillin momentarily speechless. Looking at the visibly embarrassed Krillin, Karas stepped forward and reassured him. Rest assured, we are different from other Saiyans. Chapter 42. Gohan's memories of Nadi's arrival. Gohan gazed into the sincere eyes of Karas, pondering that the events surrounding Nadi's arrival on Earth were likely trivial. If the stranger intended any harm, why would he approach so humbly? Brother, let me tell you, this happened a year ago, when my father took me to Master Roshi's humble abode for a gathering. Hello, everyone. A figure with a crab-like head, donned in a vibrant red martial arts uniform, stood upon a golden cloud. Hey, you made it. Krillin dashed over to Goku, excitement radiating from him. Hey, Krillin, how have you been? Goku greeted warmly. Goku. It's been ages. I thought you might have forgotten us after getting married. Bulma teased, her smile playful. Suddenly, a small head peeked out from behind Goku, curiously surveying the crowd. Goku. Who is this? Bulma inquired, pointing at the child behind Goku. This is my son, Gohan, Goku replied, gently nudging the shy boy forward. Hello. My name is Gohan. Gohan introduced himself timidly. Bulma crouched down to Gohan's level and affectionately ruffled his hair. Little one, how old are you? I'm 3 years old. Gohan replied in his innocent voice. Wow. Gohan, you have a tail too. Bulma exclaimed, noticing the appendage behind him. Yes, I had a tail when I was a child. I didn't expect Gohan to have one as well. Goku scratched his head, puzzled. Goku, you're here. A bald man with a bushy mustache and a long white beard, frail yet wise, emerged from a small dwelling, hunching over. It was the renowned Master Roshi, revered as the god of martial arts. As Master Roshi approached, a large sea turtle trailed behind him. Master Roshi, how are you? I'm well. Goku, it's been a long time. Come inside. Master Roshi beckoned Goku. At that moment, Krillin suddenly shouted, Wow! A powerful energy is approaching. Upon hearing Krillin's alarm, Goku immediately lifted his gaze to the sky, concern etched on his face. This energy, it feels so malevolent. Master Roshi echoed, astonished. What is happening? Is someone coming? Bulma, unable to sense the energy like the others, began scanning the surroundings anxiously. With a whoosh, a figure appeared overhead, sporting a high forehead and a peculiar visor resembling a detector. With long hair cascading down to his feet, fixated on Goku. It was Nadi. Feeling the menace radiating from the newcomer, Gohan instinctively clutched Goku's leg, exclaiming, Daddy. I'm scared. Goku comforted him. It's all right. There's nothing to fear with Daddy here. Go and stay with Aunt Bulma for now. However, Gohan clung tighter to Goku, unwilling to let go. Bulma quickly rushed to Goku's side and scooped Gohan away. Nadi descended slowly, activating his visor, which emitted beeping sounds. What the? A battle power of only 500. How embarrassing. Nadi roared in fury. Who are you? I suggest you leave quickly. We're not to be trifled with. Krillin scoffed, gesturing dismissively at Nadi. Yet, Nadi showed no intention of retreating. As Krillin approached him, extending his hand, Goku shouted a warning, Krillin, be careful. But it was too late. A gray tail suddenly shot out from Nadi's waist, striking Krillin squarely in the face with tremendous force, sending him crashing into Master Roshi's house, creating a gaping hole. Krillin! Goku yelled, his body surging forward in an instant, launching a punch at Nadi. Nadi effortlessly sidestepped the attack and retaliated with a swift strike, sending Goku sprawling to the ground. Where's your tail? Nadi questioned, noticing Goku's lack of the appendage. How do you know I had a tail? I severed it long ago, Goku replied. What? Nadi's anger flared. He then kicked Goku, who lay helplessly at his feet, across the ground. Kakarot, you are despicable. Not only did you sever your own tail, but you also failed to eliminate the inhabitants of this planet. His words, though seemingly ordinary to him, left everyone present in shock. Who is Kakarot? Who are you calling that? Goku, struggling to rise, asked in confusion. And why do you have a tail too? What? You don't remember? Nadi was taken aback. Remember what? I don't understand what you're saying. Goku stood up slowly, frustration evident. Seeing Goku's complete lack of recollection, Nadi grew even more perplexed. Wait, did you hit your head as a child? This revelation left Goku speechless, incredulously responding, How do you know everything? Chapter 43. Gohan's memories of Goku's true identity. My identity is that I am your brother, Nardus declared, word by word. This revelation left everyone present utterly astonished, including Goku, who had never imagined he had a brother. Kakarot, you bear a striking resemblance to our father. It is a pity that he perished when our planet exploded. Are you truly my brother? Goku inquired, perplexed. Indeed, I am your brother, Nardus. We share the noble blood of the great warrior race, the Saiyans. Saiyans? Goku gazed at Nardus, slightly bewildered. What is that? Nardus, noticing Goku's confusion, wore a smug smile and explained, We Saiyans set our sights on planets across the cosmos. We dispatch warriors to conquer those planets, exterminating all their inhabitants, and subsequently sell the planets to others. However, for weaklings like the Earthlings, a mere child suffices to accomplish the task. And you, Kakarot, are the harbinger of death sent to invade this planet. Therefore, I command you to annihilate the human population at once. The last sentence was nearly a roar, instilling fear in all who heard it. I refuse. They are my friends and mentors. I am not a Saiyan. I am an Earthling. Goku retorted. Upon hearing this, Nardus's brow furrowed, his eyes glinting with malice as he coldly replied, "In that case, I have no choice but to eliminate you." "Wait," Bulma interjected hastily, alarmed by Nardus's intent to kill Goku. "Did you not claim to be Goku's brother? Why would you wish to slay him?" Hee. Nardus grinned wickedly at Bulma. "We Saiyans do not possess your Na'vi earthling sentiments. We can remain indifferent even when slaying our own kin." With that, a formidable energy sphere shot from Nardus's palm, hurtling towards Bulma. Terrified, she was paralyzed, unable to flee. "Bulma!" Goku shouted, suddenly accelerating to tackle Bulma to the ground just as Nardus's energy orb soared overhead. "Daddy!" Gohan cried, rushing towards Goku and Bulma. "Are you okay, Dad?" "Aunt Bulma, Daddy, is this little brat Kakarot's son?" Nardus mused, a strange smile creeping onto his face. Slowly, he approached Gohan, seizing the fabric of his clothing. "What do you intend to do with Gohan?" Goku exclaimed, anxiety gripping him as he leaped to confront Nardus, aiming a punch at his face. "Huh!" Nardus roared. Goku felt an overwhelming force push him back, astonished that Nardus could so easily neutralize his attack. "Goku, be careful. This guy is incredibly strong." Krillin managed to rise from a pile of debris, struggling to his feet. "Are you all right, Krillin?" Goku asked, glancing at his friend. "Don't worry. I'm not dead yet," Krillin reassured him, allowing Goku to breathe a sigh of relief. He then shouted at Nardus, "Release Gohan at once." "Wah! Daddy, I'm so scared." Gohan whimpered, his innocent voice pleading for his father's protection. "Gohan, you have nothing to fear with me here," Goku declared, furrowing his brow as he surged toward Nardus. "Still coming? Truly foolish." As Goku approached, Nardus effortlessly kicked him away. "Listen, Kakarot. By sunset tomorrow, you must kill 100 people and leave their bodies here to exchange for your son. Otherwise, I will slay him," Nardus shouted in a sinister tone, warning Goku. With that, he soared into the sky, taking Gohan with him. Chapter 44, Gohan's Reminiscence of the Mightiest Alliance. Gohan. Goku called out, gazing at the receding figure of Nardus. "I must rescue Gohan." With determination, Goku soared into the sky, pursuing the direction in which Nardus had vanished. He diligently tracked the energy signature of Nardus. Just as Goku was engrossed in his search, a voice reverberated, "Son Goku." Startled, Goku looked up to see a man clad in a purple martial arts uniform, a red belt cinched at his waist, and a flowing white cape that exuded elegance. "Piccolo?" Goku exclaimed in surprise. "Son Goku, are you searching for a man with long hair?" It turned out that Nardus, while seeking Goku, had first encountered Piccolo and informed him that he was indeed the Namekian. "Piccolo, have you seen him?" Goku's urgency intensified upon hearing Piccolo's words. "That guy has caused me immense trouble. I shall not allow anyone stronger than myself to exist. Thus I will personally eliminate him." The fierce determination in Piccolo's gaze made Goku realize that Nardus had indeed confronted Piccolo and defeated him. "Then let us go together," Goku proposed. Piccolo regarded him with a scoff. "If I could defeat that guy alone, we would never have to collaborate." However, a smile flickered across Piccolo's face. This time, it's an exception. Evidently, Nardus's formidable strength had posed a significant threat to Piccolo. Otherwise, he would not have considered joining forces with Goku. Goku reciprocated the smile. "Then let us embark together." "However, son Goku," Piccolo smirked, "after I slay that long-haired man, I will promptly eliminate you." Goku cast a glance at Piccolo and replied nonchalantly, "Do as you wish. I only wish to rescue Gohan." With that, he propelled himself forward. On a lush green meadow, Gohan cried, "Daddy, I want my daddy," while Nardus sat leisurely nearby, savoring the flesh of a large gray bear, utterly indifferent to Gohan's pleas. Suddenly, Nardus's scouter began to beep. Two energy signatures are approaching. One of them is Kakarot. Humph. Truly unaware of their own mortality. Nardus scoffed dismissively. The scouter emitted an alarm. "What? A power level of 1500. Behind me." Nardus swiftly turned around. At that moment, Gohan had ceased his cries, observing Nardus's panicked demeanor, which made him feel a twinge of fear. "Another disappearance. What is happening? Is it malfunctioning?" Nardus glanced around, perplexed. No one here. What a fright. Noticing the scouter's reading had dropped to 0, he dismissed it as nothing significant. "They're over there," Goku shouted, soaring towards Nardus, with Piccolo trailing behind. Gradually, they descended beside Nardus. "Daddy!" Gohan exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Goku come to his rescue, rushing toward him. "Gohan, are you all right?" Goku lifted Gohan into his arms, his concern palpable. "Daddy, I'm so scared," Gohan whimpered. "Do not fear, my child. I am here." Natus watched without moving as Gohan ran past him toward Goku. Unexpectedly, he made no attempt to intervene, allowing Gohan to reach Goku. Natus had resolved to eliminate everyone upon seeing Goku and Piccolo before him, regarding them as already dead in his mind. Kakarot, do you truly believe that enlisting a Namekian as your ally will secure your victory over me? Observing Natus's arrogant demeanor, Goku widened his eyes and turned to Piccolo. A Namekian? Piccolo, you are also an extraterrestrial? Piccolo glared menacingly at Natus, responding coldly, I only just learned that fact myself. Chapter 45. Gohan's memories of Goku's death. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring the blades of grass. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy with tension. Bang! Piccolo tore off the white cloak draped over him and hurled it to the ground, creating a large crater upon impact. Wow! Piccolo, you were wearing such a heavy outfit. Goku exclaimed, his mouth agape. Piccolo shot him a glance, snorted, and replied, this is all for you, son Goku. Upon hearing this, Goku chuckled. Heh, you're really putting in a lot of effort. As he spoke, Goku sat down abruptly, removing the heavy boots from his feet, which, when thrown, also left a dent in the ground. He also discarded his wrist guards and the weighted gi he wore, all of which were made from the same special material as Piccolo's cloak and were equally cumbersome. You've trained just as hard. Piccolo exclaimed in surprise as he noticed Goku's weighted gi was even heavier than his own. All right, Nappa, let us begin. Goku cracked his neck, producing a series of popping sounds from his wrists. Observing Goku and Piccolo, Nappa pressed the button on his scouter, which emitted a series of beeps. The scouter's reading skyrocketed, and Nappa gasped in disbelief. Kakarot's power level has reached 3,500. He quickly turned to Piccolo, whose power level also registered at 3,350. How could their power levels increase so dramatically in an instant? Gohan, this is dangerous. Find a place to hide. Goku urged. I understand, Dad. Gohan complied, taking refuge behind a large tree, watching silently. All right, Piccolo, let us go. Goku declared, taking the initiative, his body suddenly accelerating towards Nappa. Are you ordering me around, son Goku? Piccolo grumbled, but followed suit. Even a flicker of flame wishes to compete with the sun and moon. How foolish. Suddenly, Nappa vanished from sight. Goku and Piccolo immediately halted, heightening their vigilance, scanning their surroundings for any sign of him. Nappa appeared behind them, launching a sweeping kick that sliced through the air with a whoosh towards Goku and Piccolo. Fortunately, they were prepared, sensing the rush of air. They dodged Nappa's strike just in time. Not bad. Impressive. Nappa commended, as his figure split into several illusions, zipping past Goku and Piccolo, reappearing behind them. The multiple Nappas were merely afterimages created by his rapid movement. Before Goku and Piccolo could react to the real Nappa, his elbow crashed down heavily onto their backs, sending them hurtling forward with a cry. Ah! They shouted, soaring away. As Goku and Piccolo struggled to regain their footing, a pair of large hands appeared before them. Die! Nappa uttered coldly, unleashing a wave of energy from his palm. Ah! Another cry erupted as a tremendous explosion occurred, sending dust and smoke billowing into the air. Dad! Gohan shouted in worry. Just as he prepared to rush out, two fists, one green and one flesh-colored, suddenly burst through the smoke, aimed squarely at Nappa's abdomen. Oof! Nappa groaned in pain, propelled backward by the force of the blows. As the smoke began to dissipate, Goku and Piccolo stood, battered, in the crater left by Nappa's energy wave, gasping for breath. Now you understand our strength, right? Piccolo smirked with a hint of pride. Nappa was sent crashing into a large tree, collapsing heavily to the ground. At that moment, Nappa felt a rush of warmth in his throat, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Wiping the blood with his thumb, he scowled, his face contorted with rage. You will all die, he bellowed, unleashing a white flame tinged with blue that engulfed him. Nappa soared into the air, pointing his hand menacingly at Goku and Piccolo below. You dare to injure me? I will kill you. He gathered two blue energy spheres between his fingers. Die, he roared, launching the energy blast fueled by his fury towards Goku and Piccolo. Piccolo, dodge. Goku shouted in alarm, but it was too late. The energy spheres were closing in. A deafening explosion erupted, a mushroom cloud rising into the sky. Ha! How does that feel? Painful, I presume. Nappa cackled at the sight of the cloud, reveling in the havoc he wrought. Dad! Gohan cried out, his heart breaking as he dashed forward. Dad! Dad! He called out, tears streaming down his face, fearing he would lose his father forever. As the smoke gradually cleared, a weak voice reached Gohan's ears. Gohan! It was his father's voice, filled with excitement. Gohan felt as though he had grasped a lifeline. When the smoke finally lifted, he saw Goku lying in a massive crater. Gohan, are you all right? Goku breathed, barely clinging to life, while Piccolo lay motionless, evoking a sense of sorrow in those who beheld him. Oh, you're still alive? Nappa sneered, his twisted smile returning as he slowly approached Goku. I want to let you harm my father, Gohan declared, fixing a fierce gaze upon Nappa. Gohan, get away. He will kill you, Goku warned. No, I want to abandon Dad. I will protect him, Gohan insisted resolutely. Protect Kakarot? Ha ha ha, how utterly foolish. Nappa's eyes darkened with malice. Die. He thrust his hand forward, unleashing an energy wave towards Gohan. As the energy wave barreled toward him, Gohan felt an overwhelming urge to flee, but he couldn't move. Behind him lay his father. The energy wave drew closer, and just as it seemed Gohan would be struck, in a desperate moment, a figure leaped in front of him, blocking the attack. Bang! A blinding flash of light erupted, and Goku slowly crumpled to the ground before Gohan. As if in slow motion. Gohan, take care of your mother, Goku whispered, closing his eyes peacefully. Gohan's heart ached as he watched his father lie still on the ground. Dad! He cried out, his voice echoing across the land, resonating with an indescribable sorrow that seemed to linger in the air. Chapter 46. The grievous news of Gohan's remembrance. Alas, it is indeed surprising that Carrot chose to sacrifice himself for the sake of his son. What a needless act. Once I eliminate your son, I shall ensure that you join him swiftly. Ha ha ha, Nadi said with malevolent glee, hearing such slander against his father. Son Gohan turned in fury, glaring fiercely at Nadi's. I will kill you, Gohan bellowed. What? Kill me? Ha ha ha. Nadi's laughed disdainfully. Suddenly, the numbers on Nadi's visor began to flicker. 300, 500, 800, 1,000, 1,200, 2,300, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000. Nadi screamed in agony, clutching his head in disbelief. He was astonished that Gohan possessed a battle power exceeding 6,000. Son Gohan, quickly, kill him. At that moment, Piccolo, struggling to support himself with his elbow on the ground, raised his head to implore Gohan. Observing the panic and fear etched on Nadi's face, Gohan roared with rage, I will avenge my father. With a powerful shout, Gohan unleashed a wave of energy slightly broader than his own body, hurtling directly towards Nadi's. As the energy wave raced towards him, genuine terror gripped Nadi's. With a resounding explosion, Gohan's energy wave engulfed both Nadi's and his cries. From a distant speeding aircraft, Krillin exclaimed in astonishment, what immense energy. However, Goku's energy has become undetectable. Master Roshi's voice conveyed evident concern. Cough, cough, cough. How infuriating to be wounded by a mere child. As the smoke cleared, Nadi's trembled as he rose from the crater created by the blast. Witnessing Nadi's survival reignited Gohan's fear. The numbers on Nadi's visor began to fluctuate once more. What? Gohan's energy was rapidly plummeting, soon reaching a mere 1. It turned out to be a one-time battle power. Ha ha ha. Nadi's laughed wickedly, slowly advancing towards Gohan. Magic light killing cannon. Just then, a spiraling wave of energy shot forth from Piccolo's fingertips, piercing through Nadi's right chest. Ugh. Nadi's groaned in pain as he collapsed heavily onto the ground. I never anticipated that I would kill my own brother, only to perish at the hands of his son. Yet, with Carrot accompanying me, I shall not be lonely. Haha. You are mistaken. When that bald-headed fellow named Krillin arrives to deliver the fatal blow, after your demise, I am certain they will wish upon the eternal Dragon Balls to resurrect Son Goku. Piccolo said triumphantly to Nadi's. What? The eternal Dragon Balls? A strange smile reappeared on Nadi's face. I cannot die here. With a defiant cry, Nadi stood up again. So, the Earth possesses such treasures, how splendid. Today, I shall spare your lives. A year from now, I shall return with 2 companions even stronger than I to claim the eternal Dragon Balls. Stronger than you? Piccolo felt he had spoken out of turn. Nadi's pressed a button on his visor, and soon a spherical spaceship materialized beside him. This is disastrous. This fiend is remarkably resilient. Piccolo lamented, striking the ground in frustration. How infuriating. My body cannot move an inch. Son Gohan, kill him. Piccolo roared, desperate to rectify his mistake. However, after launching the energy wave that injured Nadi's, Gohan had become timid, unable to muster any formidable energy. He could only watch helplessly as Nadi's boarded his spaceship and departed from Earth. Seeing Nadi's escape, Piccolo despondently declared, it is over. A year from now, Earth will cease to exist. Chapter 47. The blinding plan. No wonder. So it was like this. Kara nodded knowingly. And what happened next? What about the Dragon Balls? Can they really grant wishes? Dales was eager to hear the answers he had been contemplating. Karas scrutinized Dales and said somewhat impatiently, "What? Do you wish to use the Dragon Balls to attain immortality? Or do you aspire to become the strongest in the universe?" Upon hearing Karas's words, Dales rolled his eyes dismissively. "The strongest in the universe? I would love to have that, but relying on those Dragon Balls for a wish? Humph. I can't afford to lose face like that. As for immortality, it seems splendid, yet it is ultimately hollow. It is not true immortality, but rather a futile desire to escape death." "Insightful," Karas exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in admiration. "Indeed. Just look at who I am," Dales replied with a proud smile. However, Karas's expression darkened as he frowned. "Oh, look at you, acting all high and mighty." With that, Karas shook his head in disdain. At that moment, a powerful aura swept through the area, causing Dales's previously cheerful demeanor to vanish in an instant. Karas scanned the surroundings and spotted a cave about 100 meters away. "Everyone, let's hide," he called out, and the group swiftly followed him into the cave. Just then, a group of over 10 individuals whizzed past overhead with a howling sound. Watching them, Karas's brow furrowed, and a hint of murderous intent flickered across his face. "Gohan, did you feel that? The leader exudes an evil and formidable energy." "Yes, Uncle Krillin. When that person passed by me, it felt as if I had been paralyzed." Gohan's voice trembled with fear. Dales couldn't help but chuckle at Gohan and Krillin's panicked expressions. "What? Is that all it takes to scare you? That little brat is far weaker than you." "Indeed. Children need not fear. Leave that fellow to me, Master," Daka said earnestly, hands on his hips. But the next moment, "Master, can I opt out of this battle?" Daka pleaded with a whimper towards Karas. "Sigh. How embarrassing." Karas smiled slightly at Daka and replied, "That is of little importance. What matters is whether you notice the 4 large orbs they were carrying. If I am not mistaken, those must be the Dragon Balls from Namek," Karas concluded. Hearing this, Gohan recalled, "Karas, you mentioned those orbs resemble the Dragon Balls on Earth. But the ones on Earth are not nearly as large. You just reminded me." Dales grinned widely. The group collectively turned their curious gazes toward Dales. "What did you remember?" Karas asked, puzzled. Dales remained silent, gazing at everyone. What happened on Earth after Deus left? Just then, a series of loud thuds echoed as someone stumbled. Karas suddenly jumped up, cursing Dales. "Dales, for heaven's sake, can you be serious for once?" "Damn you, Karas. I merely want to know what happened next," Dales retorted. Observing the bickering, Bulma wore a puzzled expression. "Well, this guy looks just like Goku. And now he even has Goku's foolishness. Don't you want to know what happened next?" Dale shouted once more at Karas. "What does it matter?" A year later, Vegeta and Nappa returned to Earth, killing Tien, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, and Piccolo. Then Goku was resurrected by the Dragon Balls and defeated Nappa and Deus, leaving Vegeta and himself severely wounded, which is why they never returned to Namek. As soon as Karas finished speaking, the entire group fell silent, their eyes wide in astonishment. "Karas, how do you know that?" Krillin asked, bewildered. Realizing he had revealed too much, Karas silently hoped Krillin would not inquire further. Otherwise, the truth of his origins might be exposed. "Oh well," Karas stammered, unable to formulate a coherent response. Krillin then shifted his gaze to Dales, who stood beside Karas. "Don't look at me. I too am baffled by his knowledge. It seems Karas knows many things in advance," Dales exclaimed. "Everyone," Bulma suddenly called out from the back of the group. All turned to face her. Seeing their attention, Bulma continued. "I think we should put aside questioning why Karas knows about Earth for now." "What is it, Aunt Bulma?" Gohan inquired. "You mentioned that 4 Dragon Balls were taken by that person with the evil aura. If we continue to dwell on how Karas knows about Earth while the Dragon Balls fall into the wrong hands, what will we do then?" Bulma nearly shouted the last sentence. "Exactly. If someone else gets to them first, we will be in trouble." Karas sighed in relief, grateful for Bulma's timely intervention. "Right. We must find the remaining Dragon Balls as soon as possible." Thanks to Bulma's reminder, Krillin shifted his focus away from questioning Karas's knowledge about Earth and redirected it towards locating the Dragon Balls. Observing Krillin's downcast demeanor, Karas stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder, offering reassurance. "Don't worry, Krillin. I already have a plan." "Karas, what is your plan?" Gohan asked. Although Gohan and the others were still unaware of Karas's true purpose for coming to Namek, their brief interaction had assured them that Karas and his companions were not their enemies. Karas smiled confidently at Gohan. "If I am correct, those individuals likely cannot sense energy like we can. They must rely on their ear-mounted detection goggles to locate others." And then? Krillin asked. Then, Karas continued. Their goggles can only detect up to 300,000 in battle power. If we can destroy their goggles, then they will be like blind men. Dales interjected. Exactly. Thus, this plan shall be called the Blinding Plan. Karas proudly declared, giving a thumbs up to his cleverness. Chapter 48. The battle power that instills fear in Frieza. Observing Karasna's confident demeanor, Gohan inquired, Karasna, how can we possibly destroy all their ice shields? We can't just go about breaking them one by one. Do not fret about that, Gohan. Dales chimed in, a confident smile adorning his face. Karasna surely has a plan. Is that so? Krillin replied skeptically, casting a doubtful glance at Karasna. Hee. Karasna chuckled. Did I not mention that the enemy's detection ice shields can only sense power levels up to 300,000? Once that threshold is surpassed, they will explode due to overload. We simply need to elevate our own energy to a certain level to shatter their shields. What a splendid idea, Krillin exclaimed, his joy reminiscent of a child's exuberance. However, Gohan's expression remained troubled. But even when combining my energy with Uncle Krillin's, we barely reach 300,000. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Krillin's sunny disposition instantly darkened, and he lamented, alas, it seems our hopes were in vain. Hey. Dales, noticing Krillin's despondence, could not contain his frustration. Listen up, bald kid. Your energy alone may not suffice. But what about me? Dales declared, brimming with confidence. With that, Dales strode towards the cave's entrance, muttering, Frieza, just you wait. Suddenly, Dales began to amplify his energy. Ha! A resounding thud echoed as the ground beneath Dales cratered. A milky white aura with blue edges erupted around him. As Dales unleashed his power, Krillin's fear was palpable. Such overwhelming energy. This is the strongest aura I've ever felt. Gohan marveled, echoing Krillin's sentiments. In a nearby Namekian village, the ice shields of Frieza's subordinates detonated all at once. What is happening? Shambo exclaimed, alarmed by the sudden explosions. Meanwhile, atop a rocky mountain, the atmosphere grew tense as Vegeta sensed the powerful energy. This energy resembles that of a Saiyan. Could it be Kakarot? Nappa pondered. Grappling with the overwhelming presence. Having honed their ability to control and perceive energy during the battle on Earth, Vegeta and his companions could distinctly sense Dale's power, though they remained unaware of its true source. Lord Shambo, my ice shield just detected a power level of 300,000. A beast man resembling a lion reported. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead. 300,000? Shambo responded, taken aback. Is this the case for all of you? All our shields detected the same level of 300,000. Another balding individual confirmed, deepening Shambo's confusion. This cannot be. There shouldn't be anyone on this planet with such immense power. Shambo, Frieza interjected with a sly grin. Why not verify it yourself? In a small cave. Karasna's face twisted into an enigmatic smile. Now it's my turn. With a fierce roar, Karasna unleashed an aura even more formidable than Dale's, radiating an oppressive energy that surged forth from his being. Lord Frieza, you were right. I shall verify this personally. Shambo replied, activating his ice shield. Moments later, a resounding explosion echoed as Shambo's ice shield shattered. Witnessing the destruction of Shambo's shield, Frieza's previously jovial expression darkened with concern. What happened, Shambo? Dodoria inquired. Shambo, drenched in sweat, glanced at Dodoria and replied, you should see for yourself. Scoffing at Shambo's distressed state, Dodoria retorted, what a sight. I'll handle it myself. As Dodoria prepared to activate his own shield, Frieza urgently cautioned, Dodoria, do not attempt to detect. But it was too late. Dodoria pressed the switch, resulting in his ice shield exploding just as Shambo's had. Furious, Frieza berated Dodoria, you fool. Did I not instruct you not to open it? How are we to locate the Dragon Balls now? The enemy intends to destroy my shields. Realizing his grave mistake, Dodoria quickly apologized. I am truly sorry, Frieza. I acknowledge my error and humbly accept your punishment. Frieza, seething with rage yet sensing the emergence of two formidable energies, suppressed his ire and coldly commanded. Utilize the communicator in the spaceship to summon the Ginyu Force with their ice shields to Namek. Yes, Lord Frieza, a bald man replied, hastily departing. Dodoria, eliminate the source of that energy. If you fail, do not return. Relieved that Frieza had not punished him, Dodoria assured, rest easy, my lord. With that, Dodoria soared into the sky, propelled by a white aura with blue edges. Prince Vegeta, this new energy feels akin to yours, Nappa exclaimed, pointing towards the source of the powerful aura. Sensing the intensity of the energy, Vegeta mused, why does this newly emerged aura evoke a sense of familiarity? I must uncover its origins. With determination, Vegeta clenched his fists, enveloped in a radiant aura, and descended towards the source of the formidable energy, followed closely by Nappa, who called out, "Prince Vegeta, wait for me." Chapter 49 The Unfriendly Reunion of Brothers. I did not expect Karas to possess an even fiercer aura than Dale's. At this moment, Gohan was seated on the ground, utterly astonished. "There's nothing to it, Gohan." Karas glanced at Gohan with a smile. "You too possess Saiyan blood. With your potential, as long as you are willing to train, achieving such power should not be a challenge." "Really?" Gohan asked enviously, gazing at Karas. Just then, "Vegeta is approaching us," Krillin exclaimed with a look of panic. Where? Bulma immediately scanned the surroundings. "Isn't it empty?" "Bulma, you do not sense ki. So you cannot feel that someone is coming our way." Should I hide then?" Bulma appeared visibly frightened. "I am not worried about Vegeta, but Frieza's aura seems to have stopped moving. I am quite eager." "Then I leave it to you, Dales," Karas said coldly, looking at Dales. Dales wore a confident smile and turned to Gohan and Krillin. "My battle with Frieza lacks an audience. You both should join me." "That works." Gohan, Krillin, and Big Karas. Little Karas, and Bulma, all of you should go. "I will handle Vegeta and come right away," Dales declared, placing his fingers on his forehead, then stylishly flicking them away. Addressing Karas, "No problem. Then let us set off." Wait. Krillin urgently called out to Dales. "Are we really going to find that Frieza you spoke of?" "Oh." Dales replied coldly, "Krillin, do you not trust me?" Krillin was momentarily confused by Dales's words. "Do not worry, Krillin. Dales's words should be reliable. If anything happens, I will arrive at the first moment." Karas reassured Krillin with a smile, as if to convey his unwavering support. Observing Karas, Krillin fell silent for a moment before responding. "All right then. If it weren't for you, we would have to face Frieza alone." "Indeed." Karas nodded at Krillin. "Then, we shall meet shortly." With that, Karas placed his fingers on his forehead and uttered, "Move." With a whoosh, Karas vanished from sight. Where did Karas go?" Bulma asked, perplexed. "This is Karas's signature move, instant transmission. As long as one can sense ki, one can appear before you in an instant, regardless of distance. So you may rest assured. If anything arises that we cannot handle, Karas will surely appear at the first opportunity." With that, I feel more at ease. Krillin finally relaxed, hearing Dales's words. "Krillin, you truly are overly cautious." Bulma scoffed at him. Feeling embarrassed by Bulma's remark, Krillin lowered his head. Seeing this, Dale shook his head helplessly. "All right, let us depart." Big Karas, teach Bulma the flight technique. "Sure, no problem," Big Karas replied. Thus, Dales and his companions flew toward the location of Frieza. Meanwhile, on Karas's side, Vegeta was flying at full speed, with Nappa and Noddy's following closely behind. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a figure appeared before Vegeta and the others. The sky over Namek was exceptionally blue, dazzlingly so, while the waves of the lakes below crashed against the rocks, creating a rhythmic sound. "Vegeta, long time no see." Vegeta looked at the figure, who had become somewhat blurred in his memory, remaining silent for a long while. What surprised Vegeta was that Karas was indeed alive. He had not expected to meet his brother, born on the same day, once again on Namek. He felt a small surge of excitement within. "You are Karas, Prince." Nappa was the first to break the silence. Karas nodded to Nappa, and then turned to Vegeta. "It has been a while, brother." Vegeta stared intently at Karas. "So you are alive. I thought you were killed by Dodoria, sent by Frieza. I did not go to the Red Planet, thus I escaped that fate. Then, do you intend to seize the Dragon Balls of Namek for yourself to obtain eternal life, or will you assist me in acquiring them, so I may have eternal life?" Vegeta boldly asked Karas without reservation. Karas lowered his head, the corners of his mouth slightly curling upwards as he slowly flew past Vegeta. Seeing Karas pass by him, Nappa and Noddy's immediately showed their respect, bowing to Karas. Karas politely nodded back and remarked, "Eternal life? Humph. As Dales mentioned, it is not about immortality. It is a desire for death that cannot be fulfilled. Dales, that low-class Saiyan, can speak such words. Truly, it is a struggle for him." "The lowest of the Saiyan race," Vegeta snickered. Hearing Vegeta's words, Karas shook his head helplessly. "Vegeta, you have not changed at all. You remain as arrogant and disdainful as ever." "Humph. I have always been this way. Do you not know?" Vegeta replied with an air of extreme pride. Karas turned to face Vegeta. "You are mistaken, Vegeta." Upon hearing this, Vegeta's brows furrowed, and he glared at Karas, coldly saying, "Karas, how dare you say I am wrong? Are you itching for a fight?" Only Karas could speak to Vegeta in such a manner. Had it been anyone else, they might have met an untimely end. Then, Vegeta. Kairos ignored Vegeta's retort and continued. Who was the first powerful ki you sensed earlier? What? Vegeta was momentarily stunned. Are you saying that ki, which is slightly weaker than yours, belongs to that low-class warrior Dales? Kairos scratched his head. What else could it be? What? Nappa exclaimed. This is too incredible. Dales is that strong. Indeed, Dales has grown powerful enough to seek Frieza for a challenge. If you wish to witness it, hold on to me, Kairos stated as he placed his 2 fingers on his forehead. Prince Vegeta, Noddies, hearing about Dales' strength, sought Vegeta's approval to witness it too. Vegeta clenched his fists. His face filled with anger as he cast a thoughtful glance at Noddies before saying, I want to see just how strong a low-class warrior can become. But how do we go, Kairos? Hee. Kairos chuckled, placing a hand on Vegeta's shoulder. Noddies, Nappa, hold on to me. Nappa and Noddies, albeit skeptical, placed their hands on Kairos' shoulder. Hold tight, Kairos exclaimed before saying, move. With a whoosh, the 4 of them vanished from sight. Chapter 50. Dismiss the tricks and embrace the showmanship. In a secluded area, numerous hemispherical dwellings of varying sizes stood, where a group of green-skinned beings with 2 antennae protruding from their foreheads congregated. Opposite them loomed a collection of bizarre figures, their gaze fixed intently upon the gathering. While behind these peculiar individuals stood an assembly of strikingly handsome and charming people, none other than Darius and Gohan's cohort. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air as Kairos and Vegeta materialized before Darius. Ah, Vegeta, Krillin exclaimed, his anxiety palpable as he laid eyes on the formidable warrior. Having witnessed Vegeta's terrifying prowess on Earth, Krillin could not help but feel trepidation upon encountering him once more. Krillin, calm down. It's all right, Kairos hurriedly reassured him. Observing Krillin's fear, Vegeta scoffed mockingly. Isn't this the bald kid from Earth? I never imagined you would muster the courage to come here. Are you seeking the Dragon Balls to resurrect those pitiful souls I dispatched? What do you want? Gohan interjected, rushing to Krillin's side, glaring fiercely at Vegeta. Kairos realized that if this confrontation continued, they might very well engage in battle amongst themselves before even confronting Frieza. Enough, Vegeta, Kairos interrupted, gesturing towards Frieza, the true adversary they faced. Our enemy is him. Isn't that Vegeta? Frieza remarked, his expression betraying no emotion. Are you here to pledge your loyalty to me? Or perhaps to betray me? He's here to end your life, Kairos retorted coldly, fixing Frieza with a steely gaze. Frieza, momentarily perplexed, inquired, and who are you? Kairos scoffed. You truly have a forgetful nature, Frieza. I am Kairos, the Saiyan you have long desired to eliminate. Hey, Darius interjected, his tone audacious as he addressed Frieza. Cut the chatter. I challenge you to a duel. What? Nappa and Nardis gasped in astonishment, stunned by Darius's bold declaration. The shock rippled through the crowd, including Frieza, who wore a scowl that hinted at an impending eruption of rage. Who the hell are you? Darius smirked disdainfully, his gaze fixed on Frieza as he declared, I am Darius, a Saiyan. What? Frieza exclaimed, taken aback, muttering to himself about the audacity of recent Saiyans to challenge him. You think a mere pawn can challenge Lord Frieza? Allow me to send you to the depths of hell. Standing alongside Frieza, Shambo expressed his discontent. This insolent fool dares to challenge Frieza. Darius remained silent, casting a sidelong glance at Shambo, his gaze now imbued with a hint of murderous intent. As he approached Shambo, Darius's form was enveloped in a shimmering aura of white with blue edges. With each step, the intensity of his energy surged. What? This power exceeds that of the strongest warrior from our Namek, Nardis exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat. Who are these individuals to wield such formidable energy? A slightly rotund Elder Namekian clad in a red vest observed Darius with bewilderment, gradually realizing he was the newly appointed Elder Mulin, recognized by the Grand Elder of Namek. As Darius advanced toward Shambo, Frieza commanded, Shambo, transform. Acknowledging Frieza's command, Shambo stepped forward, performing a throat-cutting gesture toward Darius in a display of provocation. Then, with a furious cry, Shambo's energy skyrocketed, his muscles swelling as his once handsome visage morphed into a demonic countenance, his power multiplying exponentially. Darius, unfazed by Shambo's transformation and the increase in energy, halted momentarily, a peculiar smile gracing his lips as he continued toward Shambo. Seeing Darius approach with apparent indifference toward his own might ignited Shambo's fury. He would not allow anyone to disregard his strength. You little brat, how dare you look down upon me? Shambo seethed, feeling his pride wounded. In an instant, He accelerated, hurtling toward Darius with astounding speed. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a punch, only to hear a resounding impact followed by a pain scream. Shambo doubled over, blood gushing from his mouth, as Darius had anticipated his move and delivered a precise blow to Shambo's abdomen. Humph, you're nothing but a pawn. Dealing with your superior is effortless. Take your pathetic self elsewhere, Darius declared, applying more force to his fist pressed against Shambo's stomach. With a cry of despair, Shambo was sent flying like a bullet. Chapter 51. The battle commences, Darius versus Frieza. Darius. Why is he so powerful? Vegeta felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. How could a low-class warrior possess such formidable strength? This left Vegeta utterly perplexed. Hey, Karas, I demand an explanation. How is it that Darius is so strong? He sent Shambo flying with a single punch. Vegeta roared at Karas, his voice filled with fury. Vegeta. The reason Darius is so strong lies in his years of diligent training. This proves that there is no distinction between low-class and high-class Saiyans. What matters is one's willingness to strive for greatness, Karas calmly responded to Vegeta. This revelation struck a chord within Vegeta. Am I not putting in enough effort? This self-reflection would eventually lead Vegeta to aspire to become one of the strongest warriors. Frieza, your minions are utterly useless. Or perhaps you wish to face your demise yourself. Darius taunted, pointing a finger provocatively at Frieza after sending Shambo hurtling through the air. Upon witnessing Shambo being effortlessly dispatched, Frieza's face turned a shade of green with rage. He rose, fury radiating from him, and his long tail slammed down like an iron rod, creating a deep fissure in the ground. Looking at the terrified faces of his subordinates, Frieza bellowed, incompetent fools. He seized the nearest minion and hurled him towards Darius with all his might. Darius merely smiled and kicked the incoming minion away with ease. Frieza's sinister grin widened as he snatched up two more of his subordinates and flung them at Darius. Yet, Darius nimbly dispatched them as well. Just as he kicked the last two minions away, another one was thrown at him by Frieza. One after another, Frieza's minions were sent flying, until soon, all were tossed aside. Frieza, you've exhausted your army. Shall we commence our duel? Darius declared. Humph. Frieza scoffed, glaring at Darius. You wild monkey are becoming rather audacious. Darius raised his chin defiantly, shooting back. Enough with the chatter. Unleash your full power and fight. Frieza remained silent, his glare unwavering. While Darius matched his intensity, the atmosphere thickened, and an eerie silence enveloped the arena, so profound that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Suddenly, Frieza's figure surged forward in an instant, closing the distance to Darius and launching a powerful punch. Caught off guard, Darius crossed his arms in front of his chest for protection. The impact sent him staggering backward. You still have some strength left. Darius chuckled, regaining his composure and retaliating with a fierce punch of his own. Frieza quickly responded with a counter, and the two fists collided with a thunderous sound, sending shockwaves that shattered the surrounding stones into dust. Not too shabby. It seems I underestimated you, wild monkey, Frieza remarked. Is that so? Darius replied, a peculiar smile creeping across his face. Darius unleashed a flurry of punches, but unfortunately, Frieza deftly evaded each one. Incredible! Gohan marveled at the battle unfolding before him. Can Saiyans truly be this strong, challenging the so-called ruler of the universe? Even the elder of Namek, from the future, was taken aback. As Frieza countered Darius's attacks with several of his own, each strike landed squarely on Darius. Brother Karas, why doesn't Darius evade Frieza's attacks? Surely he could dodge those. Gohan asked, perplexed. Karas simply smiled and remained silent, deepening Gohan's confusion. Why do you not evade? Do you look down on me? Frieza glared at Darius. With a confident smile, Darius replied, what's the point? What? Frieza questioned, bewildered. What do you mean? Darius sneered. Do you think this playful exchange has any significance? Hee hee. Frieza's face twisted into an evil grin as he took a few steps back. Then let it be as you wish. His expression turned serious, and he bellowed, hot. In an instant, his muscles bulged, transforming his form, and his once horizontal black horns curved skyward, elevating his stature to approximately 2.5 meters tall. Chapter 52. Vegeta's realization at long last. Frieza achieved his first transformation. Observing Frieza's metamorphosis, Gohan was drenched in cold sweat, exclaiming, what overwhelming energy. Indeed, it's astonishing. I have never felt such formidable power before. Krillin lamented with a furrowed brow. Noticing the apprehension on Gohan and Krillin's faces, Karas turned to Vegeta and inquired, brother, have you ever encountered such an intense aura? Vegeta remained fixated on Dales and Frieza, contemplating for a moment before responding, no. But I am not in the least surprised by Frieza's immense power. He is hailed as the Emperor of the Universe, which justifies such strength. What do you mean by that, Prince Karas? Dales asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Karas merely smiled faintly, stepping forward to shout at Frieza. Hey, Frieza, stop with the theatrics and transform into your final form already. This form of yours is no match for Dales. As he uttered the last sentence, Karas's disdain was unmistakable. However, the impact of his words was nothing short of shocking. What? Vegeta gasped, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Karas, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that Dales can become even more powerful? Something along those lines, Karas replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Vegeta felt as if lightning had struck him, awakening a fury within that was on the verge of eruption. What? You want me to transform into my final form? Huh? Have you lost your mind? This form alone is sufficient to vanquish all of you, Frieza declared, brimming with confidence in his abilities. Observing Frieza's foolish arrogance, Dales couldn't help but chuckle. Huh? Frieza, do you genuinely believe yourself to be the Emperor of the Universe? How utterly naive. What? You dare to call me foolish? Are you courting death? Frieza snapped, suddenly accelerating and delivering a powerful left hook to Dales' right cheek. With a resounding thud, Dales' head was knocked to the left, yet his feet remained firmly planted. Dales wiped a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb and casually remarked, Is this what you call power? You should witness mine before contemplating whether to unleash my full might. A peculiar smile spread across Dales' face as he spread his legs apart and bent his arms slightly, letting out a low growl. Huh? Watch closely. Dales is about to transform. Transform? But there's no moon. He hasn't created an artificial moon. How can Dales transform? Nappa questioned, puzzled. Why must he transform into a great ape? Can it be another form? Another form? Upon hearing Karas mention that Dales wouldn't transform into a great ape, Vegeta's interest was piqued. He seized Karas's battle armor and demanded, Does the Saiyan race possess other transformations? Karas, you must clarify this for me. What transformations? Vegeta, could you please release me first? Karas replied, glancing at Vegeta's grip on his armor. Hearing Karas's plea, Vegeta reluctantly released him and calmly asked, Does the Saiyan race possess other transformations? Yes. Karas affirmed, his expression serious as he stated each word deliberately. Super Saiyan. Vegeta was utterly stunned. He had always believed himself to be the mightiest Saiyan, convinced that only he could become the legendary Super Saiyan. To discover that a lower-class warrior could achieve such a transformation was a painful revelation. Overwhelmed, Vegeta felt a sharp pang in his chest, and his legs buckled beneath him, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Brother. Seeing Vegeta's despondency, Karas rushed over to support him. Brother, are you all right? Vegeta shook his head helplessly, lamenting, Vegeta, was born with powers that others lack. I believed only I could become a Super Saiyan, yet all of this stems from my arrogance and pride. I should have trained harder. As the Prince of the Saiyans, I ought to avenge our planet, but now I find myself powerless. Alas, henceforth, there shall be no Prince Vegeta among the Saiyans. Brother Vegeta, what are you saying? How could the Saiyans be without their prince? It's just a Super Saiyan transformation. You can achieve it too, Karas exclaimed, astonished by Vegeta's unexpected vulnerability. In the original tale, Vegeta was renowned for his pride, yet this newfound humility took Karas by surprise. His intention had been to use Dales to provoke Vegeta into a furious state, thus awakening the Super Saiyan within him. However, Vegeta's response and profound realization were entirely unforeseen for Karas. Chapter 53. The Secret of Transforming into a Super Saiyan. What? I can do it too? Vegeta questioned in disbelief. Kala smiled gently. Indeed, you can. Not only you, but Nappa, Nadies, and Gohan can achieve it as well, provided they put in the effort. What we can too? Nappa exclaimed, his excitement bubbling over. Nadies, did you hear that? We can become Super Saiyans. Hee, this is quite exhilarating. But isn't it said that a Super Saiyan appears only once every 1,000 years? Dales interjected. Since I have already become a Super Saiyan, can we still achieve that? Before Nadies could finish his thought, a loud bang resonated through the air. Dales radiated a golden aura, his golden hair standing upright, his gaze sharp and brimming with confidence as he locked eyes with Frieza. Is this the Super Saiyan? Krillin gasped in astonishment. Truly impressive. Did you see that? This is a Super Saiyan. As for what Nadies mentioned, the legendary warrior indeed appears only once every 1,000 years. He was born a natural Super Saiyan, while I speak of a Super Saiyan achieved through rigorous training. The two are vastly different. So, it means that if I train hard enough, I too can become a Super Saiyan? Upon hearing Cullis explain the distinction between the innate and acquired Super Saiyan, Vegeta seemed to glimpse a ray of hope and regained his prideful stance. Indeed, but it's not solely about training. Emotions play a pivotal role. Emotions. Cullis. What kind of emotions are we talking about? Gohan, inspired by Dale's transformation and the powerful energy he exuded, was eager to reach the Super Saiyan realm himself. Anger. Anger? Vegeta looked at Cullis, puzzled. Precisely. Anger, Cullis replied, turning to Vegeta before taking a few steps forward. Among Saiyans, there is no shortage of powerful warriors. Yet, throughout the years, no Saiyan has transformed into a Super Saiyan. This is because the Saiyan nature, which allows one to witness their kin being slain without shedding a tear, and the belief that killing one's own brother is acceptable, reflects an inherent ruthlessness. As he spoke, Cullis deliberately glanced at Noddies, who suddenly felt embarrassed, wishing to disappear into the ground, lowering his head in shame. Cullis continued, "It is this lack of compassion, combined with the Saiyans' unparalleled status in the universe and their arrogance, that has shielded them from significant setbacks, causing them to forget their anger. Thus, the Super Saiyan within them remains dormant." Humph. I concede that Saiyans possess this flaw and are indeed ruthless. But Cullis, your words make it seem as if you were not a Saiyan yourself. Vegeta retorted coldly. Hiki. I am a Saiyan, yet I am one who still retains a flicker of humanity among the Saiyan race. Cullis smiled at Vegeta. Humph. Vegeta scoffed dismissively. This is utterly tedious. I will definitely become a Super Saiyan. His tone was resolute. Cullis, can you also transform into a Super Saiyan? Bulma, who had remained silent for a while, curiously inquired. Cullis merely glanced at Bulma, smiling enigmatically, leaving everything unsaid. Chapter 54. The Battle of Super Saiyan Darius against Frieza in his third form. What a surprise. Are you contemplating transforming into your third form? Darius provocatively inquired, his tone shifting from taunting to sardonic. Of course, if it would bruise your pride, feel free to remain in your current state. However, should you choose that path, I shall relish in your utter defeat. Frieza's face turned a deep shade of green at Darius's words. After a moment of gritting his teeth, he roared in fury. Ha 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 ha. Instantly, a purple radiance enveloped him. When the light subsided, a Frieza, approximately 1.5 meters tall with alabaster skin and a bald head, materialized. The band of blue skin atop his head glimmered like gemstones, while similar azure hues adorned his chest, forearms, and the circumference of his calves. A long, white tail swayed behind him, exuding an air of dominance as Frieza fixed a menacing gaze upon Darius. You shall pay dearly for your arrogance, Frieza declared coldly. Humph, Darius scoffed. I too seek an explanation for my planet. With that, he clenched his fists, and in an instant, his body surged forward towards Frieza with incredible speed. With a swift motion, he unleashed a punch toward Frieza. In response, Frieza raised his own fist to meet it. The impact reverberated with a thunderous boom, causing the ground beneath them to crater under the tremendous force, creating a circular pit at their feet. Is this the extent of your strength? You must think little of me, Frieza retorted, immediately retracting his fist and raising his right foot to deliver a kick. Darius leaned back just in time, narrowly avoiding Frieza's claw-like foot which grazed just beneath his chin. Without hesitation, Frieza leaped again, aiming another kick at Darius's head. With remarkable speed, Darius raised his arm to shield himself. What of my strength? You should feel honored, for you are the first to truly experience it. With that, Darius seized Frieza's leg, spun him around, and, using the momentum, hurled him away. Frieza collided with a rocky outcrop, sending debris flying as he was buried beneath the rubble. Remarkable. Lord Mulin. Are they allies or foes? A somewhat portly yet battle-hardened Namekian voiced his concern. Hurley, regardless of their allegiance, we must remain vigilant, Mulin advised. Observing the clash between Frieza and Darius, Karas appeared unfazed. With a swift motion, he placed his hand on his forehead and, in an instant, materialized before the group of Namekians. Seeing Karas' sudden appearance, all the Namekians tensed. Do not be alarmed. I come merely to extend greetings. I am not your enemy, Karas hastily clarified. What brings you here? Mulin inquired cautiously. At that moment, with a resounding crash, the debris that had concealed Frieza exploded outward. Mr. Mulin, we shall discuss our intentions shortly. For now, let us observe the battle, Karas said with a smile. You wild monkey, do you possess any real power? The Super Saiyan is indeed impressive, yet your strength is still insufficient. Oh, is that so? Darius challenged Frieza's assertion. Naturally, I have yet to unleash my full potential, Frieza replied nonchalantly. Darius smirked. I too am merely warming up. With a rustle, all eyes turned to a pile of debris. Lord Frieza, a feeble voice called out. Frieza cast a sidelong glance at the source, irritation evident on his face. Shangbo, are you still alive? Thanks to Lord Frieza. I have managed to cling to life, Shangbo responded. You worthless fool, Frieza scolded. Do you not feel shame for uttering such words? If you are indeed alive, go collect the Dragon Balls. Once I have dealt with these wild monkeys, we shall have a proper discussion. My lord, forgive my insolence. I shall go at once. Shangbo, nearly frightened to death by Frieza's words, took flight, eager to vanish from sight. Chapter 55. Fierce Battle. Hey, Frieza, don't lose your temper. Let us continue our fight. Despite your incompetence, which mirrors that of your pitiful subordinates. What did you say, you wild monkey? Are you seeking an early demise? Frieza roared furiously at the grinning Dares. Nothing much, merely wishing for your swift end. Dares' mischievous smile morphed suddenly into a menacing grin, his gaze piercing through Frieza. Humph. You Saiyans are truly arrogant to the point of folly. Since you yearn for death, I shall oblige. Frieza declared, positioning himself with legs together and hands outstretched. A sinister smile gracing his face. Prepare to witness my full power. Full power? Huh? How intriguing. Dares appeared utterly unconcerned by Frieza's intent to unleash his might against him. Frieza continued to smirk ominously. Huh. A chilling growl escaped him, and soon his entire body was enveloped in a violet aura. An oppressive force radiating across the landscape for miles. What an overwhelming pressure. Krillin exclaimed, shielding his eyes from the swirling dust, filled with anxiety. Huh. Frieza persisted in amplifying his energy. With a resounding thud, Frieza's muscles swelled instantaneously, transforming his once frail physique into a formidable form. Gradually, the purple aura surrounding him softened its ferocity. Surprised? This is my full strength. I hadn't intended to reveal this form so soon, but you have forced my hand. Frieza bellowed, his body suddenly accelerating towards Dares. As Frieza drew nearer, Dares wore no hint of alarm. He slowly extended his palm. Just as Frieza was about to reach him. Stop. Dares commanded abruptly, and astonishingly, Frieza halted in his tracks. Dares, appearing momentarily flabbergasted, asked, Could you grant me a moment to increase my power? Goodness. How troublesome is this Dares fellow? Karas commented, exasperated. Do you not respect your opponent? I am the Emperor of the North Galaxy. Frieza retorted, visibly agitated. Ah, yes, my apologies. Dares quickly replied. Suddenly, Dares unleashed a powerful punch. Yua. Frieza cried out as he crashed heavily to the ground. Truly sorry. Dares remarked coldly, looking down on Frieza. But a scoundrel like you deserves no respect. Frieza gritted his teeth in fury. You will pay for this. He leapt up, delivering a fierce blow to Dares' cheek, sending him hurtling towards a rocky outcrop. With a thunderous crash, debris engulfed Dares. Perish, Frieza coldly declared, pointing his finger at the rubble, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp red beams. Explosions resounded as plumes of dust spread across the area. After firing dozens of beams, suddenly, a figure burst forth from the cloud, ascending into the air. Frieza, do not underestimate me. It was Dares. With palms united, he conjured a deadly energy ring, which crackled with strange lightning as it materialized between his hands. Dares raised the sizable energy ring above his head, hurling it at Frieza. The ring sliced through the air at breakneck speed, approaching Frieza, who remained unfazed. A confident smile graced his lips. In a swift motion, he vanished. Boom. The energy ring collided with the ground, erupting in a violent explosion, a mushroom cloud rising ominously. Hey, Dares, are you trying to destroy this planet? Vegeta shouted angrily at Dares. Dares glanced at Vegeta, a playful smirk on his face. I know my limits. But at that moment, hey, this is a life or death battle. Focus. Frieza had appeared behind Dares, delivering a punch. What? Frieza's fist pierced through Dares' body. Yet Dares twisted and vanished. An afterimage? How fascinating. Frieza mused with a knowing smile. Suddenly, Frieza spun around and caught Dares' unexpected punch with a resounding thud. Oh, quite the reflexes. It seems we have a worthy challenge. Frieza remarked, addressing Dares. You are Dares, correct? Impressive. It appears we indeed have a battle ahead. With that, both Frieza and Dares vanished from sight. Chapter 56. Wukong arrives following the disappearance of Dales and Frieza. The air was suddenly filled with the sound of fists colliding. Such remarkable speed. Uncle Krillin, can you see it? Gohan, their fighting speed is too swift. I can't keep up. Krillin exclaimed anxiously to Gohan. I never anticipated that you Saiyans could be strong enough to contend with me. I am genuinely astonished. Frieza declared, launching a punch at Dales. With a swift motion, Dales raised his right hand and struck leftward, deflecting Frieza's incoming fist. In the past, I never imagined I could reach this level, but after encountering Karas, I am quite grateful to him, Dales proclaimed, unleashing a powerful punch. Boom. Frieza retaliated with a rapid punch of his own, and their fists collided with a resounding impact. The two continued to exchange dozens of punches, the sounds of their fierce clashes echoing throughout the area. On a beautiful little planet, a group was intently observing the events on Namek. Such an intense battle, exclaimed a man with 3 eyes, placing his hand on the shoulder of an elderly figure with pale blue skin and slender antennae. There are indeed such formidable beings. My strength pales in comparison. Another man, marked by a diagonal scar over his left eye and a cross scar on his right cheek, echoed the sentiment, also placing his hand on the elder's shoulder. This elder was none other than King Kai of the North Galaxy, accompanied by Tan, who had been granted permission to retain his physical form after being killed by Vegeta, and Kaiatsu. Additionally, perched beneath a great tree was Piccolo, alongside the eternally floating child resembling a zombie, known as Dend. However, King Kai's thoughts were entirely focused on Karas rather than the battle between Dales and Frieza. What is the origin of Karas? Why can I find no records of this Scion's previous existence? King Kai mused. Lord Kai, what are you saying? What do you mean by Karas' previous life? Kaiatsu inquired. No. I mean, why is Karas so powerful? King Kai corrected himself. Oh, is he really that strong? Piccolo turned to inquire. It seems so, King Kai continued, his voice laced with concern. Oh dear. The situation has become quite complicated. Then, Lord Kai, is Karas an ally or an enemy? Piccolo pressed on. If he is with Gohan, then he should be a friend, right? Kaiatsu replied uncertainly. But they are Scions, and Karas is Vegeta's brother. Tien remarked coldly. Regardless of whether they are allies or foes, their power is overwhelming. Even Goku cannot confront them. We should have Goku return to Earth immediately after he meets Gohan. King Kai's anxiety intensified. In the vast cosmos, a spaceship was hurtling through space at light speed. Inside, a man with a crab-like hairstyle and clad in an orange GI was sprawled carelessly on the floor, littered with remnants of food. This man was Goku who, after escaping Earth following his death at the hands of Nappa, had been taken by the Earth's deity to train on King Kai's planet. After a year, upon the tragic demise of Piccolo, Kaiatsu, Tan, and Dend, Goku returned to Earth, severely injured, and in a bid to resurrect his fallen friends, Gohan, Krillin, and Bulma traveled to Namek to seek the Dragon Balls. Now that Goku's injuries had healed, he was set to head to Namek. Goku, Goku, Goku. A deep voice suddenly resonated. Goku, still groggy, opened his eyes and, upon discerning the voice, beamed. Is that you, Lord Kai? Ah, Goku, you are indeed quick. You are almost at Namek. Yes, Lord Kai. Bulma's father upgraded this spaceship, and its speed has doubled. Goku replied proudly. Is that so? That's splendid. King Kai hastily acknowledged. Then continued, however, Goku, upon your arrival on Namek, you must return to Earth immediately, as the situation there has changed. Oh, what is happening on Namek? Goku asked with curiosity. Ah, Goku. Not only is Frieza present, as I previously mentioned, but a group of Scions has also arrived. Scions? Are they Vegeta and my brother? Goku inquired eagerly. Yes, Vegeta and his companions are there. However, there are 2 Scions whose power surpasses even Vegeta. What? Goku exclaimed in disbelief. Stronger than Vegeta? Is that true, Lord Kai? Indeed. One of them has already engaged Frieza in combat, and their strength is comparable to Frieza's. Ah, I understand now. Lord Kai. Goku's tone shifted to excitement. Goku, are you getting overly excited again? In any case, once you meet Gohan, return to Earth immediately. King Kai instructed with an authoritative tone. I understand, Lord Kai. Goku, you must remember what I said. With that, King Kai severed the telepathic connection with Goku. I truly look forward to encountering a Saiyan even stronger than Vegeta. Goku smiled, increasing the spaceship's speed to its maximum. With a whoosh, the ship sped forward like an arrow, leaving behind a long trail of energy. Meanwhile, on Namek, the battle between Dales and Frieza raged on fiercely. Dales roared, delivering a heavy punch towards Frieza like a hammer. Chapter 57, Frieza's Ultra Energy Ball. Karas takes the stage as Frieza witnessed a powerful punch from Dallas hurtling toward him. He instinctively raised his hands to shield himself. Seizing the moment as Dallas retracted his fist, Frieza retaliated with a fierce blow of his own. With a resounding impact, Dallas was sent flying. Just as he soared several meters away, Dallas swiftly drew his right hand to his waist, condensing a vibrant energy ball. With a whoosh, he launched the crimson sphere towards Frieza. Upon seeing the approaching energy ball, Frieza immediately angled his left hand above his head, and, as the projectile neared, he struck down with force, sending the energy ball careening away. Then, extending his hand toward Dallas, a barrage of energy balls erupted forth, raining down like bullets. In response to the onslaught of Frieza's energy balls, Dallas roared defiantly, stabilizing his descending form. He unleashed a flurry of energy balls with rapid precision. The explosive sounds of their collision resonated, and both Frieza and Dallas felt their stamina waning, panting heavily from exertion. What incredible power! Their strengths are indeed evenly matched. Even Pa could not help but commend the fierce battle unfolding between Dallas and Frieza. Hey, Karas, once you defeat Frieza, you must help me transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta shouted at Karas. Are you requesting my assistance, Vegeta? Karas inquired, astonished. Vegeta scoffed, turning away with a face full of reluctance. Karas, observing Vegeta's reaction, smiled knowingly and then raised his voice. Dallas, do you need a change? Dallas, still focused on Frieza, flashed a confident smile and replied, no need for that. With a sudden flicker, he materialized right in front of Frieza, launching a fierce barrage of punches aimed at Frieza's abdomen. This is my return favor, Dallas declared coldly. With a thud, his fist collided with Frieza's face, causing Frieza to spin around from the sheer force. His expression twisted into a ferocious snarl as he glared at Dallas. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful kick. Dallas instinctively leaned back, narrowly avoiding Frieza's sweeping leg attack. Seeing Dallas evade, Frieza quickly retaliated with another swift kick. Dallas immediately raised his right hand to shield his cheek. With a loud crack, he countered with a kick of his own. Frieza swiftly responded with a punch, effortlessly deflecting Dallas's leg attack. It seems my destruction of Planet Vegeta was indeed a prudent choice. Even a lowly warrior like you can challenge me. If the Saiyans were still alive, it would surely pose a problem. Reflecting on it now, I feel a twinge of dread. Frieza taunted. Is that so? Dallas shot back, locking eyes with Frieza. But now, you too shall feel fear. He then struck out once more, delivering a powerful blow that sent Frieza hurtling toward the ground. Extending his hand towards the rapidly descending Frieza, Dallas coldly proclaimed, I will settle the score for Planet Vegeta. With a swift whoosh, a massive energy ball surged downward, catching up to the plummeting Frieza in an instant. With a thunderous crash, a colossal cloud of smoke billowed up from the impact, soaring several dozen meters above the ground. Yes, Dallas has won, Krillin exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Watch your tone, you foolish bald earthling. Vegeta barked at the jubilant Krillin. In a shocking turn, Frieza appeared hovering 100 meters above Dallas, brandishing a colossal red energy ball, its diameter nearly 100 meters, glaring down like a specter of doom over Namek. You forced my hand. Now you shall bear the consequences. Oh no, is Frieza planning to obliterate the entire Namek? King Kai, observing the scene through his divine abilities, gasped. What? Destroy Namek? Piccolo exclaimed, rushing to King Kai's side, gripping his shoulder in alarm. If that massive energy ball strikes the ground, the entire planet will be annihilated. Vegeta exclaimed, panic creeping into his voice. I will not allow history to repeat itself. I refuse to let Planet Vegeta's fate befall us again. With that, Karas placed 2 fingers to his forehead and vanished in an instant. In a flash, Karas materialized beside Dallas. Dallas, leave this to me, he stated coldly, his expression unwavering. Dallas patted Karas on the shoulder and replied, then I leave it to you. He retreated to the ground. You won't succeed, Frieza, Karas declared icily. And with a powerful roar, golden energy erupted from his being, enveloping him entirely. The battle shifted from Dallas to Karas against Frieza, leaving the outcome uncertain. Would Karas prevail? Or would Frieza fulfill his destructive intent towards Namek? Meanwhile, a mysterious force was already en route to Namek at full speed from a cerulean planet. And in the depths of space surrounding Namek, a saucer-shaped spacecraft prepared to land. Goku was drawing ever closer to Namek. But what would unfold next? Chapter 58. Karas is injured should you possess the skill, then brace yourself for my attack. If you wish to evade, contemplate the consequences. A sinister smile curled upon Frieza's lips as he brandished the colossal, fearsome sphere of energy above him, hurling it down upon Karas with great force. I shall not permit you to triumph. With determined resolve, Karas raised his hands above his head, palms pressed together, fingers splayed like a blooming flower. Let me unleash my latest technique upon your planet-destroying orb. What? A new technique? Darius exclaimed, astonished. When did Karas master such an ability? I was unaware. Quantum, annihilation, wave. Kara's intoned distinctly, borrowing a skill from Cassius. In an instant, an enigmatic halo emerged from his flower-like hands, directing its eerie blue light at the descending sphere of destruction. Huh! Kara's bellowed, and a powerful blue energy wave erupted from the peculiar halo, shooting forth toward Frieza's orb with relentless speed. The two forces collided with a resounding crash, and the sheer force reverberated outward, obliterating everything in its path. Debris from the ground soared into the sky, akin to timid creatures fleeing in terror. What tremendous energy! Krillin marveled. Indeed, Kara's energy surpasses even that of Darius. Gohan replied, equally astonished as he gazed at Karas. But who is stronger, Karas or that Frieza? Bulma inquired, bewildered. At that moment, all eyes turned toward Bulma. What is it? She stammered, feeling the weight of their gazes upon her. Darius, with a confident smile, reassured her, Karas will not lose. Your power is truly formidable. Compared to that lower-class Saiyan from earlier, your strength is vastly superior. I deeply regret allowing you to leave planet Saiyan. What? Karas exclaimed, surprised by Frieza's admission. You intentionally let me go from planet Saiyan? Hee. What else could it be? Frieza replied, a sinister grin spreading across his face. You and Vegeta are rare combat prodigies. However, in hindsight, that was among the most foolish decisions I ever made. His tone shifted to one of bitterness and malevolence. Are you regretting it now? Karas taunted mockingly. Indeed. Thus, I now seek to rectify that mistake, Frieza declared, suddenly intensifying the power of his planet-destroying orb. Instantly, Karas felt a crushing weight descend upon him. Damn it, this Frieza is even stronger than before. I can assure you he is far mightier than the one who battled Goku in the original story. What a terrifying realization. If Darius had faced this attack, he would surely have been overwhelmed. Karas thought, his heart racing with anxiety. Yet, who am I? I am the mightiest prince of all Saiyans, Karas proclaimed, bending his arm slightly and then exerting tremendous force. A wave of energy larger than before surged toward Frieza. What? How can this power be so immense? Frieza gasped, surprised as his planet-destroying orb began to rise toward him. Curse it! I will not be defeated, Frieza shouted, infusing his orb with all his might to halt its ascent. Futile, Frieza. You are destined to lose. Karas sneered, his voice dripping with malice. Huh! Karas roared, and the previously stalling orb surged upward once more. As the energy sphere approached him at an even greater velocity, Frieza felt a flicker of fear, driven by terror. He exerted every ounce of strength to prevent the impending defeat. Hi. Perhaps it was fear, perhaps it was unease, or perhaps both. He screamed desperately to mask his trepidation. With a thunderous explosion, the clash between Karas and Frieza finally reached its climax. You have lost, Frieza, Karas declared, his massive hand hovering mere centimeters from Frieza's face, his voice cold and unwavering. Frieza, battered and disheveled, clenched his fists, his face a mask of resentment. Karas, even if you kill me today and avenge your Saiyan kin, my father, brother, and younger sibling will seek vengeance upon you the moment they learn of my demise. By then, you had best be stronger than you are now. Otherwise, you shall regret killing me. Listening to Frieza's ominous words, which resembled a final threat, Karas merely replied coldly, let them come. One I shall slay, and two shall fall. Is that so? Just as Karas finished speaking, a sudden sound pierced the air. A flash of red light darted before Karas, and he felt a sharp pain in his left chest. Crimson blood poured from his mouth like a torrential river. That red light had pierced directly through his heart. His vision blurred instantly, and with a loss of balance, he plummeted from the sky. Chapter 59, Frieza's Brother. Kvila Kulastale let out a loud cry as he swiftly lunged forward, catching the plummeting Karas. Karas, hold on. Dale's was now filled with a sense of urgency. Shao Kahn, quickly treat Karas. Dale shouted towards Shao Kahn. Yes, I'm on it. Shao Kahn, momentarily taken aback by Karas's injury, scrambled to respond. Dale's cradled the barely conscious Karas and rushed towards Shao Kahn. Lay him flat on the ground. Dale's immediately followed Shao Kahn's instructions, placing Karas down gently. At this moment, everyone gathered around, yet not a word was spoken. They merely observed Shao Kahn as he examined Karas's wounds, careful not to disturb him. Shao Kahn extended his palm over the wound on Karas's chest, and a gentle glow emanated from a sphere of light in his hand, while a series of numbers flickered before his eyes. How is it? Dales asked anxiously. That was close. He nearly suffered a fatal injury to his heart. As it stands, he is not in immediate danger, but due to the damage to the surrounding tissues, with Karas's condition and my treatment, he should hold on for about an hour. However, If he does not receive effective treatment within that time, his life will be at risk, Shao Kahn said, worry etched across his face as he looked at Karis. Then hurry up and treat him. What are you waiting for? Vegeta shouted at Shao Kahn in frustration. But, there are no medical supplies. I can't do anything. Shao Kahn responded, panic rising in his voice. Damn it. Vegeta was now agitated as well. Hey, that Namekian over there. Do you have any medical supplies? A small Namekian child inquired. Lord Mulan, what should I do? Mulan paused for a moment before responding. Go, Tian Tian. I sense no malevolence from Karis. He must be a good person. Understood, Lord Mulan. The small Namekian, who would later become the guardian of Earth, Tian Tian, called out as he dashed toward Karis. I know how to treat him. Leave it to me, he exclaimed while running. Upon hearing that someone could treat Karis, a faint smile of hope appeared on Vegeta's face, but just then, a loud crash echoed as an energy wave struck the running Tian Tian, leaving him battered and bloodied on the ground. Tian Tian, Mulan cried out, collapsing to his knees in despair. What? Is he dead? Witnessing hope arise only to be extinguished in an instant was a cruel twist of fate that no one could bear. Vegeta, watching the prospect of saving Karis vanish before his eyes, was filled with unrestrained fury. Looking up at the sky, he saw a figure clad in purple, with white skeletal features protruding from his chest, lower legs, arms, and helmet-like head, reminiscent of Frieza, wielding a purple tail. Vegeta glared at this individual. Kvila, I will kill you. Hee hee. Now, no one can save your cousin, can they? Vegeta. Kvila laughed wickedly. I say, brother, why didn't you aim better and ensure Karis' demise? Frieza, having narrowly escaped disaster, reveled in his satisfaction. Prince Vegeta, take Prince Karis with Shao Kahn to our spaceship. Once aboard, I believe Shao Kahn will find a way to save him. Dale suggested. Leave this to me. After all, Karis is my brother. And I want these two evil Dragon Clan members to know that the Saiyan royalty is not to be trifled with. Vegeta glared fiercely at Frieza and Kvila, responding to Dale's. Very well. In that case, Napapa, Nardus, I entrust Karis to you. Dale's instructed as he turned to Napapa and Nardus. Understood, Napapa replied, lifting the unconscious Karis into the air. Shao Kahn, lead the way. Right. Follow me. Thus, Shao Kahn, Napapa, and Nardus soared toward Karis' spaceship. Just as Shao Kahn took off, a sudden whoosh interrupted them. We will not allow you to succeed. Three formidable figures blocked their path. One, with golden hair and light blue skin, was named Sevilla. Another, a burly figure with green skin, was called Dre. And the last, with a dragonfly-like head and brown skin, was known as Nizi. These three comprised Kvila's mechanical squad, serving Frieza's brother, Kvila. With Karis injured, the balance of power had tilted in favor of the Frieza brothers. How would this battle unfold? Chapter 60. Gohan's triumphant debut. Robot, take Prince Karis and leave. I'll handle this with Natus. Upon uttering these words to little Karis, Nappa suddenly accelerated, launching a powerful punch towards Shaviza, who nimbly leaped back to evade Nappa's strike. It seems you possess some skills, Shaviza remarked with a sinister smile. At that moment, a wave of energy surged towards Nappa, seemingly destined to strike him. Just as the attack was about to connect, a figure swiftly appeared before him. Allow me to deal with you, declared Dre, his gaze fierce as he faced Shaviza. Uncle Krillin, we should assist. Gohan urged Krillin. I'm a bit hesitant. Krillin replied, but ultimately resolved to fight alongside Gohan. All right, I've got Karis, Gohan affirmed, and together with Krillin, they heightened their energy. Vegeta, are you ready? Dares inquired. Humph. Just a Super Saiyan, Vegeta scoffed. Karis believes I can handle this. Just wait and see, lower-class warrior. With a fierce roar, Gohan and Krillin ascended to their full power, instantly appearing before Nis. Let us see what you've got, Krillin exclaimed as he accelerated, unleashing a right hook aimed at Nis. However, Nis skillfully dodged the attack. With such feeble strength, you cannot touch me, Nis taunted, reveling in his superiority. Don't forget about me. Gohan suddenly appeared behind Nis, delivering a powerful kick that sent Nis hurtling away. Meanwhile, Vegeta unleashed a heavy punch towards Kvalira, who swiftly countered with his palm, stopping the attack. Impressive. The Prince of the Wild Monkeys truly is formidable. If I hadn't concealed my energy in advance, ambushing your brother would have been quite challenging. That's why I'm here to settle the score for Karis. Vegeta seethed, launching another fist at Kvalira. Regrettably, Kvalira retaliated even faster, landing a crushing blow to Vegeta's abdomen. Ugh! Vegeta groaned in agony, blood gushing from his mouth. Prince Vegeta. Dares rushed towards him. A wave of energy surged dangerously close to Dare's face. Our battle is far from over. Frieza sneered maliciously. Step aside. Dares replied coldly, with a wicked grin. Frieza launched a powerful punch at Dares. In an instant, Dares countered, the collision of their fists creating a shockwave that reverberated through the air. Damn it. I can't break through Frieza's defenses. Dares thought, glancing back at Vegeta, who was still being toyed with by Valera. Just as Dares was distracted with concern for Vegeta, Frieza delivered a fierce kick, sending Dares flying. Do not lose focus during battle. Gohan, watch out. Krillin shouted. A wave of energy sped towards Gohan, who was caught off guard and struck. In an instant, a purple flame enveloped him. Ah! Gohan cried out in pain. A burning sensation coursing through his body. Gohan! Krillin rushed towards him. You will also fall. Niz roared, firing another wave of energy at Krillin. With a resounding explosion. Krillin was hit and plummeted through the cloud of smoke. Krillin! Uncle! Gohan felt a surge of rage boiling within him as he witnessed Krillin's plight. Ah! You are unforgivable. Gohan seethed, his teeth clenched in fury. Huh! Gohan let out a deafening roar as a brilliant white aura erupted from within him, shaking off the burning energy that surrounded him. With hands crossed at his forehead, Gohan unleashed a golden and purple wave of energy, targeting Niz. Come on! Niz shouted, foolishly attempting to absorb Gohan's furious strike. However, the moment Niz's hand made contact with Gohan's attack, he realized his mistake. What? This power is incredible. No! Niz cried out, uttering his final words before being consumed by Gohan's energy. Gohan had successfully claimed victory in his inaugural battle on Mechstar. Chapter 61. The Savior Well Done. Gohan! Krillin exclaimed, lying on the ground and giving a thumbs up to Gohan. Take little Karas and head to their spaceship. Nappa instructed Gohan urgently. Gohan glanced at Karas, whose heart continued to bleed profusely, momentarily stunned. What are you standing there for? Nappa shouted in anger, intercepting a powerful punch from Frieza with a swift counterattack, unleashing a wave of energy. Frieza, though quick to evade, was still struck by Nappa's laser blast on his shoulder. Meanwhile, Gohan remained frozen in place. Gohan, why are you still standing there? Hurry up! Nappa bellowed. Clenching his fists, Gohan thought bitterly. How ironic that I must heed the words of the one who killed Uncle Piccolo. Reluctantly, he turned to little Karas and said, let us go. As Gohan and little Karas set off, Nappa wore a knowing smile. But just then, a massive hand, engulfed in a blade-like aura, descended towards Nappa. With a pained gasp, a deep gash appeared on Nappa's body, and blood streamed from the crack in his armor. Nappa! Nadi shouted in alarm upon witnessing Nappa's injury. However, this moment of distraction proved costly. Watch out! Dre admonished as a fierce energy wave shot forth. It struck Nadi's directly, sending him crashing to the ground amidst a cloud of smoke. You can join him on the ground, exclaimed Kvila, pointing a finger that shot forth a crimson ray. Vegeta exerted all his strength to evade, but Kvila's beam was too swift. Before he could take a step, Vegeta's left shoulder was pierced by the deadly shot. With Karas, Nappa, Nadi's, and Krillin all injured, only Dallas remained on the battlefield. Yet, the Saiyans had already suffered 2/3 of their forces. Gohan and little Karas, now burdened with the injured Karas, found themselves intercepted by Shambo and Dodoria. What transpired? Is that the formidable Prince Karas? What a sorry state he is in. Shambo mocked, observing little Karas cradling the unconscious Karas. Little Karas, go. Leave this to me, Gohan declared, assuming a battle stance. Haha, Shambo, I'll handle this, Dodoria said, as Shambo stepped aside. With a sinister grin, Dodoria swiftly closed the distance, launching a powerful punch towards Gohan. With a resounding thud, Gohan was sent flying. Dodoria unleashed a barrage of energy waves, enveloping Gohan in a cloud of smoke. Gohan! Little Karas cried out in concern. Don't worry, your turn will come soon, Shambo declared, directing an energy wave towards little Karas and the unconscious Karas. With a loud explosion, smoke billowed around them. Haha, the Saiyans will lose a prince today. Is that so? I beg to differ, a youthful voice suddenly interjected. What? Shambo exclaimed in surprise as the smoke began to clear. A petite figure stood protectively in front of little Karas. When did you get there? Dodoria asked coldly, eyeing Gohan, who stood defiantly. You won't harm Karas, Gohan asserted with difficulty. Dodoria accelerated towards Shambo's position, both extending their hands. Let us see how long you can endure this, they shouted in unison, launching a combined wave of energy towards Gohan. I can't hold on any longer. Is this how it ends? Dad, Mom? Just as despair enveloped Gohan, a violet energy wave surged from behind him, colliding fiercely with the combined attack of Dodoria and Shambo. After a few moments of struggle, the violet energy wave overpowered the foe's assault. "Who is that?" Shambo roared in fury. Emerging from the smoke was a striking figure clad in a white martial arts uniform, with pointed ears and flowing white hair, who addressed Dodoria and Shambo with an icy demeanor. Jeremy's. Chapter 62. Kara's returns to the battlefield. Jeremy's? I've never heard of him. Doria replied impatiently. It doesn't matter. In my eyes, you're already dead. Jeremy's replied expressionlessly. What? How dare you? Doria roared, his body suddenly accelerating as he rushed towards Jeremy's. Without a hint of panic, Jeremy's extended his hand towards the oncoming Doria. A wave of energy surged forth instantly, followed by a resounding boom. Doria! Shambo shouted. Yet, Doria could no longer hear him, for Jeremy's energy wave had already sent Doria to the depths of hell. Now it's your turn, Jeremy said coldly. What? Shambo began to feel a surge of fear as he watched the white-haired man kill Doria with a single move. Panic gripped him. I'm not afraid of you. Shambo stammered, his words barely coherent. The only thought in his mind was to transform himself. Thus, in search of a semblance of safety, Shambo immediately began his transformation to enhance his power. I'm no longer afraid of you. Alas, Jeremy sighed, shaking his head. What good will that do? All I can do is ensure you feel no pain. As he spoke, Jeremy swiftly approached Shambo, standing directly in front of him. With both palms aimed at Shambo's body, he unleashed another wave of energy. Shambo didn't even have time for a final word before he was engulfed. I told you it wouldn't hurt. Who are you? Gohan inquired. Jeremy's. It's Jeremy's. Little Car exclaimed joyfully. Little Car. Long time no see. Jeremy's greeted him before urgently asking, How is Karis? It's quite serious. But with your arrival, everything will be fine. Little Car's worry instantly transformed into relief. Jeremy's flew towards Little Car and glanced at the unconscious Karis. A gaping wound in Karis's chest bled profusely, and through the hole, his heart could still be seen beating. This sight filled Jeremy's with sorrow. Hang in there, brother. With that, Jeremy's placed his palm over Karis's wound, and in an instant, a brilliant white light enveloped Karis's body. Miraculously, the wound began to heal at a visible pace. Before long, Karis opened his eyes, hazily seeing a familiar face. Karis, are you all right? Jeremy's. Perhaps due to their deep bond, Karis instinctively exclaimed without a second thought. Yes, it's me, Jeremy's replied, helping Karis to sit up. Karis stood, shaking his head to regain clarity. I thought I was done for. Thank you, Jeremy's. Karis, brother, are you okay? Gohan, bearing scars all over his face, asked. Gohan. Karis looked down at him. Your injuries. Gohan sustained all those wounds to protect you, Little Car explained to Karis. Touched by Little Car's words, Karis smiled warmly at Gohan. Thank you. Yet, Gohan bashfully lowered his head, muttering, it was nothing. No worries. Let me handle this, Jeremy said, waving his hand over Gohan, and miraculously, Gohan's wounds healed completely. Wow. Incredible. I feel so powerful, Gohan exclaimed, clenching his fists in disbelief. Wait, Vegeta's energy, and that of Nappa, Nades, and Krillin. Karis suddenly grew anxious. Bang, 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 bang. Vegeta, I'm sending you to meet your brother, Karis, Kvila proclaimed, preparing to eliminate Vegeta with a flurry of punches and kicks. Kvila extended his finger, unleashing a death ray that shot towards Vegeta. Just as the red beam approached, a blue energy wave unexpectedly deflected it away from Vegeta. What? Kvila asked, astonished. Who is it? I say, do you all underestimate me, Big Car? What? You a robot? Have combat capabilities? Vegeta remarked, equally surprised. Big Car activated the thrusters on his legs, slowly ascending to a position parallel to Vegeta. It seems you all believe I am a robot without combat power. Thus, I chose to observe the enemy quietly, hoping to deliver a decisive blow at a critical moment. However, to save you, I had to reveal myself prematurely, he admitted with a hint of reluctance. Krillin, how are you holding up? Bulma suddenly cried out in distress. I can't go on. Bulma, you must survive and return to Earth. Krillin gasped before weakly closing his eyes. Krillin, you must hold on. Bulma cried out helplessly. Someone, save Krillin. He is about to. It's too late. The only one with healing abilities, Tien, has been killed. Now, no one can save him, Mulin sighed, turning to Bulma. Leave it to me. Suddenly, a voice that felt like a lifeline rang out. Big brother Vegeta, let me take over. Another voice called out from behind Vegeta. What? Karas, Kvila exclaimed, astonished to see Karas standing right behind Vegeta. Chapter 63, the late arrival of Sun Wukong as Karas regained his strength and returned to the battlefield. Dale swiftly abandoned Frieza and rushed to his side. Karas, you're all right. That is wonderful. I was so worried. Karas smiled back at Dale's. Uncle Krillin. Gohan unexpectedly appeared beside Krillin. Jaramus, please save Uncle Krillin. Gohan implored. Don't worry. Jaramus approached Krillin and offered a subtle nod and smiled at Bulma. Wow, so handsome. Bulma instantly became enamored, gazing dreamily at Jaramus, nearly drooling. Excuse me, miss, may I pass? Jaramus politely inquired. However, Bulma seemed oblivious, still fixated on Jaramus. Hey, Bulma. He is calling you, Gohan said, gently tapping Bulma on the shoulder to draw her attention. Huh? Bulma came to her senses as she felt someone tapping her. Oh, please. Go ahead. Jaramus nodded politely and extended his hand. In a flash of white light, Krillin's wounds miraculously healed. Are you all right? Jaramus asked. Krillin sat up, moving his arms and feeling remarkably well, his strength seemingly enhanced. I feel great. All my injuries are gone. Thank you. Who are you? I'm Jaramus, Karas' senior brother. With that, Jaramus placed 2 fingers on his forehead and vanished in an instant. You must be Vegeta. You're severely injured. You should heal first. Jaramus directed his palm towards Vegeta. Who are you? Vegeta questioned, alarmed. Jaramus merely smiled, and a beam of light enveloped Vegeta, instantly revitalizing him. How incredible! Vegeta marveled, feeling his strength surge. A white and blue aura ignited around him as he recovered from his wounds and gained considerable power. Let us continue, Quila. Prince Karas. You're unharmed, that is splendid. Noddy's exclaimed. Karas called out, Don't worry. With Jaramus here, I want to perish. I knew it, Prince Karas. You are blessed. Noddy's responded, grinning. I see your name is Jaramus. Thank you immensely. Vegeta nodded in gratitude, though it was a modest gesture. Jaramus smiled back at Vegeta before turning to Noddy's and Nappa. Let me heal you both as well. With a wave of his hand, a beam of light enveloped Nappa and Noddy's, healing their injuries completely. Seems this elven gentleman could be a nuisance, Frieza smirked, a wicked grin crossing his face as he swung his left arm, sending an energy wave towards Jaramus. With a swift whoosh, Jaramus vanished from sight. This is a long-standing feud between your Demon Dragon clan and the Saiyans. I shall refrain from intervening, Jaramus teased. Reappearing behind Frieza, he then suddenly appeared in front of Karas. I entrust this to you, Saiyans. Nappa felt a surge of excitement. Dre. I will slay you within the next minute. Noddy shared his exhilaration. Don't boast, you long-eared wild monkey. I shall eliminate you in half a minute. Dre retorted coldly. Then come. I look forward to it. Quila provoked. Well then, I wish to fight as well. Gohan slowly ascended beside Karas and the others, addressing Frieza coldly. Because I am also a Saiyan. Isn't this a bit unfair? Dale scoffed. They have plenty. A male voice suddenly resonated. Everyone turned simultaneously towards the source of the voice. There stood a figure clad in an orange martial arts GI, with a crab-like hairstyle, atop a nearby rocky hill. The only decoration on his attire was a fist-sized character for Wukong on his chest, aside from the incongruous large character on his back. It was Wukong. He had arrived. Krillin was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Wukong has finally come. Bulma echoed, her voice thick with emotion. Dad! Gohan exclaimed, rushing into Wukong's embrace. Gohan. Are you all right? Wukong asked. Gohan wiped away the impending tears and smiled. Yes. I'm well, all thanks to Brother Karas' protection. Karas? Wukong inquired, puzzled. Who is he? Karas is a remarkable Saiyan, as strong as you, perhaps even stronger. Krillin added. Really? Hee. Then I must meet him. With that, Wukong soared towards Karas. Ah, son Wukong, you have finally arrived. Chapter 64. Frieza's trump card. The Ginyu Force. Hello, are you Karas? Goku inquired. Hey, Kakarot. You'd better show some respect to Prince Karas. He is the prince of our Saiyan race. Noddy's reprimanded Goku sternly. Ah, so you are a prince. Goku exclaimed, astonished. But what does being a prince mean? My goodness. Karas felt as though a crow had just flown over his head. Having long been aware of Goku's foolishness from the original tales, witnessing it firsthand today was indeed unsurprising. Kakarot, are you truly so dim-witted that you don't even know what a prince is? In that moment, Nappa raised his fist angrily and approached Goku. Wait, Nappa. Karas interjected, extending a hand. Instead of reprimanding Kakarot, we should be focusing on the formidable energy signatures approaching Namek. Indeed, they are quite powerful. Dales lifted his gaze to the sky. Hey, are you perhaps my long-lost brother? Why do we look so alike? Goku asked, perplexed, as he flew beside Dales. Dales lowered his head to gaze at Goku, stunned for a few seconds before bellowing. Who the hell is your brother? We resemble each other solely because we are both low-class warriors, nothing more. Hey, Dales. You can insult Kakarot all you want, but why drag me into this? Naughty shouted, visibly displeased. Who insulted you? I'm cursing Kakarot. It's not my fault you're his older brother. Dales retorted, equally furious. Can Saiyans be this absurd? Goodness, this is quite ridiculous. The tension seemed to signal an impending internal conflict. Just then, Frieza launched an energy blast, which Goku promptly swatted away. How despicable to attempt a sneak attack. Frieza. Cease this at once. Frieza commanded. Yes, halt. Did they not mention 5 powerful energies approaching Namek? I believe that must be my Ginyu Force, Frieza remarked. A hint of pride in his tone. Frieza, Dre, could you locate my 2 useless subordinates? Frieza glanced uncertainly at Frieza, who nodded in agreement. Just as Frieza and Dre prepared to depart. There's no need. Jeremy suddenly interjected. I have already eliminated your 2 subordinates. What? Frieza exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure. It doesn't matter. Those worthless beings are of no consequence. My Ginyu Force has arrived. Before long, 5 spherical spaceships, each approximately 1.6 meters in diameter, descended slowly through the clouds toward Namek. What an overwhelming aura of evil! Krillin exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat. Ha 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 ha. My Ginyu Force has finally arrived. Frieza cackled wickedly. Now the real battle begins. With a series of whooshing sounds, 5 figures appeared before Frieza, each with peculiar appearances. One was a half-meter tall creature with green skin and an additional eye on each side of its forehead, named Gudu. Another was a towering figure with a tuft of red hair atop his head, known as Rico. A blue-skinned, spotted being resembling a disc-shaped UFO, standing about 2 meters tall, was called Huit. Another individual, with white hair and red skin, stood about 1.6 meters tall, named JIS. Lastly, the leader of this formidable quintet, and the strongest among them, was a purple-skinned being with a brain-like head protruding outward, adorned with black horns, known as Ginyu. Not late at all. Just in time. Frieza remarked with a smile. It seemed this peculiar group was indeed powerful, which excited Goku, who displayed a knowing smile. Then let the grand melee commence. Chapter 65, The Awakening of Vegeta's Super Saiyan. In an instant, Dale surged with energy and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Wow! Goku exclaimed in astonishment. So you can turn golden-haired too? What? You can as well? Vegeta was equally taken aback. You must explain yourself, Kakarot. That happened on my way to Namek. I was nearly killed by a cosmic storm, and at that perilous moment, driven by a fierce unwillingness to perish, I suddenly transformed into a golden-haired warrior in a fit of rage. As he spoke, Goku too transformed into a Super Saiyan. Goodness, Goku truly is the epitome of fortune. Achieving Super Saiyan status so effortlessly. Goku. This golden-haired form is unique to us Saiyans. It is called Super Saiyan. In this state, our power exceeds that of ordinary Saiyans by leaps and bounds. Kara's explained to Goku. Now it makes sense. No wonder my strength has increased significantly after turning golden. Goku chuckled foolishly. Enough chatter. I still have to settle my score with Frieza. As he spoke, Dale shot toward Frieza at breakneck speed, delivering a powerful punch. Frieza swiftly evaded, darting away, and Dales immediately pursued him. So, Kira, shouldn't we settle the score for your sneak attack? Kara's grinned wickedly. I have yet to determine the outcome with Frieza. Me too. I must defeat Dre. With that, Nides and Nappa charged forward. Kiki, I guess I'll have to take on 5 opponents at once. Goku declared confidently as he rushed toward the 5 members of the Ginyu Force. A grand melee was on the verge of erupting. Why? Watching Goku and the others engage in battle with Frieza, Vegeta's heart sank with a sense of unease. I am the Prince of the Saiyans, yet I have been surpassed in an instant by 2 lower-class warriors. For Vegeta, who held his pride in such high regard, this was an unbearable humiliation and shame. Clenching his fists, he repeated in his mind, Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan. Dales, do you really believe that with Kara's resurrecting you, victory is assured? I don't know. Dale shouted as he delivered a fierce punch at Frieza. Frieza nimbly leaped back, dodging Dales' blow, and swiftly closed in, striking Dales in the face with a powerful knee. Karaz, your power is quite formidable. Likewise. Kira, you are impressive too. Energy beam. Kamehameha. The 2 energy waves clashed violently, resulting in a spectacular explosion. Wow. Incredible! Goku praised as he rushed toward the source of the energy. Suddenly, a wave of energy sliced through Goku's face, causing him to stop and turn toward its origin. There stood Vegeta, rage burning in his eyes. Why? I am the strongest Saiyan in history. Yet, I have been surpassed by the most inferior of Saiyans. I refuse to accept this. I am filled with rage. Vegeta roared. In a sudden explosion, a golden aura erupted fiercely from within Vegeta. His once dark, glossy hair transformed into a striking golden hue. Such immense energy! Kairas exclaimed, turning sharply. Witnessing Vegeta's transformation into a Super Saiyan, he declared, "You've finally done it, brother Vegeta." What? Vegeta has become a Super Saiyan too? Frieza remarked, astonished. Vegeta, you are quite impressive, achieving golden hair as well. What? Kakarot, have I truly transformed into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta mused, examining his hands in disbelief. Eh? Vegeta, you didn't know? Goku nearly stumbled back in shock. Hiki, is this the power of a Super Saiyan? Vegeta marveled, enveloped in his golden aura. At last, I am a Super Saiyan. His gaze sharpened, and in an instant, he surged toward Goku, delivering a devastating punch. With a resounding boom, Goku's body exploded into a cloud of blood. Those who experience my superpower should consider themselves fortunate. Chapter 66, The Annihilation of the Kfila Mecha Troops at this moment. Vegeta could no longer contain the exhilaration surging within him. He was utterly elated. Goku, Li Kai shouted, hurtling towards Vegeta with great speed, launching a powerful punch directly at his face. Bang! Li Kai's fist struck Vegeta squarely on the nose. Is this all you've got? Vegeta replied coolly. Having just transformed into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta began to boast, exclaiming, "Ah, this is quite absurd." What? Li Kai exclaimed, now filled with trepidation. Suddenly, Li Kai, duck! Jis shouted, promptly unleashing a wave of energy aimed at Vegeta. A second energy wave swiftly followed, colliding with Jis' attack. Is ambush all you know? Goku bellowed in fury. Jis, you and Walter deal with that lower-class Saiyan. Vegeta is mine. Li Kai, you too, Genie said with a sinister smile. Then I leave it to you, Captain, Walter said, charging towards Goku. Huh. Bang. Kfila roared, launching a fierce punch at Kairas. Under the immense force, Kairas was sent flying. Die, Kfila scoffed, unleashing a barrage of crimson energy waves that hurtled towards Kairas. With a series of whooshing sounds, explosions erupted in the air. Humph. This time, you won't escape unscathed, Kfila proclaimed triumphantly. Is that so? A voice as thunderous as a storm rumbled behind Kfila. Kairas suddenly delivered a powerful kick to Kfila's face. Bang, bang, bang. The air resonated with the sound of fists colliding. Frieza, your demise is imminent, a voice declared. Is that so, wild monkey, Dales? I am the Cosmic Emperor. Can you truly kill me? Frieza retorted, launching a fierce punch. With a swift motion, Dales vanished before Frieza's blow could reach him. Bang! The sound of wind slicing through the air marked Dales' descent, plummeting towards the ground like a meteor. Boom! The ground cracked open as Dales, battered and bruised, landed in a crater created by his own impact. Meanwhile, Saviza, engaged in combat with Dales, clenched his fists and dove towards him headfirst. Strangely, Dales bore no trace of concern on his face. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips. Ha! Bang, bang, bang. Dre relentlessly struck Noddies with powerful punches. Ha ha. How does that feel? Dre laughed smugly. Grr. Noddies gritted his teeth, enduring the agony while resolutely thinking, I will not lose. I am a Saiyan. Even if I cannot transform into the Super Saiyan that Kairas speaks of, I will not be defeated. I too shall reach the realm of Super Saiyans. I cannot fall here. Noddies' determination surged fiercely. Ha ha ha. You're finished, Dales. As he spoke, Saviza unleashed a final, devastating punch at Dales. Now, in a split second, Dales evaded Saviza's heavy blow. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped high into the air, declaring, this time, you will not survive. Dales raised his right hand with his index and middle fingers pointing skyward, unleashing a formidable energy wave. What? Ah, you bastard! Saviza roared in a furious cry, only to be obliterated by Dales' ultimate technique, leaving no trace behind. Heh. Now you know that Saiyans are not to be trifled with. After uttering these words, Dales collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. Saviza! Dre called out, but that very utterance sealed his fate. In the heat of battle, one must not lose focus. With that, Noddies charged at Dre, headbutting him with fierce force. Dre, he exclaimed, feeling a sudden wave of dizziness. In battle, do not lose concentration. That was your own advice. With that, Noddy's aimed his palm at Dre, launching a devastating energy wave that enveloped him instantly. Bang! Dre was reduced to a mist of crimson. Chapter 67. Wukong faces 3 foes alone. Hey, your 3 strongest allies have already descended into hell. Shall I escort you to join them? Kara's declared with a malevolent grin. Those Saiyans are truly troublesome. They have annihilated my mightiest forces. Kfira's face was etched with resentment. Saviza, may you journey safely. I shall avenge you. I will ensure that Vegeta joins you, so our acquaintance will not be in vain. Jinnu spoke coldly. Suddenly, he launched a punch at Vegeta, who deftly dodged to the right, evading Jinnu's strike and retaliating with a powerful blow aimed at Jinnu's abdomen. Jinnu soared away like a bullet, while Vegeta swiftly pursued him, closing the distance in an instant. Bang! 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 The sound of Vegeta's relentless punches echoed as he battered Jinnu, leaving him covered in wounds in no time. Red and blue Aurora Sphere. Guys and Walter unleashed their combined technique, rapidly condensing a sphere of alternating colors in their hands. A barrage of red and blue energy blasts erupted from the sphere, hurtling toward Wukong. Wukong, however, wore a relaxed smile, effortlessly dodging each projectile with graceful movements. As Guys and Walter's combined attack failed to land on Wukong, their stamina and energy dwindled, leaving them panting and momentarily ceasing their assault. Hee. Is this all you have? Wukong taunted Guys and Walter. Don't forget, there's still me. With that, Riku opened his mouth wide and unleashed a powerful laser wave. A thick energy beam surging toward Wukong. Ah, just what I wanted. Wukong responded with a Kamehameha wave of his own. A similarly massive energy beam shooting forth from his hands. Crash. The 2 beams collided. Guys. Walter. Now's your chance. Attack. Riku shouted, prompting Guys and Walter to react instantly, each launching an energy wave towards Wukong from either side without hesitation. Dad. Gohan cried out, vanishing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Gohan reappeared beside Wukong. Ah! Gohan screamed in pain, having sacrificed himself to absorb the dual attack from Guys and Walter. Gohan. Wukong shouted in concern. You fool. I will never forgive you. Ha! Wukong suddenly intensified the Kamehameha wave, overpowering Riku's laser beam and surging directly toward him. What? This is impossible. Ah! Riku, like Saviza and Dre before him, was sent to the underworld by Wukong's Kamehameha wave. Gohan, are you okay? Wukong asked anxiously. Dad. I'm fine, Gohan replied weakly, forcing a smile. Riku. Guys yelled angrily. You scoundrel. He then charged toward Wukong at great speed. A wave of energy shot forth from Guys' hands, aimed directly at Wukong. Boom. Wukong. Krillin shouted, his voice filled with worry as he saw the smoke enveloping Wukong and Gohan. Guys, in a frenzied state, unleashed a relentless barrage of powerful energy blasts toward Wukong. As the smoke surrounding Wukong and Gohan thickened from the bombardment, Walter joined in the assault against Wukong. Will Wukong be alright under such an onslaught? Bulma pondered anxiously as she watched the chaos unfold. Damn it! Noddy's roared, appearing behind Guys and Walter. How long do you intend to keep shooting? With that, Noddy's unleashed a fierce kick, sending Guys and Walter flying away from Wukong. You Saiyan scum will pay? Walter shouted as he regained his balance, simultaneously charging at Noddy's with Guys. Due to Noddy's previous battle with Dre, he was wounded and fatigued, unable to evade their assault. With a resounding thud, Noddy's doubled over, clutching his abdomen, groaning in pain. Guys, forming his fingers into a hammer shape, struck Noddy's back with a powerful blow. Noddy's plummeted to the ground, creating a large crater upon impact. At that moment, a masculine voice resonated from behind Guys and Walter. Isn't this a bit excessive? With a swift motion, Wukong, his garments tattered, unleashed 2 kicks, sending both Guys and Walter flying before they could react. In a flash, Wukong appeared before Jeremiah's, gently laying down the unconscious Gohan. In another instant, he reappeared in front of Guys and Walter, bellowing, "You are unforgivable." Suddenly, Wukong radiated a crimson aura, channeling his Kaioken technique. Boom. Wukong struck with both fists at astonishing speed, landing direct hits on Guys and Walter's abdomens. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong poured forth his energy, resulting in a thunderous explosion as Guys and Walter were obliterated into clouds of blood mist. Chapter 68. The Perverse Skill of BQ. Hee, Frieza. Perhaps it would be best for you to end your own misery. Your Bika's special forces have been reduced to just their captain, Darius sneered, causing Frieza's face to turn a shade of green. With a face twisted in rage, he suddenly unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Hee. I will not allow you to strike me. As Frieza launched his fist, Darius retaliated swiftly, their fists colliding with ferocity. Haha. Is this all the strength Biku possesses? How disappointingly feeble. Vegeta continued his relentless assault on Biku. Haha. Ever since this fellow turned golden-haired, he has showcased his bloodthirsty nature. Indeed, you Saiyans are inherently savage. Jeremiah chuckled derisively as he observed Goku. Crash. Boom. Biku was sent crashing into a rocky mountain following a fierce blow from Vegeta. Yet, Biku's demeanor was perplexing. Despite being on the brink of defeat, he displayed an air of indifference that left everyone bewildered. It is time to send you to hell to reunite with your comrades. Vegeta grinned wickedly, pointing a hand at Biku. Hiki. The opportunity has arrived. Biku opened his mouth and uttered the word transform. To everyone's astonishment, Vegeta's soul eerily separated from his body, transforming into a beam of light that exchanged places with Biku's soul. Oh no, I completely forgot about Biku's twisted ability. Kara's lamented, filled with regret. Had I known, I would have eliminated him at the outset. What is happening? My body. Why? Vegeta, now trapped in Biku's battered form, was forced to endure the agony inflicted by Biku's body. Hiki. Vegeta, did you really think I would let you attack without retaliating? How does it feel to be injured by your own body? Biku, reveling in his triumph, remarked smugly. You come here. Kara's unleashed a wave of energy towards Quila before heading towards Vegeta, now inhabiting Biku's body. Hee. Captain Biku, splendid work. You flatter me. Biku, now occupying Vegeta's body, bowed to Frieza, brimming with pride. Vegeta, are you all right? Kara's inquired urgently. How infuriating. My body is now possessed by such a repugnant race. This is an utter disgrace. Kara's, what should we do? Should we attack Vegeta's body? Of course, Darius. Goku, for once, grew serious. If we do not strike, he will attack us. If that occurs, we shall be defeated. What is going on? Why is everyone surrounding Frieza's minion? Bulma asked, perplexed. I believe that is not Frieza's minion Biku, but rather Vegeta, Krillin replied, his voice laced with concern. How can this be? Bulma exclaimed, incredulous. It is indeed possible, as Vegeta and Biku have exchanged bodies. Jeremiah explained. Oh my goodness, that is utterly horrifying. Bulma shuddered at the thought. What if she were to switch bodies with such a hideous creature? Fight. Karis, you must engage Biku, who has taken over Vegeta's body, and hit him hard. Jeremiah. Hee. I understand. Karis, wearing a sly smile, turned to Goku and said, Goku, can you handle Quila? No problem. Goku chuckled and swiftly charged towards Quila. Chapter 69, The Complete Annihilation of the Ginyu Force. Your aura is truly formidable. It has startled me, yet it also ignites a thrill within me. With a smile gracing his lips, Goku regarded Kvila with a chilling gaze. Kvila, however, maintained a stoic expression as he stared back at Goku. Their eyes locked for a few fleeting moments, a gentle breeze caressed their faces, stirring up a cloud of yellow dust. A stone tumbled down the cliff with a thunderous crash. Bang! The sound of their fists colliding echoed like thunder, accompanied by an explosive resonance. The heavens trembled as the sounds of Goku and Kvila's fists clashing reverberated through the sky. Bang! Suddenly, Frieza launched an attack on Dales. His fist sliced through the air with a whoosh as he struck towards Dales. Instinctively, Dales sidestepped to the right. Just as he regained his balance, Frieza appeared behind him, delivering a swift kick that aimed directly at Dales. With a swift motion, Frieza's kick grazed Dale's body. In an instant, Dale's form began to blur, and then he vanished from sight. Humph. An afterimage, is it? How intriguing. The deadly halo of Dales materialized above Frieza, a circle of lightning hurtling towards him. With a resounding boom, smoke billowed and a gust of wind swept through the air. Impressive. Humph, I knew it. As Dales abruptly turned, a red beam shot towards him. Without a hint of hesitation, Dales extended his hand and deflected Frieza's red beam from its original trajectory. Hee. Ginyu, you are truly unfortunate. Karis, possessing the body of Vegeta, grinned wickedly. Yet, the Ginyu inhabiting Vegeta's form remained indifferent, declaring that as a fellow Super Saiyan, he refused to believe that Vegeta's body would be outmatched by him. With that, the Ginyu surged forward, delivering a powerful punch towards Karis. Seeing the incoming fist, Karis raised his arm in a swift upward motion, effortlessly redirecting Jinyu's punch over his head, countering with a forceful strike. The Ginyu, inhabiting Vegeta's body, let out a cry, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. With a swift kick, Karis sent the Ginyu flying. Grinning maliciously, revealing rows of pristine white teeth, Karis instantly closed the distance to the airborne Ginyu. Bang! Karis unleashed a powerful kick, sending the Ginyu soaring into the sky. With another swift motion, Kara's ascended past the ascending Jinyu, interlocking his fingers into a hammer shape. He prepared to strike down upon the Jinyu as it soared toward his abdomen. Bang! A pained groan escaped Vegeta's body as it plummeted to the earth, creating a massive crater upon impact. Coughing violently, the Jinyu expelled a mouthful of clotted blood. How can this be? As a fellow Super Saiyan, why is this one so much stronger? The Jinyu, inhabiting Vegeta's body, began to feel a pang of fear. Suddenly, Kara's appeared beside him, stating that it was because he was the strongest Super Saiyan. Though you occupy Vegeta's body, you remain no match for me. The sight of you, this grotesque creature, occupying the body of the Prince of Saiyans, infuriates me. I shall not allow this disgrace to stand, and thus I will obliterate this body. With that, Kara's leaped back, positioning himself in a wide stance, declaring he would use this technique to cleanse the dishonor of the Saiyan royal lineage. Hee. Is that so? This is Vegeta's body. If you destroy it, he shall never return. The Jinyu, inhabiting Vegeta's form, retorted with smugness. Yet, the Jinyu, within Vegeta's body, was now shedding tears, weakly declaring that after Kara's destroyed his body, he might as well obliterate his soul too. Bearing such a hideous form is more unbearable than death. The Jinyu, in Vegeta's body, roared his final words in rage. Rest assured, Vegeta, I shall fulfill your wish. With a surge of purple energy, Kara's lamented the unfortunate fate of Vegeta's Super Saiyan body, which under the control of this repugnant creature could barely withstand 3 of my punches. How pitiful. Indeed, so weak. It seems I must seek a stronger vessel. The Jinyu, within Vegeta's body, silently plotted his next move. Purple Beam. Kara's was on the verge of unleashing his purple energy blast. Hee. How can I allow you to have your way? The Jinyu, inhabiting Vegeta's body, suddenly broke into a triumphant smile. A perfect opportunity. Now is the time. In that instant, Jeremy seized the Jinyu, who occupied Vegeta's body, and hurled him away with all his might. Oh no, I've been tricked. The Jinyu suddenly realized he had fallen into a trap, but it was too late. The Jinyu was sent flying towards the energy wave of Vegeta's soul. In an instant, the souls of Vegeta and Jinyu intertwined once more, a peculiar light enveloping them, returning them to their rightful bodies. This sensation is exquisite. I, Vegeta, have returned. Vegeta's body surged forward with newfound speed. It is time to cleanse my dishonor. Vegeta unleashed a powerful punch. What? Wait. The Jinyu screamed as he disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist. Thud. Vegeta collapsed onto the ground, muttering. You really hit hard, Karas. Chapter 70. The final showdown? Brothers in conflict? What? Kino has been defeated. The Kvila Met Corps, the Kina Special Forces. Our elite troops have all been vanquished by the Saiyans. Frieza, shouldn't we take action? Indeed, brother. Let's annihilate this planet. Frieza coldly declared. Suddenly, Karas appeared before Kvila and Frieza in an instant. Are you really considering a desperate act? Karas, you Saiyans are indeed terrifyingly powerful. However, the defeat of our esteemed forces has left us quite displeased. What do you propose, Frieza? Karas inquired. We intend to destroy this planet, ensuring that all its inhabitants perish alongside our fallen warriors. Ha. Kvila, your arrogance is astonishing. Do you think we are to be trifled with? Dares retorted angrily. After a moment of silence, Karas replied, Very well. I shall not waste time. If you possess the ability, then by all means, attempt it. Karas' audacity astonished everyone present. To level the playing field, we shall each send forth 2 warriors for a duel of life and death. Karas paused briefly before coldly adding, Let us witness the final blow. Karas, have you made your decision? Dares asked. If the Saiyans fear even this, what claim do they have to the title of warriors? Hey, Jeremy's, Karas called out. Please heal these 2 demon dragon tribesmen. We do not wish to take advantage. What? The prospect of a fair 2-on-2 battle had already shocked Frieza and Kvila, but now asking Jeremy's to heal them left everyone astounded. This is truly insane. Jeremy's muttered to himself before instantly teleporting to Karas' side. Karas, this is indeed reckless and exhilarating. If you lose, we are all doomed. However, Jeremy's gaze sharpened, but I relish the challenge. With that, Jeremy's turned and extended his hands towards Frieza and Kvila. 2 beams of white light flashed, invigorating Frieza and Kvila with newfound energy. This is your choice. Do not regret it. Humph, we shall not regret. Frieza smirked at Karas and Jeremy's. Please restore some stamina for me and Goku. No problem. Jeremy's proceeded to rejuvenate Karas and Goku. Wait, Vegeta suddenly exclaimed. Frieza is the murderer of planet Vegeta. Only the Saiyan Prince can bring him down. This is our duty. Vegeta bellowed his final declaration. Goku, pondering the words, slowly approached Vegeta and placed a hand on his shoulder. Then it is entrusted to you. Goku retracted his Super Saiyan form and descended to the ground beside Dares and Gohan. Elvin tried. Please heal me. Vegeta humbly requested, setting aside his pride for once. Humph. You're quite something. I have faith in you. Jeremy's responded, and with a flash of white light, Vegeta's wounds were fully healed. Then let us commence. Frieza and Kvila swiftly ascended to hundreds of meters in the air, standing face to face. Simultaneously, they raised their hands, conjuring a colossal energy sphere above their heads. Lord Mulan, is this truly wise? Tully inquired. Alas, there is no other choice. You have seen how powerful the cosmic Emperor Frieza and his brother are. With the strength of our planet, we cannot contend with either of them. We can only pray for the Saiyans and that righteous being named Karas. Karas, do you recall that move from our childhood? Karas gazed at Vegeta, nostalgia washing over him. You mean? Yes, let us employ that technique. What do you say? Haha, very well. It is yours to command. With that, Jeremy's flew away from Vegeta and Karas. Karas and Vegeta aligned themselves. Vegeta intertwining his right hand with Karas' left. Vegeta extended his left hand while Karas raised his right, positioning themselves against Frieza and Kvila. United as brothers, their strength becomes unbreakable. A formidable energy wave surged towards the Frieza brothers. Come forth, planet destruction sphere. Frieza and Kvila shouted in unison, unleashing the energy that would determine their fate. Whoosh! The two waves, one a beam and the other a sphere, rushed toward each other with the sound of the wind. Moments later, bang! The two forces collided. Karas, Vegeta, do not blame us for holding back. Frieza and Kvila declared in unison. Frieza, Kvila, bring it on. The Saiyans shall never concede defeat. Vegeta and Karas echoed defiantly. The immense pressure bore down on both sides. The collision point of the beam and sphere creating a colossal shockwave that rippled outward, flattening all in its path. Nearby, rivers churned violently, the air quivered, the ground cracked, and the sky dimmed ominously, as if narrating the horror of the moment. The entire planet trembled uneasily. On a rocky outcrop thousands of kilometers away, a peculiar small house stood. Inside, an elderly Namekian, large in stature, sat upon an oversized chair, breathing heavily. Cough, cough. The aged elder began to cough. Great elder. A young Namekian resembling Piccolo urgently called out. I am fine, Niru. My lifespan is nearing its end. If planet Namek remains safe, cough, cough. Inform our people of my last wishes. Let Mulan succeed me as elder. As for the Dragon Balls, if these outsiders are truly worthy, then let them borrow them. Cough. Cough. I understand, great elder, Niru said, tears streaming down his cheeks. Meanwhile, the battle between the Frieza brothers and the Vegeta brothers had reached a fever pitch. Karas, Vegeta, surrender now, and you shall die painlessly. Shut your mouth. We have yet to lose. Brother, stop wasting time and unleash your full power. Vegeta, be cautious. They are increasing their strength. Karas, we shall too. All right, let us finish them together. Ha. Vegeta and Karas intensified their attack. Frieza and Kvila mirrored their escalation. Who will ultimately emerge victorious? Gah. Vegeta, for planet Vegeta, we shall fight with all our might. What? They still possess strength. Frieza exclaimed, caught off guard. Karas. Now it's our chance. Onward. All right, Vegeta. Ha. What? This is impossible. I know, Kvila. Let us go, Karas and Vegeta. Jeremy's clenched his fists. Go. Karas and Vegeta. Bulma shouted with fervor. Cheer up, brother Karas. Gohan also rallied for Karas and Vegeta. Come on, Saiyans, do not succumb to the Demon Dragon tribe. Mulan urged, invigorated. At that moment, everyone, be they Earthlings, Saiyans, or Namekians, erupted in a unified cheer. In an instant, the fervent cries of encouragement reverberated across the skies of Namek. Behold, Vegeta, they are all rallying behind us. We cannot afford to falter. Karas. Such tedious lines need not be uttered. Yet, I too have grown weary of this prolonged confrontation with you. Let us decisively vanquish them. Very well, Vegeta. Ha. The Demon Dragon Clan, farewell to the underworld. With all their might, Vegeta and Karas unleashed their final blow. What? Impossible. Ah, curse be it. Frieza and Kvila could no longer withstand the onslaught. It is infuriating. Had we diligently trained for 4 months, those wretched Saiyans would not have dared to flaunt their arrogance. Ah, with a final, defiant utterance. Frieza and Kvila, the elite warriors of the Demon Dragon Clan, thus met their demise. Chapter 71. Secrets Under Observation. Hooray! We have triumphed. Bulma, witnessing the defeat of the Frieza brothers and her own survival, was overwhelmed with joy beyond expression. What a relief! At last, we have vanquished Frieza. Indeed, the long-standing grudge against Planet Vegeta has finally been avenged. Nardus, we ought to celebrate. Nappa looked at Nardus and remarked with a sense of relief. We have emerged victorious, Karas. Yes, we have achieved victory. Vegeta and Karas exchanged smiles, allowing their weary bodies to descend. Goku and Dallas swiftly approached. Catching the falling Karas and Vegeta, Goku and Dallas gently set Vegeta and Karas on the ground, asking, "Are you all right?" Vegeta glanced at Goku, who was supporting him, and retorted, "Humph. If you're in trouble, I want to be in any trouble." Hiki. Well, that seems to mean you're fine. Goku replied with a grin. Thank you for ridding our planet of this disaster. At that moment, Mulan approached Karas and the others with his people. Mulan continued, but you did not come merely for revenge against Frieza, did you? Karas glanced at Mulan and turned to Vegeta, saying, if you speak to him now, he will surely agree to grant your wish. Vegeta shot Karas a glare and snorted, Humph. Karas, you certainly have a penchant for rambling. With that, Vegeta stood up and walked away without looking back. Gohan, it's your turn, Karas said with a smile to Gohan. Greetings, Lord Mulan. My name is Son Gohan. Gohan bowed to Mulan and continued, may I borrow your Dragon Balls? I wish to resurrect a few friends who were killed by others. Mulan regarded Gohan thoughtfully and inquired, how did you know we possess Dragon Balls capable of reviving the dead? Because we have Dragon Balls on Earth as well. Gohan replied without hesitation. Oh, this revelation astonished Mulan. You also have Dragon Balls on Earth. Indeed, there is a Namekian on Earth who can create Dragon Balls, but he was killed. Gohan's tone turned somber as he spoke the last sentence. After Gohan recounted the entire story to Mulan, a weight lifted from Mulan's heart. I see. In that case, follow me. We shall visit the Grand Elder, for he possesses the Dragon Balls. With that, Mulan began to float into the air. There is no need for such trouble. I can teleport you there. Teleport? What is that? Karas asked, puzzled. Ahem. Jeremy's cleared his throat and explained, teleportation, as the name suggests, is a remarkable skill that allows one to instantaneously move from one place to another. From here to there. Is there really a need for teleportation? Can I just walk over? Goku's query elicited both laughter and exasperation. Sigh. Jeremy sighed in resignation. You must be Son Goku, correct? Moving from here to there indeed does not require teleportation. But can you teleport from this planet to another? Ah. Goku was momentarily bewildered. Can you do that? Karas stepped forward and grasped Goku's arm with a smile, saying, introduce me to Lord Kai. In an instant, Goku and Karas vanished. With another flash, they arrived at North Kai's planet. Ah, Goku. North Kai exclaimed in astonishment. Wow, incredible. You can truly teleport to another planet. Goku, now lost in euphoria, paid no heed to North Kai's words. What immense energy. You have surpassed Goku, haven't you? Piccolo approached Karas, a halo above his head. Piccolo. Although he was not the most favored character in Dragon Ball, encountering him for the first time was still exhilarating. At this moment, Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yajirobe gathered around. Seeing beloved characters from Dragon Ball nearly brought tears to the eyes of the fans. You're not a Saiyan. Suddenly, North Kai's words captured everyone's attention. Lord Kai, what do you mean? He isn't a Saiyan? Tien pressed for clarification. North Kai stared intently at Tien for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. How amusing. Karas is not a Saiyan, ha 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 ha. What? So it was just a joke from Lord Kai. Ha ha. That was quite funny. Ah. Yes, it is quite amusing. Karas chuckled wryly. I almost slipped up. Karas thought to himself with relief. You are indeed not a Saiyan. What? Karas broke into a cold sweat. I am currently communicating with your mind. They cannot hear us. Therefore, you need not conceal anything. North Kai regarded the distance seriously, appearing oblivious to the fact that he was speaking with someone. Chapter 72. The emergence of the divine dragon. The old man truly lives up to his reputation as the king of the Northern Realm, transcending the cosmos with the ability to see through my very soul. Although I have lived for thousands of years, I refuse to consider myself old, declared the king of the realm. Karas immediately widened his eyes in astonishment at the king, who turned to Karas and communicated through telepathy. Do not forget. I am conversing with your heart. I am well aware of your innermost thoughts. This revelation compelled Karas to submit. For while the old man had no combat scenes in the original Dragon Ball, his unique skills were enough to instill fear in others. Lord King? There are matters I am not yet at liberty to discuss. When the time is right, I will reveal the entire sequence of events. I hope for your understanding. Kairos explained. After a moment of silence, the king replied, "Very well, inform me when you are ready to speak." Hearing this, Kairos politely nodded in acknowledgement. "Now, Goku. We must return," Kairos called out. "Are we leaving already?" Goku paused his conversation with Tien and asked. "Indeed," Kairos responded before turning back to the king, saying, "Lord King, I look forward to your continued guidance." "Yes, I understand," the king replied with a mysterious smile and called out, "Kairos." This made Kairos silently exhale in exasperation. This old man is just two. Kairos sighed helplessly. "Goku, hold on to me. By the way, Kairos, what is the secret to instant transmission?" Goku grasped Kairos' shoulder and inquired. "Hiki, it involves sensing and grasping the opponent's energy, using it as a pivot point to achieve instant movement," Kairos explained. Goku listened intently to every word. In an instant, Kairos and Goku had returned from King Kai's planet to Namek. "Goku, where have you two been?" Krillin rushed over as soon as they appeared. However, Goku was still absorbed in the intricacies of instant transmission and paid no heed to Krillin. Seeing Goku's disregard, Krillin called out, "Hey Goku, you." Before Krillin could finish, Goku raised a hand to interrupt him, placing his index and middle fingers on his forehead. Why is Goku considered both a fool and a genius? In certain respects, he is undeniably naive, yet in the realm of combat, he is nothing short of a prodigy. With a whoosh, Goku instantly appeared beside the ever-watchful Nappa. "Whoa, instant transmission. Goku, I genuinely want to punch you. Your extraordinary talent is infuriating." Kairos exclaimed in disbelief that Goku had mastered instant transmission so quickly. "I can't believe it. I trained with Kairos for 3 whole years to master instant transmission. And this guy, Goku, manages to do it in an instant. How can Kairos and I possibly compete?" Jaramus expressed his astonishment. "Hiki, instant transmission is truly remarkable. However, I still cannot teleport too far," Goku said, puffing with pride. "Grr, Kakarot, you insufferable brat." Vegeta, too, was envious at this moment. "Well then, it is time for the dragon to appear," Kairos announced. After a moment filled with envy and jealousy, everyone gathered at the Elder's hut, located several thousand kilometers away. Having recounted the entire series of events to the Elder and receiving permission from Gohan to use the Dragon Balls, Mulan called forth the Eternal Dragon. "Come forth, dragon." Namekian language. The sky darkened ominously as a golden light shot upward, transforming into a colossal green dragon. Witnessing the dragon for the first time was truly awe-inspiring. "First time seeing it? Have you encountered the dragon before, Kairos?" Dales inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. "Ah, well, I have only heard tales," Kairos hastily clarified. Dales, unimpressed, remarked, "That excuse is quite flimsy. Now, state your wishes. I can grant you 3. The dragon, Purunga, spoke in a deep voice. 3 wishes? Is that truly possible?" Gohan asked, astonished. "This is the original dragon. Granting 3 wishes is not surprising," Vegeta interjected coolly from the side. With Mulan's assistance, they made their first wish, to resurrect the Namekians who had fallen at the hands of Frieza's minions. The second wish was to bring back Piccolo and the others, who had perished at the hands of Vegeta's group. As for the third wish, "Vegeta, there remains 1 wish. Do you wish to gain eternal life?" Kairos asked. "Humph. Kairos, you are quite verbose." Vegeta scoffed, flipping his hair dismissively and walking away. "Very well then, let the Namekians decide what to do with the third wish, Mr. Mulan." "All right, Kairos." Mulan turned to the dragon, saying, "Purunga, we have no further wishes. Please return. In that case, I take my leave." With that, Purunga transformed back into a golden light and scattered into the ether. Chapter 73, Departing Again Earth. "Is this Earth? Have we been resurrected?" "I believe we have," exclaimed Tianjin Fan. "And on Namek. Brother Kairos, shall we go to Earth?" Kairos looked at Gohan and smiled gently, saying, "Gohan, I still have some matters to attend to. Once I have completed them, I will join you on Earth." "Some matters? Kairos, are you hiding something from us?" Vegeta inquired with curiosity. "I can only say that it is not the right time to disclose it, so please refrain from asking, Vegeta. You have just reached the Super Saiyan level, and you need to battle formidable opponents to grow stronger." "Battle formidable opponents?" Vegeta responded, intrigued. "Indeed, Vegeta. If all goes well, Earth will be the perfect place for your training." At that moment, a buzzing sound echoed through the sky. "All right, Kairos, it's time for us to depart. Dales has arrived in the spaceship to take us," Dales called out. Karas nodded at Dales and addressed the group. Farewell, everyone. Until we meet again. I hope you all grow stronger. Jeremy's, thank you for everything this time. Please send my regards to Master and Bajam. As Karas and Dales slowly ascended towards the spaceship, the group bid them farewell. Take care, Karas and Dales. You must come to Earth. Certainly, Goku. Farewell. Karas waved goodbye to his special friends. Dales watched Karas, then glanced at the diminishing crowd below, a rare smile gracing his face as he whispered, take care. As Karas and Dales vanished into the skies of Namek, I sensed that everyone felt a tinge of reluctance and emotion. Vegeta, what about you? Are you coming with us to Earth? Goku asked. Vegeta, deep in thought, replied, Humph. I only wish to battle strong opponents, nothing more. Huh. Vegeta, you truly haven't changed at all. Goku chuckled. Well, I must be on my way. Oh, are you leaving too? Krillin asked. Yes, but if I wish to see you, it will only take a moment. Hey, there's no need to rush, Bulma urged, trying to retain him. Rest assured, Bulma, I will come to Earth to see you. Jeremy's winked at Bulma before swiftly disappearing. He just left like that? I still wanted him to be my boyfriend. Bulma pouted, her girlish fantasies evident. Humph, such a lowly woman. Vegeta scoffed, inciting Bulma's anger. What business is it of yours? Mind your own. Bulma shouted back at him. What a trivial matter. Goku lazily stretched, unconcerned that Vegeta might unleash an energy wave at Bulma. Thus, amidst their bickering, Goku and the others bid farewell to the Grand Elder and Mulan of Namek before embarking on their journey back to Earth. Naturally, Vegeta, along with Nappa and Raditz, returned with Goku, eager to face powerful foes. As in the original tale, Vegeta continued to reside at Bulma's house alongside Nappa and Raditz. Meanwhile, Karas and Dales, along with little Karas, set forth on their journey anew. What adventures await next? Chapter 74, A Long-Awaited Friend in the Boundless Universe. A spherical spacecraft sped through the darkness of space. Master, where are we heading now? Asked the little Karas. Anywhere is fine, Karas replied nonchalantly. The vengeance upon planet Saya has been avenged, yet you seem rather uncontent, Karas. Dales approached Karas, holding a glass of juice. Just as he was about to take a sip, Karas snatched the juice from Dales' hand. Hey, that's mine, Dales began. But Karas had already gulped down half of it. Observing Karas drink his juice, Dales resignedly said, Fine, go ahead. Karas smiled faintly, stating, It's nothing. I'm merely a bit fatigued. A brief rest will suffice. The truth, however, was that Karas, no, it should be Wan Jie, had been in this world longer than he had in his own. He pondered whether his family and friends back home were searching for him throughout the world or if they had given up hope. All these concerns could only be resolved by returning to his own realm. Thus, under the weight of such worries, Karas, Dales, and the little Karas had been traversing the cosmos for nearly 3 years. On this day, as Karas and his companions drifted through space as usual, a deep voice suddenly echoed, Karas, Karas. That voice is. Karas' senses heightened. Is it Lord Ko? Yes, it is I, Karas. The Ko sounded somewhat anxious. Lord Ko? Is something the matter? Dales, having just finished his training in the gravity chamber, stepped down the stairs as the Ko's voice rang out. It's you, Dales. That news. Goku and the others have encountered the legendary Super Saiyan and have been defeated. I have no choice but to seek your aid, the Ko said weakly. The legendary Super Saiyan, Dales exclaimed in shock. Karas. I know. Karas interrupted, continuing. It must be Broly. So you were already aware. The Ko exclaimed in surprise. No, Lord Ko, we were unaware. We merely concluded that the legendary Super Saiyan could only be Broly. Karas stated with unusual seriousness. What are we waiting for? I must hurry. Otherwise, Kakarot and the others may not hold on much longer. Though I have never encountered Broly, I have felt his immense power. It is no jest. Dales grew solemn. But with the spaceship, we should definitely arrive, Karas said, turning to the little Karas and the big Karas. You two will pilot the spacecraft to Earth in the North Galaxy to find Bulma. If all goes well, we will rendezvous there. Master, let us go too, the little Karas pleaded. I wish for you to accompany us, but with the spaceship, we can only go to retrieve Goku and the others. Thus, you must head to Earth, Karas calmly explained to the little Karas. But, there are no buts, Dales interrupted. Even if you went, you wouldn't be of much help. Big Karas, make sure to protect little Karas on your journey to Earth. But Dales, I believe I can assist. The big Karas protested in dissatisfaction. That is a Super Saiyan we are dealing with. Do you think you can manage? And who will protect little Karas? He is not a combat robot, Dales replied impatiently. Enough of this. Cars, let us depart. Dale snapped back at the big Karas. Karas couldn't help but chuckle at the exchange between Dale's and the big Karas. Indeed, big Karas, as Dale suggests, protect little Karas well. We shall meet again on Earth. With that, Karas seized Dale's, and in an instant, they vanished. After Karas and Dale's left, the big Karas asked, "What are we to do now?" With a sigh. The big Karas replied impatiently, "What else can we do? I cannot teleport. We must go to Earth." Lord Ko. Karas arrived on North Ko's planet through instant transmission. Karas. You are here. They are in the southern galaxy. Hurry. Goku needs your strength. The Ko urged urgently. I understand, Lord Ko. We shall proceed at once. Karas affirmed, turning to sense Goku's energy in the southern direction. Before long. Found them. Dale's, hold on tight. Not a problem. Dale's tightened his grip on Karas. Let us set off. With that, Karas and Dale's vanished from North Ko's planet. In another instant, Karas and Dale's appeared on a desolate planet that appeared to have been barren for ages. At that moment, they spotted a muscular man with golden hair, towering over 2 meters, delivering a powerful punch toward a small child of about 11 or 12, also with golden hair. Just as the punch was about to strike the child, Karas instantly teleported in front of the child, transforming into a Super Saiyan, and swiftly threw a punch at the muscular man. With a resounding clash of fists, Karas slowly lifted his head to meet Broly's gaze. Broly, it's been a while. Chapter 75, Mutual Agreement. It was Kara's brother. Gohan exclaimed in disarray as he stood behind Karas. Goku and the others lay around in the ruins, battered and bruised. Karas. How did you end up here? Karas and Broly simultaneously withdrew their fists. Broly, stand down. Broly, taken aback, responded, stand down? So, you were allied with Kakarot and his companions? Karas. Goku struggled to call out. Karas turned to face him. Goku. Who is this? A boy with long lavender hair and clad in a black t-shirt inquired. This was Trunks, who had traveled from the future via a time machine. Trunks. He is your uncle, came a deep, proud voice. It was Vegeta, battered yet still exuding arrogance. Vegeta, Karas called out. Following Vegeta were Nappa and Raditz, who bowed and spoke in unison. Prince Karas, it has been a while. So, you are the uncle they speak of? Karas' expression stiffened, suppressing his anger. You may call me Karas, but why must you insist on calling me uncle? Trunks looked confused. Hey, Trunks, Gohan whispered, don't call Karas uncle. It will upset him. Okay, Trunks replied with a forced smile. Suddenly, Broly laughed with delight. Since everyone is here, let us see what you've got. Upon hearing this, Karas' expression grew grave. Broly, is a fight unavoidable? If you wish to help me, stand aside. We are still brothers. Broly declared. Just then, a flash of white light streaked across the sky as Dallas descended from above, landing among them. Who is this? He looks like Uncle Goku. Trunks asked. Dallas turned to him. I am Dallas. He then faced Broly, stepping forward. So, you are the legendary Super Saiyan? Broly smirked. What do you wish to teach me? The two locked eyes. With a whoosh, Dallas transformed into a Super Saiyan and unexpectedly hurled a punch at Broly. Dallas' fist, slicing through the air, hurtled toward Broly. What? Dallas gasped, astonished, as Broly swiftly raised an arm to block the incoming strike. What do you intend to do? Broly coldly stared at Dallas. Before Dallas could react, Broly unleashed a powerful punch to Dallas' abdomen, sending him crashing into a rocky mountain. Dallas, Karas shouted, turning to Broly in disbelief. Incredible! How fragile! Broly reveled in his triumph after knocking Dallas away. You scoundrel! Everyone, attack together! Goku shouted in anger. Huh, bring it on. I will take you all down. Broly grinned wickedly. Goku and the others prepared for battle, inevitable confrontation looming. Just as the clash was about to commence. Wait, Karas roared. Broly, what has become of you? Broly gazed upward, sighing. Karas, people must change. I am no longer the Broly of the past. After a deep breath, Karas looked at Broly. Is a fight truly unavoidable? Broly merely affirmed with a knowing smile. Then so be it. Broly, Karas grew serious. Let us duel one-on-one. If I lose, you may do as you wish with me. If you lose, you will heed my commands. What say you? Ah, quite a gathering. Chuckled a middle-aged man with a beard and a handlebar mustache. I never expected to see Prince Karas here. How delightful. He laughed heartily. Balakas, Karas sighed softly. Balakas approached and halted beside Broly, declaring, Broly, accept Karas' challenge. Allow us to vent our frustrations. Broly shot a piercing glance at Balakas, snorting disdainfully before turning to Karas. Karas, I accept your challenge. I swear by the honor of the legendary Super Saiyan that if I lose, I will submit to your will. Chapter 76. The Clash of Super Saiyan 2 Broly. This is what you said, Broly. Humph. Indeed, I did, Karas. However, it is contingent upon your ability to defeat me. Broly exuded confidence in his own strength. What? Karas intends to challenge Broly to a duel? Vegeta was taken aback. Karas turned to Vegeta, his gaze resolute as he nodded affirmatively. Is he really capable of taking on Broly? Trunks pondered in his heart, a question forming in his mind. Karas, you must exercise caution. This opponent is not to be underestimated. Dales approached Karas, looking quite disheveled. Karas surveyed the crowd before coldly stating, Does anyone have any objections? The onlookers merely gazed at him in silence. Seeing their lack of response, Karas declared, Then it seems there are no objections. Bardock, you had better behave yourself, or I will have no choice but to execute you in my capacity as the Prince of Saiyans. Karas issued a formidable warning to Bardock. Haha, Karas. I wonder if your strength has improved over the years. If you remain at your previous level, you are no match for me. Broly bellowed, followed by an earth-shattering roar. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath Broly fractured, and his golden hair stood even more erect, crackling with energy. Super Saiyan 2? Karas scoffed. A hint of a smile gracing his lips as he addressed those behind him. Stay back. Heeding Karas's command, everyone took to the skies with the technique of flight. Karas, do not overestimate yourself. Vegeta cautioned as he ascended as well. What immense energy, Broly. Karas remarked. Broly chuckled, hee. This strength is indeed thanks to you, Karas. You told me that if I could control my rage, I would become even stronger. Indeed. After that battle, I did advise you, Karas replied. Look at you now. Gone is the wild, muscle-bound brute, and you appear rather dashing. Broly simply smiled at Karas, when suddenly, Karas erupted, his energy surging. What overwhelming power! Nades exclaimed in astonishment. Vegeta, now furiously grinding his teeth, thought, Karas's strength has increased again. It is infuriating. Karas's energy continued to rise, ultimately transforming him into Super Saiyan 2, with one tuft of hair on the right side of his forehead standing upright, while the left remained stylishly slicked down. Electricity crackled around him, producing a hissing sound. Wow, Karas's Super Saiyan 2 emits even greater energy than ours. He might just defeat you, Vegeta. Goku remarked casually. Vegeta shot a furious glare at Goku, silently reflecting, I still do not train hard enough. Karas has ascended to Super Saiyan 2, surpassing both Kakarot and me. It is utterly vexing. As Karas achieved Super Saiyan 2, Broly grew serious. Shall we begin? Very well. Let us commence. Karas replied coolly. The two locked eyes. A palpable intent to kill emanating from them, their surrounding energy crackling ominously. With a sudden rush of wind, the two vanished from sight in an instant. Chapter 77. The battle not aimed at death. The resounding echoes of fists colliding reverberated across the sky. How incredible! I exclaimed, struggling to keep up with their fierce battle. What? Karas is actually holding his own against Broly. Bardock remarked in astonishment, regretful for having let Broly engage Karas in combat. A sharp crack of fists colliding rang out once more. Karas, it seems you have put in considerable effort over these years. Broly stated as he staggered back a few steps. Likewise, Broly, you have grown significantly stronger. Karas chuckled. A peculiar smile creeping across his face as he suddenly accelerated towards Broly, unleashing a powerful punch. Karas's iron-like fist sliced through the air with a fierce wind, hurtling towards Broly. Just as the fist was about to make contact, Broly vanished in an instant. Karas, your speed hasn't improved much. Broly's voice echoed from several dozen meters above Karas. Unfazed, Karas smirked. Broly, your speed has indeed improved. In an exhilarating flash, Karas reappeared right before Broly, delivering another swift punch. With a loud bang, Broly spun around in a complete 180-degree rotation. Is this speed sufficient? Karas taunted proudly. Wiping a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, Broly smiled. The speed is commendable, but the power. He paused for a moment, then added menacingly, is still lacking. With that, Broly launched himself forward, delivering a fierce blow to Karas's abdomen. Ugh! Karas cried out, his body propelled backward at an astonishing speed, crashing into several rocky formations before landing in a heap of rubble. Karas, if you choose to oppose me, do not blame me for the consequences, Broly said coldly. He then pointed his palm towards the pile of stones that concealed Karas, declaring, Amplified Energy Sphere. A fist-sized energy orb, marked by a trail of energy, hurtled towards Karas. Karas! Dales shouted, rushing forward only to be restrained by Son Goku. Dales! Goku called out, shaking his head. Understanding Goku's intent, Dales lowered his head, murmuring, "Kakarot," hesitating to continue. At that moment, boom. Broly's amplified energy sphere struck Karas. An explosion ensued, shrouding the area in smoke. In the midst of the haze, Broly softly declared, "Karas, I shall never forget you. I will never forget you either." Karas's voice unexpectedly echoed behind Broly. "What?" Broly was taken aback, unable to react in time. "Purple wave," Karas enunciated clearly, and in an instant, a violet energy wave surged towards Broly. With a dull thud, Broly was sent crashing through one rocky formation after another, finally landing in a massive crater. Damn it, this was unexpected. Who would have thought this Prince Karas would be so formidable? Baraka's lamented, striking a nearby stone pillar in frustration. "Uncle Karas, so this is the extent of your strength," Trunks remarked, awestruck by the clash between Karas and Broly. "Huh, that was quite perilous." Karas exhaled, relieved. "I nearly fell victim to Broly's amplified energy sphere." Meanwhile, Broly gathered his energy, slowly ascending into the air, gazing at Karas with an icy demeanor. "Why are you not using your full strength? Do you look down on me?" "Ah." Karas paused in surprise, hastily explaining, "And no, Broly, please don't misunderstand. I merely wish for us to spar. There is no need for it to be a life-or-death struggle." Broly hesitated momentarily, then retorted, "But if you do not kill me, I may just kill you." "Heh, you won't." Karas laughed heartily. Broly then shot towards Karas. Yet Karas remained stationary, a smile on his face, causing everyone to hold their breath in suspense. In just a few seconds, Broly reached Karas, but instead of attacking, he halted beside him. "On what grounds do you assume I want tea?" Karas asked, a knowing smile on his lips. "You once told me you dislike killing." After a lengthy silence, Broly finally scoffed, "I never said such a thing." With that, Broly brushed past Karas, propelling himself towards the rear. "Hey, Broly," Karas called out, as an energy orb shot directly towards him. As Broly turned, he saw the energy orb speeding towards Karas. "Karas!" Broly shouted, suddenly accelerating to shield Karas. With a resounding bang, everyone present jumped in shock. Broly, his face contorted in rage, veins bulging, bellowed, "Father!" Chapter 78. The burden of debt. Broly turned his head, glaring fiercely at Baraka's, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Baraka's, feeling a surge of fear, realized that Broly was utterly enraged, and he was uncertain of what Broly would do next. "Wah, what? What are you going to do, Broly?" stammered Baraka's, his words tumbling out in confusion. In response, Broly spun around and, with a powerful swing of his arm, sent a ki blast hurtling towards Baraka's. "Ah, this is bad," Baraka's exclaimed, but in an instant, Karas had already appeared before him, blocking the attack with a swift motion of his hand. Upon witnessing Karas deflect his ki blast, Broly furrowed his brow, casting a suspicious glance at Karas. "Karas, why do you protect him? He intends to kill you." With a wry smile, Karas turned to Baraka's and replied, "Broly, if your father wishes to kill me, he will pay the price for it. However, you must not take his life." "Humph." Broly scoffed. "Father? Though I call him that, I have never regarded him as my true father." His voice rose in a crescendo of anger. "For all these years, he has never seen me as his child. I have merely been a tool for his ambition, a weapon for his slaughter. Does he even know what I desire? What I yearn for? Father? Humph, he is unworthy." In that moment, Broly unleashed a torrent of pent-up resentment and hatred towards Baraka's, leaving one to ponder how Baraka's had treated Broly to incite such a desire for paternal bloodshed. Karas, taken aback by Broly's revelation, fixed a cold stare on Baraka's, declaring, "It seems you are indeed an incompetent father. That your own son wishes to kill you speaks volumes of your failures. Baraka's, your desires have clouded your judgment." "Humph, this is all your Uncle Vegeta's doing," Baraka's retorted, utterly unrepentant. "What did you say?" Vegeta, filled with fury, approached Baraka's, fists clenched in anger. Seeing Vegeta advance, Baraka's showed no fear. "What? Do you intend to kill me, Prince Vegeta? You scoundrel!" Vegeta's anger was palpable. "Wait, Vegeta," Karas interjected. "It's time to reveal some truths." "What?" Vegeta paused, bewildered by Karas's sudden assertion. Baraka seized the moment, continuing, "When Broly was born, his combat power reached 10,000. surpassing that of both of your royal births by tenfold. When your father, the Saiyan King, learned of Broly's astounding power, he sought to eliminate my son to protect your status." With a haughty demeanor, the Saiyan King had commanded his subordinates, "Dispose of Baraka's son immediately." In a frantic rush, Baraka's burst into the chamber, pleading, "Vegeta, please spare Broly. He will surely become a valiant warrior and loyally serve Prince Vegeta." Without hesitation, the Saiyan King approached Baracus, coldly stating, "This is a nuisance. You shall perish as well." With that, he unleashed a wave of energy that sent Baracus crashing to the ground. In the nursery of Planet Saiyan, a young Broly was pierced by a cold dagger, a symbol of his father's betrayal. Yet, against all odds, both Broly and Baracus survived the destruction of their planet, as Broly awakened his Super Saiyan powers in a moment of desperate salvation. "No, it cannot be. This is a lie," Vegeta exclaimed, incredulous at Baracus' account. "It is the truth." Karas gently placed a hand on Vegeta's shoulder. "Yet, this is not the true purpose of Baracus' vengeance against Vegeta and me. You have merely used Broly to further your ambition of universal domination." "What?" Karas' words sent shockwaves through the crowd. "You sought to exploit Broly to achieve your nefarious goals." Karas' assertion stunned Baracus, as it struck a chord with his innermost thoughts. "How do you know this?" Baracus stammered, astonished. Karas offered no reply but turned his gaze towards Broly, who hovered several meters above. "Broly, I apologize for the actions of my uncle, Prince Vegeta. If you remain unsatisfied." He paused, a knowing smile creeping across his face as he thrust his fingers into his chest, blood gushing forth. "I will repay him for you." This act left everyone in shock. "Karas," Vegeta shouted, rushing to his side. "What madness is this? Such a deed should be mine to perform." In a moment of solidarity, Vegeta also pierced his own chest, blood flowing freely. "Prince Vegeta." Both Goku and Trunks cried in unison, racing towards the two. "Karas, Prince Vegeta, are you both all right?" Dales inquired, concern written across his face. Vegeta merely glanced at Dales before rising, addressing Broly. "Broly, consider this our way of repaying you for what was done." Yet, Broly remained impassive, his gaze fixed on Vegeta. "Humph. Vegeta, you have guts. Now we are even." "Karas, this battle may be yours, but the previous wager is null and void, for even at full strength, you cannot defeat me." With that, Broly turned away, unleashing a ki wave towards an approaching meteor. The resulting explosion darkened the skies. What immense power! Gohan marveled. "Indeed, it surpasses us all." Goku echoed, equally astonished. As the darkness dissipated, Broly approached Karas. "The threat to this planet has been eliminated. Karas, can we now consider the wager void?" "Broly, why?" Baracus began, but Broly's furious roar cut him off. "Silence!" he bellowed, turning back to Karas. "I refuse to see my brother perish here." Struggling to his feet, Karas gazed at Broly, a smile breaking through his struggle. "Brother, the wager is indeed void." Chapter 79, The Enmity Between Father and Son. "Then, I shall take my leave. Karas, until we meet again." "What? Broly, are you leaving?" Karas inquired. "Yes. I wish to find a tranquil planet to settle down." Broly replied, his tone growing cold as he mentioned his father. "What you choose to do is of no concern to me." "Humph. You wretched son, how dare you utter such words?" Baracus scolded Broly. "Silence, Baracus." Karas, witnessing Baracus' unrepentant demeanor, became infuriated. "You treat your own son as a tool for your ambitions, and yet you dare to reprimand Broly? Do you not feel any shame?" "Huh. This is the nature of Saiyans. You, Karas, should know this better than I." Baracus chuckled. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, Baracus' body was propelled towards the rocky mountain, which collapsed in a resounding crash, sending dust swirling into the air. Baracus lay amidst the rubble, his face contorted in agony as he gazed incredulously at Broly. "Is this your justification for treating your own child as a weapon?" Broly glared coldly at Baracus. "If that is indeed the case, may I eliminate you?" With that, Broly unleashed a blast of energy towards his father. Another resounding explosion echoed as Baracus was once again sent crashing into the mountain. A series of energy waves followed, each explosion punctuated by the sound of Broly's relentless assault. Despite the chaos, none present intervened, allowing Broly to continue his attack on his father. After a relentless barrage, Broly shouted as he surged forward towards Baracus, his speed accelerating. In an instant, he stood beside Baracus, gripping the armor at his neck with one hand while his other formed a powerful fist. Broly intended to deliver a crushing blow, certain that his strength would spell the end for Baracus. Yet, recalling Karas' admonition against killing his father, he hesitated. He was no longer the frenzied Broly. He found it difficult to strike. At that moment, Baracus was gripped by fear, realizing that a single punch could cost him his life. Observing the tense standoff between father and son, Karas felt a pang of compassion. He approached Broly, gently lowering the fist that was poised to strike. With his fist lowered, Broly turned away, valiantly suppressing his tears. Kara's recognized that the Saiyan was slowly transforming, much like how Vegeta had changed under the influence of Goku and others. Broly, no. The existing Saiyans were evolving because of his presence, altering the course of history in this world. Barackas, do you still believe you are blameless? Kara's asked. Barackas, drenched in sweat and fear, slowly raised his gaze to meet Kara's. You have Broly by your side, which is the greatest blessing. Why do you still harbor dreams of conquering the universe? If Broly were to land that punch, what do you think would happen? You would survive, but another blow would surely be fatal. Imagine being slain by your own son. How ludicrous. You should learn from Kakarot how to be a good father. With that, Kara's looked towards Goku and Gohan, who shared a blissful moment together. Have I truly been mistaken? Barackas pondered, beginning to reflect on his actions, much to Kara's delight. Kara smiled and continued, having a son by your side is far more fulfilling than ruling the universe. Moreover, even if you were to conquer the cosmos today, it would not be long before it descends into a grave crisis. The entire universe may face obliteration. As Kara spoke, his expression grew serious, casting an ominous shadow over those present, igniting a sense of foreboding among them. Chapter 80. A candid encounter. What? Kara's, could you clarify that? Vegeta inquired, perplexed. This also piqued Barackas' curiosity as he stared intently at Kara's. Kara's paused and addressed Dales. Haven't you always wanted to know my secret? I shall reveal it now. What? Dales was taken aback. Kara's, didn't you say I shouldn't ask? Huh. Kara's chuckled lightly. With the last remaining Saiyans of this universe gathered here, I believe it is time to disclose that I am not from this world. This revelation astonished everyone. What? Kara's, what do you mean? Vegeta expressed disbelief. Huh. Kara's smiled at Vegeta. I hail from another Earth, and my name is Wan Jie. No, that cannot be. You were born on planet Vegeta. You are a Saiyan. How could you be from Earth? Vegeta remained skeptical. To be honest, I am just as puzzled. I never anticipated that my journey would lead me to become a Saiyan, let alone a prince. Kara's, you must be joking. If that were true, this would be quite the cold joke. Broly also doubted Kara's claims. Kara speaks the truth. He is indeed not of this world. Suddenly, a man's voice resonated. Is that you, King Kai? How are you? Goku recognized the voice of North Kai. Yes, it's me. Goku. I never imagined Kara's would be friends with Broly, thus averting an unnecessary conflict. However, what Kara says is true. He does not belong to this world. I cannot find any records of his past life, and the only explanation is that he is either a deity or from another realm. Now, do you believe me? Kara's asked with a smile. Then, it is indeed true that you are not from this world. Dale still harbored doubts. Kara's nodded affirmatively to Dale's. If that is the case, why have you come to this world? Vegeta, now tense, regarded Kara's with hostility. Seeing Vegeta's demeanor, Kara's quickly clarified, Vegeta, do not be alarmed. I bear no ill will. My arrival in this world was not voluntary. I was summoned here for a purpose. What do you mean? Summoned by this world? Dale's was now brimming with curiosity. Indeed, after leaving planet Vegeta and arriving on planet Adatella, the Elder there informed me of an impending crisis in this universe. A formidable foe will plunge the entire cosmos into endless darkness, and the only way to avert this calamity is to unite the power of the Saiyans. So, this is the reason you have been tirelessly seeking out the remaining Saiyans scattered across the universe? Exactly. Dales, that is my purpose. Kara's affirmed. Yet you still haven't explained how you were summoned to this world. Goku pressed, seeking clarity. That is because Kara's is the prophesied one. Only he can reunite the Saiyans and rescue the universe. King Kai continued telepathically from his realm. The calamity Kara's described has been known among us Kai and Kaiashins for nearly a millennium. We had simply awaited the arrival of the destined one, unaware that the key to salvation lay with the Saiyans. Indeed, King Kai's words align with the prophecies of the Elder from planet Adatella. Furthermore, it was Bardock, Kakarot's father, who forewarned of this crisis after acquiring foresight from the magical punch of the Kasana people. He conveyed this information to me just before planet Vegeta's destruction. I believe this is the reason I came to this world. Moreover, if we fail to avert this disaster, my own world will also be in peril. Then this is a matter that transcends two worlds. Trunks remarked. Kara's turned to Trunks. You could say that. When will this enemy appear? Vegeta coldly inquired. Sighing, Kara's replied. I do not know. We must wait. However, I suspect it may be in 20 years. Then, Trunks hesitated. Speak freely, Trunks. Kara's encouraged, sensing Trunks' apprehension. With a serious expression, Trunks swallowed hard and asked, So, are you truly my uncle, or Not. Kara's nearly collapsed, blinking in disbelief. He sighed. Well, I did indeed reincarnate on planet Vegeta, so as a Saiyan, I am still your uncle. Oh, that's good to hear. Trunks chuckled. Yet, Kara's grimaced and retorted. But why do you always call me uncle? You make me feel old. His expression suggested he might devour Trunks in frustration. Chapter 81. Departure to Earth. Balakas. You ought to reflect upon your actions towards Broly. Although I endured a punch from him, a cold glimmer flashed in Dale's eyes. Balakas suddenly collapsed to the ground. Howling towards the heavens, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. At this moment, Balakas finally recognized his mistakes. Observing him, Karas understood that Balakas genuinely regretted his actions. Thus, Karas, nursing his own injured body, approached Balakas and said, In my world, there is a saying, to recognize and amend one's errors is a great virtue, since you can acknowledge your mistakes, as long as you sincerely seek to change. I believe Broly will surely forgive you. Upon hearing Karas' words, Balakas' face was awash with hope. Really? Is that true? Karas nodded affirmatively and turned to Broly. Right, Broly? Yet Broly merely glanced at Balakas, turning his head away in silence. Disappointment crept over Balakas as he observed Broly's indifference. However, Karas smiled and encouraged him. Engage in a heartfelt conversation with Broly. Time will heal all wounds. I believe that one day, Broly will forgive you. Yes, yes. Broly, do forgive your father. Goku cheerfully approached Broly. But just as Goku drew near, a resounding bang echoed as Broly unexpectedly launched a punch at him. Wow, Broly, that was sneaky. Just as Broly's fist was about to connect with Goku, he deftly blocked it. Of course, Broly's punch bore little force. Otherwise, Goku would have been sent sliding several meters. Even with a block, Carrot, you best not come too close, for I cannot predict my actions towards you. Broly admonished Goku brusquely. Sighing, Karas mused to himself. Although I have altered the original narrative by Akira Toriyama, Broly's inherent hostility towards Son Goku seems unchanged. Noticing a positive shift in events, Karas earnestly inquired, by the way, Goku, I believe there is a pressing dilemma awaiting resolution on Earth, am I correct? Trunks looked puzzled and replied, Uncle Karas. Uh-huh. Karas' eyes widened as he stared at Trunks. No, Mr. Karas, Trunks exclaimed in a questioning tone. That is more like it. Karas nodded in satisfaction. However, Mr. Karas, how do you know there is a problem on Earth? To this, Karas simply stated that he hailed from another world. Omitting the fact that this Dragon Ball universe was conceived by the esteemed Akira Toriyama of his realm. Well, I sensed a formidable energy emanating from Earth. Karas contemplated aloud. Are you suggesting that I should go to Earth? Broly queried. Indeed. Let us proceed to Earth and await the impending crisis. Karas glanced at Broly and then at Dales. How powerful is the enemy? Broly inquired. Equally as strong as you. If you are afraid, you need not go, Vegeta interjected without hesitation. Oh, is that so? Humph. Broly scoffed. Then let us journey to Earth. Very well. Without further ado, let us head to Earth together. As he spoke, Goku placed 2 fingers to his forehead, declaring, Karas, I can now teleport flawlessly. Who wishes to ride along? I do. Gohan exclaimed as he rushed towards Goku. Then I shall rely on you, Uncle Goku. Trunks added as he placed his hand on Goku's shoulder. Vegeta, you should join us. Goku called out. Vegeta shot Goku an exasperated glance, retorting, Humph. Do not forget. My brother is here. Hiki. Goku chuckled, continuing to gather passengers. Nappa? Nades? Prince Karas, would it be convenient for you to share a ride? Of course, Nappa. Karas replied with a smile. Nappa, would you mind joining us? Nades approached Karas. I see Broly is no longer hitching a ride with you, Kakarot. Dales also moved towards Karas. Finally, Broly flashed a mischievous smile and gave Goku a thumbs up. Prince Karas, may I also join the ride? Balakas inquired. Come aboard. As Karas' vehicle filled with passengers, it vanished with a whoosh. Dad, why is no one coming over here? Gohan asked expressionlessly. Hee. Goku chuckled helplessly as he returned to Earth with only 2 passengers. Chapter 82. The Room of Spirit and Time. Earth. Above Kairita, the Temple of Earth. Vegeta, a man with green skin, draped in a white cloak and clad in a purple GI, gazed at Vegeta with a look of confusion. Upon seeing this individual, Karas recognized him as the legendary Namekian warrior, Piccolo. Is that you, Karas? Piccolo immediately recognized Karas from the crowd, having seen him before through the North Kai's abilities during their time on Namek. Hello, Piccolo. Karas called out as he approached him. Hey, Kakarot, you're so slow. Darius mocked. Come on, Darius, I'm fast enough. Goku retorted with irritation. Mr. Goku. A small Namekian child shouted as he ran towards Goku and the others, followed closely by a short, dark-skinned individual. Clearly, these two were the new Earth Kaioshin, Tien, and the temple's caretaker, Bobo. Hi, Tien. Gohan squeezed through the crowd to greet Tien as he approached. Gohan, are you okay? Are you hurt? Tien asked anxiously. I'm fine, don't worry. Gohan replied with a smile. Piccolo glanced at Gohan and Tien, then turned to Goku and inquired, Goku, did you defeat the legendary Super Saiyan? Goku hesitated, unsure of how to respond. As if they could defeat the legendary Super Saiyan. Do they even know their own strength? Broly interrupted with an air of arrogance. Piccolo furrowed his brow, questioning, who are you? With a dismissive scoff, Broly smirked and declared, I am the legendary Super Saiyan. Broly. What? Piccolo exclaimed, instinctively assuming a defensive stance. Seeing this, Karas quickly interjected, don't be alarmed. He's one of us. Piccolo, stop. Broly is now our ally. Goku explained, calming Piccolo. Wow, Goku. You steal the spotlight. Karas thought to himself, though he maintained a facade of composure. Yes, Piccolo, Broly is a friend, he echoed, reinforcing Goku's words. Reluctantly, Piccolo eased his stance, though Broly shot him a condescending smile before his expression grew serious. What a powerful aura. Indeed. Quite formidable, Karas remarked. This energy belongs to Zero. Vegeta emerged from the crowd, addressing the group. Zero? Is that the formidable foe you speak of? Broly asked Vegeta. Yet Vegeta remained silent, staring intently at the sky. Indeed. It is him. Trunks clenched his fists, his voice laced with fury. So, Broly, do you have confidence? Karas inquired playfully. Broly lowered his head, looking quizzically at Karas. What? You lack confidence? Apologies, but I must admit, I don't have any. Karas said casually, which irked Vegeta slightly. I thought you would regard Zero with disdain. Vegeta scoffed. Unfazed, Karas turned his gaze around, eventually resting it on Bobo. He strolled over to Bobo and inquired, You are Mr. Bobo, correct? After a few seconds of eye contact, Bobo blinked and asked, Do you require assistance? With a smile, Karas replied, Could you take me to the room of spirit and time? Baffled, Vegeta pondered. How does Karas know about the room of spirit and time? Does his Earth also possess one? Very well. Follow me, Bobo said, leading the way to the room of spirit and time. Darius, you should come with me, Karas called out. Darius was momentarily taken aback but soon followed Karas. As they walked a few meters behind Bobo, Karas turned and asked, Can anyone tell me how many days remain until the battle with Zero? Tomorrow, Piccolo replied coolly. Karas nodded at Piccolo. I see. With that, Karas and Darius followed Bobo into the room of spirit and time. What is the room of spirit and time for? Broly suddenly inquired. Training, Nappa answered. Training? Broly looked at Nappa with curiosity. Nappa continued. In the room of spirit and time, 1 day of training equals a year outside. I became a Super Saiyan after training in there with Nadi. Indeed, I believe Prince Karas is also going there to train. However, I am puzzled as to how he learned about it, Nadi added, equally perplexed. So that's the case. A Super Saiyan. Huh. I wish to enter and give it a try. Baraka exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 83. Training in the Room of Spirit and Time. Here lies the Room of Spirit and Time. Bobo halted before a door, while Karas politely nodded to him, expressing his gratitude. After uttering his thanks, Karas slowly opened the grand door to the Room of Spirit and Time and stepped inside, with Dales following closely behind. Mr. Bobo. I shall see you in a day, Karas remarked. Indeed, Mr. Karas, may your training proceed smoothly, Bobo replied, subsequently closing the door of the room behind him. Karas and Dale's presence seemed to dissipate, remarked Trunks. This confirms they have entered the Room of Spirit and Time, remarked Bick with a tone as frigid as ice. A moment of silence enveloped the group, creating an atmosphere of unease. All right, everyone. Goku broke the silence, continuing, Let us all rest well tonight. For we must prepare to battle with Zero tomorrow. Everyone must be in high spirits. Trunks smiled slightly, affirming, Yes. Let us all take a good rest tonight. He then turned to Broly and his father, suggesting, Mr. Broly, why don't you and your father accompany me to Bulma's house? Broly scoffed dismissively, I am your adversary. Is it truly wise for me to join you? If someone considers themselves the strongest and looks down upon us, then it is unnecessary. Vegeta retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Broly before addressing Trunks. Trunks, let us depart. With that, Vegeta soared into the sky, leaving the scene. Vegeta, that guy. Goku muttered in exasperation before turning to Broly. Why not return home with me? What do you say? Broly glared fiercely at Goku, responding curtly, humph. Who would want to go with you? I will wait here for Karis. He then plopped down onto the ground. Then, could you prepare some food for Broly and his father? Tintin? Trunks inquired. Of course. Tintin immediately prepared a feast for the father and son. Broly decided to remain in the other world, while Goku and Gohan returned home. Trunks, along with Nappa and Nadius, went back to Bulma's house. Karis and Dales entered the Room of Spirit and Time to commence their training. Is this truly the Room of Spirit and Time? Dales asked, gazing into the boundless expanse of white. Indeed, it is. Though it is my first visit, I am certain of it, Karis replied, stepping into the luminous white realm. As anticipated, the gravity within the room was significantly greater than outside. As Karis entered, he felt a tremendous pressure envelop him. Dales, stop dawdling. Let us commence. Karis called out. Dales smirked coldly. Then you should be cautious. With that, Dales unleashed a powerful roar, transforming into a Super Saiyan in a flash of golden light. Humph. Come forth, Dales. Karis declared, also transforming into a Super Saiyan, his eyes gleaming with icy determination. In an instant, Karis accelerated toward Dales, launching a fierce punch. Dales leapt into the air, evading the blow, and paused mid-flight. Dales swiftly brought his hands together, conjuring a peculiar ring of light imbued with lightning, the deadly halo. He hurled the strange ring towards Karis with all his might. Good strike. Karis retorted, unleashing a violet energy wave, the purple wave, which collided violently with Dale's deadly halo, resulting in a tremendous explosion. In the blink of an eye, both figures vanished amidst the chaos of the blast. Moments later, a flurry of crisp sounds echoed throughout the Room of Spirit and Time, the resounding clash of fists filling the air. With a simultaneous cry of ha, both warriors tightened their fists and charged toward each other. Chapter 84 New Comrades the following day. Have Karis and Darls not emerged yet? Broly inquired. There sat Piccolo, slowly opening his eyes, his expression devoid of emotion, as he remarked, given the nature of you Saiyans, if your desires are unfulfilled and time permits, you will not emerge until you achieve your objectives. Humph. Such is the way of the Saiyans. Broly replied with a proud smile. Will you wait here for Karis? Or will you accompany me to the Sirid tournament? The choice is yours. With that, Piccolo rose and soared into the sky, departing the temple. Broly cast a glance toward the hyperbolic time chamber, a smile gracing his face. A white aura enveloped him in an instant, and he too took flight from the temple. Following suit, Bardock nodded politely at Tion before ascending into the air alongside Broly. Watching the trio fade into the distance, Tion expressed his concern. Everyone, do your best. In the sky, where fluffy clouds drifted, a ray of sunlight broke through, illuminating the faces of Goku and Gohan, instilling them with vitality. Dad, look, it's Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Broly, and Grandpa Bardock, Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. With Broly attending the Siru tournament, our chances have increased significantly. Hey, Piccolo, Goku called out, hastening his pace alongside Gohan to catch up. It's Goku and Gohan. Piccolo turned to greet them. Hello, Kakarot. Bardock offered a courteous salutation. Bardock, I didn't expect you to be here. Goku replied, somewhat surprised. I wish to contribute my part as well. Bardock chuckled lightly. Hey, Goku, wait for me. A voice suddenly rang out from behind. Gohan turned to see Krillin rushing toward them, exclaiming, It's Uncle Krillin. Krillin approached, glancing at Broly before asking, You must be the Broly that Trunks spoke of? Broly simply nodded in acknowledgement, leaving Krillin feeling awkward. After a few nervous chuckles, Krillin looked around and questioned, Where are Karis and Darls? They're still training in that hyperbolic time chamber, Bardock explained to Krillin. Krillin scratched his shiny bald head and said to Bardock, You must be Broly's father, Bardock, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Krillin. He extended his hand. Bardock smiled slightly and shook Krillin's hand, replying, Hello. I am Bardock. Ah, Goku. Another voice echoed from behind. The group instinctively turned to the source of the sound. A figure clad in an orange GI and another in green attire with a third eye on his forehead approached, accompanied by Trunks. It's Trunks. Along with Uncle Yachi and Uncle Tion. Gohan waved his arms excitedly. As Trunks and the others reached Goku, he couldn't help but ask, Trunks, where are Vegeta, Nappa, and Nadi? Oh, Dad, Uncle Nappa and Uncle Nadi have already gone to the Sirid tournament. Tion noticed unfamiliar faces among the crowd and presumed, These two must be Broly and Bardock. What do you want? Broly responded coldly. Tion, displeased by Broly's dismissive tone, retorted, "Are all you Saiyans so impolite? Humph. Just like Vegeta. What did you say, you three-eyed brat?" Broly's temper flared immediately. "Repeat that, you jerk," Tion exclaimed, agitated. Hey. Now is not the time for a quarrel between Tion and Broly. Goku interjected hastily. "I believe having Broly join the Sira tournament will certainly make it more interesting. I can hardly contain my excitement." "Humph," Tion huffed. "I can't be bothered to argue with him right now. What's so impressive about being stronger than us? If he has the ability, let him defeat Cyril." "I will," Broly retorted nonchalantly. After a brief exchange of pleasantries between Broly and Tion. "By the way, where is Karas?" Yuchi inquired, noticing Karas's absence with curiosity. "He is still training in the hyperbolic time chamber," Baracus explained, then introduced himself to Yuchi and Tion. "I am Baracus. I look forward to your guidance." Yuchi regarded Baracus for a few moments before breaking into a warm smile. "Hello, I am Yuchi." "I am Tion." Tion responded casually. "This time, I left Chaozu behind, as it is too dangerous." Goku smiled slightly. "Great. With so many of us, and even Broly here, I am confident we will defeat Cyril. Indeed, we will surely triumph over Cyril," Trunks emphasized earnestly. With introductions completed, the group soared toward the arena of the Sira tournament. Chapter 85, The Ignorant World Champion in the Dragon Ball World. On the outskirts of West City, a stone arena sprawls out like a carpet, covering a considerable area of over 100 square meters, starkly contrasting with the surrounding mountains. At the center of the arena stands a figure, adorned with a pair of large, black wings. His green skin is speckled with dark spots, and protruding from either side of his head are what appear to be bony structures, giving him an eerie appearance. His icy gaze is laced with a hint of murderous intent. Indeed, this individual is the self-proclaimed strongest, the android Cell, perched upon a rocky hillside. A reporter with a microphone and a cameraman wielding a camera, both adorned with a red sun hat, are diligently focusing their lenses on Cell. They are broadcasting live coverage of the Cell Games, an event where Cell has issued a challenge to the entire planet, inviting anyone to confront him. Should all challengers be defeated, Cell has vowed to annihilate every human on Earth. Thus, this event, known as the Cell Games, will ultimately determine the fate of all humanity. The cameraman notes that this vantage point captures the entirety of the Cell Games. The reporter, with a finger pointed at the cameraman, prompts him to redirect the camera towards himself. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am your host, the most courageous and dedicated broadcaster in history, bringing you live coverage of the Cell Games," he declares earnestly into the camera. At that moment, a luxurious car approaches the arena from a distance. A burly middle-aged man with an extravagant hairstyle steps out. Surely, everyone recognizes him? Indeed, this is the genius of the martial arts world, the esteemed world champion, Mr. Satan. As soon as Satan exits the vehicle, it swiftly speeds away, leaving him in mild exasperation. He sighs, picks up the tote bag at his feet, and strides towards the arena. "Look, it's Mr. Satan," the reporter exclaims with excitement. The cameraman quickly adjusts his lens to capture the moment. Here we are at the Cell Games, where the martial arts prodigy, our world champion Satan, has arrived. Look, he is now taunting Cell. The cameraman shifts focus to the arena, where Satan is making various provocative gestures towards Cell. The scene is utterly mundane. Cell, however, remains unfazed, seemingly oblivious to Satan's antics. After a series of playful provocations, Satan notices the reporter and cameraman on the nearby rocky outcrop. He gestures with a beckoning finger, and they immediately comprehend his intent. "Mr. Satan is calling us down," the reporter informs the cameraman, turning to descend the rocky slope towards the arena. "Mr. Satan," the reporter calls out while running, though he hesitates to approach too closely. "May I ask you a few questions?" he inquires timidly. Satan smiles slightly, encouraging him to proceed with his questions. The reporter nods and asks, "What do you have to say about the Cell Games?" Without hesitation, Satan seizes the microphone from the reporter and confidently proclaims into the camera, "I, Satan, will surely defeat Cell and leave him in ruins." With a triumphant shout, he follows up with a series of derisive gestures directed at Cell. Yet, Cell remains unimpressed, viewing Satan merely as a foolish insect, unworthy of his attention. He simply does not wish to soil his hands by eliminating such an insignificant creature. At that moment, Cell abruptly turns his gaze skyward. "Are they coming?" he murmurs. The reporter and Satan, curious, follow his gaze into the sky. Slowly, 3 bright lights grow larger against the backdrop of the dissipating clouds. "What is approaching us?" the reporter questions, intrigued. As the lights grow brighter, 3 figures materialize. In no time at all, they descend onto the vacant space beside Cell's arena. Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. Cell remarks blandly. Mr. Satan, are they flying down from the sky? The reporter, astonished by the display of flight, queries. Satan, after a brief pause, scoffs. Humph. It's merely an illusion, a trick. Despite his confusion regarding the spectacle, he feels compelled to assert his status as the world champion. Admitting ignorance would tarnish his reputation, so he dismisses their flight as mere sleight of hand. However, it is not long before another group of figures approaches from the same direction. Humph, have they finally arrived? Vegeta mutters, just as Goku and his companions land behind him with a flurry. Mr. Satan, is this also an illusion? Chapter 86. Satan challenges Seer illusion. It must be an illusion. How can a person fly in the sky? They must be using the latest flying devices. Satan declared with unwavering certainty. Vegeta, surveying the surroundings, curiously inquired about Karas. Has he not yet emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber? Karas stated he would come out before the match concludes. Piccolo replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, a tall man appeared abruptly behind Krillin. Krillin felt a chill run down his spine. Cold sweat began to beat on his forehead. Nervously, he turned around. And upon recognizing the newcomer, he let out a sigh of relief, his heart finally at ease. Ah, it's number 16. You scared me to death. Krillin expressed his gratitude politely. Hey, is that not number 16? Have you fixed your head? Seer scoffed derisively. Number 16? Humph, Bulma and her father are quite meddlesome. Vegeta chastised angrily. I shall defeat you, Seer. Number 16 declared, his brows furrowing with determination. Ha, I await your arrival. Seer sneered. With a glance, his gaze shifted to Broly and his son. Oh, Goku, I did not expect you to enlist such a formidable ally. Broly, wearing a disdainful smile, remarked, so? You are the android Seer that Kakarot spoke of? Haha, well said. May I ask for your esteemed name? Seer laughed heartily. Humph, Broly, he replied coldly. Broly? Haha. Seer continued to provoke. You seem quite tall. I wonder if your strength matches your stature? Humph, you shall witness it. Broly retorted icily. Seer paused momentarily and then declared. Very well. Since everyone is here, let us commence. Who shall step forth first, Broly or Goku? I shall go first, Goku announced as he approached the arena. Just as he was about to step onto the stage. Wait, Satan suddenly called out. All eyes turned towards him. With an air of arrogance, Satan proclaimed. With me, the world champion, present, how can it be your turn, you bunch of illusionists? Upon hearing Satan's words, the crowd was momentarily speechless. World champion? Broly pondered, perplexed. Could he truly be the strongest on this planet? Yet his energy felt pitifully weak. Did he possess any extraordinary qualities? Broly mused silently. Sighing, Krillin said to Goku. Just let this fool go first. Even if he gets killed by Seer, we can use the Dragon Balls to revive him. Upon contemplating Krillin's words, Goku agreed. Realizing that if he didn't allow this fool to confront Seer, he would never relent. So, Goku stepped back. Satan, seeing Goku retreat, smirked condescendingly and approached the stage. Clutching his bag, dear viewers, our hero, Mr. Satan, is about to challenge Seer. The announcer declared loudly into the camera. The footage of Satan striding towards the arena was broadcast back to the outdoor television at the station, igniting a wave of excitement among the crowd. Satan slowly walked to the platform, set down his bag, and pulled out a stack of tiles, neatly arranging them on the stage. The announcer quickly informed the audience, Mr. Satan has produced 30 tiles. What could he possibly intend to do? The spectators below the television station were left in confusion, pondering Satan's motives. On the stage, Satan took a deep breath, focusing intently. Ha! He roared, slamming his palm down, causing the stack of tiles to shatter like brittle bamboo. Gasping for breath, he lifted his hand from the debris of broken tiles. Wow! The announcer exclaimed in astonishment. All of them are shattered. 30 tiles, completely destroyed. The announcer shouted with exhilaration, and the crowd below erupted in cheers, chanting, Satan! 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 How about that? Are you afraid? Satan provocatively taunted Seer. This action left Goku and the others feeling rather incredulous. Next, I shall shatter you, Seer, just like these tiles. Prepare yourself. With that, Satan charged at Seer, unleashing a barrage of attacks. Yet, Seer did not move, allowing Satan to strike him unopposed. Look, Mr. Satan's attacks have rendered Seer unable to retaliate. The announcer fervently commented on the unfolding battle. After a flurry of punches and kicks, Satan's stamina began to wane. Ha! Are you scared? Now, Allow me to send you flying, he declared, tightening his fist as he lunged at Seer. Huh. Your time is up, Seer. However, just as Satan was about to reach Seer, Seer simply waved his hand, sending Satan flying off the stage. Is this guy a comedian? I thought he had some special abilities. Turns out, he is just here for laughs. Broly mocked mercilessly. Chapter 87. The Shilu game begins to everyone's astonishment, Mr. Satan has fallen off the stage. The host could hardly believe the turn of events. All right, Sun Wukong, it's our turn, Shilu stated coldly. Wukong fixed a sharp gaze upon Shilu, stepping onto the arena with deliberate strides. Come on, time is of the essence, Shilu urged impatiently. Bring it on. Wukong's expression transformed into one of fierce determination. Both combatants stood on the stage, a gentle breeze brushing against their faces. Yet the atmosphere felt starkly discordant with the refreshing air. The ambience grew heavy, instilling a sense of foreboding. Shilu's lips curled into a slight smirk as he suddenly accelerated, appearing beside Wukong in the blink of an eye. With a resounding thud, Shilu unleashed a powerful punch at Wukong, who was sent sliding backwards several meters from the force of the blow. Just as Wukong regained his balance, Shilu struck again, a punch whistling through the air towards him. In a split second, Wukong evaded Shilu's heavy blow. Sensing a surge of unease, Shilu swiftly turned to face him, only to see a sphere of energy hurtling toward him. He promptly crossed his arms defensively. Yet, the impact of the energy sphere forced Shilu to stagger backward, perilously close to the edge of the platform. But who is Shilu? With a fierce shout, he waved his hand, sending the energy sphere flying away. However, before the sphere could drift far, Wukong leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick to Shilu's face, sending him tumbling backward. Hooray! Wukong wins, Krillin exclaimed with excitement. Yet, their celebration was premature. Just as Shilu was about to hit the ground, he employed his levitation technique, halting mere centimeters above the surface. Levitation technique. Broly scoffed. Gradually, Shilu floated back to the center of the stage. What a pity. So close, Wukong remarked coldly. Shilu's face broke into a sly grin as he clenched his fist, a peculiar circular energy disc forming in his palm. Ah, that is my Chi Yuan slash, Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Son Wukong, receive my strike. With a swift motion, Shilu hurled the Chi Yuan slash toward Wukong. In an instant, Wukong dodged the incoming attack, but as soon as he reappeared, another Chi Yuan slash came hurtling towards him, grazing his cheek as he narrowly avoided it. Just as he was about to rise, another Chi Yuan slash approached. Wukong swiftly planted one hand on the ground, lifting his legs to evade Shilu's onslaught. Not bad. Now let me show you this. Shilu soared into the sky, placing his fingers on his forehead. This is my technique now, Piccolo exclaimed, furious. Before he could finish, Shilu shouted, Magic Cannon. A spiraling wave of purple and yellow energy surged from his fingertips, aiming directly for Wukong. Ha! Wukong shouted. A flash of golden light illuminating the arena as he swatted the magic cannon away. Super Saiyan? Impressive, Son Wukong. Now, how about this? Shilu began gathering energy once more. Heh, it's the Kamehameha. Incredulously, Krillin remarked. The Kamehameha, is it? Then allow me to counter, Wukong proclaimed, launching his own Kamehameha. The two energy waves collided, unleashing a violent gust that kicked up dust and debris, making it nearly impossible to see. Mr. Satan, what's happening? The host stammered in confusion. Illusion, illusion, Satan mumbled, barely coherent, yet insisting it was merely an illusion. Suddenly, an explosion resonated, startling Satan into silence. A cloud of smoke filled the air, and as it dissipated, Shilu descended back to the arena. Surprised, are you? Shilu taunted. Hiki, I must admit, I was a bit startled. Do you possess any other signature moves? Wukong inquired with curiosity and excitement. Well, this. Shilu replied confidently, crossing his hands over his face. What is? Krillin asked, astonished. This is my four-body fist. Tien Shin unfurrowed his brow as Shilu's form began to twist and multiply. In no time, Shilu transformed into two figures, then four. Shilu, why do you always resort to imitation? This is Tien Shinhan's four-body fist. But Shilu was unfazed by Wukong's words. The four figures of Shilu soared into the air, unleashing another of Tien's signature techniques, the Ki Blast. For energy waves sped toward Wukong, exploding upon impact and creating a massive crater in the arena. Yet, Wukong had vanished. While Shilu pondered Wukong's whereabouts, a series of thunderous impacts echoed. In an instant, Wukong had taken down the four Shilus, leaving them in a heap on the ground. Bravo, Wukong! Krillin cheered, praising him loudly. After defeating the four, they gradually merged back into one Shilu, who lay face down on the arena floor, motionless. Has Shilu been defeated by Wukong? Krillin asked, puzzled. Just watch closely. Shilu is not so easily vanquished. Vegeta retorted impatiently. Haha. Broly burst into laughter. Indeed. Kakarot and Shilu are merely toying with each other. Neither has exerted their full strength. What? They're just playing? Krillin was utterly astonished. Chapter 88, Wukong vs. Shilu, how long do you intend to lie on the ground? Get up. Wukong remarked coldly, fully aware that his previous strikes had barely affected him. Shilu smiled faintly and slowly rose to his feet. Kiki, you saw right through me. I was merely hoping to amuse you. However, Wukong, with a dismissive snort, retorted. Are you speaking with your lungs? Spare me your nonsense. At Wukong's words, Shilu's temper flared. Son Wukong, you are unbearably arrogant. With a thunderous roar, Shilu unleashed a radiant golden light that shot upward, engulfing his entire being in a blaze of golden energy. Wukong furrowed his brow in anger and let out a fierce scream. In an instant, a golden aura enveloped Wukong, crackling with electric energy. This transformation was beyond that of a Super Saiyan, akin to a Super Saiyan 2. Such formidable power, Broly mused, realizing that Kakarot had concealed his true strength during their previous confrontation. If Kakarot had been hiding his abilities, then Vegeta might have done the same. Broly finally understood that his previous triumph over Wukong had stemmed from Kakarot's restraint. Sensing Wukong's overwhelming aura, Broly appeared both astonished and calm. Not quite as powerful as Kakarot, Bardock commented. At that moment, Mr. Satan miraculously approached. Mr. Satan, the host exclaimed from a distance upon seeing Satan unharmed. Are you all right? Satan knew that admitting he had been knocked out by Shilu would be humiliating, so after much thought, he replied, Haha, I just slipped off the stage. It was too slippery, but do not worry. Once I rest, I will defeat Shilu. Upon hearing this, the host eagerly addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Satan merely had an unfortunate slip. It was a complete misunderstanding. After a brief rest, he will return to vanquish Shilu and save the world. Outside the television station, someone sighed in relief, so it was just a slip. Another echoed, I thought Mr. Satan could never lose so easily. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. Seeing that Mr. Satan was unharmed, the host inquired, Mr. Satan, what is the nature of that strange flame surrounding them? The host, perplexed, looked towards the arena, observing the two combatants. Satan wore a bemused expression and forced a smile. This is merely an illusion. The host, surprisingly, accepted this explanation wholeheartedly. I care not whether you are Super 2 or whatever. What matters is whether you can defeat me, Shilu declared, a confident smile gracing his face. Well, Wukong glanced at Shilu, uncertain. Just as Wukong finished speaking, he delivered a powerful uppercut to Shilu's chin, sending him soaring skyward. In a flash, Wukong vanished, only to reappear above Shilu, launching another punch at the ascending foe. Yet, astonishingly, Wukong's fist pierced through Shilu's form. What? Wukong exclaimed in shock, realizing the peril too late as Shilu's whip-like leg came crashing towards him. With a resounding thud, Wukong was sent hurtling away like a bullet. After tumbling for hundreds of meters, he regained his balance. However, before he could fully steady himself, another energy blast from Shilu came hurtling towards him. Wukong could only evade desperately, dodging one blast only to be bombarded by several more. The onslaught intensified, and Wukong found it increasingly difficult to defend himself. Suddenly, Wukong unleashed a tremendous shout, using his energy to deflect the incoming blasts. Seizing the opportunity, he teleported behind Shilu and struck out in fury. With a resounding impact, Shilu appeared to have anticipated Wukong's move, effortlessly blocking the punch. You truly are impressive, son Wukong. Shilu chuckled. Likewise, you are formidable as well. They exchanged smiles. In a flash, both vanished simultaneously, and the air was filled with the sound of their fists colliding. Hey, where did Shilu and that golden-haired man go? The host wondered aloud. Such speed. I can hardly keep up. Krillin and the others gazed upwards in awe. The host, noticing their gaze, also looked to the sky. Yet all he could hear were the thunderous sounds of their battle. Did you catch that on camera? He asked the photographer. Unfortunately, I couldn't capture anything. The photographer replied with a sigh. Who is stronger, Uncle Wukong or Shilu? Trunks pondered anxiously, watching the fierce clash. Meanwhile, in the other world, within the hyperbolic time chamber, the sounds of combat rang out. Impressive progress, Darius remarked. I owe much to Prince Karas for your assistance. He expressed his gratitude. Oh, it's no trouble at all. Your improvement is commendable. Kara's replied with a smile, continuously pressing the attack. Huh? Sun Wukong, receive this. Shilu suddenly unleashed a Kamehameha wave at Wukong. Come, watch me block it. Wukong shouted, amplifying his energy. With a resounding explosion, he successfully defended against Shilu's powerful energy blast. Haha, I did it. Chapter 89. A powerful strike from Wukong. Hehe. I have blocked it, but is that all you can do, Shiru? Shiru chuckled, saying, as long as it is initiated by me, it is my technique. You truly have no shame. Wukong mocked disdainfully, and in an instant, his body flickered. With a resounding bang, his fist struck Shiru's abdomen. Shiru let out a painful groan, glaring at Wukong with fury. Before retaliating with a fierce punch that collided with Wukong's face, the two then vanished simultaneously, leaving the spectators in astonishment. What is happening? There is nothing to see. We want to see Satan, let him come out. But the crowd could only grumble in frustration. Bang. Haha. That was exhilarating. Sun Wukong, you have not disappointed me. With that, Shiru unleashed another powerful punch. Wukong expertly blocked the attack, smiling as he replied, Hehe. It has been ages since I engaged in such an exhilarating battle. Is that so? Shiru continued to assault Wukong while conversing, and their clash resulted in over 100 exchanges, resembling a breathtaking dance of artistry. Vegeta and the others watched, both enthralled and begrudgingly unsatisfied. Huh, Shiru. Wukong shouted as he clenched his fists and charged toward Shiru. A punch was thrown. What? Wukong was astonished to find his fist once again ineffectively passing through Shiru's body. Another illusion? I am right here, Sun Wukong. Shiru's voice echoed above him. Shiru extended his hand, unleashing a blast of energy that struck Wukong directly. In an instant, Wukong began to plummet, nearing the edge of the arena. At the critical moment, Wukong roared, ha, and shattered the energy pressing down on him. His body spun rapidly, landing back onto the stage. Phew. Wukong sighed in relief, standing up and gazing at Shiru, still slightly panting. Gradually, Wukong began to levitate, positioning himself parallel to Shiru once more. Indeed, it would be a pity if such a formidable warrior as Sun Wukong were to lose merely by falling out of the ring. What does Shiru intend to do? Wukong wondered, his face reflecting curiosity. Shiru opened his palm, aiming it at the arena below. Wukong immediately understood and shouted to Vegeta and the others, everyone, quickly leave the stage. Initially, the crowd was slow to react, until Shiru fired an energy wave, prompting everyone to hastily retreat towards the Rocky Mountains. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, shrouding the area in smoke. With a swift motion, Piccolo tossed Satan carelessly to the ground, casting a sharp glance at him. The host and cameraman had been rescued by Trunks and Gohan, unharmed. Shiru descended slowly, declaring the entire ground as his arena, allowing for unrestricted combat until one side conceded or fell, which could also be interpreted as being killed by me. With a sinister smile, Shiru spoke. At that moment, Wukong landed on the ground, his gaze icy as he faced Shiru, who reciprocated with an equally frosty stare. Wukong placed his hands on his waist, his feet firmly planted, and uttered, Kamehameha. A wave of energy erupted from Wukong's outstretched hands, hurtling towards Shiru. With a thunderous roar, Shiru enveloped himself in a golden aura, smiling confidently. He sank his feet, resting his right hand on his left shoulder, and as Wukong's Kamehameha approached, he effortlessly swatted it away. Hee. It's my turn now, Shiru sneered, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts towards Wukong. Wukong dodged left and right, continuously closing the distance to Shiru. As they fought, the space between them shrank. And when they were merely 10 meters apart, both accelerated towards each other. Boom. Their energy-infused fists collided, resulting in a violent explosion. Huffing, Shiru declared, Sun Wukong, you cannot defeat me. Is that so? Wukong replied calmly, though he too was breathing heavily. Let us see how you handle this technique. With that, Wukong gathered energy into his palm once more. What, are you attempting to use the Kamehameha again? I told you that it won't work. But how would you know without trying? Wukong's tone radiated confidence as he ascended to several hundred meters in height, amplifying the energy of his Kamehameha. What is Wukong planning? Krillin questioned, bewildered. If Wukong's Kamehameha strikes Shiru, it could obliterate the Earth. Is Kakarot insane? The magnitude of that Kamehameha could destroy 3 Earths. Nappa was equally curious about Wukong's intentions. Dad. Gohan began to worry. A flicker of concern crossed Shiru's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a confident smirk. You are aware of the consequences of using such a powerful Kamehameha against me, right? Yet Wukong made no move, seemingly unwilling to relent. Come on, Sun Wukong. I will stay here and not evade. If you dare to strike, then go ahead. Shiru seized upon Wukong's reluctance to disregard the safety of the planet, emboldening his bravado. Then I shall oblige. Wukong coldly replied, Kamehameha. You truly dare to attack? Shiru, sensing Wukong's seriousness, felt a twinge of concern. Suddenly, Wukong vanished. Shiru was startled, a wave of unease washing over him. Looking behind, he found Wukong had inexplicably appeared beside him. The formidable Kamehameha surged towards him like the harbinger of death. With no time to evade due to the proximity, a resounding bang echoed as smoke enveloped Wukong entirely. Did he hit Shiru? Tianjin felt incredulous. If Shiru was indeed struck, he would be incapacitated. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the crowd gasped in disbelief. Shiru was left with only his lower half lying on the ground. Chapter 90. Wukong's Surrender Declaration. Who can defeat Shilu? Wukong has emerged victorious. Krillin could scarcely believe his eyes. Yet Shilu was indeed reduced to nothing but his lower half. With Shilu thus vanquished, would Mr. Satan be unable to take the stage? The host remarked. Not quite. Shilu's energy has not dissipated. Broly immediately sensed that Shilu's presence still lingered. Listening to Broly, Krillin focused intently, confirming that Shilu's energy was indeed still present. How could this be? He was clearly reduced to mere legs. Why could he still feel Shilu's essence? Beaten. Piccolo stared intently at Shilu's lower half, lost in thought, until suddenly, he shouted to Wukong to be cautious, for Shilu might yet resurrect. What? The idea of Shilu coming back astounded everyone. Just as Piccolo's words faded, Shilu's lower half astonishingly stood upright once more. The wound began to writhe, slowly moving. Suddenly, the protruding wound bulged out, and Shilu's upper half astonishingly regenerated. This spectacle startled the unknowing spectators, who thought they were witnessing a ghost. Do not forget, Shilu still harbors my cells, Piccolo reminded everyone. Instantly, they understood. Piccolo's cells possessed regenerative abilities, and since Shilu contained Piccolo's cells, his regeneration was no surprise. I apologize for disappointing you, Shilu declared with a smirk of pride. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Karas and Dales were fervently training, exhibiting an unwavering determination. Penetrating cannon, Dale shouted as a blue energy wave shot forth. Humph. Karas scoffed disdainfully, a wicked smile playing on his lips, stating that his purple light cannon would demonstrate the true strength of Dale's newly devised penetrating cannon. As he spoke, Karas unleashed his purple light cannon. With a resounding boom, two basketball-sized energy waves collided fiercely. A powerful shockwave radiated outward, and after a tense standoff lasting about a minute, a deafening explosion sent both Karas and Dales tumbling backwards several meters to the ground. A gentle breeze swept across the pockmarked earth, stirring up a cloud of dust. A golden-haired man and a green-skinned man with dark spots stood several meters apart, gazing at each other. Suddenly, with a whoosh, they vanished again. What is happening? The host was utterly bewildered by Wukong and Shilu's sudden appearances and disappearances. Outside the television station, the audience was incensed by the intermittent battle. Boom. A cloud of smoke enveloped the scene. Wukong and Shilu reappeared, though both were now in a disheveled state. Hey, Kakarot, surrender, and let me take down Shilu, Broly taunted. Wukong's eyes glanced impatiently at Broly, his body suddenly accelerating as he launched a powerful punch at Shilu. Shilu swiftly blocked the attack with his left forearm, countering with a slap that sent Wukong flying several meters away. Haha, what an exhilarating battle, simply splendid. Shilu reveled in the thrill of fighting Wukong, nearly losing himself in the excitement. In that moment, an unexpected surge of energy erupted from him. This provided Wukong with the perfect opportunity for a counterattack. Wukong shouted, "It's a great chance." Instantly, he unleashed a barrage of lethal energy blasts at Shilu. Boom, 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 boom. A relentless onslaught rained down upon Shilu. The energy waves pressed down on him, rendering him unable to evade, forcing him to endure Wukong's energy blasts. Wukong cried out, "Keep it coming." As Shilu found himself overwhelmed and unable to retaliate, Krillin's heart raced with excitement. Kakarot, finish off Shilu like this, but don't embarrass me, Raditz chuckled, watching Wukong. Shilu struggled against Wukong's relentless assault, realizing that if this continued, he would surely lose. Summoning his energy, he created a protective barrier that expanded outward, growing larger and larger, until it exceeded 100 meters in diameter. Seeing Shilu erect such a vast shield, Wukong recognized that continuing his barrage would be futile. He ceased his attacks, and as soon as he did, Shilu promptly retracted the barrier. However, Wukong's previous barrage had undeniably inflicted significant damage on Shilu. Gasping for breath, Shilu remarked, "Remarkable. I nearly lost my grip." Wukong, equally breathless, replied, "Indeed. What a pity." They exchanged a knowing smile. "All right, Sun Wukong, let us continue, Shilu declared. Wukong merely stared at Shilu, smiling in silence. With a sigh of relief, Wukong reverted from Super Saiyan 2 back to his normal state. Witnessing his sudden transformation back to black hair, everyone was puzzled. Logically, this was the perfect moment to defeat Shilu, yet Wukong seemed to be conceding. I surrender, Wukong announced. What? Shilu was taken aback. You surrender? Humph. Well then, hurry and eat a Sinza bean. We shall continue our battle. No, Shilu, Wukong stated firmly. I do not know if you have exerted your full strength, but I have given it my all, and I know that continuing this fight would lead to my defeat. Therefore, I concede. However, I will designate someone else to face you. Shilu, intrigued, asked, someone else? But who could possibly challenge me besides you? Oh, right. There is still Broly. No. Wukong interrupted, it is not Broly. Given his strength, you would merely reach a stalemate, but the person I designate can indeed defeat you. What? Someone who can vanquish me? Shilu's interest piqued at the thought of such an individual. What? There exists someone more powerful than Broly? Vegeta too was curious about who could rival Broly and defeat Shilu. Gohan, it is your turn. Wukong's sudden declaration took everyone by surprise. Chapter 91, The Futility of Battle. What? Gohan? Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. You can't be serious, Goku. Indeed, Piccolo. It must be Gohan who confronts Cell, Goku declared. Gradually making his way toward Gohan, who stood beside Piccolo. Gohan, Goku called out, placing a comforting hand on Gohan's shoulder, gazing at him with paternal affection. The fate of Earth rests upon your shoulders. Are you prepared to fight? Gohan, perplexed by Goku's earnestness, responded, Dad, can I really do this? You must have faith in yourself. You are capable. Goku encouraged, and Gohan understood that his father had valid reasons for urging him to battle Cell. He nodded resolutely, yes. I will defeat Cell. With determination, Gohan leaped down from the rocky precipice and approached Cell. Hey, Krillin, toss me a Sinza bean, Goku called out. Oh, right. Krillin replied, retrieving a pouch filled with Sinza beans from his waist and producing one for Goku. He then tossed it over, with a swift motion. Goku caught the bean and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Krillin. Turning to Cell, Goku shouted, Hey, Cell, what are you doing, Goku? Krillin asked, bewildered, disregarding Krillin's confusion. Goku explained to Cell, this is a Sinza bean. Consume it, and you will regain the stamina lost during our previous encounter. Goku, what are you scheming? Piccolo admonished. Rest assured, Piccolo, you are aware of Gohan's formidable latent power better than anyone, Goku reassured him. You mean? Piccolo recalled the immense strength Gohan had exhibited during their training sessions. Goku, do you truly believe in this? Have faith, Goku said confidently, hesitant yet intrigued. Cell consumed the Sinza bean, and an immediate surge of energy coursed through him. Incredible! Cell marveled in disbelief. Son Goku, this is your doing. And I will not hold back against your son, Cell warned. Hey, give it your all, Cell, Goku replied with unwavering confidence. Come on. Cell was curious to discover Gohan's true strength. With a fierce roar, Gohan unleashed a brilliant golden light that soared into the heavens, causing the ground to fracture beneath him. In an instant, clouds of dust rose, and as they settled, Gohan's eyes glimmered with a deadly intensity as he focused on Cell. This kid has become immensely powerful, Vegeta thought, astonished, recognizing that Gohan's might surpassed even that of his uncle, Nappa. What overwhelming energy! Gohan certainly embodies the essence of a Saiyan, Tien Shinhan remarked in awe. It appears Goku's words hold truth. You are impressive, son Gohan. Cell sneered, revealing a wicked smile. Suddenly, Cell accelerated, launching a fierce punch toward Gohan, who effortlessly leapt into the air. Cell vanished and reappeared before Gohan, delivering a relentless flurry of attacks that Gohan deftly evaded. Remarkable! Cell cannot land a single blow on Gohan. Trunks observed, exhilaration coursing through him as he watched the clash. Foolish brat. Do you think this makes you exceptional? Cell roared in fury, surging forward once more. With a powerful punch, Cell struck Gohan in the stomach, sending him careening away, on the verge of crashing to the ground. Gohan bellowed in rage. Regaining his composure mid-air, he performed a backflip, landing gracefully while casting a cold glare at Cell. Humph! Cell scoffed, charging at Gohan once again. Gohan shouted, delivering a swift kick that connected squarely with Cell's face. Krillin was taken aback. He never expected Gohan to land a hit on Cell. Even Cell seemed surprised to be struck by a child. A trickle of blood escaped from Cell's mouth, and with a flick of his finger, he wiped it away. His eyes narrowing with fury. With a mighty swing of his arm, he sent Gohan flying once more, crashing into a massive rock formation. Yet Cell was relentless, launching a powerful energy blast at Gohan. With a resounding explosion, Gohan was thrust deep into the mountainside, causing a colossal rock, measuring over 200 meters in diameter, to collapse and bury him beneath its weight. Gohan, Piccolo shouted, turning to Goku. You will bear full responsibility for Gohan's demise. Hey, Piccolo, don't panic. Gohan's energy hasn't diminished. Goku reassured him. What? Piccolo scrutinized Goku's words, sensing Gohan's energy. Is it true? Gohan is truly this powerful? Piccolo realized, sensing that Gohan's energy remained intact, just as Goku had said. Suddenly, a fist-sized boulder tumbled from the debris above Gohan. With a resounding cry, a golden light erupted, shattering the rubble above him as Gohan's force surged, sending the stones flying skyward. As Gohan's energy gradually stabilized, the debris fell like raindrops around him, and he stood resolute, like an immovable statue against the tempest. This battle is devoid of meaning. Chapter 92, The Son of Shilu. What nonsense! How dare you claim that the martial arts tournament I meticulously prepared is meaningless? Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Shilu thundered at Gohan. Yet, Gohan seemed unfazed by Shilu's words, and calmly replied, I do not relish fighting, but whenever I encounter something that deeply angers me, an uncontrollable power surges forth from within me. At that moment, Gohan reminisced about past events. When Uncle Deus first arrived on Earth, it was like this. When Uncle Piccolo first took me to train, it was also like this. On planet Namek, when Uncle Krillin was injured, the power I unleashed instantly obliterated one of Kuei's strongest subordinates, Wan-Jie. Therefore, Shilu, I truly do not wish to kill you. Gohan concluded firmly. Is that so? Then I am quite eager to witness it. Shilu responded with a sinister smile. In the otherworld's hyperbolic time chamber, bang, Karas unleashed a punch that collided with Dale's fist. They exchanged a glance, both displaying expressions of sheer delight. Whoosh. The two vanished simultaneously. Ha 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 ha. Dale's relentlessly attacked Karas. Karas skillfully dodged Dale's onslaught, but Dale's strikes grew increasingly rapid, and Karas seemed on the verge of succumbing. Karas, be careful. Dale's bellowed, launching a powerful punch. Karas cried out in agony as his body was sent flying. Just as Karas regained his footing, Dale's pursued him, closing in rapidly. In desperation, Karas shouted, A golden light enveloped him, and a potent energy wave sent Dale's hurtling away. With a thud, Dale's crashed heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. Huff, huff, huff. Karas, too, was panting as he approached Dale's, collapsing onto the ground. All right, let us take a break and prepare to go out. Dale's glanced at Karas with a chuckle. Whoosh. A golden beam shot straight towards Gohan. Gohan leaped to the lower right to evade the attack, but as soon as he steadied himself, several more beams came hurtling towards him, yet he effortlessly dodged them. Merely evading will not lead to your victory, son Gohan. Shilu's gaze pierced through Gohan like a blade. Gohan merely regarded Shilu coldly, remaining silent. Mr. Satan, can this child truly defeat Shilu? The host inquired. Humph. How could he possibly win? Just let me catch my breath, and I will take down Shilu, Satan proclaimed confidently. Humph. Shilu scoffed, and a ki blast shot forth with incredible speed. Gohan leapt into the air. Shilu wore a triumphant smile, vanishing in an instant. Upon reappearing, he stood before Gohan, coldly chuckling as he ensnared him in a tight embrace. Gohan screamed in anguish. Gohan. A woman cried out in distress before a television screen. Goku, didn't you promise me that Gohan wouldn't participate in battle? Woo 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 woo. Gohan. This woman was Chi-Chi, Goku's wife and Gohan's mother, the daughter of the Ox King. You're angry, aren't you, son Gohan? Didn't you say that when you're angry, you can unleash tremendous power? As Shilu prepared to torment Gohan, aiming to provoke him into unleashing his strength for battle. His arms coiled around Gohan's body like a constricting serpent, the pressure akin to a million-ton boulder crushing down upon him. With every contraction, Gohan felt an increase in pain. Goku, I can no longer stand by. I must aid Gohan. Piccolo shouted furiously at Goku. Wait, Piccolo, let everything be entrusted to Gohan. Goku maintained his unwavering confidence in Gohan. Once Gohan unleashes his true power, Shilu will regret provoking him. Piccolo glanced at Gohan, who writhed in pain within Shilu's grasp, his heart heavy with compassion. Goku, whether or not Gohan possesses the power you speak of, I know he dislikes fighting. He is still a child. And the reason he engages with Shilu is that he believes his father would never lead him to battle an insurmountable foe without just cause. Have you discussed this plan with Gohan? Does he consent? Right now, he must feel that he is facing death, while his father does not come to his aid. How tragic is that? Gohan is merely a child. This is beyond what he can bear. Piccolo shouted, exasperated. Upon hearing Piccolo's lengthy discourse, Goku, the fool, finally grasped that Gohan was but a child. Krillin, give me a Senzu bean, Goku called out. Hearing Goku's request for a Senzu bean, Krillin's spirits soared. For it meant Goku would return to the battlefield. He hurriedly retrieved the Senzu beans, but, just as Krillin unfastened the pouch containing the beans from his belt, Shilu immediately released Gohan and, in a flash, appeared beside Krillin. This startled Krillin immensely. Shilu smiled wickedly. I'll take this. With a swift motion, Shilu snatched the Senzu beans from Krillin's hand with astonishing speed. After seizing the beans, Shilu once again dashed back to Gohan's side. What? You still do not intend to unleash your anger? It seems I must target those people on the Rocky Mountain. Counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. A total of 11. Ha! Shilu roared, his muscles bulging as black wings unfurled to reveal a tail. Trembling, trembling, trembling. Suddenly, 11 grotesque masses emerged. What is this? Drink tea gasped in shock. Quick, look at what is emerging from Shilu, the host exclaimed. The cameraman immediately focused on the grotesque orbs. Ugh, what is this? So disgusting. Someone outside the television station couldn't help but comment. Gradually, those pale blue masses transformed into miniature versions of Shilu. Hee. All right, my children, go and eliminate those people on the Rocky Mountain. The little Xylus, grinning wickedly, surged towards the crowd on the Rocky Mountain. Chapter 93, The Fierce Little Shilu. Everyone, be cautious. These little Xylus are formidable, exclaimed Wukong. With a thunderous bang, a radiant golden light erupted. Humph, I shall witness just how powerful these little monsters truly are. As he spoke, Nappa transformed into a Super Saiyan, his bald head, golden eyebrows, and yellow beard presenting a rather peculiar sight. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more resounding explosions echoed, as Deus, Vegeta, and Trunks also transformed into Super Saiyans without delay. Thus commenced a grand battle involving a total of 22 warriors. The rhythmic sound of footsteps resonated through the heavenly temple. That aura belongs to Karas and Darius, exclaimed Tian excitedly. Turning to Bobo, Tian noticed that Karas and Darius' armor was riddled with holes. Karas, you've emerged? Tian inquired. Oh, Darius replied indifferently. Meanwhile, Karas offered Tian a slight smile. From the energy, it seems Wukong and the others are in trouble. Indeed, Karas, you are correct. Wukong faces significant peril. Hiki, no worries. Tian, could you procure some food for Darius and me? Tian was taken aback. Wukong was in dire straits, yet Karas still yearned for a meal. But Wukong. Tian hesitated. However, I'm quite famished. Karas seemed to adopt an attitude of not assisting Wukong unless adequately fed. Fear not, Tian, Karas knows what he is doing. Darius appeared unperturbed as well. Well then, Tian relented, instructing Bobo to prepare a feast for Karas and Darius, who immediately devoured the spread with gusto. Bang, bang. A cacophony of fists colliding erupted. A small Shilu delivered a punch to Krillin. Krillin groaned as he was sent hurtling toward a rocky mountain. Bang. Another resounding thud echoed as Piccolo was struck by a small Shilu, plunging him into the earth. Tian and Incha fared no better, enduring numerous assaults from the small Xylus. Damn it. Tian grunted, rising from the ground, his body accelerating upward as he unleashed an uppercut, sending one of his adversaries sprawling to the ground. Perish, he shouted, launching a Kamehameha at the fallen Shilu. Bang. The colossal sound reverberated as it struck the creature, yet it remained unscathed. Just then, the small Shilu erupted from the smoke, launching a fierce punch at Tian. Incha called out, rushing to assist, but the Shilu he faced seized the opportunity to unleash an energy blast, knocking Incha to the ground. Vegeta and Trunks, having attained Super Saiyan 2, were able to hold their own against the small Xylus. Meanwhile, Wukong, having not consumed the Senzu beans in time to recover his stamina, found himself in dire straits, worse off than Tian and Incha. You wretched little creature. Piccolo furiously struck a small Shilu away before turning to Incha. Duck, Piccolo shouted, and Incha immediately bent down as Piccolo delivered a powerful kick, sending the Shilu tumbling off the mountain. Incha, Tian, go assist Wukong. Understood. They responded, soaring towards Wukong. The duo unexpectedly seized the arm of a small Shilu that was relentlessly assaulting Wukong, lifting it up and simultaneously driving their knees into the creature. Bang. The small Shilu was launched like a bullet. The two felt a surge of morale, unleashing a white aura that enveloped them entirely. Each warrior battled fiercely against the small Xylus, with one notable exception. Humph. Do you think your meager strength can challenge me? Broly regarded the small Shilu before him with utter disdain. Hiki. The small Shilu grinned wickedly, accelerating towards Broly. With arms crossed, Broly effortlessly kicked the small Shilu away. Meanwhile, Broly's father was suffering grievously at the hands of the small Xylus. Bang! Bang! The small Xylus relentlessly assaulted Baracus, who was unable to withstand the onslaught. Blood streaming from his wounds. Unable to bear the sight of his father's plight, Broly, after all, blood is thicker than water. In an instant, he flashed behind the small Shilu, seizing its head with one massive hand and lifting it effortlessly. With the other hand, he grasped its legs, yanking with tremendous force. The small Shilu was brutally torn asunder, flung into the air, where a blast of energy obliterated it into dust. Chapter 94. In a bid to save the Earth. The mightiest Super Saiyan 2 awakens in fury. Hey, Gohan, how long do you intend to lie there? Broly shouted at Gohan. With that, Broly soared into the air, landing beside Gohan, continuing, if you truly possess the power that Kakarot spoke of, then unleash it and defeat Cell. I will not assist your father and the others in dealing with the lesser Cell. If you wish to prevent their demise, stand up and conquer Cell. Gohan looked up at Broly, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Gohan. Suddenly, a man's voice echoed from behind Cell. It was Android 16, slowly approaching Cell. Gohan. I understand that you dislike fighting, but when it is for justice, then combat is not a sin. Some individuals cannot be reasoned with, so do not suppress yourself. Liberate your fury and engage in battle. Oh my, such eloquence. However, it is not your place to speak. Android 16. With that, a murderous glint flashed in Cell's eyes. In an instant, he vanished, appearing behind Android 16, extending his palm as a wave of energy erupted forth. Boom. Android 16's body was suddenly obliterated, reduced to fragments of scrap metal scattered around Gohan, with only his head remaining somewhat intact. Uncle 16. Gohan cried out, gritting his teeth. He glared fiercely at Cell. Gazing at the remnants of Android 16, Cell scoffed, pathetic. After which, he turned to Gohan, proclaiming loudly, my sons. Feel free to eliminate your opponents. Ha 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 ha. As Cell laughed triumphantly, the lesser Cells grinned more wickedly, intensifying their assault on Goku and the others. Gohan. Broly glared at Gohan menacingly. If you can fight, then do so. If not, concede early and do not occupy space without purpose. Gohan. The head of Android 16 spoke once more. Liberate yourself. My fondest wish is to protect the beauty of Earth's nature. You must safeguard it for me. Android 16 exerted his final strength to convey this message. Humph. Not even dead yet. Cell coldly approached Android 16, crushing his head underfoot until it was nothing but a pulp. 16. Gohan cried out helplessly once again. At that moment, Gohan, if not now, then when? Kara's powerful voice pierced Gohan's ears. Kara's and Dale's, clad in pristine white uniforms, stood upon a rocky peak. Sunlight cascading behind them as if they were divine beings descending from the heavens. In an instant, a surge of fervor ignited within Gohan. Adu! Gohan quietly roared. Rising to his feet, casting a sidelong glance at the suffering Goku and others, he shouted, Stop! The lesser Cells felt an immediate chill, instinctively turning toward Gohan. Beads of cold sweat appearing on their brows. Meanwhile, Cell wore a smug smile, exuding confidence, believing that with his father's support, nothing was amiss. Thus, the lesser Cells resumed their ruthless assault on Goku and the others. Moans of pain escaped Gohan's lips. I command you to cease. Do you hear me? Gohan bellowed. Yet the lesser Cells paid him no heed, continuing their torment of Goku and the others. Cease at once. Gohan roared, his fury reaching its zenith. A tremendous energy erupted from him, radiating outward and expanding into the surroundings. Boom. The Earth, no, the entire planet, quivered, fissures cracking the ground beneath. Mr. Satan, what is happening? The announcer inquired. Oh dear. I have no idea. Satan stammered. Suddenly, Gohan's muscles swelled with power. Boom. A golden light shot skyward like a dragon, the force of its eruption shattering everything in its vicinity. Satan and the others were flung away by the sheer energy. And in an instant, a cloud of smoke enveloped Gohan. As the Earth's tremors subsided and the smoke began to clear, Gohan was revealed, engulfed in a radiant golden aura. Lightning crackled around him, illuminating his figure, and his golden hair stood defiantly upright, save for a single tuft that fell gracefully to his forehead, exuding an overwhelming presence. He has transformed. Cell looked on, drenched in cold sweat, as he observed Gohan. Chapter 95, The Power of Supremacy, The Annihilation of Little Cell. What is this? This aura. It is Gohan. Piccolo could scarcely fathom that Gohan's power had surged to such extraordinary heights. Gohan, with an icy glare, approached Cell and swiftly snatched the Saiyans bean from Cell's grasp, which he had stolen from Krillin. What? Cell gasped in astonishment, completely oblivious to how Gohan had seized the Saiyans bean from him. All he perceived was a flick of Gohan's hand, and the Saiyans bean had vanished from his possession. Such incredible speed, as swift as Cell himself. No, perhaps even swifter. Trunks marveled in disbelief. Gohan. Krillin lay helplessly on the ground, gazing up at Gohan, while the diminutive Cell continued to mercilessly kick him. Gohan cast a sidelong glance at Krillin. In an instant, with a whoosh, Gohan vanished from Cell's sight. With another swift movement, he reappeared behind the frantically kicking little Cell. What? Broly could hardly believe that Gohan could accomplish such a feat. His speed eclipsed even Broly's. Gohan fixed his penetrating gaze on the little Cell, his eyes sharp as blades, instilling a chill of terror. The little Cell felt a shiver run down his spine and spun around, but before he could discern the identity of the newcomer, Gohan's hand cleaved him in two, reducing him to a cloud of dust with a thunderous explosion. Damn it! After toiling tirelessly in the hyperbolic time chamber, I've been surpassed by Gohan in an instant. This is infuriating. Dares complained bitterly. Huh. Dares, why not strive to catch up? Karish chuckled at Dares. At that moment, Gohan flickered once more, arriving beside Tien, Yajirobe, and his father, confronting three little Cells. As soon as the trio saw Gohan, they halted their assault on Tien and the others, exchanging sinister grins before charging at Gohan with great speed. Unfazed, Gohan met the oncoming little Cell with a powerful punch. And with a resounding boom, another Cell was obliterated. Seizing the momentum, Gohan delivered a swift kick to another little Cell, and with another explosive sound, yet another was vanquished. With a precise slice, he dispatched the last remaining little Cell, ensuring their annihilation. Having eliminated 4 little Cells, Gohan turned to glance at Piccolo, then vanished once more. Appearing beside him, he unleashed a ki blast at the little Cell engaged in combat with Piccolo. Realizing he could not contend with Gohan, the little Cell fled. But after only a few meters, Gohan's ki blast caught up, shattering him into oblivion. Gohan then flickered again, arriving next to Pa and Nadi's, swiftly dispatching the remaining little Cells with a punch and a kick. Watching Gohan, Piccolo smiled with relief. The boy now exhibited no trace of hesitation. In a mere minute, Gohan had eradicated all the little Cells, save for the 2 that Broly had slain. Incredible! These little Cells, which we struggled to defeat, were dispatched by a single punch. Has Gohan truly surpassed me as well? Vegeta thought, begrudgingly competing with himself. Trunks, distribute this among everyone, Gohan declared, tossing the Saiyans bean he held to Trunks. Trunks caught it and nodded in agreement, then handed a bean to Vegeta, saying, Father, the Saiyans bean. Vegeta looked at the Saiyans bean in Trunks' hand. His face contorted in reluctance. Do I, Vegeta, really need to rely on such a thing? Despite his 100 objections, he begrudgingly accepted the bean, recognizing its necessity for his recovery. Meanwhile, Gohan ascended towards Cell. Now, it is your turn, Cell, Gohan declared coldly, fixing his gaze upon Cell. Chapter 96, Gohan vs. Shilu. Shilu could not help but exclaim, Do you really think that defeating my son will lead to your victory over me? Gohan remained cold and composed, responding, How can you know without trying? Huh. Rest assured, I shall ensure your demise. As he spoke, Shilu lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch toward Gohan. However, to his astonishment, the punch met only empty air. Furiously retracting his fist, Shilu gazed up at the sky, while Gohan, lowering his head, locked eyes with him. With a whoosh, Shilu ascended slowly, positioning himself beside Gohan. The two exchanged glances for a few moments before Shilu unleashed a flurry of punches at Gohan, a storm of ferocity. Dozens of strikes rained down, yet Gohan effortlessly countered each one. You are no match for me. Even if you were to surrender now, I would show you no mercy. Shilu, Gohan declared vehemently. He accelerated, closing the distance to Shilu, and launched a barrage of relentless attacks. Shilu retaliated instantly, their fists colliding like meteorites, producing thunderous sounds. Such speed! I can hardly keep up, Tianjin exclaimed, gazing skyward, drenched in cold sweat. Goku, you stepped onto the battlefield first to allow Gohan to comprehend Shilu's fighting style. Didn't you? Piccolo inquired, turning to Goku, who merely smiled in response. Quick, capture this moment. The host urged the cameraman to film the battle between Gohan and Shilu. However, the cameraman found himself in a predicament. The earlier violent tremors and explosions had caused a malfunction in the camera. No way. Of all times for this to happen. The host cursed in frustration. Ha! Gohan roared, executing a fierce roundhouse kick. With a thud, Shilu's body plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater. Observing Shilu struck. Gohan swiftly darted to his side. Startled, Shilu sprang from the pit. You cocky brat. Aren't you getting a bit too full of yourself? He bellowed. In a fit of rage, Shilu unleashed a brilliant beam of light that soared into the heavens, causing the ground to crack and tremble. What? Does Shilu still possess untapped power? Nadi pondered, astonished by Shilu's formidable strength. Shilu was born from the cells of numerous powerful beings. Such power is hardly surprising, Karas remarked, stepping forward to halt before Nadi. Karas, with your current strength, could you defeat Shilu at full power? Nadi asked. Karas simply smiled enigmatically in response, deepening everyone's curiosity about his true strength. Gradually, the earth regained its tranquility, yet the aura emanating from Shilu had more than doubled. Hee hee hee. Shilu grinned wickedly, baring his teeth as he arrogantly regarded Gohan. Suddenly, he charged at Gohan, delivering a thunderous right hook to Gohan's left cheek. The impact resonated like thunder, causing Gohan to sway, yet his feet remained firmly planted. Haha, how do you like my full power? Shilu boasted triumphantly. Gohan, casting a sidelong glance, coldly retorted. And what of it? What? Shilu ceased his laughter, incredulous as he observed Gohan's nonchalance. This is impossible. With a swift retreat, Shilu launched a series of rapid kicks. Gohan raised his arm to shield his face, absorbing every blow with unwavering resolve. No matter how ferocious Shilu's assault, Gohan stood immovable as a nail. Frustrated by his futile efforts, Shilu seethed with rage. Ha! He roared, mustering all his strength for a final kick. Yet, as soon as his foot grazed Gohan's arm, Gohan seized Shilu's calf, spinning at an astonishing speed of 360 degrees. After several revolutions, he released his grip, and Shilu was sent hurtling away like a bullet, crashing into a rocky mountain and shattering it to pieces. Chapter 97. Rebirth After Disaster. Incredible. Is that Gohan? Piccolo could hardly believe his eyes, for Gohan's energy was terrifyingly potent at that moment. With a fierce cry, Cell surged forth from the pile of rubble, soaring to an altitude of several hundred meters above the ground. Do not think that you have triumphed, Gohan. I shall obliterate you along with everything on Earth. As he spoke, Cell had already concentrated a Kamehameha wave between his palms, a force capable of reducing the entire planet to dust. All of you shall perish. Cell proclaimed like a harbinger of doom, and in an instant, a colossal energy wave, several dozen meters in diameter, cascaded downwards. It's over. If such a powerful Kamehameha wave strikes Earth, all will be lost. Krillin's face was drenched in cold sweat as panic set in. Everyone felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet Gohan remained utterly composed. As he gazed at the descending Kamehameha wave, not a trace of fear crossed his face. He could faintly be heard uttering the words, Came. Haim. Ha. A beam of energy, as thick as his waist, shot upwards with astonishing speed, colliding fiercely with Cell's Kamehameha. Though Gohan's Kamehameha was not as grand as Cell's, his energy was sufficient to push Cell's wave back. What? Cell gasped in shock, realizing that his own Kamehameha was being overpowered by Gohan's. Cell, you have lost, and as a consequence, you must die. Gohan roared, instantly amplifying the strength of his Kamehameha. The ascending wave surged forward, racing towards Cell in an instant. No, this cannot be. Ah. Cell groaned in agony as he witnessed his own Kamehameha being repelled by Gohan. His fury was palpable, yet he found himself powerless. The wind howled furiously as a glint of murderous intent flashed in Gohan's eyes. Cell, pay the price for your arrogance. May you repent in the depths of hell. With another resounding cry, Gohan unleashed his full might. Ah. No, Gohan. Cell shouted defiantly before being engulfed by the very Kamehameha he had unleashed. We won. We won. Krillin exclaimed with exuberance. Cell's energy had vanished. Trunks raised his head towards the sky, fearing he had misinterpreted the situation. Did we truly win? Even Din was apprehensive, wondering if this was merely a dream. Cell's energy has indeed dissipated. Tien affirmed. Humph, what a remarkable young man. Dares praised as he flew towards Gohan. Well done, Gohan. Gohan looked up at the approaching Dares, reverting from his Super Saiyan form. Uncle Dares, I have defeated Cell. At that moment, jubilation erupted. Everyone gathered around Gohan, cheering for him. Gohan, magnificent, exclaimed Nappa, giving a thumbs up. I knew you could defeat Cell. I am proud of you. Goku smiled with a sense of satisfaction as he gazed at Gohan. At last, history has not repeated itself. Trunks shed tears of joy, relieved that the history of his world would not be rewritten. Mr. Satan, has that boy truly vanquished Cell? If so, you need not make an appearance. Mr. Satan looked at the host with an awkward expression. Blinking, he cleared his throat and said with utmost seriousness, well, I was planning to deal with Cell myself after I rested, but since this boy has already defeated him, good job. Though his power is still beneath mine, I shall reluctantly accept him as my top disciple. Haha, is that so? Then congratulations, Mr. Satan, the host remarked, somewhat helplessly. Truly, one can be shameless and still claim invincibility. While everyone celebrated Gohan's victory over Cell, Kara's gazed skyward, his expression laden with unease. Hey, Dares. What is Kara's doing up there? Nappa inquired, glancing at Kara's on the rocky outcrop. Dares shrugged nonchalantly, who knows, and paid Kara's no further mind. Little did Dares realize the weight of Kara's concerns. Kara's closed his eyes, silently calling out to a figure. Lord Kai, can you hear me? On King Kai's planet in the North Galaxy, he pondered. Is that you, Kara's? It is I, Lord Kai. I seek your guidance. Kara's, what troubles you? By the way, Goku's son is indeed impressive, having defeated Cell. Lord Kai, that is precisely why I sought you. What? King Kai was taken aback, quickly pressing for details. Kara's, what has happened? Lord Kai, I suspect Cell is not truly dead. Could you ascertain his fate? After a moment of silence, King Kai replied, very well, Kara's. I shall investigate. With that, he began to channel his energy to probe the situation. Before long, King Kai exclaimed, oh no. Kara's, this is bad. What is it? Lord Kai? Kara's inquired, alarmed. With hesitation, King Kai stammered, Cell. Cell is slowly recovering. I knew it. Kara's thought, his fears confirmed. Thank you. Lord Kai. There's no need for thanks. However, Kara's, be cautious. Cell's energy is far more formidable than it was before. King Kai warned, unease evident in his tone. I understand. Rest assured. Kara's replied, placing 2 fingers on his forehead and vanishing in a flash to rejoin the others. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden gust of wind swept through, obscuring everyone's vision. A streak of red light shot past, hurtling towards Trunks. Kara's, he shouted in alarm, reappearing before Trunks just in time to deflect the incoming threat. Only then did everyone recognize the danger and quickly assume defensive positions. Simultaneously, an overwhelming energy surged forth. Reveal yourself, Cell. Chapter 98. Kara's declaration. I must admit, I never anticipated that one among you could deflect the energy blasts I unleashed. Truly commendable. Zero's words struck the minds of all present like a thunderclap. One can only imagine the astonishment at his unexpected return. As the swirling sands settled, Zero stood before them like a demon incarnate. See, Zero, exclaimed Gintama, drenched in cold sweat and stammering in disbelief at Zero's presence. How could Zero have been reborn? I had clearly vanquished him. Gohan gazed at Zero, equally perplexed. Curious to know why? Zero replied with a self-satisfied smirk. Allow me to enlighten you. Indeed, you shattered me into fragments, and I was convinced my demise was imminent. However, what I did not foresee was the existence of a certain mass within my brain. He pointed to his head and continued, that mass is my true essence. As long as it remains unharmed, I can continually resurrect myself. The Saiyan cells within me grant me formidable strength upon my rebirth, thus my power now surpasses yours, Gohan. To my astonishment, I have even mastered Goku's instant transmission, which is how I returned to Earth so swiftly. All thanks to you, Gohan. With that, a mocking grin spread across Zero's face. Is that so? Then I shall defeat you once more. Gohan declared, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. A radiant golden light erupting around him, stirring the winds and sands. Gohan, Kara suddenly interjected. I had no intention of stopping you. But you must recognize the magnitude of Zero's power. I fear your strength may not suffice to challenge him at this moment. Kara's words took Gohan aback, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Kara's, do you mean? Gohan began, hesitating. Kara's fixed a fierce glare upon Zero and declared, let me take the stage. I shall eliminate Zero. As he spoke, a sinister smile reappeared on Kara's face, reminiscent of a predator, sending chills down spines. Observing Kara's determined demeanor, Gohan glanced at the smug Zero and contemplated the daunting task ahead. Given Zero's current aura, defeating him seemed exceedingly challenging. Yet, if Kara's believed he possessed a strategy to conquer Zero, perhaps it was wise to let him take the lead. Should he fail, I could always re-enter the fray. Thus, Gohan addressed Kara's, very well. I entrust Zero's defeat to you. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Kara's wicked smile transformed into one of triumph. Kiki, Zero. I shall bring about your demise. He proclaimed like the harbinger of death. Why does Kara's appear so peculiar? Krillin inquired, puzzled yet intrigued by Kara's demeanor. Ah, that is Kara's, Dales remarked with interest. Do not let his approachable nature deceive you. When it comes to battle, the Saiyans' innate combative spirit is laid bare. So, Kara's possesses this side as well. Yet, this is the essence of a Saiyan. A hint of pride flickered across Vegeta's face as he spoke. Indeed. I rather enjoy this style of combat, Goku admitted, revealing his envy. Kill me? Zero was taken aback, amusement dancing in his eyes. You jest. Do you truly believe you can accomplish such a feat? Do you doubt my capabilities? Kara's countered sharply. Ah, do you think your strength can surpass Gohan's? Zero retorted, brimming with confidence in his own power. Kara's merely smiled and replied, at the very least, I can extinguish your life. The crowd was stunned. They had assumed Kara's merely sought to test the strength he had gained from the hyperbolic time chamber, yet now he boldly claimed he could slay Zero. Was it possible that Kara's power truly eclipsed Gohan's, surpassing even Zero's? Chapter 99, Ascending to Super Saiyan 3 ha 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 ha. Cell erupted in a triumphant roar. Kill me? You jest. While your power surpasses the others by a margin, it still falls short of defeating me. Is that so? Kara's retorted with a sardonic grin. Hiya. Kara's unleashed a primal scream as a golden aura surged skyward. Lightning, akin to serpentine behemoths, coiled around Kara's physique, instantaneously unleashing an intangible shockwave that engulfed the surroundings. Such formidable power! Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. Vegeta, his countenance rigid, glared at Kara's, seething with rage. The insolent whelp, he has become nearly equal to Gohan's power in an instant. With a sinister chuckle, Kara's accelerated with blinding speed. In a fleeting instant, he materialized before Cell. Thwack! A merciless iron fist was launched. Cell's body was propelled into the air. Kara's, with the agility of a predator, pursued him relentlessly. H-A-A-A. Thwack! 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 Kara's unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon Cell, each blow delivered with unyielding force. In the blink of an eye, dozens of strikes had landed. With a malicious grin, Kara's executed a gravity-defying kick. Cell's body was sent hurtling like a projectile toward a rocky mountain. Now do you comprehend whether I possess the ability to vanquish you? Kara's queried with a triumphant smirk. Cell slowly extricated himself from the rubble, his gaze fixed upon Kara's. After a moment of silence, he inquired, What is your name? Kara's turned to face Cell, his back previously turned. Kara's. Humph. Cell scoffed coldly. Is this the totality of your power? Kara's merely offered a cryptic smile, which visibly irritated Cell. If so, Cell asserted with ill-concealed annoyance. I can obliterate you within a minute. Kara's, seemingly unconcerned by Cell's proclamation, retorted with a chilling arrogance, You are welcome to try. You imbecile. Kara's words ignited Cell's fury. You Saiyan brat, ignorant of your own limitations. I shall reduce you to dust. With that, Cell unleashed a Kamehameha wave toward Kara's. As the surging energy hurtled toward him, Kara's remained motionless. Just as the Kamehameha was about to make contact, Kara's vanished in a flash. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion reverberated. Kara's. Trunks cried out in alarm. Poised to intervene, but Goku restrained him. Rest assured, Trunks, Goku reassured. Kara's is unharmed. As Goku's words faded, the sharp sound of fists colliding echoed through the air. Impressive. Cell, Kara's remarked. To detect my presence behind you after launching the Kamehameha and react accordingly. You have my commendation. Indeed, the feeling is mutual. Cell responded with a hint of pride. Cell's smugness was short-lived as Kara's countenance darkened. Wipe that grin off your face. Do you believe this is sufficient to defeat me? You naive fool, this is merely a warm-up. Kara's tirade left Cell momentarily speechless. You insolent, arrogant cur. Do you presume this is my full power? Cease your blathering. Cell retorted, his rage reaching a boiling point. A golden aura erupted from his body. An even more formidable power sent shivers down everyone's spines. Kara's, you wretch. I shall dispatch you to the netherworld. Cell, engulfed in a golden inferno, charged toward Kara's. Thwack. A devastating blow landed. Whoosh. Kara's body was sent careening through the air, crashing through several rocky mountains before finally halting. Humph. Perish. Cell roared, feeling utterly humiliated. He unleashed a relentless barrage of energy blasts upon Kara's. Within a mere minute, he had launched no less than 100 ki blasts. Whistle. A sudden whistle echoed from behind Cell. Startled, Cell spun around, only to be met with a crushing blow to the face. Thwack. Cell's body slammed into the ground, skidding for dozens of meters. After regaining his footing, Cell slowly rose. Though battered, Kara's punch had inflicted no significant damage to the resurrected Cell. Humph. Cell scoffed in annoyance. I told you, your power is insufficient to defeat me. Indeed. Kara's replied with a playful smile. With my current power, it is quite challenging to defeat you. Therefore, Kara's grin widened ominously. Cell eyed Kara's warily. Therefore, what? Cell inquired. Therefore, Kara's continued with a sinister chuckle, I intend to transform once more. What? Transform again. The revelation sent shockwaves through the onlookers. Transform again. Kara's. Already a Super Saiyan beyond the Super Saiyan level, transforming once more was a concept Gohan struggled to comprehend. Could it be Kara's can transform further? Vegeta mused. His emotions a mix of fear and anticipation. Fear of Kara's surpassing him yet again, and anticipation of the power that awaited beyond the Super Saiyan transformation. The prospect stirred Vegeta's resolve to become an even greater warrior. You say, transform again? Cell stammered, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. Haha, prepare for your demise. Savor the terror of impending death. Kara's exclaimed. With a thunderous roar, Kara's contorted his body into a bow-like shape. His screams reverberated through the air. His golden hair cascaded down his back, growing longer and longer. Ah, whoosh. A golden beam erupted skyward, like a celestial dragon. The ground trembled once more, as the earth quaked anew. After an eternity, the tremors subsided. A cloud of dust enveloped Kara's, obscuring his form. Such immense power. I have never sensed such formidable energy. Tien Shinhan exclaimed in awe. As the dust settled, Kara's emerged into view. His body was enveloped in a golden aura. His brow ridges were pronounced, and his eyebrows had vanished. His resplendent golden hair flowed down to his hips. His piercing gaze fixed upon Cell, sending shivers down his spine. Cell, prepare to meet your end. Chapter 100. The Torment of Shilu. Is this the new transformation of Kara's? Goku marveled, astonished by the energy emanating from Kara's being. What do you think? This form of mine can certainly kill you, can it? This transformation, which I have dubbed Super Saiyan 3. Kara said with a tone that was both sinister and mocking as he addressed Shilu. Super Saiyan 3, huh? So this is your confidence, Kara's. It turns out that Dales had previously inquired of Kara's in the Room of Spirit and Time what would happen if he couldn't defeat Shilu during this training. Yet, Kara's had confidently assured Dales, I will kill Shilu. At that moment, Dales was baffled by Kara's unwavering self-assurance. But now it was evident that Kara's had long possessed the means to achieve victory, Super Saiyan 3. Incredible! Super Saiyan 3. Hell, I am already feeling exhilarated. Observing Kara's in this form, Goku silently resolved to attain this state himself, and to surpass Kara's as well. Watching Kara's, Broly offered a calm, subtle smile. Though he appeared indifferent, he was indeed quite concerned. Now, we are certain to win. Krillin felt a surge of excitement. Ha 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 ha. Shilu cackled. Your Super Saiyan 3 looks rather impressive, but I wonder if it is merely for show. Ha 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 ha. Kara's laughed in response, saying, whether it is or not. Why not give it a try and see? Shilu, visibly displeased, glared with a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. In an instant, he lunged at Kara's. Kara's, swift as a flash, evaded Shilu's assault effortlessly, leaving Shilu to strike nothing but air. Hee hee hee. What are you doing, Shilu? I'm right here. Kara's teased. Such speed. Deus could scarcely track Kara's movements. Shilu, filled with rage, lifted his gaze to Kara's above, but without uttering a word, he vanished in an instant. Bang. Oh. Not bad. Kara's enveloped Shilu's fist in his palm, whether in praise or derision remained unclear. Regardless, Shilu's expression was one of frustration. Shilu quickly retracted his fist and unleashed a flurry of punches at Kara's. He struck dozens of times, yet not even a single hair of Kara's was touched. Hee hee hee. Kara's chuckled wickedly. Oh dear. Suddenly, Kara's was struck by a realization. Why am I laughing like that despicable Frieza? He shivered involuntarily. Kara's playful demeanor only served to infuriate Shilu. You bastard. Do you have to look down on me so much? Shilu roared at Kara's. Kara's nonchalantly flicked his ear with his pinky and retorted, Must you be so loud? If you wish to die, I can certainly oblige. With a sinister glint in his eye, Kara's added, You are deserving of death. Though Kara spoke softly, Shilu could hear him clearly. This remark sent a chill down Shilu's spine as he saw Kara's sidelong glance. In a sudden burst, Kara surged towards Shilu, arriving before him in an instant. The sheer speed and unexpectedness startled Shilu, forcing him to retreat in haste. Kara extended his palm, energy coalescing within it. A strange smile crept across his face as he aimed at Shilu. The energy blast shot forth with a resounding boom, propelling Shilu through the air. Kairos swiftly reappeared in front of Shilu, delivering a powerful upward kick, causing Shilu to alter his trajectory and ascend. Once more, Kairos vanished, overtaking Shilu again. With a high leg strike, he descended toward Shilu. A scream echoed as Shilu plummeted heavily to the ground, creating a massive crater. No, this is impossible. How could he be this strong? It defies reason. Shilu lamented from within the crater, while grappling with the enigma of Karaz's overwhelming power. Karaz's voice cut through the air once more. Hey, are you planning to let me bury you in this pit? Fearfully. Shilu lifted his gaze to see Karaz perched on the edge of the crater, pointing at him as an energy sphere began to form in his palm. Terrified. Shilu jumped more than 10 meters into the air. As Shilu steadied himself, he found Karaz had vanished once again. Hi, looking for me. Shilu heard a voice behind him. He spun around abruptly. A sharp sound echoed as Karaz delivered a resounding slap across Shilu's face. Slapping you is quite satisfying, isn't it? Karaz remarked, gazing disdainfully at Shilu. As the slaps continued to rain down, Shilu appeared as nothing more than a child before the might of Super Saiyan 3 Karaz. This left Shilu reeling. You bastard. In a fit of rage, Shilu charged at Karaz with reckless abandon. Bang, bang, bang. Kamehameha. Boom. Shilu unleashed a full-powered Kamehameha at Karaz, striking him directly. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, shrouding the scene in smoke that gradually dissipated. So, how does it feel to be struck by my full-powered Kamehameha? Surely, you must be finished now? Shilu felt a swell of pride. I told you, I will kill you. There is no way I would be defeated by you. Karaz's voice echoed ominously, a harbinger of dread for Shilu. No, this cannot be. That was my full-strength Kamehameha. How could you emerge unscathed? Why? Karaz looked at Shilu and simply replied, because that is the difference between us, a disparity in power. Now, Shilu, it is time for your demise. Otherwise, the crowd may begin to complain. With that, Karaz extended his palm toward Shilu. No, please, don't kill me. I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Realizing his defeat was inevitable, Shilu begged for mercy. Seeing Shilu's desperation, Karaz felt a twinge of compassion. After all, he was not entirely Saiyan, and Shilu had shown remorse. Shouldn't he be given a chance for redemption? Yet, just as Karaz hesitated, Shilu, undeterred, took advantage of Karaz's distraction. He lunged at Karaz with a palm aimed at his abdomen. Fortunately, Karaz reacted swiftly, grasping Shilu's hand, but a small portion of Shilu's fingers still pierced Karaz's skin. Drawing a trickle of blood. What should I say to you, Shilu? Karaz glared fiercely at him. You are beyond saving. Karaz seized Shilu's arm and hurled him skyward. His body spread wide as he launched a purple energy wave. This is the end. Shilu's final words echoed as he disintegrated into a cloud of crimson mist. Chapter 101. The World Martial Arts Tournament. Where the strongest gather in the previous account, it was mentioned that Karaz had triumphed over Cell in a rather playful manner. According to the original narrative, everyone believed that Cell had been defeated by Satan, thus re-establishing Satan as the hero destined to save the world. Those who had perished at the hands of Cell were resurrected under the divine powers of Dragon Balls. Trunks also returned to the future, where he vanquished the androids 17 and 18, as well as Cell. 10 days after Cell's defeat, both Big Karaz and Little Karaz arrived on Earth. However, what puzzled Baby was why Krillin, the bald fellow, was still with the universally recognized goddess, Android 18. This thought left Baby rather heartbroken. Am I digressing a bit? He chuckled, before returning to the main topic. Hey, Karaz, Darius called out from a distance. Karaz, standing atop a high mountain at the edge of West City, turned and greeted Darius with a smile. Darius, what brings you here? What? You still don't know that the World Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence? Darius exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, Karaz furrowed his brow. How could I have forgotten that? He mused internally. 7 years had passed since the defeat of Cell, and Earth had enjoyed peace for the same duration. In these peaceful years, Karaz had surprisingly neglected the matter of Majin Buu. Who will be participating? Karaz inquired. Piccolo, Krillin, Kakarot, Vegeta, Broly, Nappa, Noddies, and Gohan, among others. Darius replied. And you? Karaz probed further. Of course, I will participate. And Goten and Trunks, those two little rascals. Darius chuckled. Oh. Karaz responded, then I shall refrain from joining. What? You won't participate? Darius was taken aback. Karaz smiled gently. Indeed, I shall not. But why? What could be better than competing against Kakarot, Broly, and others. Darius pressed on. Yet, Karas simply smiled at Darius, choosing silence. His true intention was to prepare wholeheartedly for the arrival of Majin Buu. Are you really not participating? Darius asked once more. Yes, Karas affirmed confidently. I don't get you at all. Darius sighed, shaking his head, and flew off. After Darius departed, Karas resumed his intense training. The next day, the World Martial Arts Tournament commenced punctually. Hey, Darius, has Karas not arrived yet? Vegeta inquired, having appeared behind Darius. Oh, Prince Vegeta, you're quite early, Darius replied casually. Nappa, feeling offended by Darius's lack of respect, chimed in, Darius, watch your words. Don't forget your place. Ah, Nappa, Darius said, sizing him up. To his surprise, Nappa had sprouted a standing crew cut on his previously bald head. Nappa, that new hairstyle looks quite dapper, Darius remarked, disregarding Nappa's admonition about his identity. Uncle Darius. Is my Uncle Karas not participating in the tournament? A child with light purple hair asked. Just as Darius was about to answer, another child shouted, Hey, Trunks. Ah, Goten. The purple-haired child responded. These two children were none other than Vegeta's son Trunks and Goku's son Goten, with Goten bearing an uncanny resemblance to his father. Goten rushed over to Trunks, greeting, Hello, Uncle Darius. Hello, Uncle Nappa. Hello, Uncle Vegeta. Finally, Goten turned to Noddies and said, Hello, Uncle. Noddies had trimmed half of his long hair, looking quite handsome. Where's your father, Goten? Noddies inquired. Dad is with Uncle Broly and Uncle Krillin, right behind us. They will be here shortly. Just as Goten finished speaking, Goku's voice rang out. Hey, Vegeta, Darius. Kakarot. Where's Karas? Vegeta asked Darius without even glancing at Goku. I am here. Karas's voice suddenly echoed from behind everyone. Karas, I thought you wouldn't dare show up. Vegeta asserted forcefully. Aha, what is there to fear? Karas chuckled. You cannot defeat me. Humph. You talk a big game. But soon, I shall knock you down. Vegeta declared with utmost arrogance and confidence. Aha, you may find yourself disappointed. Karas retorted, laughing heartily. Oh, Vegeta raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Karas smiled slightly, because I do not intend to participate in this tournament. What? Everyone gasped in astonishment. Brother Karas, are you truly not competing? Gohan slowly approached, a beautiful girl at his side. Unsurprisingly, this girl was none other than Satan's daughter and Gohan's future wife, Videl. What a lovely girl. Is she your girlfriend, Gohan? Karas teased. No. This is not what you think. Gohan hurriedly clarified. She is my classmate, and also Satan's daughter, right? Karas interjected playfully, grinning. Huh, how did you know? Gohan asked, bewildered. Ah, that's not something you need to worry about. Karas laughed. Who are they? Videl asked, looking at the strikingly similar individuals before her. Darius. Darius replied nonchalantly. I am Gohan's father, son Goku, Goku said with a smile. You all look so alike. Videl exclaimed in surprise. Though we bear a resemblance, we are not brothers, Krillin clarified. I am Goten, and Gohan is my brother. I am Trunks. After a lengthy introduction, the tournament finally commenced. Due to their ages, Goten and Trunks could only participate in the youth division, while Goku and his companions successfully passed the preliminary rounds. The upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament was about to begin. Chapter 102, The Martial Arts Tournament commences. Goku and Vegeta take the stage. The venue was alive with exuberant cheers and jubilant voices. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence the World Martial Arts Tournament. Please welcome the first pair of contestants, Son Goku and Vegeta, the host announced with fervor. Kulus couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at how history had indeed been altered, allowing Goku and Vegeta to face off right from the start. Vegeta wore a peculiar smile, casting a disdainful glance at Goku as they ascended the stage together. Kakarot. I have awaited this moment for many years, Vegeta declared, a sentiment that rang true. He had indeed longed for this confrontation. Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, a natural warrior with power surpassing even Vegeta's, left Vegeta feeling discontent, though he begrudgingly accepted it. However, the fact that Kakarot, once the lowest-ranking Saiyan with a battle power of merely 2 at birth, now surpassed him was a reality Vegeta found utterly intolerable. Heh, Goku, he said with a smirk, I want to hold back. Humph, you talk too much, Vegeta retorted, and in an instant he vanished, reappearing abruptly behind Goku. Clenching his fist, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Goku. What? Vegeta exclaimed in shock, realizing he had struck only Goku's afterimage. A wave of unease washed over him as a chill ran down his spine. Instinctively, he leaped forward. glancing back to see Goku grinning at him from where he had just jumped. What a shame, Kakarot. You nearly got hit, Vegeta remarked with a hint of amusement. Indeed. What a pity, Goku replied, sharing a knowing smile with Vegeta. In an instant, both combatants surged forward, and with a resounding clash, their fists collided, producing a sharp sound. It seems Vegeta has been training hard these past years, Broly observed with a hint of admiration. Indeed, Vegeta has certainly grown stronger, Dales commented. Intrigued by the bout unfolding on stage, Vegeta and Goku exchanged blows with fervor. Ha! Vegeta roared, launching an intense assault on Goku. The air crackled around them as their fists flew. With a powerful swing, Vegeta aimed another punch at Goku, who met it with equal force. The resulting shockwave sent both fighters reeling backward. As Vegeta regained his footing, he erupted into laughter. What a thrill, Kakarot. Come at me again. Ha! Vegeta shouted. And a golden aura erupted from his body as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Gohan, witnessing Vegeta's transformation, felt a surge of panic. Weren't we supposed to avoid transforming into Super Saiyans to prevent a spectacle? Calm down, Gohan, Krillin reassured him gently. Beside Gohan, Vidal's eyes widened in disbelief at Vegeta's transformation, leaving her bewildered. Vegeta, didn't you say you wouldn't transform? Goku asked, confusion etched on his face. Ah, never mind. He quickly added with a carefree grin. Unbelievable. Goku is truly a fool, Vegeta thought, his determination rekindled. Since you transformed, I shall do the same. With a fierce shout, Goku unleashed his power, transforming into a Super Saiyan as well. Seeing Goku's transformation, Vegeta's face lit up with pride. Kakarot, let us elevate our Super Saiyan forms to the next level for the sheer joy of battle. What do you say? Goku pondered for a moment before responding. You mean Super Saiyan too? Precisely. What do you think? Vegeta pressed. With a chilling grin, Goku replied, very well. A wave of energy erupted from Goku, magnifying his power exponentially, lightning crackling around him like a dragon. Is this sufficient? He asked coolly. Very good, Vegeta replied with a wicked grin, amplifying his own energy to match Goku's, creating an overwhelming aura that instilled an indescribable sense of pressure. In the audience, Kulus covered his face in exasperation. What on earth are these two planning? Are they trying to ruin the rhythm of the event? Meanwhile, on a devastated planet in the North Galaxy, an evil demon sensed the formidable energies emanating from Earth, reveling in the discovery of what he coveted most, and erupted into malicious laughter. Chapter 103. Terror. The demon approaches. Isn't that the golden-haired warrior who appeared at the Shilu conference? A voice erupted from the audience, igniting a tumultuous stir among the spectators. Amidst this chaos, Vegeta and Goku remained unfazed. Vegeta shouted, Kakarot, come forth. Let us settle this. Humph. Goku chuckled. Vegeta, do not rush. I shall ensure you relish this. No sooner had Goku finished speaking than he accelerated towards Vegeta with remarkable speed. Vegeta, maintaining his composure, revealed a sly smile and, just as Goku closed in, delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Goku gasped, his face contorted in pain, yet he retaliated with a fierce blow aimed at Vegeta's face. Magnificent. Observing the exchange between Goku and Vegeta, Karas felt an inexplicable surge of exhilaration. Kakarot, what has happened to you? Why have you become so sluggish? Vegeta taunted while relentlessly attacking Goku. Vegeta, let us see if you can defeat me first. Goku seized the opportunity to unleash a flurry of strikes against Vegeta. The audience was captivated by the extraordinary display of combat between the two warriors. Just as the crowd cheered for this rare spectacle, an ominous presence interrupted their duel. A boy, around 13 or 14 years old, with pink skin, suddenly appeared at the center of the arena. His malevolent expression and the distinctive flesh braid on his forehead marked him as a formidable foe. Karas felt a deep unease wash over him. The overwhelming aura of evil emanating from the boy was unparalleled. Majin Buu. The mere mention of those words weighed heavily on Karas, plunging him into despair. He could not fathom that Majin Buu would manifest in such a terrifying form. Hey, who are you? Vegeta bellowed in anger. Be careful, his energy is potent and wicked. Goku warned, his gaze fixed intently on Majin Buu. In a flash, Karas transported himself to the arena. Our enemy has arrived, he announced, striding towards the host. Snatching the microphone from his hands. Everyone, do not inquire about the reasons. Please evacuate immediately, or face the consequences. The audience, bewildered and perplexed by Karas' declaration, remained uncertain. How could ordinary people comprehend the terror of Buu? Yet, for those with heightened awareness, anxiety began to set in. Gohan, what is the matter? Videl inquired. observing the cold sweat on Gohan's brow. What is wrong? Videl, we must flee. Gohan choked out. Videl, taken aback by Gohan's urgency, had little time to react. Suddenly, Majin Buu unleashed a pink beam from his forehead braid towards the audience, transforming anyone struck by the eerie light into candy. Majin Buu then opened his mouth wide, inhaling all the candy into his voracious maw. Karas and the others were rendered helpless to intervene, witnessing Majin Buu's actions. The remaining spectators finally panicked and scattered in a desperate bid for survival. Chapter 104. Majin Buu upon witnessing the audacious act of transforming humans into candy for consumption. All the Z fighters surged forward in a fit of rage. Hey, what have you done to those humans? Gohan shouted vehemently. Kiki, I ate them. They were delicious. Majin Buu replied with a mischievous grin. What? Gohan exclaimed in shock, furiously retorting. You scoundrel. With that, he launched a powerful punch at Buu. The sound of impact echoed as Gohan struck Buu squarely, yet Buu remained unfazed, completely indifferent to the blow. What? How is this possible? Gohan marveled, realizing that his attack had no effect on Buu. This revelation startled the others as well. Hehe, you're too weak, get lost. Buu taunted, extending his left hand to unleash a wave of energy that sent Gohan flying. Gohan! Goku shouted, immediately teleporting to catch his son as he hurtled away. The sight of Gohan being knocked back ignited fury in the hearts of the onlookers. Except for Vegeta, Broly, and Karas, the others launched a relentless barrage of attacks against Buu. However, Buu's overwhelming strength rendered their efforts futile, and in an instant, Krillin and Yamcha were swiftly defeated. Krillin! Android 18 cried out, rushing towards Buu in desperation. Yet, Karas swiftly intervened, shaking his head. Krillin can be revived with the Dragon Balls. The enemy is too powerful. It's best not to engage directly. Seeing the seriousness in Karas's eyes, 18 shed a few tears and gradually retreated. In a mere 3 minutes, Buu had rendered Dor and the others completely powerless. Karas, you know who this guy is, right? Vegeta asked nonchalantly, seemingly composed. Everyone, stop. Karas's voice boomed like thunder, causing all to cease their attacks on Buu. The venue was now dominated solely by Karas and his companions. Meanwhile, in a separate room, the world champion Mr. Satan remained oblivious to the chaos outside. Karas's commanding shout caught Satan's attention, prompting him to approach the arena, puzzled as to why no one was present. I presume you are Majin Buu? Karas inquired. Indeed, I am Majin Buu. A male voice resonated from behind Karas. Turning to face the source, Karas recognized it as the individual who had fused with the East Kai using those earrings. What? How did the fusion occur so swiftly? Who are you? Broly instantly became alert. One Majin is already overwhelming. Another would be catastrophic. Broly, do not act rashly. The Kai's voice interjected suddenly. Is that you, Lord Kai? Goku asked. Yes, Goku. Do you recognize the young man before you? If I am not mistaken, I believe he is the Grand Kai, superior to the regular Kai. Piccolo remarked, observing the white-haired figure clad in retro attire. No, Karas interrupted. He is not the Grand Kai, but a Kai Supreme who surpasses even the Grand Kai. What? Everyone gasped in astonishment, realizing that the individual before them was the overseer of their universe. Enough, the Kai Supreme declared. I am indeed the Kai Supreme. But this is not the time for such discussions. Thus, the Kai Supreme succinctly explained the circumstances surrounding Majin Buu. It turned out that a month prior, Buu was still in egg form, brought to Earth by Babidi as depicted in the original tale. However, during their journey, Babidi's spaceship encountered a cosmic storm, resulting in violent turbulence that prematurely released Majin Buu, specifically, the embodiment of pure evil. In the chaos of space, Buu wreaked havoc, prompting the Kai Supreme to fuse with his attendant, Jebit, allowing him to utilize teleportation to effectively counter Buu. Just moments ago, Majin Buu sensed the immense energy radiating from Vegeta and Goku during their transformations and had used teleportation to arrive on Earth. Chapter 105. The battle approaches. What about Babidi? Kalraz inquired. He has been slain by Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai responded, gazing at Buu. Now, there is no one who can seal Majin Buu again. The only solution is to eradicate him completely. Fear not. I am eager for a challenge. This is just the opportunity one need to hone my skills. Broly exclaimed, his fists itching with anticipation. At that moment, Goku interjected, however, the battle cannot take place on Earth, as the damage would be too great, and we would be unable to fight at our full strength. Then let us request the Supreme Kai to guide us to the Supreme Kai's realm, Kalraz suggested. Curious. The Supreme Kai inquired. You are Kalraz, are you not? I have heard tales of you from the Kai. Since that is the case, I shall refrain from further words. Kalraz replied, turning to Bu. Hey, Mage and Bu, if you desire a thrilling battle, then come with us. Thank you, Supreme Kai, Kalraz said with a respectful nod. After casting a glance at Bu, the Supreme Kai contemplated momentarily and declared, Follow me. With that, he placed his fingers on his forehead and uttered the word move. His figure then vanished in an instant. Once the Supreme Kai departed, Kalraz addressed Goku, Kakarot, Broly, and Vegeta will go ahead. You wait for Bu to arrive before following. Of course, no problem. Goku replied affirmatively. After acknowledging Goku with a nod, Kalraz, along with Broly and Vegeta, disappeared from sight. With Kalraz and the others gone, Goku turned to Bu, saying, Mage and Bu, after you. Hee hee. Bu chuckled sinisterly. In a flash, he vanished. Hee hee. Goku smiled. I suppose it is time for my journey to commence. As he spoke, he placed his fingers on his forehead. Wait, Kakarot. Dales called out to Goku. I am going too. Goku paused for a moment before replying with a smile. No, Dales. Mage and Bu is our responsibility. If we fail, you all. He surveyed everyone, will be our last line of defense. With that, Goku executed an instant transmission to the Supreme Kai's realm. Meanwhile, Mage and Bu had already arrived and was locking eyes with Kalraz and the others. Supreme Kai? Vegeta arrogantly addressed the Supreme Kai. You would do well to vacate this dangerous place, for what lies ahead will be perilous. Vegeta, are you threatening me? The Supreme Kai retorted, visibly displeased. Supreme Kai. Broly interjected, I believe Vegeta speaks the truth. It would be wise for you to leave. The Supreme Kai, taken aback and somewhat astonished, recalled the tales he had heard from the Kai about these Saiyans. He had not anticipated their overwhelming dominance. The expressions on the faces of the four, whether excitement, fear, or confidence, exuded an inexplicable pressure, prompting the Supreme Kai to vacate the premises. Very well. I wish you all good fortune, Saiyans. With that, he grasped a crystal ball and vanished in an instant transmission back to Earth. On this moderately sized planet, a pink monster faced off against four exceedingly arrogant and powerful Saiyans, poised for an earth-shattering confrontation. Who will go first? Broly asked. I shall take the lead. Vegeta declared. No, I want to go first. Goku insisted, eager to engage Bu. Actually, allow me to take the first turn. Broly chimed in. Sai and Kalraz suggested. How about we each take 30 minutes, and after that, we rotate with another fighter against Bu. After exchanging glances, Vegeta smirked and declared, Then I shall be the first. Excellent. Kalraz agreed, continuing, Broly will be second, Goku third, and I will take the final turn. Does that sound agreeable? Hearing Kalraz's arrangement, the others remained silent, indicating their acceptance. With no objections raised, Vegeta sneered and launched himself toward Majin Bu. Chapter 106. Vegeta's Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta bellowed with fervor, and in an instant, he appeared before Bu. He unleashed a powerful punch, sending Bu rolling away like a stone. Without hesitation, Vegeta soared after him, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts toward Bu. A cloud of smoke enveloped the area. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed Bu, covered in pockmarks and craters. Humph, I expected more from you, Vegeta remarked, a triumphant smile on his face. However, in the next moment, that smile faded. To his astonishment, Bu's wounds were visibly healing at an alarming rate. What? Is this creature immortal? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief. Hey, Vegeta, are you even capable? Broly suddenly shouted, If you're struggling, let me take over. 10 minutes have already passed. Vegeta shot an irritated glance at Broly before turning back to face Bu. Huh. A golden light erupted as lightning coiled around Vegeta's body, crackling ominously. This energy is... Gohan looked up at the sky, puzzled. Dad, that energy belongs to my father. Trunks shouted with excitement. Hey, where did everyone go? A late-arriving Satan stood at the tournament's entrance, completely bewildered by the scene unfolding before him. So, you are Majin Bu? Vegeta asked with a smug grin. Bu stared back at him, confusion etched on his face, before nodding vigorously. Hee hee hee. Prepare for a fate worse than death. Vegeta sneered ominously. Oh. Bu's expression shifted from surprise to arrogance as he erupted into a maniacal laugh, echoing with a childlike glee yet laced with a terrifying malevolence. Suddenly, amidst his laughter, Bu unexpectedly shot an energy blast at Vegeta. Unfazed, Vegeta evaded it effortlessly with a swift sidestep. But as he turned back, he found a doll-like face alarmingly close to his own, grinning mischievously. Startled, Vegeta instinctively took a few steps back, inadvertently giving Bu the opening he needed. Bu launched a kick, sending Vegeta soaring through the air until he crashed into a rocky outcrop. Ha ha ha! Bu laughed triumphantly at having easily dispatched Vegeta. With a thunderous roar, debris from the impact shot skyward, and Vegeta's face contorted with fury. He had attained Super Saiyan 2 yet was still toyed with by Bu, igniting his wrath. Yeah! Vegeta roared as he charged at Bu once more, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen, which left an imprint of his fist. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a flurry of rapid punches, each leaving a series of marks on Bu's belly. Finally, with a tremendous blow, Vegeta struck Bu on the forehead, sending his head flying back several meters. Seeing Bu in such a state, Vegeta couldn't help but smile. Yet, ironically, Bu's head, having flown back, darted toward him like a bullet, colliding with Vegeta's skull and leaving him dazed. Bu followed up with another punch, sending Vegeta sprawling once again. Sliding across the ground for several meters, Vegeta shook his dizzy head, muttering, "You despicable creature, I will not let you go unpunished." Rising to his feet, panting heavily, he glared at the self-satisfied Bu. "Hey, Vegeta, you have 10 minutes left." Broly's voice rang out once more. Without even glancing at Broly, Vegeta snapped, "Shut up. The time isn't up yet." Broly, displeased by Vegeta's response, retorted, Hey, are you trying to stir up trouble?" He began to approach Vegeta. "Oh dear. This group is truly insufferable," Karas exclaimed, pulling Broly back, exasperated. "Humph." Broly shot a discontented look at Vegeta but relented, recognizing Karas's intervention. Turning his attention back to Majin Bu, Vegeta took a moment to catch his breath before puffing out his chest and revealing a mysterious smile, pointing at Bu. "I initially intended to use this form against one of those three over there, but you?" "Majin Bu." Vegeta's tone deepened as he continued. "Don't blame me for what comes next." With that, Vegeta bent his body, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated like thunder, lightning streaking across the sky. "What?" Dares exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the sky. Vegeta's power surged once more. "This is unbearable. I refuse to stand idly by." Naughty expressed his frustration. "Come on. Let's witness their battle." The Supreme Kai retrieved a crystal ball, and after uttering a spell, Vegeta and the others appeared within the orb. As Vegeta roared. Karas realized the significance. Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta was about to transform into Super Saiyan 3. Chapter 107. The time has come for Broly. Behold, Vegeta's golden hair gradually swept back, and his brow began to protrude. With a resounding ha, Vegeta completed his transformation. "What do you think? My latest form is magnificent, isn't it?" Vegeta boasted proudly to Bu. However, Broly and Goku appeared unfazed by Vegeta's transformation, merely displaying confident smiles. "Well done, Vegeta," Goku exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "Haha, indeed impressive." Broly laughed heartily. "But, Vegeta, don't say I didn't warn you. You have only 8 minutes left." "Humph," Vegeta scoffed. 8 minutes is more than enough." With that, he charged once more towards Bu. Upon sensing Vegeta's sudden surge in power, Bu instantly steeled himself. Accelerating in an instant, he rushed toward Vegeta. With a thunderous roar, the ground beneath them caved in at their feet. A whirlwind swiftly engulfed everything around. Then came the cacophony of fists colliding. In a flash, Bu unleashed a heavy punch aimed at Vegeta. Vegeta instinctively leaped backward, narrowly evading Bu's attack. He then surged forward, delivering a barrage of powerful punches toward Bu. Yet Bu responded swiftly, meeting Vegeta's onslaught with equal ferocity. The fierce battle between the two was nothing short of exhilarating. With another resounding explosion, both Vegeta and Bu leaped out from the cloud of smoke at either end. Hee. Vegeta grinned wickedly, extending his thumb along with his ring and middle fingers. As the smoke began to dissipate, a wave of energy surged forth, hurtling towards Majin Bu. Bu was sent flying several meters away. Upon inspection, a gaping hole had formed in Bu's abdomen. Ha. Majin Bu is nothing but this. Vegeta laughed triumphantly. "What, is that it?" Broly exclaimed in surprise. But just as Broly was taken aback and Vegeta reveled in his triumph, Bu stood up once more, gingerly touching the large hole in his belly. He flashed a toothy grin at Vegeta, and with a grunt, the basketball-sized cavity began to heal. Vegeta was initially startled, but soon a confident smile crept across his face. A golden aura, accompanied by crackling lightning, erupted from within him, but just as Vegeta was about to charge at Bu again, "Vegeta!" Broly suddenly appeared before him. "Time is up. It's my turn now." Faced with Broly, Vegeta felt a mix of reluctance and anger. However, they had agreed on half an hour each. And now that time was up, he could not be seen as untrustworthy. After all, he was the prince of the Saiyans. Thus, Vegeta reluctantly withdrew from the battle, albeit with lingering dissatisfaction. Hee. Vegeta, well done. You've even surpassed Super Saiyan 2 to reach Super Saiyan 3. Congratulations. Goku remarked, whether in jest or sincerity remained unclear. Vegeta, however, chose to ignore Goku, much to the amusement of Kara's. Haha, Majin Buu, you're quite formidable. After taking that hit from Vegeta, you're still standing. It seems I must unleash my full power against you. Broly's face twisted into a sinister grin. With a thunderous roar, Broly's energy surged, causing the very earth to tremble beneath him. He bent low, a golden aura enveloping his entire being. His dark hair transformed into a golden hue, lengthening in the process. Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta turned, slightly astonished, and asked Goku, Kakarot, you can also transform into Super Saiyan 3, can't you? Goku merely smiled at Vegeta. Witnessing Goku's demeanor, Vegeta's proud visage darkened, and with a huff, he coldly retorted, you lot are insufferable. Broly's transformation concluded, and he warned. You had better be cautious, Majin Buu. Chapter 108. The battle between Broly and Majin Buu with a resounding punch. Broly collided with Buu's incoming fist. As Broly retracted his fist, Buu unleashed a swift kick that caught him off guard, sending him hurtling backward. Buu, leveraging the momentum, propelled himself forward, his rubbery right leg shooting skyward before slicing down towards Broly with ferocity. A thunderous crash echoed as dust billowed into the air. Observing the cloud of dust, Buu retracted his leg and let out a gleeful laugh. Through the crystal ball of the Supreme Kai, the Z fighters on Earth watched the fierce clash between Kara's and Buu unfold. If that move connects, even the mightiest Broly would surely sustain injuries, remarked Piccolo with a hint of regret. The others remained silent, their eyes glued to the crystal ball, perhaps filled with concern for Broly. It was no wonder. Buu's kick had cleaved a massive chasm in the Supreme Kai's realm. Is Broly all right? Goku inquired anxiously. Who knows? Kara's replied nonchalantly. Just as Kara's finished speaking, a fist-sized energy wave burst through the swirling dust, hurtling towards Buu. Underestimating its size, Buu simply whistled, dismissing the threat. However, as the energy wave neared him, Buu waved his hand dismissively. Buu has fallen for it. As Buu's hand made contact, the seemingly small energy wave surged into an enormous force, engulfing him entirely. With a tremendous explosion, Buu was left battered and bloodied. Yes, victory! Exclaimed Nadius, elated as he witnessed Buu's despair through the Supreme Kai's crystal ball. Yet, reality proved less delightful. Buu's dismembered form began to stir, coalescing into a singular shape. I knew it. Even after being pierced by Vegeta, he can recover. It seems this time is no different, Broly chuckled. Gradually, Buu's body reassembled, prompting Broly to exclaim, how interesting. This makes it all the more enjoyable. With a roar reminiscent of a great gorilla, Buu flaunted his revival. Suddenly, his expression darkened, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Broly. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Broly, grinning wickedly. With a resounding slap, Buu struck Broly's face, igniting a fiery pain within him. Stunned by the humiliation, Broly retaliated with a fierce slap of his own. However, Buu was no pushover, returning the favor with a powerful punch to Broly's gut. Doubling over in pain yet seething with anger, Broly retaliated with a knee strike to Buu's abdomen, followed by a swift kick that sent Buu flying, momentarily alleviating his rage. In an instant, Broly soared upward, glaring at Buu with ferocity as he unleashed a heavy punch. The ground cracked violently, forming a deep crater. Yet Buu was nowhere to be seen. A wave of unease washed over Broly. This is bad, he thought, turning in dread. Above him, Buu hovered with a sinister smile. A colossal red energy sphere, nearly 10 meters in diameter, coalescing above his head. Buu bellowed, launching the massive energy sphere towards Broly at breakneck speed. Yet Broly merely offered a disdainful smirk, showing no inclination to evade. Was Broly truly intent on catching this energy sphere barehanded? Indeed, he was. Broly extended his hands, ready to grasp Buu's attack. The moment his hands made contact, an overwhelming pressure bore down upon him. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath him fractured and sank. Broly had underestimated the tremendous power of Buu's energy sphere. Still, it was insufficient to defeat him. He managed to hold it at bay. However, Buu suddenly intensified the energy, triggering a catastrophic explosion. A mushroom cloud erupted in the sky. Buu cackled with glee. Broly, Kara shouted through the crystal ball. Concern echoing among the onlookers as they witnessed Broly engulfed in the explosion. Yet those in the Supreme Kai's realm, including Kara's, showed no signs of worry. Their laughter ringing bright. Is this truly amusing? Broly's voice cut through the laughter, startling Bu into silence as he focused on the dissipating smoke. Gradually, Broly's form emerged, though his Saiyan battle attire lay tattered and torn. Nevertheless, he radiated the indomitable aura of a Super Saiyan 3, with eyes sharp as blades. Broly fixed his gaze on Bu, revealing a peculiar smile. Suddenly, in a flash, Broly appeared before Bu, delivering a swift kick that sent him soaring. Just as he prepared to charge again, Goku materialized, blocking Broly's path. Chapter 109, Goku vs. Majin Bu. Goodness. Has time flown by so swiftly? Broly complained with dissatisfaction. Goku chuckled in response, of course. Although I feel a twinge of discontent, we all agreed to a 30-minute battle from the outset. It would be unbecoming to retract my words now. Thus, Broly reluctantly stepped back. Hey, I'll transform into Super Saiyan 3 then, Goku declared, as a brilliant golden light erupted around him, signifying his transformation into Super Saiyan 3. I can't shake the feeling that this is somewhat unfair to you, Goku remarked confidently, yet I can't resist the urge to challenge you. Before he could finish his sentence, he lunged at Bu with a powerful punch. Bang! Goku's fist struck Bu squarely on the forehead, but to Goku's astonishment, Bu remained utterly unfazed, simply grinning malevolently at him. Stunned, Goku realized that his blow had no effect. In that moment of distraction, Bu's fist came rushing towards him, prompting Goku to hastily retract his hand to block Bu's assault. With another resounding collision of fists. Although Goku managed to deflect Bu's attack, he was sent skidding several meters along the ground. Bu then soared into the air, aiming another punch at Goku. Observing Bu's rapid approach, Goku leaped backward to evade the strike, countering with a swift return attack. The ensuing flurry of punches echoed through the arena, a symphony of combat. Hey, it's been ages since I've engaged in such an exhilarating battle, Goku exclaimed. You have my thanks, Bu. As he spoke, Goku unleashed a barrage of punches. Yet Bu deftly countered each one, creating distance between them after dodging. Hee. Bu smirked, gathering energy in his hands. Are you preparing a big move? Goku seemed unfazed. With a swift motion, Goku sank his waist and placed his hands on his hips, bellowing Kamehameha. A blue energy wave surged forth, hurtling toward Bu. Simultaneously, Bu launched a red energy sphere that he had already formed. Boom. The two energy forces collided, sending shockwaves rippling outward. For a moment, they struggled against each other. But ultimately, Goku's blue Kamehameha broke through Bu's red sphere and struck him directly. With a thunderous explosion, Bu was sent flying, his form disintegrating. Has Goku emerged victorious? Krillin asked timidly, peering into the crystal ball held by King Kai. I doubt it's that simple. This foe possesses regenerative abilities, Piccolo cautioned. Indeed, as Piccolo pointed out, the remnants of Bu's body began to stir, coalescing into a singular form once more. Within moments, Bu had completely healed, a triumphant grin plastered across his face, as though mocking Goku. Witnessing this, Goku's gaze sharpened. Suddenly, a golden aura ignited around him. Bu, tilting his head and wearing a sinister smile, mirrored Goku's stance by sinking his waist and placing his hands at his sides. What is this? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. That's Goku's Kamehameha. Majin Bu is formidable, Kara's remarked coldly, observing the unfolding scene. In an instant, Bu unleashed his own Kamehameha. Unfazed, Goku leaped upward, evading Bu's attack and hovering in midair. I never imagined you could replicate my Kamehameha. Impressive. Bu lifted his gaze to Goku and simply replied, again. Goku, taken aback and filled with trepidation, stammered. I thought you couldn't speak. Bu paid no mind to Goku's bewilderment, watching as Goku gathered energy in his hands once more. Hey, let us do this, Goku declared, landing on the ground and releasing another Kamehameha. Bu followed suit, launching his own Kamehameha. The two energy waves collided, unleashing a powerful gust of energy that spread throughout the arena. Chapter 110. Kara's vs. Bu. Two formidable waves of energy clashed violently, reminiscent of a fierce battle between lions. The two forces mutually suppressed one another, rendering it nearly impossible to discern a victor. Just as Goku and Bu were locked in the stalemate of energy, suddenly, a purple energy wave surged forth with astonishing speed. With a resounding boom, the energy waves of Goku and Bu exploded into thin air. Goku, the time has come, Kara's remarked with a sinister grin as he gazed at Goku and Bu. What? How can time pass so swiftly? Goku exclaimed in shock. There is nothing to be done, Time has indeed expired. It is now my turn, Kara's replied with a wicked smirk. Despite his reluctance, time waits for no one. And neither Vegeta nor Broly had wavered earlier. How could he be untrustworthy? Very well, Karas, it's now your turn, Goku said, directing his words towards Bu, who had his back turned to Karas. With Goku stepping aside, Karas took to the stage. How would this battle, aimed at honing their skills, unfold? Hee. Bu, you are indeed powerful. Even Broly had to resort to Super Saiyan 3 to contend with you. I cannot afford to be careless, Karas declared, letting out a fierce roar. In an instant, a radiant golden light erupted, soaring into the heavens. The Super Saiyan 3 form of Karas had now manifested. Damn it, Vegeta remarked, visibly displeased. This despicable Karas possesses energy that rivals even Broly. Indeed, this energy is considerable, but it still pales in comparison to mine, Broly responded with unwavering confidence. Vegeta, however, remained irked. The battle between Karas and Bu commenced. Bu charged at Karas with a raised fist, launching a rapid assault. With a swift maneuver, Karas evaded the punch, then retaliated with a strike aimed at Bu's abdomen. The blow caused Bu to arch his back in pain, but he quickly countered with a knee strike that connected with Karas' chin. Following this, Bu executed a flying kick, propelling Karas away. A barrage of energy blasts rained down upon Karas, striking him relentlessly. Boom, 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 boom. Countless energy blasts found their mark on Karas, kicking up a storm of dust that enveloped the entire arena. Seeing this spectacle, Bu reveled in delight. Wearing a smug grin and adopting a comical pose, thoroughly pleased with himself. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot toward Bu with blinding speed. With a swift whoosh, it pierced through Bu's throat. Bu was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the turn of events. Just then, Karas' resonant voice echoed ominously, "If you don't seek death, you won't die." This phrase suits you perfectly, Majin Bu. Karas' index and middle fingers were poised, aimed directly at Bu, from which the golden beam emanated. While Bu had been struck in the throat, he was far from mortal, endowed with an extraordinary regenerative ability. Thus, this injury posed no real threat. However, it did incite Bu's wrath. In a fit of rage, Bu charged at Karas once more, launching a ferocious assault. Karas, undeterred, retaliated with equal fervor. Both combatants unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, each striving to subdue the other. Bu unleashed an energy blast. Karas effortlessly deflected Bu's attack and immediately countered with a blast of his own. Bu barely managed to evade, but the shot connected, sending him reeling. Thus, as the two exchanged blows and energy blasts, time slipped away unnoticed. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Karas stepped down, Vegeta took his place. Then Broly stepped up, followed by Goku once more, and then Karas returned. In this cycle, each warrior battled Bu for 2 or 3 rounds. At last, it was time for Karas to conclude this fierce confrontation. Chapter 111. The final move, Spirit Bomb Goku. Prepare the Spirit Bomb, Karas commanded. Confused, Goku replied, "But Karas, isn't this your battle against Bu? Why do I need to prepare the Spirit Bomb?" Karas snapped back. "Do you truly wish to continue battling Bu indefinitely? Our objective has been achieved. It is time to conclude this training-focused conflict." After a moment of silence, Goku smiled and said, "It is indeed time to end it." With that, he raised his hands towards the heavens. "Oh, Earth! Oh, Sky! All living beings on this planet, please lend me your energy." A gentle breeze brushed against his face, and a subtle flow of energy stirred. All life forms in the King Kai's realm, including the sky and earth, began to contribute a portion of their energy. Minute strands of energy gradually coalesced above Goku's hands, forming a spirit bomb with an approximate diameter of 10 meters. "Is this sufficient, Karas?" Goku inquired. "Not nearly," Karas replied, glancing back at Goku while maneuvering against Bu. "This amount of energy is inadequate. Bu's regenerative capabilities are far too potent. If we do not defeat him in one blow, he will simply regenerate. But Karas, I have gathered all the energy from this planet. There is no more to be had. Then let us gather energy from Earth." Vegeta chimed in, casting a knowing glance at Goku. He then called out, "Hey, King Kai? You can hear me, right?" However, there was no immediate response from King Kai. Vegeta, growing increasingly frustrated, shouted, "Hey, old man, are you listening? If you can hear me, respond quickly." After a few moments, King Kai's voice finally resonated. "Vegeta, could you not be a bit more polite? After all, I am the king of the North Galaxy." "Humph. Enough of your rambling. If you don't want Bu to destroy your North Kai planet, relay my message to Earth immediately. Goodness, Vegeta, you are quite audacious. King Kai retorted, irritated. Seeing the tension, Broly quickly interjected, Lord King Kai, for the sake of the universe's safety, could you please heed Vegeta's request? As for Vegeta, I apologize on his behalf. Please, relay our message to Earth. Humph. Given the gravity of the situation, I shall convey your message, but only for the sake of my North Galaxy. With King Kai's assistance, Vegeta and the others finally established communication with those on Earth. People of Earth, raise your hands to the sky. Lend your energy to defeat Bu. Meanwhile, on Earth, what is that voice? Why are we raising our hands to the sky? One curious individual tentatively lifted their hand, only to feel their strength dissipate. Oh no, we mustn't raise our hands. It drains our energy. They shouted in alarm. Thanks to King Kai's power, the message swiftly spread to every corner of Earth. Consequently, everyone ceased raising their hands to the sky, except for Gohan and a few others who understood the situation. This energy is still insufficient. Goku exclaimed anxiously as the Spirit Bomb's energy was slow to materialize. Satan. We must have Satan speak. Kairas realized that only Satan could persuade the people of Earth to lend their energy. Yes, Satan, my future-in-law. King Kai, may I speak with Satan privately? Goku pleaded desperately. After explaining the situation to the world champion Satan, the latter surprisingly agreed. Hello, everyone. I am Mr. Satan, the world champion. Can you hear me? At that moment, Satan's voice thundered across Earth like a bolt from the blue. Ah, it's Mr. Satan. Yes, it's really him. Indeed, it is I, the world champion Satan. The people erupted in excitement. Everyone, you are aware of the demon that appeared at the martial arts tournament, which claimed many lives. I am currently battling this demon. Please lend me your energy to defeat him. Raise your hands to the sky now. Under Satan's impassioned plea, the people of Earth finally raised their hands to the sky. With the collective energy of Earth's inhabitants, the spirit bomb above Goku grew exponentially. With this potent spirit bomb, Goku was now equipped to obliterate Bu. Kairas, step aside. Goku shouted. As Goku's call echoed, Kairas displayed a mix of relief and a hint of malice. In an instant, he vanished from Bu's side. The spirit bomb surged towards Bu, who stood frozen in shock, realizing he could not withstand its might. Although he had sensed Goku's unusual energy earlier, escaping Kairas had proven to be a formidable challenge. It's unfair for the four of us to take you on alone. But alas, you are evil. I hope in your next life you can be a good person. And perhaps we may compete fairly then. With that, Goku forcefully directed the spirit bomb towards Bu. In a blinding flash of white light, all was once again tranquil. Chapter 112. The disciple of Satan at long last, the formidable Majin Bu was vanquished. And a jubilant celebration erupted among the onlookers in the opulent mansion of the world's wealthiest individual, the Bulma family. Cheers of victory filled the air, yet amidst the revelry, one figure remained despondent, Kulus. After more than 30 years in this world, he pondered the fate of his own realm. What had become of his family and friends? The defeat of Majin Bu was merely a foregone conclusion. The true calamity loomed ominously ahead. Kulus. A voice broke through his reverie. Turning, he offered a faint smile to Vegeta. Is something amiss? Vegeta approached, his expression serious. Could the threat you mentioned be Majin Bu? Kulus chuckled lightly. Though Majin Bu is indeed formidable, he is not the ultimate danger. Pausing for emphasis, he continued with a grave tone. In 10 years, if fate remains unaltered, a crisis will inevitably arise. 10 years? How can you be so certain? Vegeta questioned, his brow furrowed in skepticism. Kulus nodded solemnly in response. The night sky shimmered with stars, and a meteor streaked across, leaving behind a breathtaking spectacle. In the blink of an eye, 10 years slipped away. The once serene Satan City now radiated tranquility, but this peace was abruptly shattered by a distant explosion. A burly, middle-aged man with golden hair glowed ominously, followed by a deafening roar. Where are the Saiyans? He demanded, causing a nearby young man to tremble in fear. Police, alerted by the commotion, arrived swiftly, weapons drawn, commanding the man to cease his resistance and assume a submissive position. Yet, the man seemed indifferent to their warnings, scanning the vicinity as if in search of something. Just as the officers prepared to intervene, a voice resonated through the air. Not in my city shall violence prevail. Is that Mr. Satan? Someone in the crowd queried. Though his form was obscured by the throng, suddenly, a shout echoed, look above. All eyes turned skyward to see Mr. Satan perched atop a 4- or 5-story building, surveying the scene below. With a graceful leap and a somersault, he descended to confront the golden-haired man. A decade had aged Satan considerably. His once lustrous hair was now entirely gone, yet the pride of a world champion remained unyielding. Do you know where the Saiyans are? The golden-haired man inquired. What? Mister? Satan stammered in surprise. Are you referring to the warrior race, the Saiyans? Indeed, the man replied, his tone dripping with arrogance as a flicker of red light danced in his eyes. Another explosion erupted, creating a massive crater before Satan's feet, leaving him paralyzed with fear, collapsing onto the ground. At that moment, a youthful voice broke through the tension. Mr. Satan, what are you doing here? A 15 or 16-year-old boy, accompanied by a charming girl of the same age, approached. The boy sported a head of striking black hair, dressed in a white shirt and gray pants, while the girl, with her playful brown hair, donned a yellow dress and light yellow boots. Upon seeing the newcomers, Satan perked up, pointing at the golden-haired man with exuberance. Ha! A mere novice like you shall be dispatched by my disciple. Right. This should be left to your disciple, but where is he? The boy inquired, glancing around. Turning back, he caught Mr. Satan casting a flirtatious glance in his direction. The boy spat on the ground, tentatively questioning, Mr. Satan, you aren't implying that I am your disciple, are you? With a gleeful laugh, Satan replied, you must strive hard, Goten. Chapter 113, The Malevolent Entity Indeed. This young man is none other than Goku's second son, Son Goten, and the youth beside him is none other than Goten's newly acquainted girlfriend, Paris. Upon hearing Satan's words, Goten contemplated a hasty retreat. Yet his peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of a middle-aged man standing next to Paris. A wave of unease washed over Goten, prompting him to spring into action, swiftly delivering a kick that sent the man soaring. Paris, are you all right? He didn't harm you, did he? Goten inquired in a flurry. Oh, he did nothing of the sort. He merely asked me where the Saiyans were. I suggested he inquire with the fruit vendor instead, Paris replied innocently, her laughter ringing in Goten's ears. A flicker of doubt ignited within Goten's heart. Why would he inquire about the Saiyans? Just as Goten pondered this, two individuals surged from the crowd, launching an assault on him. Goten effortlessly dispatched them with a mere flick of his hand, garnering cheers from the onlookers who praised his prowess, declaring him a worthy disciple of Satan. In the blink of an eye, Goten had taken down 3 opponents, and after receiving the police's gratitude, he and Paris prepared to depart. However, after merely a few steps, Goten sensed something amiss and reluctantly muttered, here we go again. No sooner had he spoken than a powerful punch struck his face, sending him crashing to the ground. Goten, are you all right? Paris expressed her concern. Oh, I'm fine. I was just caught off guard. Goten replied nonchalantly as he rose to his feet, only to collapse once more, deepening his confusion. How could he possibly be felled by an ordinary human? A surge of anger ignited within him, and with adrenaline coursing through his veins, he stood resolute, fixating his gaze on the assailant. You must be a Saiyan, right? The man suddenly queried. Goten had anticipated this. Who are you? What brings you to Earth? The man's visage contorted menacingly, a crimson aura emanating from his being, illuminating the sky. A figure emerged from the radiant glow, accompanied by an overwhelming presence. Goten steeled himself. You must indeed be a Saiyan. Quite the impressive aura you possess. Satan, take Paris to safety. This individual is no ordinary foe. Goten's words brimmed with intensity. Who are you, and what is your purpose on Earth? The man, resembling a child with a sinister countenance, introduced himself. I am Baby, and I seek your Saiyan energy. His tone was resolute, and without further ado, he lunged at Goten with a punch. Goten leaped into the air with urgency. What? You want my Saiyan energy? You truly are delusional. As he spoke, Baby charged towards him once more, a wicked grin on his face as he unleashed another punch. Goten, caught off guard, was struck by Baby's fist. He collided with a building before crashing heavily to the ground. Haha, is this all the power you possess? If so, I must say I am utterly disappointed. Goten gradually rose. If this is my only strength, then am I truly the son of Goku? A peculiar smile danced upon his lips. With a surge of golden light, an immense energy erupted from Goten's being, instilling on those who beheld it. Baby, drenched in sweat, was simultaneously filled with exhilaration. Is this the power of a Saiyan? Indeed, it aligns with the legends. I crave this power even more. Ha! Boom. I despise those who laugh so repulsively. Goten's fist connected squarely with Baby's face, sending him flying amidst a cloud of debris, a pink aura radiating as the rubble was swept away. Baby glared at Goten with piercing eyes. This meager power is utterly ineffective against me. Hurry, reveal your true abilities. Goten, seething with rage at Baby's provocation, retorted, "You are insufferably arrogant." Kamehameha. In a fit of fury, Goten unleashed a full-powered Kamehameha wave aimed at Baby. Little did he know, he had fallen into a trap. What? Goten gasped in alarm. This is not good. Just as he channeled his maximum strength, Baby transformed into a writhing mass, invading Goten's body. Is this the power of a Saiyan? Truly astonishing. Chapter 114. Possession well done, Goten. Truly. You are a worthy disciple. Hercule exclaimed from afar, his voice brimming with jovial enthusiasm. Goten, where is that baby-faced scoundrel? Hercule inquired, approaching Goten. Goten, are you all right? Are you injured? Pears echoed, her voice laced with concern. As Goten gazed upon Hercule and Pears, fragmented images flickered through his mind, memories of Goten. These recollections revealed his lineage as the son of Goku and the gathering of Saiyans within the city, with Goku and Kara's absent from Earth. Vegeta and Broly stood as the mightiest among them. However, Goten was now entirely under the sway of Baby. Or rather, Goten was Baby. Goten, what's wrong? Pears asked, noticing Goten's prolonged silence. But Goten, now controlled by Baby, departed without even glancing at Pears. Scarcely had Goten taken flight when a crab-headed figure materialized before him. Goten! Doors exclaimed, surprise evident in his tone. Who was that individual you were fighting earlier? What formidable power did he possess? And where has he gone now? Baby, sensing a potential threat, subtly shifted his demeanor. Judging by the energy signatures, Doors posed a significant challenge. Thus, a plan began to formulate within Baby's mind. Oh, that. Goten stammered. Then, struck by inspiration, he exclaimed, he's right behind you. What? Doors exclaimed, startled, as he swiftly turned around. In that instant, Goten unleashed a wicked strike. A ki blast grazed Doors' cheek, drawing a bead of blood. Goten, what are you doing? Doors asked, puzzled. Ha 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 ha. Cease your pretense. Baby cackled maniacally. Give it your all, Doors. With that, Baby, using Goten's body, launched a Kamehameha at Doors. Given their close proximity, barely a meter apart, even with Doors' superior power. Overcoming Goten's full force attack without exerting his own full strength would prove exceedingly difficult. Evading Goten's all-out assault at such close range was virtually impossible. Thus, he had no choice but to unleash his full power in a desperate gamble. However, the moment he fully exerted himself, Baby seized the opportunity to successfully possess Doors. Furthermore, Baby left a living egg within Goten's body to ensure his continued control. Haha, I never imagined it would be so easy to control another person. Next, it will be you, Gohan. With the assistance of Doors and Goten, Baby effortlessly took control of Gohan, Nappa, Raditz, and Trunks. Their sights were now set on either Vegeta or Broly. Within the Capsule Corporation, the abode of Bulma, one of the world's wealthiest individuals, Bulma remarked, "Why is everyone here? It's rare to see so many Saiyans gathered together. Usually, someone is absent due to various commitments, but today, everyone is surprisingly present. Well, if it isn't Doors. A rare sight indeed." Vegeta remarked, his tone laced with indifference rather than genuine welcome. Kiki, I came specifically to pay you a visit. Doors replied with a sinister grin. Vegeta immediately sensed something amiss. Observing the peculiar expressions on Gohan and the others, he knew something was amiss. If you've come to visit, let's find a more private location. The presence of women here is rather inconvenient. What? Vegeta, are you implying that I'm a nuisance? Bulma retorted, her anger flaring. However, Vegeta paid her no heed. He soared into the sky and flew away. Doors, follow me. Seeing Vegeta depart, the others followed suit. Chapter 115. Alas, Vegeta has been possessed. In the world of Dragon Ball, in a desolate area on the outskirts of West City. Speak. Who are you? The aura of the low-level warrior, Dales, was tainted with a sinister energy. What is your true identity? Vegeta inquired, directly addressing his confusion. After a moment of silence, Dales broke into a smile and then burst into laughter. Do you truly not know who I am? It matters not. You wild monkeys, no matter how you transform, will always remain wild monkeys. His laughter echoed, ha ha ha. I suddenly recall, only the Tuffle people possess such a wretched aura. Ah, finally remembered. Dales continued. Thanks to our advanced science, we Tuffles have lived in peace for ages. But then, one day, you wild monkeys invaded us. At this moment, Dales, no, it should be said, the character of Baby transformed into a grotesque visage. Indeed, it is we wild monkeys who drove you from the Tuffle planet like frightened dogs. Vegeta stood tall, exuding an innate kingly aura that was enough to intimidate anyone. Yes, Baby's face twisted once again in rage. I have come for revenge. Without further ado, He propelled Dales towards Vegeta. As Dales closed in on Vegeta, in the blink of an eye, Vegeta vanished. What? Before Baby could react, a searing pain radiated from Dale's abdomen throughout his entire body. Before he could fully process the initial pain, another shot coursed through his back. With a deafening crash, Dales, under Baby's control, plummeted downward, creating a massive crater upon impact. Vegeta hovered above, surveying the scene with a regal air that was nothing short of majestic. Looking at Vegeta, Baby became infuriated, shouting, "What are you waiting for? Attack!" At Baby's command, Nappa and the others surged forward. Despite being one of the strongest among the four, Vegeta found himself at a disadvantage against so many Saiyans who had surpassed Super Saiyan 2. Just as he dodged Nappa's punch, he was met with a flying kick from Raditz. A careless moment led to a strike from Gohan's back attack, plummeting to the ground before Vegeta could catch his breath. A barrage of energy blast hurtled towards him. Realizing evasion was futile, he bellowed in fury, "What is the meaning of this?" A brilliant golden light erupted from him, instantly dispersing the incoming energy blasts. "What are you ruffians up to?" Before he could finish, a pale blue mass enveloped Vegeta, invading his very being. "Ah, at last. I have awaited this moment." A voice resonated within Vegeta. Unaware of Baby's possession, Vegeta unwittingly provided an opportunity for Baby. "Wah, what is happening?" Vegeta was utterly bewildered. "Haha, this is the special ability of the new Tuffle, born from our desire for revenge against you Saiyans." "New Tuffle? What does this mean?" "Patience. Vegeta, allow me to enlighten you. We underestimated your rapid evolution, leading to our downfall. However, in the end, the Tuffle King infused his genetic material into a living being. That being is me. I now inhabit your body, and soon enough, it will be mine. But what about Dales and the others?" Vegeta asked, a mix of pain and confusion in his voice. "Those who have been possessed by me will have an egg left within them. Once this egg hatches and its cells spread throughout the brain, that individual will act according to my will. Do you understand?" "Ah, so it is that way. But don't think you've succeeded. We still have Karas, Broly, and Kakarot. Your words are tedious. This body is finally mine. Yet, I cannot help but feel pity for my ancestors." "Huh." Baby roared, his power surging as his once golden Super Saiyan 3 hair transformed into long white locks. "Master Baby, shall we deal with Karas next? I believe he is even stronger than the legendary Super Saiyan Broly. No one knows Karas' strength better than Dales." "Indeed? But if I control all the Saiyans with eggs and do not kill them, how can I seek revenge? I have decided to eliminate all remaining Saiyans." Chapter 116. A call for help. "Oh no, something terrible has happened. I must urgently inform Karas." The North Kai was in a state of panic, visibly flustered. "Great Kai, can you hear me?" An elderly man with graying hair and beard responded. "Is that you, North Kai? What troubles you so?" "I need to find Karas." "Find Karas? What is the matter?" The Great Kai appeared perplexed. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the North Kai replied, "A grave situation has arisen. All the inhabitants of Earth have been ensnared by someone named Baby, including Vegeta. If this continues, I fear dire consequences." "Oh, I see. But Karas is currently in the midst of his training. This is a crucial moment. Disturbing him now could jeopardize everything." "What? Karas is training? What shall we do now?" The North Kai's anxiety intensified. "Wait, North Kai, let me contact Son Goku. A few days ago, he sought out Karas and then went to the Great Kai's realm." "Contact Goku? Very well. I shall also reach out to Broly and his son. I happen to know their whereabouts." Hearing the Great Kai mention contacting Goku eased the North Kai's worries somewhat. After concluding his conversation with the North Kai, the Great Kai promptly contacted the Kaioshin. "Great Kaioshin, can you hear me? It is the Great Kai. Is that you, Great Kai? It's been a long time." An elderly man with a face full of wrinkles exclaimed. The Great Kai was taken aback. This voice, could it be the Kaioshin from 15 generations ago? "How is it that you—" "Ah, I had a disagreement with the destroyer god Beerus and was sealed within the Kaioshin's sword. Fortunately, a rather foolish individual broke the sword a few days ago, allowing me to emerge once more. It's fortunate you still remember me, Great Kai. You were just a little child back then." The old Kaioshin chuckled heartily. To appease the old Kaioshin, the Great Kai laughed along, but quickly regained his composure. "By the way, that foolish individual you mentioned, is he named Son Goku?" The old Kaioshin pondered for a moment and said, "I heard that little brat Jebbit was referring to him. I've been assisting him with his training lately." "What is it?" "Oh dear. The North Kai just informed me that a being named Baby has appeared on Earth, controlling all its inhabitants. North Kai is seeking Son Goku's help." "Such a matter exists? Very well, I shall notify him." Jebbit, Fetch that fool Son Goku and inform him that trouble has arisen on Earth. The old Kaishin showed no restraint in calling Goku a fool. Is Goku truly that foolish? Goku. Goku. Jebbet called out twice, hearing someone shout his name. Goku paused and instantaneously transported himself beside Jebbet. What is your command, Great Kaishin? Without hesitation, Jebbet relayed the situation in full detail. Vegeta has been possessed. What manner of creature is this baby? Goku was equally unaware that Vegeta had been taken over. Understood. I shall return to Earth at once. With that, Goku prepared to teleport back to Earth. Just then, Kakarot, Kakarot, can you hear me? A man's voice suddenly echoed. Is that you, Broly? Indeed, it is I. Kakarot, I am currently communicating with you through the Great Kai, and I've been informed of the situation on Earth. I am presently in the South Galaxy and cannot return immediately. Please use instant transmission to come and fetch me. Very well. I shall come at once. With that, Goku vanished. After defeating Bu, everyone sought higher levels of power and began their respective training journeys. Broly traveled the universe to hone his skills, while Karas visited the Great Kai's planet for guidance, having always found the Great Kai to be enigmatic. Fortunately, the Great Kai decided to assist Karas in his training after hearing his story. Meanwhile, Goku had spent several years training with the reincarnated Bu on Earth. Following Karas' suggestion, he broke the Kaishin sword and began receiving guidance from the old Kaishin. Vegeta, on the other hand, chose to remain on Earth to train alone, only to be unexpectedly possessed by Baby. Chapter 117, The New Earth, Z Warriors and UPU in a moment of desperation as King Kai sought help. A brave new warrior emerged to protect the Earth. After Baby possessed Vegeta, he swiftly implanted living eggs into all the inhabitants of Earth within a month, transforming them into new Ziffle beings, except for two individuals, Sun Xiaofeng, the daughter of Sun Wukong and granddaughter of Sun Gohan, and her grandfather, Satan. Upon witnessing the control Baby had over her father, Xiaofeng felt utterly powerless. Her only hope lay in waiting for her grandfather, Sun Wukong, to return. With the aid of the robot companions, Big Car and Little Car, Xiaofeng and Satan concealed themselves. However, the anguish of seeing her parents enslaved by evil was unbearable. Determined, Xiaofeng resolved to gamble on awakening her parents. With this decision made, Xiaofeng, carrying the burden of her companions, ventured alone to Baby's stronghold in West City, the Universal Corporation owned by Bulma. Father, Xiaofeng stammered, struggling to utter the words. Since you refuse to serve Lord Baby, I have no choice but to eliminate you. Do not blame your father. Gohan's hand gripped Xiaofeng's throat, his expression twisted with malevolence. A stark contrast to the kind-hearted Gohan she knew. As Gohan prepared to unleash a ki blast upon her innocent face, a sudden whoosh interrupted the impending doom. A wave of energy struck Gohan's arm, forcing him to release Xiaofeng, who plummeted toward the ground. Just as she was about to fall, a figure darted in and caught her. The figure gently placed her down and turned to face Gohan. Gohan's surprise was palpable. The figure was none other than UPU, the reincarnation of Puu, who had trained alongside Wukong for many years. Clad in a blue martial arts uniform, with dark skin and a striking hairstyle atop his head, UPU emanated an aura of righteousness vastly different from his predecessor. UPU, you were not ensnared by Lord Baby's eggs. Would you care to join us? Gohan inquired. Humph. UPU scoffed. How could I ally with someone capable of harming his own daughter? Before Gohan could respond, a voice interrupted. I never anticipated that there were still those on Earth untouched by my influence. Baby's voice resonated as he approached, flanked by a group of Saiyans. I have secluded myself in the mountains to protect my brothers. Yet, sensing a surge of evil and Gohan's energy intertwined with it, I grew uneasy and ventured out, only to witness a father poised to kill his daughter. This is unacceptable. Is that so? According to Gohan's memories, you are the direct disciple of Sun Wukong. Perfect. I am quite bored. Come entertain me. Baby commanded, warning the Saiyans not to interfere before charging at UPU. Unfazed by Baby's aggressive approach, UPU remained composed. Just as Baby was about to strike, UPU vanished in an instant, leaving Baby to miss his target. When Baby turned around, UPU stood menacingly behind him. A sudden blue ki wave surged forth, but Baby instinctively dodged, narrowly escaping the fatal blow. Impressive. Sun Wukong's disciple is indeed extraordinary. However, you still fall short compared to me, Baby proclaimed, closing the distance between them. In an unexpected move, he unleashed a powerful punch that sent UPU hurtling away. Ha 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 ha. Young one, you are still too inexperienced. Baby taunted, launching a barrage of ki blasts that struck UPU relentlessly. UPU! Xiaofang cried out. But her voice was drowned by the overwhelming display of power, her own strength insufficient to aid him. Faced with Baby's formidable prowess, UPU found himself at a disadvantage. What fate awaited UPU and Xiaofang in this dire situation? Chapter 118, The Awakening of Ub. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting a whirlwind as Ub lay helplessly amidst a pile of rubble. Blood oozed from the wounds on his body. Ub, venture forth to the underworld and scout for Goku and the others. All you new Z fighters, channel your wrath towards the Saiyans. In an instant, every individual possessed by Baby transferred their grievances to him. Ub, as Goku's disciple, brace yourself for our fury. Revenge Death Sphere. A colossal black energy sphere surged towards Ub. Curse it, I cannot move. Ub realized the vast disparity in strength between himself and Baby. This attack left him feeling utterly powerless. As he watched the energy sphere descend, despair crept into his mind. Am I to perish like this? That would be quite unfortunate. It seemed Ub had surrendered to fate, yet deep within, his subconscious yearned for life more fiercely than he could comprehend. At the moment Baby's energy sphere approached, an overwhelming force erupted from within Ub's being, shattering Baby's revenge death sphere. In an instant, a pink aura ignited around Ub's body. Transformed, Ub now exhibited a muscular physique clad in a black GI and white trousers, radiating newfound strength. Is this my power? Ub marveled as he clenched and unclenched his fists, a spark of excitement and joy illuminating his face. Baby, shall we dance once more? Ha! Did you really think a change of attire would grant you victory? With that, Baby unleashed an energy sphere toward Ub. In a flash, Ub evaded the speeding projectile. What? Baby gasped, astonished by Ub's remarkable increase in strength. Yet, he had no time to ponder as Ub appeared behind him, delivering a kick that struck Baby with the force of a boulder. With a resounding crash, Baby collided with a towering building. Consider this a return gift, Ub proclaimed, gathering his strength before launching another assault towards Baby. As the energy sphere hurtled through the air, Baby swiftly dodged Ub's attack. Suddenly, an icy chill coursed down Baby's spine as Ub's fist connected with his back with a resounding thud. Lord Baby, Gohan shouted, rushing to Baby's side. Are you all right? Lord Baby. Baby rose from the debris. Ub, you possess a measure of strength, but it's merely a trifle. As he regained his footing, Baby commanded, my loyal subordinates, infuse your Saiyan energy into me. Immediately, all the Saiyans under Baby's control gathered around him. Ha 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 ha. A torrent of power gradually surged into Baby, amplifying his energy manifold. In an instant, Baby's form began to shift. His hair turned white and extended toward his forehead, while armor-like protrusions emerged from his shoulders. And his eyes darkened. Lord Baby, this is all the power we have, Dallas remarked, glancing at Baby. Fear not, this power is sufficient to establish my supremacy, Baby declared with a sinister grin. In a blink, he appeared by Ub's side. Instinctively, Ub launched a powerful punch at Baby, but it met only empty air. What astonishing speed! Ub marveled. Is that all it takes to astonish you? Weren't you just boasting? Baby taunted, launching a relentless barrage of strikes at Ub. The air was filled with the sound of fists colliding, a relentless exchange where neither combatant seemed to gain the upper hand. Who would ultimately prevail in this fierce contest? Chapter 119. Warriors return. A thunderous roar echoed as a bolt of lightning cleaved the heavens, momentarily illuminating the rain-swept earth, its deluge cascading upon Ub and Baby. Their eyes locked, each radiating an intense, palpable animosity. So, Ub, you've become formidable. What transpired to grant you such power? That's for me to know. With that, Ub lunged forward. Pow! Ub's fist landed with devastating force. Ack! Baby cried out as he was hurled through the air like a projectile, crashing into a nearby building, reducing it to rubble. Baby, you shall rue your transgressions. Kamehameha. A cerulean energy wave surged forth. Boom! The resultant explosion resonated like a thunderclap, a colossal, semi-spherical orb of light momentarily blinding. Baby, repent in oblivion. Vegeta, forgive me. No need for apologies. My vessel remains unscathed. What? Ub exclaimed, startled, as he whirled around. Baby stood behind him, untouched. That was a close call. Had I tarried even a fraction longer, I might have been consigned to the netherworld. Alas! Baby smirked malevolently. Clang! Their fists collided with earth-shattering force, unleashing a tempest of energy that ravaged the surroundings. Bang! 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 The two resumed their furious, close-quarters combat. Ha! Ub roared, delivering a ferocious blow. Baby intercepted Ub's fist, seizing it, and with a swift motion, yanked him closer, simultaneously driving his knee upward. Thud. Gagged, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Baby then unleashed a sweeping kick, sending him hurtling to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. Heh. You shall be the sacrifice for my rebirth. Revenge Death Ball. A dark sphere of energy hurtled toward Ub. Ub scrambled to his feet, attempting to evade the attack. However, the Revenge Death Ball's area of effect proved too vast. Ub failed to escape its reach, the potent energy wave inflicting grievous wounds. Beholding the injured Ub, Baby sneered. You possess remarkable resilience to survive that, but no matter. I shan't miss again. Revenge Death Ball. Once more, Baby conjured the dark orb of annihilation. Perish, Ub. HAAA. With a furious bellow, Baby unleashed the Revenge Death Ball, sending it hurtling toward Ub. Witnessing the approaching doom, Ub succumbed to despair, bereft of the strength to even stir. Ub. Videl cried out. Her desperate plea was eclipsed by the cataclysmic explosion. Ha 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 ha. Ub, you finally met your demise. Ha 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 ha. Silence your repugnant laughter. It sickens me. HM? Who's there? Baby's gaze descended upon Goku, who cradled the near-lifeless Ub, his eyes blazing with righteous fury. Goku, you've arrived at last. Goku cast a disdainful glance at Baby, then turned, his brown, furry tail swaying, and flew toward Videl. Grandpa. Videl choked back tears. Videl. Goku smiled warmly, gently placing Ub beside Videl. Videl, I entrust Ub to your care. He stroked Videl's head, offering another gentle smile. But Grandpa, when did your tail grow back? Videl inquired, bewildered. She recalled having a tail in her infancy, but it had long since been removed and never regrown. Heh. I shall enlighten you later. Goku then bellowed. Hey, Broly. Fancy a warm-up? Let Baby be your quarry. Broly and Parada strode slowly toward Goku. Humph. Broly scoffed. I would never deign to engage with such a parasitic wretch. What? Baby seethed at Broly's words. Ha 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 ha. Goku roared with laughter. Then allow this unorthodox warrior to mete out justice. With a burst of Bukujutsu, Goku ascended, positioning himself level with Baby. Baby, prepare to face retribution. Chapter 120. The Great Ape. From your aura, it is evident that you possess great strength. Son Wukong, I have gleaned much about you from the memories of Vegeta and your son. You are indeed remarkable. However, I believe I may be slightly stronger than you. Is that so? Wukong's gaze suddenly sharpened. A formidable energy surged forth, shattering one barrier after another. At last, his power reached its zenith. Ha! Wukong roared, a radiant golden light illuminating the entire land. Super Saiyan 3? Let me see what you can do. With that, Baby took the initiative, launching a punch at Wukong. Wukong leaped backward, evading the blow. Not bad. It seems Vegeta has been diligently training over the years. Humph. You talk too much. As Baby attacked once more, Wukong no longer retreated, darting forward with a swift stride. Bang! The sound of their fists colliding echoed, unleashing a tempest of energy. Subsequently, a cacophony of thuds resonated as they exchanged blows. After several rounds, both combatants were somewhat breathless. I never imagined Vegeta had become this formidable. My Super Saiyan may third indeed be insufficient to defeat you. Perhaps you should concede early. I might consider sparing your life. No. Wukong hurriedly interrupted Baby, stating, I was referring to Vegeta, not you, Baby. Of course, I meant to say that my Super Saiyan 3 cannot triumph over Vegeta. But I never claimed that other forms were incapable. With that, Wukong revealed a sly smile. What? Other forms? Baby was taken aback. Does Wukong possess additional forms? This question perplexed Baby. A new transformation? Broly, upon hearing this, was equally astonished. After all this time spent training desperately, he could never fully unleash his true potential. Always feeling restrained, Wukong's mention of a new form piqued his curiosity. At that moment, the sky inexplicably darkened, a resplendent full moon hanging above. Wukong shed his Super Saiyan 3 form, gazing up at the moon, which resembled a pristine jade disc. Suddenly, his heartbeat quickened, his breath became erratic, igniting a fervent passion within him. His bright eyes transformed to crimson, muscles bulging, tearing his garments to tatters. A coat of brown fur began to sprout from his flesh. With a tremendous roar, a colossal ape materialized before all. Behold this great ape. Baby was left dumbfounded. According to Vegeta's memories, this transformation is known as the Oozru. Activated by the full moon's rays exceeding 17 million units of blood's waves, absorbed through the eyes. Today coincides with the full moon. Yet the Vegeta I inhabit is not the purest of Saiyans. Why am I unable to transform? Lost in thought, The transformed Wukong, now a mighty ape, charged at Baby. A massive rock was hurled toward Baby like a cannonball. With a swift kick, Baby shattered the incoming boulder into fragments. Yet another crimson energy wave followed closely behind. Baby narrowly dodged this surge of power. What is happening? Why has my strength not increased? Baby's fury ignited. Lord Baby. A voice called out to him. Bulma? Baby responded. Lord Baby, please return. I have a plan. What plan? I shall return immediately. With that, Baby turned and soared away, leaving behind the frenzied great ape, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, is this what you refer to as a new form? It is utterly foolish. Broly scolded angrily. Chapter 121. Super Saiyan for Broly, Kakarot is not a fool. A voice echoed behind Broly. Cullis. You have finally arrived, Broly remarked, as Cullis smiled gently at him. Just watch, Kakarot is not as simple as he appears. Cullis then turned to glance at Ub before striding over. I made a visit to Master Kairi and brought back some Senzu beans for you. You should consume one. By the way, Baby's live egg is indeed effective. Even Master Kairi has been controlled. As he spoke, Cullis produced a green bean. Upon consuming it, Ub felt his wounds heal in an instant. You are Cullis? Ub inquired, standing up. Yes, I am. Ah, you are the legendary Cullis. Xiao Fang exclaimed in excitement. However, Cullis did not seem pleased. Do I really look that old? Why call me grandfather? Recalling Gohan's warning about addressing Cullis, Xiao Fang quickly corrected herself. Yes, I apologize. Cullis. Brother. Suppressing his irritation, Cullis forced a smile and replied, You may simply call me by my name. He felt a touch of embarrassment at the prospect of being called brother by her. Then, Mr. Cullis, is it truly all right for Goku to be acting so irrationally? Ub expressed his concern for Goku. Cullis glanced at Goku, who had transformed into a giant ape. That depends on him. If he cannot regain his senses, he will remain just a ferocious beast. Regain his senses? Xiao Fang exclaimed as she soared into the air. Grandfather, it's me, Xiao Fang. Don't you remember me? Please. Regain your sanity and stop the destruction. But Goku did not heed her words, swinging his massive arm toward Xiao Fang. Xiao Fang, be careful. Cullis shouted as he rushed to her side, blocking Goku's descending arm. Supporting the weight of Goku's colossal arm was a challenge for Cullis. I'm sorry, Son Goku, Cullis said. And with a resounding impact, he knocked Goku to the ground. Grandfather. Xiao Fang's heart ached as she flew over, tears streaming down her face. Falling onto the face of the giant ape Goku. The pain from Cullis's punch, combined with the hope reflected in Xiao Fang's tears, ignited a flicker of red light in Goku's eyes. Xiao Fang. The ape Goku suddenly spoke, astonishing everyone present. A gentle red aura began to emanate from Goku's body. As he slowly began to rise, more energy flowed forth, and with a tremendous roar, Goku unleashed a powerful shout. A formidable force surged through the air, creating a suffocating sensation around them. A brilliant red light illuminated the earth before gradually fading. Goku's figure began to materialize, his long black hair flowing down to his back, with red fur and a similarly furry tail swaying behind him. His red eyelids lent him an air of mystery and dominance. What is this? Broly was filled with questions. Is this Goku's new form? How has he achieved such a state? How powerful is this form? Broly was eager to uncover all the answers. This body, this power, is it the superior strength Cullis spoke of, surpassing Super Saiyan 3? Goku was overwhelmed with indescribable emotions regarding this new form and its power. Congratulations. Son Goku. This is the Super Saiyan 4, transcending Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 4. Goku savored the overwhelming strength within him. It was indeed terrifyingly powerful. Hey, Cullis. What do you truly know? Can you also achieve Kakarot's new form? Broly immediately interrogated. Cullis turned to Broly, revealing a mysterious smile that spoke volumes. Cullis, you scoundrel. Chapter 122. Bluzz Light Wave Kakarot. Go forth. Let Baby witness the might of Super Saiyan 4. Cullis, do not rush. I have already located him. With that, Goku erupted in a blaze of crimson energy, soaring into the sky and stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Inside Bulma's laboratory, Lord Baby. The reason Goku transforms into a great ape is due to the reemergence of his tail. Meanwhile, Vegeta lacks a tail, thus he cannot transform into a great ape. And consequently, his power remains unenhanced. However, should we acquire this, even without a tail, your power will surely increase. What is this? This is the Bluzz Light Wave Amplifier. It can double the intensity of the Bluzz Light Wave from the moon onto Earth. Thus, even in the absence of a tail, you will be able to transform into a great ape, and your strength will be augmented. I see, but do you truly believe I can control my rationality? If I cannot, I would merely become a savage beast. As soon as Baby finished speaking, a thunderous crash resounded. Goku burst through the wall, declaring, "Baby, I have found you." "Goku!" Baby exclaimed, taken aback. Who would have thought that after just a brief separation, you would undergo such a transformation? As Baby observed Goku, an overwhelming aura emanated from him. Feeling the profound power Goku possessed, Baby, somewhat apprehensive, clenched his fist and launched an attack aimed at Goku's abdomen. Goku was propelled backward like a bullet, and Baby pursued relentlessly, striking down towards him. Bang! A cloud of dust erupted as Goku crashed to the ground. Ha ha! Baby cackled with delight. Suddenly, Goku emerged from the dust, charging directly at Baby. Boom! A punch struck Baby's midsection. "This is my return gift." Baby, infuriated, bared his teeth and retaliated with astonishing speed. However, the disparity in their strengths rendered Baby utterly outmatched. "Son Goku, you haven't forgotten, have you? You have tormented not me, but your friend Vegeta, surely you remember." Goku was momentarily startled, but then he smiled and replied, "Baby, you truly misunderstand us Saiyans. If Vegeta were aware of this, I believe he would prefer death. Enough of your nonsense." Baby fumed, unleashing a wave of energy. With a deafening roar, the surrounding buildings crumbled to the ground. Yet Goku stood resolute, as immovable as a mountain. This is how energy should be wielded. In that instant, a surge of energy erupted from Goku's palms. "Wah!" Baby screamed as he was propelled away. Goku swiftly followed, declaring, "Baby, you have already lost." "Son Goku, do not harm my lord." At that moment, a throng of Saiyans under Baby's control shielded him. "Step aside, I do not wish to harm you." Goku's voice was as cold as ice. Ha 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 ha. Baby laughed once more. "Son Goku, I shall see if you can bring yourself to strike against your own son. I will say this once more, Gohan, you must move aside." Goku spoke with a frigid tone. "We cannot allow you to harm Lord Baby." With that, they unleashed a powerful roar. Waves of golden light erupted, as Gohan and the others transformed into Super Saiyans. Golden light enveloped them, their black hair shimmering into brilliant gold. "It appears you are determined? There is no turning back now." In an instant, Goku vanished, and the group of Super Saiyans lost their radiance. "Baby, before my presence, you stand no chance. Curse be it." Baby seethed in frustration. "Lord Baby, please look back." Bulma's voice called out. Baby turned, and a beam of green light enveloped him. The green light expanded, illuminating Gohan and the others. In an instant, numerous giant apes materialized before Goku, as if sprouting like mushrooms after rain. Each one was wildly explosive. "Oh no, this is disastrous." Chapter 123, Mutation. A resounding roar erupted from the colossal ape, sending a surge of crimson light towards a distant building. With a thunderous crash, the structure was reduced to mere fragments. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, even Goku, now a Super Saiyan 4, found himself bewildered by the sheer number of giant apes. Suddenly, Kara soared towards Goku, addressing the monstrous form of Baby. "Baby, cease this charade. It is utterly pointless." At that moment, the rampaging ape, transformed by Baby, abruptly halted its chaos. Goku turned to Karas, bewildered. "Hey, Karas, what are you talking about? Haven't these apes lost their minds?" After a brief silence, Karas replied, "Kakarot. Consider for a moment, who truly has lost their sanity, Baby or Vegeta?" Upon hearing Karas, Goku's understanding dawned. It was not Baby who was deranged, but Vegeta, correct? Humph. Karas sneered, "Kakarot, you're not as foolish as I thought. Haha. Since you've seen through me, there's no point in hiding. But I'm not alone. They're with me too." As Baby gestured towards Gohan and the others, their appearance astonished him. The giant apes began to emanate a crimson aura, gradually enveloping their forms. Gohan and his companions had evolved as well. Their hair, a shade of gray-brown, cascaded to their shoulders, their upper bodies cloaked in a similar hue of fur. They bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku's Super Saiyan 4 form, the sole distinction being the color of their hair and fur. Karas have Gohan and the others transformed into Super Saiyan 4? Goku inquired, astonished. "Humph. It's merely an illusion of form. Leave them to me. Baby is your responsibility." Confusion washed over Goku. What does this mean? Kakarot, aside from Baby, Gohan and the others have indeed ascended to Super Saiyan 4. However, their transformation is but a facade. Our focus should remain on Baby. Though he has not achieved Super Saiyan 4, his power rivals that of a true Super Saiyan 4. Be cautious. Hee hee. Leave it to me. Goku exclaimed, invigorated by Kara's words, eager to engage Baby in combat. Hey, I can't let you have all the fun. I can fight too. Kara chuckled, very well, Broly. Let us join forces. But do not unleash lethal force upon Gohan and the others. They can still be saved. Broly merely smiled in response. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Goku silently approached Baby. Let us commence, he declared, a confident smile gracing his face. Humph, indeed. Baby replied with a sinister grin. Suddenly, in a flash, Baby darted behind Goku, swinging a colossal fist toward him. Goku swiftly turned, blocking the punch with both hands. Is that all you've got, Baby? Meanwhile, Karas and Gohan engaged in their own battle. Huh. Trunks bellowed as he charged towards Karas. Yet before he could reach him, a wave of energy struck, sending Trunks flying away. Humph. It appears to be merely an illusion. Broly scoffed. However, as Broly reveled in his triumph, the others converged upon him and Karas, surrounding them completely. Chapter 124. The battle commences. Humph. Karas, even so, you cannot possibly contend with so many of us. Darius uttered coldly. Humph. Is that so? Karas revealed a sinister smile, bending low and emitting a deep growl. Huh. Karas roared, a tremendous energy continuously emanating from his being. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, a golden light shot up towards the heavens. At that moment, Karas's eyebrows vanished, his brow raised significantly, and his golden hair cascaded down to his waist. An aura of energy surrounded him, crackling with electricity, instilling a sense of oppression. Now, let my Super Saiyan 3 meet your transformed Super Saiyan 4, Karas declared, a wicked smile reappearing on his face. Haha, how could I miss out on such delightful fun? Broly suddenly transformed into Super Saiyan 3, joining the fray. Hey, Broly. I'm getting excited here. Don't ruin the mood. Karas remarked disdainfully. That won't do. The fun cannot be yours alone. Fear not, Broly, let us brothers join in the amusement. Gohan said, a mischievous grin on his face as he looked at Broly with pride. Gohan and Goten, very well. Let me witness your strength. Suddenly, an energy wave swept past Broly, a remnant of the earlier confrontation he had yet to retaliate for. Broly, Trunks shouted in anger, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he charged at Broly. Humph, I do not even regard your father, Vegeta. You, a mere child, dare challenge me. Broly proclaimed, throwing a punch that collided with Trunks' fist, producing a sharp crack. What? Broly was taken aback. Trunks' punch was surprisingly on par with his own. Just as Broly was astonished, Trunks struck again, his fist whistling through the air with remarkable speed. With a resounding thud, Broly felt a sharp pain on his face. He rubbed the spot where Trunks had struck him. It appears you have made some progress. Broly, although their power does not match that of a true Super Saiyan 4. Their Super Saiyan 2 foundation allows this sub-Super Saiyan 4 form to be quite formidable, so do not underestimate them. Humph. Is that so? That suits me just fine. Broly's excitement soared, the Saiyant's inherent thirst for battle fully manifesting within him. Karas, you should take care of yourself, Darius exclaimed as he charged towards Karas. With a punch that sliced through the air, Darius aimed straight for Karas. Observing the rapidly approaching fist, Karas remained unfazed, a strange smile plastered across his face. With a resounding thud, Karas grasped Darius's fist. What? Darius was astonished. He did not expect his full-force punch to be caught so effortlessly. However, Karas did not give Darius a moment to regain his composure. He swiftly drove his knee upward. Ugh! Darius cried out in agony. At that moment, Karas revealed another wicked grin, seizing Darius's arm and forcefully driving it downward. Darius plummeted like a stone from the sky. With a thunderous crash, dust was thrown into the air. As the dust settled, Darius lay in a deep crater, his expression one of excruciating pain. Meanwhile, the battle between Goku and Baby had already commenced. Goku, engulfed in a blazing crimson aura, charged at Baby with remarkable speed. Boom, 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 boom. The sounds of their fists colliding echoed continuously. Baby maneuvered his massive ape-like body with agility, showing no signs of sluggishness. Ha! Goku shouted, the crimson flames intensifying, lightning crackling and sizzling around him. Kamehameha Wave. Chapter 125. Bitter Battle, Turtle School Energy Technique. A wave of azure energy surged forth, advancing menacingly towards Baby. Observing the oncoming energy wave with disdain, Baby merely swung his massive arm, effortlessly deflecting the attack. Is this truly your strength, Son Goku? Allow me to demonstrate mine. With a wicked grin, Baby placed his hands at his waist. Super Electric Wave Cannon. A torrent of energy launched towards Goku like a colossal serpent. Goku, unfazed, slowly positioned his index and middle fingers to his forehead. Instant transmission. With a swift whoosh, he vanished from sight. Upon reappearing, a series of resounding blows echoed as Goku delivered a flurry of punches to Baby's back, forcing him to stumble forward uncontrollably. Curse it. Another instant transmission. Baby clenched his fists, speaking with a hint of irritation. Ha! Broly roared, his golden aura intensifying with fervor. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he charged towards Gohan at breakneck speed. Bang! Broly's powerful fist struck Gohan squarely in the face. In an instant, he executed another rapid movement, sweeping his leg across Goten's body. As if on cue, an energy blast hurtled towards Trunks. You think you can challenge me? You're far from ready. Broly scoffed at Gohan and the others, who lay defeated before him. Hehe. Goten, rising from the ground, sneered. Do you truly believe you've vanquished us? His smirk morphed into a sinister grin. Boom. Broly felt a searing pain in his back. Turning around, he saw Gohan aiming his hand at him, a wicked smile on his face. Do not underestimate me. Broly raised his arm high above his head, catching the descending energy blast with ease. Trunks, I never imagined you would become so feeble under Baby's control, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Broly laughed heartily. Are you trying to suggest that your Saiyan pride is unblemished? Trunks' gaze turned malevolent as he swiftly appeared beside Broly, delivering a fierce punch. A surge of intense power coursed through Broly's body. Despite being the legendary Super Saiyan, having attained Super Saiyan 3, he found himself struggling against Gohan and the others, all of whom were at Super Saiyan 3 level. Meanwhile, Kulus was equally challenged, unable to withstand the relentless assault from Dallas and Nappa. I must admit, you are quite formidable. My Super Saiyan may third not suffice against your combined might. Broly conceded. Hehe. Since you are aware of this, why not surrender willingly? Nappa taunted Kulus with a smug expression. Enough chatter, let us finish him. Dallas interjected, already advancing towards Kulus. Bang, 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 bang. After a series of brutal exchanges, Nappa unexpectedly launched a surprise attack from behind, seizing Kulus in a tight embrace. Hehe. You're trapped now. Kulus was taken aback, a wave of unease washing over him. Dallas, Nappa, hurry up and attack. Nappa shouted. Dallas and Nappa exchanged triumphant glances as they charged forward. Bang, 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 bang. A relentless barrage of punches rained down on Kulus, each blow akin to cannon fire. Faced with Gohan and the others, who had transcended to Super Saiyan 4, both Kulus and Broly found themselves embroiled in a desperate struggle. What will transpire next? Chapter 126. Overwhelming Power. Super Saiyan 4 Kara's note. I shall hasten the progression of the narrative until we reach the Cosmic Crisis arc. Darius and Nappa launched an assault, their fists raining down upon Kara's with relentless ferocity. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Kara's was consumed by fury. His eyes transformed into a terrifying glare, and a crimson aura began to emanate from his form. A deafening roar echoed through the skies as a burst of red light erupted forth, sending Darius, Nappa, and Nardus hurtling away. What is happening? Darius and the others were momentarily stunned by this unexpected surge of power, gazing in disbelief at Karis. Before them stood a figure shrouded in a coat of red fur, with distinct black hair soaring upwards. Strands of hair cascaded down from his forehead, swaying in the wind, while his red eyes flickered ominously. A long, crimson tail hung down to his heels, and he wore white jeans complemented by gray boots and gloves, exuding an air of nobility and regal stature. This is, Darius exclaimed, a mixture of awe and fear evident in his voice as he stared at Karis, who remained fixated on him with unwavering intensity. Suddenly, Karis vanished and reappeared before Darius. Bang! Darius let out a cry as blood spewed from his mouth, and darkness enveloped him as he plummeted into unconsciousness. Darius! Nappa shouted, soaring towards him. Karis, unfazed, slowly raised his hand, unleashing a ki blast that hurtled away. Boom! A thunderous explosion ensued, enveloping the area in smoke. From the haze, a figure charged towards Karis, fist raised for a strike. Once again, Karis flickered and appeared behind Nappa, delivering a swift, knife-like blow to the back of his neck. Nappa's body went limp, and he too fell unconscious. At this moment, Karis turned his cold gaze towards Nardus, who swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. In mere seconds, Darius and Nappa had been rendered powerless. Karis, devoid of any expression, emanated an invisible pressure that weighed heavily upon Nardus. In an instant, Kara's reappeared before him. The sheer force of his energy left Nardus paralyzed, unable to instinctively evade the impending attack. Bang! Kara's drove his knee upward with force, and Nardus too succumbed to unconsciousness. Since Kara's transformed into Super Saiyan 4, his immense power had not gone unnoticed by others. The swift defeat of Nappa and the others left all witnesses awestruck, if not terrified. At this juncture, Kara's appeared somewhat alien, his face betraying no emotion, executing each blow without hesitation, effortlessly incapacitating Darius and the others. It was as if the bloodthirsty nature of the Saiyan had resurfaced within him. This is still Kara's. Why such an aberration? Broly mused in astonishment. Yet, Kara's swiftly approached Broly, surveying Gohan and the others. With a flash, Kara's darted forward. The sound of multiple impacts echoed as Gohan and his companions were simultaneously rendered powerless. How is this possible? Gohan and the others possess the strength of Super Saiyan 3. How could they be defeated in an instant? Is this truly surprising, baby? Kara's finally spoke. Chapter 127. Baby's defeat. In a fleeting moment, Kara's appeared before Wukong. Before them stood the colossal figure of Baby, a great golden-furred ape. Wow, Kara's, you are truly formidable. Your energy seems even stronger than mine, exclaimed Wukong. Kara's turned his gaze coldly towards Sun Wukong, Kakarot, and remarked, You are far too slow. I can no longer wait. I shall be the one to defeat Baby. What? Kara's, this is the most thrilling part. Humph. Kakarot, spare me your words. I have no time to waste. I will strike down Baby in an instant. Ha 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 ha. You think you can defeat me? It won't be that easy, Baby retorted confidently. In an instant, Kara's expression transformed into one of ferocity, instilling fear in those who beheld it. With a sudden burst of speed, Kara's charged at Baby. Ha, come. I wish to see just how powerful you truly are. Baby clenched his fists and swung a powerful punch at Kara's. As the fist hurtled towards him, Kara's extended his hands and braced himself against the blow, absorbing the overwhelming force that surged through him. Yet, in the next moment, Kara's vanished from Baby's sight. Has he disappeared? Is that instantaneous movement? Baby exclaimed incredulously. Blade of the Gale. A surge of energy transformed into a rapid, slicing force that shot forth. A flash of red light appeared, and with a resounding crash, a tail resembling that of a giant python plummeted to the ground. What is happening? Baby observed as his massive form began to shrink. What is going on? Vegeta's body is also diminishing, and as Vegeta grows larger, so do I. If this continues, I will be unable to remain within Vegeta. Baby found himself being compressed by Vegeta's diminishing form. If Vegeta returned to his original size, Baby would inevitably be expelled. What is the meaning of this? He pondered in confusion. All of this was due to Kara's, who had lost patience with the slow unfolding of events. Having been in this Dragon Ball world for nearly 50 years, he was oblivious to the changes that had transpired in his own world. He merely wished for the impending crisis to arrive swiftly, enabling his return home. Thus, defeating Baby became his urgent objective. At last, Vegeta's form, free from the influence of his tail, began to normalize. Consequently, Baby found himself unable to remain inside Vegeta and was forced to abandon his vessel, escaping into the open. Where do you think you're going? As Baby emerged from Vegeta's body, he was swiftly surrounded by Broly. Get away from me. As he spoke, Baby's fist was already flying towards Broly. Do not harm my son. Suddenly, a figure dashed towards Baby at great speed. With a resounding thud, a punch struck Baby squarely in the face, sending him soaring like a cannonball. Hey, old man, what are you doing? Who told you to interfere? Do you think I'm no match for him? Broly shouted at Baracus. I merely wish to prevent you from harm. Humph. Broly scoffed. I do not require an old man to protect me. With that, he shot off again. Years of unresolved grievances lingered in Broly's heart over Baracus's past actions. A source of deep regret. Baby, where do you think you're headed? Son Wukong. Baby glared menacingly at Wukong. Humph. You have made us quite anxious. Prepare to experience our wrath. Upon hearing this, Baby turned to see Broly standing behind him, a sinister smile adorning his face, sending a chill down Baby's spine. With a swift motion, Kara's joined his palms, fingers splayed in an intricate formation, unleashing the quantum annihilation wave. A wave of energy, resembling a colossal serpent, surged forth. In response, Broly and Wukong quickly leaped away to avoid being caught in the blast, but Baby was not so fortunate. He was engulfed by the overwhelming energy wave. With a thunderous roar, Baby's screams were drowned out as he was consumed by Kara's devastating force. Chapter 128. The Heaven and Earth Chien Kuan Technique. Hey, Kara's, this is quite dangerous. Could you not give a heads up beforehand? Broly admonished sternly. The recent quantum annihilation wave unleashed by Karas had nearly affected innocent bystanders. Unfazed, Karas replied with a nonchalant grin. Well, didn't you manage to dodge it? Ah, Karas. Your quantum annihilation wave has become increasingly potent. Broly remarked, to which Karas smugly retorted, it cannot compare to your Kamehameha. How is this possible? Lord Baby has been defeated. You scoundrels. Gohan bellowed as he charged forward. In an instant, Karas vanished, reappearing to seize Gohan with a swift embrace. Can you hear me, Tian Tian? Knowing the plot intimately, Karas had prepared for everything. I am ready, Karas declared. Very well, let us proceed. Without hesitation, Tian Tian poured the super divine water into the vents at the very base of the temple, causing it to diffuse into a mist that enveloped the entirety of the earth. Those under the control of Lord Baby were liberated in the blink of an eye. The mist enveloped Gohan, and a dark red gas began to evaporate from within him. In an instant, Gohan returned to his normal state. What has happened to me? Karas smiled as he released Gohan. With a swift whoosh, he vanished once more. Where has that guy gone? Gohan queried. Vegeta, it is truly wonderful that you are unharmed. Hee, Kakarot, this new form seems quite formidable, Vegeta exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. Hey, Karas, is everything done? Suddenly, a figure donned in sunglasses, fashionable denim attire, with white hair and a beard resembling an old sage approached Karas while dancing. Senior Grand Kai. Karas greeted with respect. Indeed, this individual was the enigmatic Grand Kai, second only to the Supreme Kai. Thank you for your guidance during this time. My strength has significantly improved. Karas continued. I have come to inform you that I wish to return to Yachar Star. Ah, you're leaving already? I haven't heard enough of the interesting tales from your world. The Grand Kai responded, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Kiki, I will return in the future, Karas assured him. Ah, the Grand Kai sighed. It seems your mind is made up. Very well. A mysterious smile crept across his face. Let me pass on my ultimate technique to you before you depart. What? Karas exclaimed, astonished. The prospect of receiving the ultimate technique filled him with exhilaration. Watch closely. The Grand Kai positioned himself sideways, his right fist descending to his waist, while his left hand rose to shoulder height. With a swift motion, he raised his palm. Heaven, Earth, Qian Kuan, technique. As he spoke, the atmosphere transformed. Winds howling and clouds swirling. A palpable energy began to gather in the Grand Kai's left palm from the very essence of the cosmos. With a tremendous force, a wave of energy surged forth like a dragon, obliterating a massive boulder into dust upon contact. Did you see that? The Grand Kai exhaled. This is the power of the Heaven and Earth Qian Kuan technique, born from the energies of the universe. This resembles Kakarot's spirit bomb, Karas remarked. While superficially akin to the spirit bomb of the North Kai, the two techniques were fundamentally different. Both drew upon the essence of the universe as their foundation. Yet the Qian Kuan technique derived its power directly from the earth and sky, yielding a more potent force. The energy, while equal in measure, was far more formidable than the spirit bomb. However, the greater the energy you gather, the heavier the burden on your body. Thus, remember, one must eat only as much as one can digest. The Grand Kai concluded with a serious gaze upon Karas before departing. Chapter 129. A new power on a green planet, atop a towering mountain. Karas sat alone on a peak that could scarcely accommodate two. He gazed at the distant horizon where the sun was poised to rise, his heart tranquil as still waters, memories of his world flooding his mind. What emotions did his family and friends harbor at this moment? When would he return home? These questions had haunted Karas every moment throughout his 50 years in the Dragon Ball world. Ah, how early it is. A magnetic voice resonated behind him. A figure with a mane of silver hair appeared at Karas' side. What, are you longing for home? Karas smiled faintly, acknowledging, after 50 years. It would be disingenuous to say I do not. Despite his extensive time in this realm, the Saiyans' prolonged youth had left no trace of age upon his handsome visage. Jeremy's, do you think I can return to my world? The silver-haired man, now seated, replied confidently, if you believe, you shall return. Is that so? But what will my family be like after all these years? 50 years have passed. Jeremy's hesitated. Well, let us just see when you return. Who knows what may happen? Karas chuckled, expressing his own helplessness. Life is fleeting. We live but a few decades. We should not dwell excessively on matters. Otherwise, it becomes burdensome. Did you not tell me this? With a knowing smile, Karas declared, regardless of what awaits. I shall face it with courage. Rising to his feet, the sun's ascent enveloped him in warmth, akin to a mother's embrace. Karas, come to me. Suddenly, an elderly voice pierced the air. It was the Grand Elder's distant summons. Let us hurry, urged Jeremy's. Indeed, Karas nodded, and with a swift motion, they vanished. In a mysterious chamber, Karas inquired, Master, did you summon me for something? The elder turned slowly, regarding Karas with gravity. Karas, a crisis is imminent. Are you prepared? What? A crisis is approaching? Excitement mingled with apprehension in Karas's heart. Yes. If my predictions hold true, it will arrive in 6 months. Master, that cannot be right. Jeremy's interjected. Seeking confirmation. Jeremy's, I assure you. It is true, the Grand Elder affirmed resolutely. 6 months? Very well, I understand. With that, Karas executed a teleportation and departed. Meanwhile, on Earth, following the events involving Baby, tranquility had once again graced the planet, though this peace proved fleeting. A man clad in a long, black coat with cascading dark hair stood upon a rocky outcrop at the outskirts of West City, gazing skyward, murmuring, You are me, and I am you. You are me, and I am you. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy erupted from his being, reaching for the heavens. In an instant, a colossal black hole manifested, sending tremors through the strongest warriors on Earth as they sensed the overwhelming and malevolent aura. Dad, what is this energy? Siru. Goku sprang to his feet. It feels as though Frieza and his brother, Cooler, are also present. Gohan became alert. Grandpa, a girl's voice called from outside. Xiaofang. Goku rushed out, relieved to see her unharmed, though the ominous black hole in the sky startled him. One by one, formidable foes from the past emerged from the abyss. Goku. This is dire. The voice of King Kai echoed. Is it you, King Kai? Goku responded. It's me, Goku. This is bad. The realms of the living and the underworld have merged under some dark power, reviving all our former enemies. How can this be? Is this truly happening? Gohan questioned. Disbelief etched on his face. What of it? They are merely past adversaries. We can defeat them again. A voice called from above. Gohan looked up to see Uncle Vegeta, who wore a slight smile as he gazed down at him. At that moment, Goku ascended into the air, agreeing, that's right. We can just defeat them again. Exchanging a knowing glance with Vegeta, they both soared into the sky. Brother, let us join them. Goten exclaimed. Gohan smiled, and, with a sudden surge of energy, took off alongside Goten. Chapter 130. Fusion. Gotenks Ha. Bang. 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 Up incessantly unleashed energy blasts towards a horde of diminutive green creatures, the Saiyan cultivators. What on earth is happening? Ub found himself perplexed. Goku delivered a punch, causing Jinyu to erupt into a spectacular explosion. Meanwhile, Vegeta swiftly dispatched the remaining members of the Jinyu force with ease. These were merely insignificant minions, hardly worthy of mention. With the efforts of Natus and his comrades, they soon vanquished these weaklings. However, the Frieza clan remained conspicuously absent. Has anyone dealt with Frieza and his father? Dales inquired with a hint of concern. Now that you mention it, I could sense their energy at first, but it faded away not long after, Natus pondered thoughtfully. Could it be that Prince Vegeta and Kakarot have already defeated them? Nappa posed a question. In any case, we should inquire with Prince Vegeta later, Natus remarked, taking a bite of the bread in his hand. Dad, should we not first eliminate these 3 wild monkeys? Frieza, perched atop a towering building, gazed at Dales and the others, smirking at a demon from the Dragon Clan, who stood about 2 meters tall with a pair of black horns. No, our strength is only marginally greater than that of Nappa and Natus. But do not forget, Frieza, Dales possesses a power greater than any of us. Hearing this, Frieza expressed his frustration. It is infuriating to be at a loss against this group of monkeys. Frieza, be mindful of your energy. Do not let the wild monkeys detect us. Humph. I do not require your admonitions, Quila. Frieza retorted coldly. Humph. You remain as arrogant as ever. Quila replied with dissatisfaction towards Frieza. All right, Quila, Frieza, let us heed the words of our esteemed lord and depart from here. Tim from the Southern Galaxy. You should join us too. Thank you, Lord Kurter. Humph. No need for thanks. We are kin after all. With that, Kurter revealed a sly smile. Brother, is this the cell you once defeated? Goten queried, eyeing a creature entirely green with large black wings sprouting from its back. Indeed, that is Cell. Gohan replied coldly. A grin spread across Goten's face as he exclaimed, Then I shall see for myself just how formidable an opponent is capable of pushing Brother Gohan to his limits. Brother Gohan, after all, you are the son of Son Goku. Cell inquired. I am Son Goten, and this time, I shall be the one to defeat you." As he spoke, Goten unleashed a surge of energy, transforming into Super Saiyan 2, with golden flames blazing and crackling like lightning across his form. "Ha!" Goten shouted and charged at Cell. Bang! Goten sent a powerful punch flying. Cell, with a dismissive smirk, swiftly raised his hand to block it. With a swift kick, he aimed to strike towards Goten. Goten managed to block Cell's leg with one hand, while delivering a counterpunch with the other. The sounds of fists colliding echoed in rapid succession. Bang! 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 Ah, this boy truly is remarkable. Son Goku's son has certainly inherited his prowess. Humph. Knowing that, prepare to meet your demise. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, both attacking and defending. Boom. Their fists collided in an instant, the force of their clash sending them both reeling backward. Goten smiled slightly. "You are indeed strong. No wonder my father found it so challenging to battle you." "Heh, the sentiment is mutual," Cell replied with a cold chuckle. "Hey, Goten." A youth descended from the sky. "Who are you, Trunks?" Cell exclaimed, astonished and filled with anger. "Ah, it seems we are meeting for the first time. How do you know my name?" Trunks asked, puzzled. Cell clenched his fists, fury etched across his face. "How could I forget? Had it not been for you traveling back in time and informing Goku and the others about the androids, I would never have been defeated." Trunks gazed at Cell, bewildered. "I think my father mentioned that once. You must be Cell, right? Do you think there could be another?" Cell retorted angrily. "Is that so?" Trunks smiled. "I've heard you are quite formidable. I would like to test my strength against you." Hey, Trunks, this is my prey. You better not interfere." Goten interjected hastily. "That would be troublesome." Trunks replied with a resigned expression. Yet, a grin emerged on his face as he added, "But I have a way for both of us to enjoy the thrill of battle. Right, Goten? Are you talking about what Kara's mentioned? That would be splendid." They stood side by side, and after an unspoken dance, they simultaneously declared, "Fusion." Their movements synchronized perfectly, and at the moment their index fingers touched, a brilliant light erupted. "Prepare yourself, Cell. Now, let Gotenks send you back to hell." Chapter 131. The mysterious demon dragon clan before our eyes, Gotenks, the fusion of Goten and Trunks, radiated a brilliant golden aura, a playful smirk gracing his visage. "Do you truly believe this will be enough to vanquish me?" he taunted, though the cold sweat trickling down his face betrayed his bravado. "I merely wish to demonstrate this power, to show you that you shall never attain such strength. My objective has been achieved, and now it is time to send you back to whence you came." As he spoke, Gotenks swiftly approached Shilu, gathering a formidable force in his palm. With a resounding bang, Shilu was silenced, leaving no final words behind. Meanwhile, in a room within a towering building, "Father, shall we not deliver a fatal ambush?" inquired a pale-skinned figure with a bald head and chicken-like feet, a tail trailing behind him. "No, Frieza. We should heed the words of our master and depart from this place," came the response. Indeed, these individuals were the resurrected demon dragon clan from the depths of hell, Frieza and his kin, along with Tim, who had been defeated by Karas on the planet Adatella. "But, Father, I can scarcely contain my frustration." Frieza's face twisted with malice, an aura of murderous intent enveloping him. "Frieza, have you not considered the consequences should you fail to strike them down?" A purple-skinned figure, reminiscent of Frieza, admonished him. Frieza, displeased, shot back, "Kvila, are you afraid?" "Humph." Kvila retorted with a scoff. "I am not afraid. I simply refuse to make unnecessary sacrifices. You must understand that our current strength is no match for those wild monkeys. And that is a fact you should acknowledge. I see you are simply afraid of death." Frieza shouted, his anger boiling over. "Enough, Frieza." A tall, imposing member of the Demon Dragon clan rose, his voice booming. "I believe Kvila is correct. With our present power, we cannot contend with the Saiyans." He exuded an undeniable authority that made Frieza feel overwhelmed. Observing Frieza's unwillingness, he softened his tone. "Frieza, it is not that your father wishes to deny you revenge. It is merely that our strength cannot compare to the Saiyans at this moment. However, as our master has stated, if we dedicate ourselves to training for 4 months to reach that level, annihilating those wild monkeys will be a mere trifle." Listening to his father, the formidable cooler, Frieza clenched his fists, still harboring resentment. Yet, he recognized the necessity of obeying his father's wisdom, for the Saiyans were indeed formidable adversaries. The thought that a mere 4 months of diligent training could grant him immense power and the opportunity to confront the Saiyans filled him with a tumult of emotions, leaving him to endure in silence. However, why must the Frieza clan conceal their power? In the face of their enemies, what compelled the vengeful cosmic overlord to choose patience? What heights could be attained through 4 months of training? And most importantly, who was this master that Cooler spoke of? How would this crisis conclude? And what path lay ahead? Chapter 132. The messenger of hell, a gust of wind howled past, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Vegeta gazed at the man across from him, who had long black hair and an expression devoid of emotion, his fists clenched tightly. Opposite him, the man with dark locks wore a peculiar smile, his sharp gaze fixated on Vegeta. I believed I, Vegeta, had exerted enough effort in my trainings. Yet after all these years, you still managed to stand on equal footing with me. Truly remarkable, number 17. He exclaimed. Ha. Do you really think he is still the same number 17 as before? You are quite naive, Vegeta. Came the boisterous laughter of an elderly man wearing a tall hat emblazoned with the letters RR. This old man was none other than the previously defeated Dr. Gero. Beside him stood Dr. Mew, who had been slain by Baby. Is he not number 17? Could there possibly be a second number 17? Dr. Gero chuckled again. Vegeta, you are too gullible. This number 17 is not the former one. He is the Hell's Messenger number 17, a creation of mine and Dr. Mew's in the depths of Hell. His utility is immense. As he spoke, Dr. Gero displayed a sinister grin. Is that so? How delightful. Vegeta appeared unfazed, a relaxed smile gracing his face. With a thunderous sound, a golden aura enveloped Vegeta, accompanied by crackling lightning. In that instant, Vegeta took the initiative, launching a ferocious assault on the Hell's Messenger number 17. His fists rained down like a torrential storm, each punch hurtling toward his opponent at breakneck speed. The Hell's Messenger swiftly evaded Vegeta's strikes with astonishing agility. A sharp crack resonated, sending shockwaves rippling outward, reducing everything it touched to mere dust. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, their movements a blur of speed and power. The Hell's Messenger clenched his fist and swung it toward Vegeta. In a flash, Vegeta executed a high-speed maneuver, vanishing from the messenger's sight. The air was filled with the sound of his swift movements, while the Hell's Messenger remained still, his eyes darting back and forth, attempting to track Vegeta's elusive form. Suddenly, the Hell's Messenger concentrated, unleashing a powerful energy wave that rocketed toward Vegeta. With a resounding boom, a figure burst forth from the smoke of the explosion, crashing heavily to the ground. Ha, Vegeta, you are growing old. Dr. Gero laughed triumphantly as he witnessed Vegeta being knocked down by his Hell's Messenger. Hearing this laughter, Vegeta clenched his fists and rose from the ground. Spitting to the side, he declared, listen closely. Soon, I will make you unable to laugh at all. A sinister smile spread across his face as he let out a deep, resonant roar. Accompanied by this roar was a surge of power that transformed the very fabric of the atmosphere, a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky. With Vegeta's final cry, his strength shattered all limits, and his form began to change. His golden hair cascaded down to his waist, his brows vanished, replaced by prominent brow ridges. And the crackling of lightning filled the air. Let us continue. Chapter 133, A Moment of Crisis. Vegeta, with a sinister grin, charged towards the Hell Messenger, number 17. With a swift punch, he sent a figure hurtling through the air like a cannonball. The ground shook as a building collapsed with a thunderous crash. Vegeta extended his hand, unleashing a barrage of energy waves. Each energy blast struck the Hell Messenger, number 17, with the force of boulders. Suddenly, number 17 roared, emanating a powerful aura that deflected Vegeta's energy blasts with an explosive force. With his battered body slowly rising into the air, rage contorted his face, and his clenched fist resembled iron hammers. He muttered, "You are me, and I am you. You are me, and I am you. Are you reciting a prayer for your salvation?" Vegeta chuckled triumphantly. However, the Hell Messenger, number 17, appeared unfazed by Vegeta's mockery, which surprised him. Observing Dr. Cola and Dr. Mew, who remained remarkably composed, raised a question in Vegeta's mind about why they appeared so unperturbed despite number 17's precarious situation. I shall see what tricks you have up your sleeves. With that, Vegeta charged once more at the Hell Messenger, number 17. Just then, a figure descended rapidly from afar, landing beside number 17. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Vegeta was taken aback. The arrival was none other than a second number 17, identical to the first. What is going on? There are indeed two number 17s. Dr. Cola burst into laughter. Are you stunned, Vegeta? This is my latest masterpiece, crafted for revenge. With these two number 17s fused, vanquishing you Saiyans will be a mere trifle. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted. The Hell Messenger, number 17, was obliterated into fragments. Humph, why not fuse from the start? Kara's remarked from a distance. In an instant, Dr. Cola and Dr. Mew stood dumbfounded. Their meticulously created Hell Messenger reduced to nothingness. Who dares to destroy my Hell Messenger, number 17? Dr. Cola bellowed furiously. It is I, the Saiyan, Karas. Karas replied nonchalantly as he soared towards Dr. Cola. An overwhelming aura radiated from Karas, leaving Dr. Cola paralyzed with fear. He had never encountered such a formidable presence. And cold sweat poured down his face like rain. You are all dead, and thus should bear the visage of the deceased, Karas declared, a wicked smile emerging as he prepared for battle. In an instant, with two resounding thuds, Dr. Cola and Dr. Mew met their demise at Karas's hands. Meanwhile, the true number 17 regained his consciousness following the destruction of the Hell Messenger. It turned out that Dr. Cola and Dr. Mew had implanted a control device within the Hell Messenger during its creation, allowing them to manipulate number 17. However, with Karas's timely intervention that led to the Hell Messenger's annihilation, the true number 17 was finally liberated. Chapter 134, The Malevolent Dragon. Hey, Karas. What on earth are you doing? Vegeta bellowed. Can't you see? I'm taking down the bad guys. Karas replied nonchalantly. Vegeta, initially expecting a worthy opponent, was utterly dumbfounded. What are you doing this for? He questioned with an impassive expression. Karas, however, grinned and said, Oh, don't mind me. I'm just trying to rescue Android 17. With a playful wink towards Android 17, he caused a shiver to run down the latter's spine. Suddenly, the previously bright and sunny day turned ominously dark. What is happening? Vegeta inquired, astonished. Clearly, someone had summoned the dragon. Everyone, hold tight. Karas instructed, placing his index and middle fingers on his forehead. Reluctantly, Vegeta glared at Karas before placing his hand on Karas's shoulder. 17, you should join us too. Karas extended his hand toward Android 17. Though it was their first encounter, Android 17 had heard of Karas since the cell incident. With a faint smile, he stepped forward and grasped Karas's hand. Karas nodded at him with a smile. Then let us depart. With a swift whoosh, the three vanished from sight. Who summoned the dragon? The crowd turned to see Karas, Vegeta, and Android 17 reappearing behind them. However, the dragon before them was not the same as before. It emanated a sinister aura. At that moment, the Dragon Balls beneath the dragon had already developed numerous cracks, and a stream of dark energy seeped out from those fissures. Suddenly, a fierce wind began to blow as 7 Dragon Balls transformed into a cloud of black smoke, scattering across the earth. Witnessing the hard-earned Dragon Balls fly away without granting any wish left Bulma and the others utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? The malevolent dragon. Karas coldly responded to Vegeta's query. The malevolent dragon? What is that? Vegeta asked again. The so-called malevolent dragon is an exceedingly wicked dragon, an old voice suddenly interjected. Is that you, Elder Supreme Kai? Karas inquired. Yes, it is I. What you are witnessing is the malevolent dragon. Hey, old man, what is going on? Vegeta asked irritably. Vegeta, could you not be a bit more courteous? After all, I am the Supreme Kai of this universe. Humph. Vegeta snorted, falling silent. The Elder Supreme Kai continued, originally. After a wish is granted using the Dragon Balls, a negative energy is generated. Typically, after a wish is made, one must wait 100 years for the negative energy within the Dragon Balls to purify before making another wish. However, you have used the Dragon Balls multiple times over the past years, transforming a single wish into numerous ones, causing the negative energy within to expand rapidly, resulting in the emergence of the extremely malevolent dragon. Indeed, if we do not defeat these malevolent dragons, the entire Earth will be doomed. Jebet is correct. Such malevolent dragons have appeared on other planets before, and those planets were destroyed shortly thereafter. Thus, it is imperative that you defeat the malevolent dragon swiftly. In that case, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, Nappa, Nardus, Darius, pair up and take down the malevolent dragon. The rest of us, myself, Vegeta, Broly, and Kakarot, shall each face one. Chapter 135. The Two-Star Dragon's Demise. Hee. It seems we have some fun ahead. Goku's cheerful voice echoed from behind the group. Dad, Gohan called out. Goku approached the others with a smile gracing his face. Hey, Kakarot, we must not underestimate this enemy. You need to take this seriously. Karas admonished Goku with a stern gaze. Then let us depart swiftly. With that, Gohan unleashed a surge of energy and soared into the sky. Wait for me, Gohan. I'm coming with you, Trunks exclaimed, darting after him. Observing Gohan and Trunks already in flight, the rest of the group dispersed in various directions. After approximately 10 minutes of flying north, Goku suddenly heard a little girl's voice calling from behind. "Grandpa." He turned to see a small girl, clad in a red t-shirt and capri pants, gliding toward him. "Xiaofang, why are you here? I told you to stay at home." "Oh, Grandpa. It's so boring at home. I want to fight the evil dragon and protect the earth with you," Xiaofang replied, her face displaying impatience. "But Xiaofang, the evil dragon is extremely dangerous. You should return home," Goku said, his expression serious. He understood that this enemy was unlike any other, and he wished to keep Xiaofang safe. Xiaofang widened her deep-set eyes at Goku, her expression one of despair, as if she would burst into tears if he refused her again. Just then, a terrified scream pierced the air. "Help! Save us!" A crowd of panicked people rushed by. And upon witnessing this, Goku descended swiftly to the ground. "What has happened?" he inquired of a middle-aged man. "There's a monster. A monster over there," the man stammered, pointing toward a nearby forest before fleeing in terror. "A monster?" Goku felt a surge of curiosity. He had to find out what this creature was. Xiaofang followed closely behind him. As they ventured further, a foul stench assaulted their senses. "What a terrible smell. What is this?" Xiaofang wrinkled her nose, likely regretting her decision to accompany him. Despite the unbearable odor, Goku seemed unfazed, continuing his determined march toward the forest. After a few minutes, they arrived at a small grove where a peculiar lake lay. The water was black and viscous, emanating a repugnant stench. "Grandpa, it smells awful here," Xiaofang exclaimed, pinching her nose in an attempt to ward off the stench. At that moment, a creature appeared before them, green-skinned, cuboid in shape, with a long green tail and a mouth large enough to swallow a basin. "Goku, you've arrived," it bellowed, "from the Dragon Ball on your forehead." "You must be the evil dragon," Goku stated as he took a few steps forward. The creature laughed boisterously, declaring, "Ha! I am the most formidable of all evil dragons, the two-star dragon." To this proclamation, Goku merely smiled enigmatically, a smile that sent chills down the spine of the two-star dragon. "What are you laughing at? If you have the guts, come fight me," the dragon boasted, still clinging to its arrogance. "Since you admit to being an evil dragon, there is nothing more to discuss." With that, Goku unleashed a tremendous surge of energy. As the power intensified, it transformed from a pale aura to a brilliant gold. In an instant, Goku launched himself forward without any warning. Dragon Fist. A magnificent golden dragon erupted from his fist, hurtling toward the two-star dragon. What? Before the dragon could finish its sentence, the golden dragon pierced through its body, leaving it in a gruesome state. Kara's had advised that when dealing with evil dragons, one must unleash their true strength from the outset for a decisive victory. Goku then picked up the fallen two-star Dragon Ball at his feet, which had regained its former luminescence, its negative energy purified with the dragon's demise. "Grandpa, you are amazing," Xiaofang exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she watched Goku effortlessly vanquish the two-star dragon. Chapter 136. The Evil Dragon of Wind, the six-star dragon after Goku vanquished the two-star dragon. Goten and Nappa seemed to have made some discoveries of their own. They arrived at a quaint seaside town, but the townsfolk appeared to be inebriated, each person reeking of alcohol. Normally, these residents would sustain themselves through fishing, yet their current state raised suspicions. "Nappa, why is everyone here so intoxicated?" Goten inquired, addressing a burly man sporting a tuft of hair atop his head, none other than the Saiyan Nappa, who had recently grown back his hair. With an expression of indifference, Nappa replied, "You ask me? Who should I ask? This isn't how it used to be." Suddenly, a child's voice piped up. Goten and Nappa turned to see a young boy with golden hair and an innocent visage gazing at them. Through the child's narrative, they learned that the townspeople were once diligent workers. However, for the past few days, countless fish had been falling from the sky, allowing fishermen to sell their catch without ever leaving the shore. Believing this to be a divine gift from the sea's dragon princess, they had ceased their fishing activities and succumbed to drunkenness. As the child spoke, Goten and Nappa sensed that something was amiss. How could fish rain down from the heavens every day? Just as they pondered this, an ominous presence pricked their senses. "Nappa." "Over the sea," Goten declared, his face devoid of expression as he focused on a shadowy figure approaching from the ocean. "Children, you must leave. It is dangerous here," Nappa urged, and together they unleashed a surge of white energy, propelling themselves toward the figure. Before them stood a girl clad in a flowing blue garment, her skin a pale azure, and a dragon ball adorning her forehead. "From the Dragon Ball on your forehead," You must be the evil dragon, Nappa inquired, his tone flat. I am the six-star dragon, the girl replied haughtily. Since you acknowledge your identity as the evil dragon, there is little left to discuss. I am Son Goten, the son of Son Goku. We have come to retrieve the Dragon Ball. With that, Goten assumed a fighting stance, and a confrontation became inevitable. Goten and the six-star dragon locked eyes, the waves crashing tumultuously against the shore. In an instant, both figures surged forward, colliding with an explosive force that sent a wave of heat rippling through the air. The sounds of fists meeting flesh echoed in the sky. Goten seized an opportunity, launching a ki blast toward the six-star dragon. To his surprise, she made no attempt to evade. Instead, she sank slightly, raising her right hand. As Goten's energy blast approached, she waved her hand dismissively, sending it hurtling away. Impressive, but how about this? Goten replied, bending his knees and placing his hands at his waist. Kamehameha. A powerful wave of energy shot forth from Goten's hands, aimed directly at the six-star dragon. Is that all you've got? Don't underestimate me, she retorted. Seemingly unfazed by Goten's Kamehameha, a fierce whirlwind suddenly spiraled around her as the energy wave drew near, and upon contact, it was repelled effortlessly. What just happened? Goten exclaimed in confusion. Are you stunned? The six-star dragon laughed triumphantly. Just then, Nappa joined Goten's side, his gaze sharp as he unleashed a burst of energy, his hair transforming to a brilliant gold. With a wide-open mouth, Nappa unleashed a ki wave, but to his dismay, it met the same fate as Goten's attack. Being deflected by the swirling winds, Nappa found himself at a loss. You've both exhausted your abilities, haven't you? Now it's my turn. The six-star dragon smirked wickedly. In an instant, an invisible pressure bore down upon Goten and Nappa. Nappa instinctively pushed Goten aside, ensuring his safety. But he was pinned against the rocky shore by the six-star dragon's whirlwind. Then she unleashed another skill vacuum blade. An intangible energy blade tore through Nappa's form. Nappa! Goten cried out in desperation. In a burst of golden energy, he unleashed his strongest Kamehameha, but it failed to penetrate the six-star dragon's formidable defenses. Damn it, why isn't it working? Goten shouted in frustration, repeatedly attacking with energy blasts and punches, only to be repelled by the relentless winds. Under the absolute defense of the six-star dragon, Goten and Nappa found themselves overwhelmed. Would they be able to turn the tide of battle? Chapter 137, The Mysterious Figure. To break my absolute defense formed by the rapidly spinning winds is utterly impossible. The six-star dragon boasted proudly about her impenetrable shield. Little did she know, this would mark the beginning of her demise. Rapidly spinning, you say? Goten ceased his assault, as if a thought had struck him. A knowing smile crept across his face. My teacher once mentioned that a tornado is a natural phenomenon of destructive power formed by fast-moving air. However, the center of this destructive tornado is remarkably tranquil. If I am not mistaken, your weakness lies directly above you. Goten exclaimed with excitement and soared upwards at great speed. The six-star dragon now felt a pang of fear, realizing that her absolute defense had inadvertently revealed its vulnerability, leaving her in a precarious dilemma. To release her defense and flee would mean liberating the restrained Nappa, leading to a hopeless 1 against 2. Yet, to remain steadfast, one word, death. However, the urgency of the situation left no room for the six-star dragon to deliberate, for Goten's energy wave was already upon her. Kamehameha! A resounding explosion echoed, and the six-star dragon was reduced to ashes. Goten, splendid work. You truly embody the prowess of a Saiyan. Nappa lay amidst a pile of rubble, unable to contain his admiration for Goten, whose attire was now tattered. Son Goku's progeny is indeed remarkable. Indeed, father, but your sons surpass Son Goku's offspring by far. A sinister smile graced his face. Judging by their energy, it was apparent that all Saiyans were embroiled in battle. Thus, father, now is our opportune moment to act. Kuvara is right, King Karud. The time for our action is now. With that, Tim bowed respectfully to Karud. Indeed, these four were none other than the demonic dragon clan. The Frieza family, alongside the demonic dragon clan from the southern galaxy, Tim. Then let us proceed. With that declaration, the four unleashed their long-concealed energy, soaring skyward with great momentum. This energy belonged to the Frieza clan, prompting Nappa to glance upwards. There, the Frieza quartet hurtled into space at breakneck speed. Nappa unleashed a golden aura, pursuing them fervently. Uncle Nappa, Goten shouted, immediately transforming into a Super Saiyan to follow suit. Grandfather, what is this energy? Little Fong inquired, her face etched with concern as she gazed at Son Goku. In that moment, Goku placed his 2 fingers to his forehead. Hold tight to me. Sensing Goku's unusual seriousness, a wave of unease washed over Fong. As she grasped Goku firmly, he uttered a single word. Move. Instantly, the 2 vanished from their location. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air. Frieza, what schemes are you concocting? Son Goku. Frieza's expression twisted into a menacing glare, his eyes glinting with malice. Kakarot, your timing couldn't be more perfect. Nappa positioned himself behind Frieza and his entourage. Father. Goten quickly joined them, questioning. Is this the demonic dragon clan that once battled with my father? Little Fong, go to Uncle Nappa. Goku instructed, his expression stoic, aware that the situation was dire. Fong obediently complied without displaying her usual temper. Frieza, you have escaped from the depths of hell. Why do you remain hidden? What is your objective? Goku asked coldly. Humph. Frieza scoffed. I have nothing to say to you, wild monkeys. Today we shall settle old scores. With that, Frieza readied himself for confrontation. Goku remained silent for a moment. Suddenly, a golden aura erupted, accompanied by crackling lightning. Then let it commence. A fierce battle loomed on the horizon. Yet, just as Goku and the Demon Dragon clan locked eyes, a colossal red beam descended from the heavens, engulfing Frieza and his 3 companions within its embrace. A commanding voice echoed, Kuvara, swiftly take your sons away from Earth. Goku surveyed his surroundings and cast his gaze skyward, finding no trace of anyone. Who are you? Reveal yourself. At that moment, an unprecedented sense of unease gripped Goku's heart, as he sensed a power he had never encountered before. Bardock? The voice resonated once more. No. Not Bardock. Tell me, Saiyan, who is Bardock to you? This revelation unsettled Goku, as it became evident that this mysterious figure recognized his father, Bardock. I am his son. Son Goku, Goku replied. Bardock's son? Impossible. Time is too distant. How could he possibly have such a young son? The enigmatic figure's words left Goku in a state of confusion. Who was this individual, and what was the meaning behind their words? What was truly unfolding? Chapter 138, on the verge of emergence. Cold, what are you doing? My power cannot be sustained for long. We must leave quickly. The commanding voice boomed. Apologies. We are leaving right now. Cold exclaimed, daring not to utter a sound as he sped towards the cosmos. You shall not escape. With that, Nap concentrated his energy and unleashed an energy blast. A resounding boom echoed as Nap's blast struck Frieza head-on, yet it failed to breach the protective barrier erected by the mysterious figure. Damn it, the energy wave is ineffective. Then let me push you back with my hands. The figure declared, acknowledging his own limitations. Nap pursued once more. Humph, do you truly possess such capability? The high-pitched voice resonated again. A fresh wave of energy descended from above. Nap, be careful, Goku shouted, vanishing in an instant. He appeared just in time to save Nap as the energy wave struck. Watching Frieza and his group retreat further into the distance, thwarted by the mysterious figure's blockade, filled everyone with anxiety. Even Goku, using instant transmission to reach Frieza's side, found himself restrained by the figure's power. Ultimately, Frieza and his crew broke free from Earth's atmosphere, relying on the Demon Dragon race's ability to survive in the vacuum of space, thus achieving complete escape from the planet. Curse it. Why don't you come out and fight me? Hiding like this is cowardly. Nap bellowed in fury. Ha! No need to rush. We shall meet again. 1 year from now, I will lead my kin to reclaim this beautiful planet. The figure's laughter echoed ominously before fading away. At that moment, Goku, was that the voice of the old Kai? Indeed, Goku, it is I? Do you know who that voice belonged to? Could it be old Kai? That you know his identity? He is the ancestor of the Frieza clan, Razek, from a millennium ago. What? Goku was taken aback, as were all present. The mysterious figure was indeed an ancestor of Frieza's lineage. Kaishin, what on earth is happening? Goku inquired, confusion evident in his tone. Goku, first deal with the evil dragons. We shall discuss this matter when everyone is gathered. This Razek is not to be trifled with, the old Kai said with gravity. Goku pondered for a moment before asking. Goten, Nap, how many evil dragons have you defeated? We have vanquished the 6-star dragon. Nap replied, tossing the 6-star Dragon Ball to Goku. I, along with Xiao Fang, defeated the 2-star dragon, Goku added, tossing the 6-star Dragon Ball to Xiao Fang. Xiao Fang, you shall safeguard this Dragon Ball. Yes, Grandpa Goku, Grandpa Nap, Uncle Goten. I promise to protect the Dragon Ball, Xiao Fang assured fervently. Goku smiled at Xiao Fang, nodding approvingly. Well then, let us proceed to collect the next Dragon Ball. A resounding agreement echoed among the group, their spirits high. Meanwhile, in a desolate city, Where collapsed buildings lay strewn about in utter chaos, Kara's gathered energy into a ball, aiming it at a black Dragon Ball. If you do not reveal your true form, I shall destroy both you and the Dragon Ball. With that, Kara's intensified the energy in his hand, ready to unleash it. Wait. The black Dragon Ball gradually transformed into an evil dragon resembling a mole. You are quite obedient, the seven-star dragon remarked, a sinister grin spreading across Kara's face. In an instant, cold sweat dripped down the seven-star dragon's face. What do you intend? I have revealed myself as you commanded. Hee. I did ask you to show yourself, but I never specified my intentions, Kara's replied, continuing to smirk. You scoundrel. The seven-star dragon shouted angrily, turning to flee. As the seven-star dragon made a desperate escape, Kara's merely said, farewell, before launching a wave of energy. With a resounding boom, the seven-star dragon was reduced to a cloud of blood mist. Kara stepped forward, bent down to retrieve the seven-star Dragon Ball, and looked skyward, pondering. Who was that presence just now? It seems I must return. Chapter 139, The Five-Star Dragon, Extinction of the Kamehameha. Gohan, with both hands resting on his waist, summoned the full force of the Kamehameha and directed it towards a colossal creature. The monster, with its immense size, displayed a purple hue upon its back and bore a beak-like mouth, its entire form resembling a triangle. As Gohan's Kamehameha surged towards the creature, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Just as the energy wave made contact with the monster's body, it was repelled back. You've been attacking for quite some time. Isn't it my turn to retaliate? Suddenly, the creature launched its counterattack. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. Trunks, be careful, Gohan shouted. But it was too late. Trunks had already been struck by the lightning. Another bolt of lightning then struck Gohan on the head, and both of them fell to the ground. Gohan, how ironic. This creature possesses little strength, yet its true self cowers beneath this massive puppet. We are utterly at a loss, Trunks remarked with a bitter smile. Indeed, it is quite the irony. Gohan, rising from the ground, continued, however, this does not signify my surrender. With that, Gohan unleashed a surge of energy, transforming into Super Saiyan 3. I shall see if you can withstand this full-force strike. Gohan then lowered his body, placing his hands on his waist as he concentrated energy into his palms. Stop, Gohan. Upon looking up, Gohan saw Karas holding a massive barrel above his head. Karas, what on earth are you holding? Trunks flew over to Karas, inquiring. With a wicked grin, Karas declared, this is the nemesis of the five-star dragon. He then hurled the large barrel towards the gigantic creature, the five-star dragon. Following this, Karas fired an energy blast at the barrel, which exploded instantaneously, showering water like raindrops from the sky. Oh no, this is disastrous. I dread water. I will short-circuit. As the water cascaded upon the massive form of the five-star dragon, black smoke began to rise. At that moment, the five-star dragon became immobilized. Gohan, now unleash your full power, Karas shouted. Gohan nodded in response, gathering his strength once more. This time, we shall truly defeat you. With a fierce roar, Gohan unleashed the long-awaited Kamehameha. As the energy wave sped towards the five-star dragon, fear gripped the creature. No, please. With a thunderous boom, the five-star dragon was engulfed by Gohan's Kamehameha. Gohan retrieved the five-star Dragon Ball and flew towards Karas, asking, Karas, how did you know the five-star dragon feared water? Did you bring such a large barrel on purpose? Karas merely smiled faintly. Gohan, this is the seven-star Dragon Ball I obtained. Please deliver it to your father. Karas handed the seven-star Dragon Ball to Gohan and continued, I must return to Yardrat. The ensuing evil dragon must be dealt with by you. Broly and Baraka's are training in the hyperbolic time chamber, and if all goes well, they should emerge in about 10 minutes. Wait, you're going back to Yardrat? Right now? Trunks asked, puzzled. Do not worry, Trunks. I shall return swiftly. That malevolent aura earlier truly unsettled me. We felt it too. That presence akin to Frieza's lineage was indeed terrifying. Gohan seemed to share a hint of apprehension regarding that aura. Karas patted Gohan's shoulder reassuringly. Fear not, Gohan. We shall triumph. Their eyes met, and Karas smiled gently. All right, I must take my leave. With that, Karas placed his hand on his forehead, uttered a phrase, and vanished into thin air. How formidable was Rezek? Could he be the ultimate threat? If so, what kind of battle awaits? All remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 140, The Returning Warrior, Within the Temple of Yardrat. Master, Karas, you have arrived. What has transpired on Earth? Inquired the Grand Elder of Yardrat. A malevolent aura emanates with unprecedented strength. Do you possess the confidence to vanquish it? Karas fell silent. for the essence of this presence was unlike anything he had ever encountered. The fearless Karas, typically unafraid of anything, chose silence in the face of this challenge, which spoke volumes of the formidable enemy. Haha, it appears you two have moments of trepidation. The Grand Elder chuckled heartily. Turning to Karas, he continued calmly. Fear is a shared experience, yet Karas, do you have an alternative choice? Karas stood momentarily bewildered, his mind a blank slate. After a prolonged silence, he reflected, indeed. Do I have any choices left? This was a question he posed to himself. If he failed to defeat the enemy, he would never return home. Thus, he found himself devoid of options. Master, I acknowledge my errors. I shall defeat the enemy and restore peace to both realms. The Grand Elder observed Karas's resolute expression and nodded with a smile. I am pleased to see your determination. Come, allow me to introduce you to someone. I assure you, it will astonish you. With that, the Grand Elder stepped outside. Who could this person be that would provoke such surprise? Mused Karas, following the Grand Elder to the threshold of a room. Very well, enter, instructed the Grand Elder. Without hesitation, Karas stepped inside, and before him stood a familiar figure, characterized by a distinctive hairstyle and a prominent X-shaped scar on his face. Bardock, Karas exclaimed, astonished. It has been a long time, Prince Karas. Bardock replied with a smile and a respectful bow. This revelation was utterly unexpected. Bardock was here. Bardock, what brings you here? Shouldn't you have returned a millennium ago? Karas had an abundance of questions, struggling to comprehend how Bardock had reappeared in the present. We shall discuss this later, Prince Karas. Now, lead me to Earth. Karas glanced at Bardock and then at the Grand Elder. Very well. Hold on tightly to me, Bardock. Bardock smiled warmly, placing his hand on Karas's shoulder. Grand Elder, I am grateful for your hospitality these past few days, Bardock said, and the Grand Elder smiled and nodded in farewell. Take care, Master. With that, Karas vanished in an instant. Hey, everyone. Upon turning around, a chorus of voices exclaimed, Karas. Yet, their gaze fell upon Bardock, leaving them utterly astounded. Dad. Father. Nadius gasped in disbelief. Father? Brother, could he truly be our progenitor? Goku inquired. Bardock took a few steps forward. Kakarot, you are truly remarkable. No wonder you are my son. Goku's face flushed crimson at the unexpected praise from this unfamiliar father, feeling a wave of bashfulness wash over him. Are you Bardock, grandfather? Gohan approached Bardock, bowing respectfully. Greetings. I am Son Gohan, the son of your son, Son Goku. Son Goku? Bardock echoed, somewhat puzzled. Dad. Son Goku is Kakarot's name on Earth. Nadius clarified for Bardock. Ah, I see. Bardock's understanding began to dawn. Hello, my grandson. Son Gohan. Grandfather, I am Son Goten. Your second grandson. Goten introduced himself to the grandfather he had never met. Wait a moment. Does that mean I should refer to you as great-grandfather? Oh, and you are? Bardock gazed at the innocent little girl before him, his eyes brimming with affection. Grandfather, this is my daughter, Xiaofang. Gohan introduced. Bardock's eyes sparkled with joy as he crouched down, gently stroking Xiaofang's head. This is my great-granddaughter. At this moment, Bardock truly embodied the essence of a legendary life victor. Chapter 141. Vegeta vs. Super One-Star Dragon. Hey, this is not the time for family reunions. Vegeta roared. Karas stepped forward and saw a figure not far away. A man with a snow-white appearance, spines protruding from his back, resembling an elderly individual, standing atop a collapsed building. This fellow is called One-Star Dragon. I witnessed him defeat the 3-Star Dragon and the 4-Star Dragon, both of whom are evil dragons, and he devoured all the Dragon Balls we had. Vegeta exclaimed. Now, this creature has assimilated the powers of all the evil dragons, transforming into Super One-Star Dragon. Prince Vegeta, allow me to handle this, Bardock declared, bowing respectfully to Vegeta. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Bardock and coldly questioned, You think I would let you take my place in battle? Yes, let me take care of this. Bardock insisted as he approached One-Star Dragon. Vegeta swiftly intervened, raising his hand to halt Bardock. Haha, Bardock, I do not wish to dwell on why you are still standing here. But do you truly think I would allow a low-class warrior like you to fight in my stead? Vegeta shouted angrily. My lord, I would never presume. I merely wish to alleviate your burdens. Bardock replied, kneeling before Vegeta. None of you shall interfere. I will defeat Super One-Star Dragon, Vegeta proclaimed before launching himself into the air. Get up, Bardock. In this era, there are no distinctions between warriors, nor is there a Saiyan prince. There are only warriors striving for greater heights, Karas said, extending a hand to help Bardock rise. A tremendous explosion resonated, shaking the heavens and earth. followed by a cacophony of fists colliding. Humph. Vegeta, why not team up? It might increase your chances of victory. One-star dragon taunted. Do not underestimate us, Vegeta retorted, unleashing a formidable aura. A golden light surged upward as Vegeta's eyebrows vanished, his brow bones jutting out, with golden hair cascading down to his waist. Super Saiyan 3? Bardock remarked, momentarily surprised before donning a knowing smile. Come, One-Star Dragon, let us commence the next round, Vegeta declared as he charged towards One-Star Dragon. Very well, Vegeta. I shall demonstrate my true power, One-Star Dragon replied, releasing his own potent energy as he advanced toward Vegeta. With a resounding clash, their fists collided, unleashing a shockwave. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta struck again, landing a solid blow to One-Star Dragon's face, sending him hurtling away like a bullet. A triumphant smile graced Vegeta's face as he pursued his foe. He tightened his fists, spinning around and delivering a powerful punch fueled by centrifugal force. One-Star Dragon plummeted to the ground with a thunderous crash, creating a massive crater upon impact. Prepare to receive the full force of my wrath, Vegeta declared from above. Gathering a tremendous energy in his hands, forming a super Gallic gun, a wave of energy surged downward, aiming directly at One-Star Dragon. The resulting explosion created a mushroom cloud, leaving everyone in stunned silence as they gazed into the distance. Did we win? Nappa inquired, but none spoke, all eyes fixed ahead. Surely, you are gravely injured now, Vegeta panted, a triumphant grin plastered across his face. That may disappoint you, Vegeta, One-Star Dragon replied, his tone dripping with arrogance. What? Vegeta gasped, his smile vanishing in an instant. That was quite close. Had I been even a moment slower, I might have been gravely wounded, just as you predicted, One-Star Dragon boasted. Vegeta turned, his expression inscrutable as he regarded One-Star Dragon. He shed the Super Saiyan 3 form and descended to the ground. Prince Vegeta, what are you planning? Bardock asked, puzzled. Hey, Kakarot, to transform into that form, one must first become a great ape, right? Vegeta shouted. Goku stepped forward with a smile, responding loudly, Indeed, Vegeta? Go for it. Ha 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 ha. Vegeta erupted in laughter. One-Star Dragon, wait for me. Soon, you shall regret ever appearing in this world. A mysterious smile crept across Vegeta's face as a tail sprouted behind him, swaying back and forth. When did Vegeta grow a tail? Dallas exclaimed in astonishment. Humph. Did you really not notice? Nappa retorted, somewhat exasperated. Grandpa, what is Vegeta planning to do? Little Fanga tugged at Goku's sleeve, seeking clarification. Hee. Vegeta is about to become a monster, Goku replied, his face alight with anticipation. A monster? Fanga seemed perplexed by Vegeta's intentions. Vegeta concentrated and formed an energy sphere in his hand, and as he did so, all the Saiyans who had grown tails transformed into Super Saiyans. This spectacle left Bardock in shock. What is happening? You all can become Super Saiyans. Father, aside from Fanga, all Saiyans on Earth are Super Saiyans, Nappa said, his expression stoic as he addressed Bardock. Is that so? Well, I shall give it a try, Bardock exclaimed, his golden aura erupting as he transformed into a Super Saiyan as well. Wow, I had no idea Grandpa was a Super Saiyan too, Goten exclaimed, astonished. Of course, Bardock is a Saiyan, Karas chuckled, fully aware of this fact. Chapter 142. The arrogant prince. Wait and see, One-Star Dragon. I am the prince of the Saiyans. And you are nothing. With these words, Vegeta launched a sphere of energy into the sky. The energy orb rebounded, transforming into a luminous sphere approximately 1.5 meters in diameter, igniting the fervor of all who beheld it. In that moment, Vegeta's heart raced, and his expression twisted into a fierce grimace. His muscles swelled rapidly, and brown fur began sprouting across his body. In an instant, a colossal ape materialized before the astonished crowd. It was brutish and ferocious. With a roar, it unleashed a torrent of red energy that obliterated a nearby building, reducing it to nothingness. Cullis. Vegeta's voice thundered as he soared into the air with speed. Regain your senses quickly, Cullis shouted at the giant ape. The monstrous creature seized Cullis in its grasp, squeezing him mercilessly. I expected something monumental, but it appears to be just a mindless beast of destruction. At that moment, a wave of energy cut through the air, striking the ape's hand that clutched Cullis. The creature roared in pain, releasing Cullis, who managed to escape. What is happening? Cullis exclaimed, gazing up at the figure who had unleashed the energy blast. It was Broly, having emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, accompanied by his father, Paragus. Cullis rose from the ground, recognizing the power Broly had amassed by consuming the Dragon Balls and harnessing the strength of all the evil dragons. But why has Vegeta transformed into a giant ape? Broly inquired. It is to become stronger. The giant ape replied unexpectedly. Broly stepped back, acknowledging the transformation. Vegeta, impressive. Huh. I am the Prince of the Saiyans. How could I lose my sanity merely by transforming into an ape? As he spoke, a crimson aura enveloped the giant ape. In a flash of red light, Vegeta's form was revealed, cloaked in reddish fur, leaving only his muscular chest and abdomen exposed. His black hair cascaded down to his back, and a red tail swayed with vigor, while his crimson eyes radiated an overwhelming presence. That is Super Saiyan 4. Bardock exclaimed in astonishment. Is it possible that Father has achieved that form as well? Goku asked, intrigued. Bardock turned to respond. I was fortunate to receive guidance from Lord Whis, the mentor of the god of destruction, Beerus, enabling me to transcend Super Saiyan 3 and attain the realm of Super Saiyan 4. What? The revelation of Whis left everyone in awe. So, Father received instruction from Lord Whis. No wonder your power is so formidable. Gohan remarked. Have you and Nappa also encountered Lord Whis? Bardock inquired. Indeed, a year ago, Lord Whis and Lord Beerus visited Earth and engaged in a battle of gods with Father. Gohan explained. A battle of gods? Bardock pondered, somewhat bewildered. Gohan smiled and suggested, Grandfather, let us discuss this later. For now, we should focus on the battle between Uncle Vegeta and One-Star Dragon. Bardock nodded, still puzzled. Very well, we shall revisit this topic in due time. One-Star Dragon. Let us engage once more. With that, Vegeta vanished from Broly and Kulus' sight. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as Vegeta's fist collided with One-Star Dragon's, creating a tremendous impact. Vegeta, you have improved significantly. Your strength has more than doubled. One-Star Dragon seemed unfazed by Vegeta's newfound power. Humph. Of course. This is merely a gift to send you to hell. Vegeta retorted, flashing a sinister grin once more. Chapter 143. The beginning of the end. The sound of fists colliding reverberated through the sky like thunder. Suddenly, a flash of fire illuminated the scene, and Vegeta's body shot towards a towering building like a bullet. With a tremendous crash, the structure crumbled to the ground. Vegeta, your power may have increased, but to me, it is merely child's play. With a swift motion, a ki blast grazed the cheek of One-Star Dragon. Your words are as foul as dog excrement. You doubt my capabilities? How about you experience this? With that, Vegeta leaped into the air, radiating brilliance. A wave of energy surged forth towards One-Star Dragon. One-Star Dragon, taken aback, had not anticipated Vegeta's incredible speed. With a resounding thud, One-Star Dragon was sent flying. Oomph, One-Star Dragon, now you understand the severity of the situation, Vegeta declared triumphantly. However, at that moment, an ominous aura enveloped the entire Earth in an instant. No, it spread throughout the entire North Galaxy. What is this sinister presence? Broly inquired. This aura is the same one that emerged when the Frieza clan fled. Goten replied anxiously. Old Kai, how could this happen? Jebet asked. Alas, what was destined to come has arrived. Old Kai sighed. Quickly contact Goku and the others. They are our only hope to thwart this threat. It's Lezik. It's Lezik's aura. He is breaking free from his seal. At that moment, Bardock's fists clenched tightly. Hey, Prince Vegeta, end this battle quickly. The real crisis has arrived. Bardock shouted at Vegeta. What? The real crisis? Could it be? Vegeta hesitated. What are you all plotting? Is this sinister presence you're doing? One-Star Dragon questioned in bewilderment. Karas glanced at One-Star Dragon and said, One-Star Dragon, if you surrender the Dragon Balls now, you may escape unscathed. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Humph. Are you trying to intimidate me? What do you take me for? One-Star Dragon bellowed defiantly. Since you insist, do not blame me for what comes next. Karas stated coldly, fixing his gaze on One-Star Dragon. I refuse to believe we lack the power to defeat you. One-Star Dragon maintained his arrogant demeanor. Karas turned to Vegeta and said, Brother, I did not wish to interrupt your battle, but you should understand the gravity of the situation. Thus, I shall join the fray and settle this with one decisive move. One decisive move? Do you possess such confidence? Vegeta scoffed. Whether I do or not, just watch. Karas proclaimed, suddenly unleashing a crimson aura and transforming into Super Saiyan 4. What an overwhelming presence. Gohan marveled. I have spent more time with Karas than anyone here, and I am not surprised by his formidable energy. Dales remarked coldly. Watch closely. Karas is about to unleash his ultimate technique. Goku said with a hint of pride. Karas stood with poise, left hand resting on his waist. Right hand aimed at One-Star Dragon, as low growls emanated from his lips. Heaven and earth, yin and yang unite. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted, thunder and lightning crackled. Streams of energy converged upon Kara's right hand. What is this? One-Star Dragon felt a surge of fear. One-Star Dragon, brace yourself for judgment. With that, a blue energy wave surged towards One-Star Dragon, engulfing him in an instant. As Kara's gradually retracted his right hand, the world began to settle back into tranquility. Now, the final battle awaits. Chapter 144, The Millennial Catastrophe and Past Grudges. Hey, Bardock, please explain what is happening. Vegeta bellowed in frustration. Bardock stepped forward, glancing at the others, and said, this matter likely traces back to the destruction of Planet Vegeta. The destruction of Planet Vegeta? How does this relate to the entity you refer to as Razek? Dales inquired. Dales, let Bardock finish, Kara's interjected calmly. Dales fell silent as Bardock continued. At that time, I learned from Toma that Frieza intended to annihilate the Saiyans. So I sought him out for a duel. However, I was struck by his planet-destroying attack, which also obliterated Planet Vegeta. The resulting explosion occurred. Yet I did not perish in its wake. Perhaps, in that fleeting moment, the immense energy tore through the fabric of space-time, casting me into a temporal rift. When I awoke, I found myself on Planet Vegeta 1,000 years in the past. And then what happened? Trunks asked. Bardock observed Trunks and casually seated himself atop the ruins of a collapsed building. Continuing, later, a fellow named Zild came to Planet Vegeta 1,000 years ago, who turned out to be Frieza's ancestor. Due to his resemblance to Frieza, I engaged him in battle. Ultimately, you triumphed, did you not? Vegeta asked. Bardock smiled faintly, initially. I was no match for Zild. However, driven by my fury towards Frieza, I transcended my limits in a fit of rage, transforming into a Super Saiyan and defeating Zild. What about Razek then? Karas, aware of the earlier events but ignorant of the latter, was eager to learn what transpired next. Bardock's expression turned grave as he stated, Razek is Zild's son, an even more terrifying being. Days after my victory over Zild, Razek came seeking revenge. Our battle commenced, and I was taken aback by his formidable strength. Even in my Super Saiyan form, I struggled to keep pace with him. Escaping was a challenge. After an arduous struggle, I managed to flee and subsequently began my training on a desolate planet. Fueled by my hatred for Frieza, I broke through the two barriers of Super Saiyan power within 3 years, achieving Super Saiyan 3. At that same moment, Razek found me, and we clashed once more. In the state of Super Saiyan 3, Razek in his base form stood no chance against me. Yet to my astonishment, while I advanced, he too grew stronger. Razek revealed his ultimate form, Golden Razek. Golden Razek? What is that? Vegeta queried. Bardock continued. It is the pinnacle form of the Demon Dragon clan, showcasing their greatest power. In that state, even Super Saiyan 3 appeared insignificant. Fortunately, at a critical juncture, the Grand Kai, who governed the universe 1,000 years ago, arrived. Having sensed Razek's malevolent aura, the Grand Kai specifically came to confront him. However, Razek's might exceeded our expectations. The Grand Kai realized that if left unchecked, Razek's formidable strength could threaten the universe. Therefore, the Grand Kai sacrificed his life to seal Razek away, but could only imprison him for a millennium. To avert the catastrophe 1,000 years later, the Grand Kai contacted the universe's most powerful destroyer, Whis, entrusting him with my training to further enhance my abilities. I then utilized the time portal of Beerus Planet to return to the present. Alas, the Grand Kai perished in sealing Razek, and thus the legend of the millennial catastrophe endures. This is indeed a long-standing grudge between the Saiyans and the Demon Dragon clan. So the Super Saiyan legend from 1,000 years ago refers to you, Bardock, Vegeta remarked, somewhat dismissively. None of that matters now. What is crucial is that Razek is likely on the verge of breaking his seal, Karas stated coldly. Then let us prevent him, Broly exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Chapter 145. Razek Kulus glanced around at everyone and declared, then let us proceed. Broly, Kakarot, and Prince Vegeta. We shall go as well. Nappa took a few steps forward, affirming, yes, Brother Kulus, we shall go together. No, Gohan, you must stay behind. If we fail, you will be the last line of defense for this world, Kulus said, his expression grave as he gazed at the sky. Additionally, you must locate all the Dragon Balls during this time, for they may be needed. Vegeta straightened from the ruins he had leaned against and approached Trunks, patting his shoulder. Take good care of your mother. Gohan, Goten, you must protect your mother as well. And this Earth, Goku said, a faint smile gracing his face. Then you shall set forth. Kulus instructed, placing 2 fingers on his forehead as he looked towards Darius. If we should be defeated, you must safeguard this world. At that moment, Goku and his companions were bidding farewell to their friends, fully aware that the outcome of their mission was uncertain. All right, let us depart, Broly. Cullis called out. Broly placed a hand on Cullis's shoulder and turned to cast a final glance at Baracus. Will you not say a few words? Cullis inquired. Broly glanced at Cullis and replied, let us go. Cullis sensed that Broly still struggled to let go of Baracus's actions towards him. Take care, Baracus. Cullis exclaimed before he and Broly vanished from sight. Kakarot, we must leave as well. Vegeta urged. Father, we leave the earth in your hands, Goku said. Before he and Vegeta, too, disappeared from view. In the center of the northern galaxy, on a desolate planet, stood a demon dragon with skin of black and white. A round head, claw-like feet, and a tail resembling an iron rod swaying ominously behind him. He exuded an unsettling aura of oppression as he stood atop a high ground. With a swift motion, Goku and the others appeared beside him. You have finally arrived, the 4 legendary warriors of this universe. The demon dragon spoke. You must be Razek. Vegeta queried. The figure turned, his skin predominantly black, with 2 dark red stripes on his pure white face giving him an ominous appearance. Indeed, I am Razek, he proclaimed, a powerful aura gradually intensifying around him. Come, revel in the joy of battle, he added, unleashing an even mightier force from within. In a flash of golden light, Razek transformed from his black and white state to a radiant golden hue. What immense power! Cullis marveled. Ha 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 ha. Come, feel my power, amassed over millennia, Razek bellowed, charging towards Goku and his companions. Seeing Razek rush towards them, Goku shouted, everyone, unleash your full strength. In that instant, 4 beams of crimson light erupted as Goku and his companions transformed into Super Saiyan 4, preparing to engage Razek in combat. A powerful energy surged throughout the universe. Have Father and the others begun their battle with Razek? Gohan pondered, sensing the energy. Based on Kakarot's energy signature, they have indeed transformed into Super Saiyan 4. It seems Razek is truly formidable, Darius remarked, his expression tinged with concern. Huh? Vegeta roared, his iron-like fist launching towards Razek. In a fleeting moment, Razek deftly sidestepped Vegeta's punch and countered with a push, sending Vegeta hurtling away. Just as Vegeta was propelled back, Cullis soared upward, executing a sweeping kick to Razek's left neck. Under the force of the blow, Razek staggered a few steps to the right, but it was merely a momentary setback. As soon as Razek regained his balance, Broly's iron fist struck his abdomen, causing Razek to slide back several meters. Everyone, get out of the way, Goku suddenly shouted, gathering energy in his hands. Kakarot, I will assist you, Vegeta called, rising from the rubble. Shining Flash, Kamehameha. 2 energy waves surged forth, hurtling towards Razek. A tremendous explosion echoed as Goku and Vegeta's attacks collided with Razek, creating a colossal mushroom cloud. But did Goku and the others succeed in defeating Razek? Chapter 146, The Defeat of Super Saiyan 4, the terrifying Razek. As the smoke settled, an enormous crater, measuring 100 meters in diameter, came into view before the onlookers. Surely, Razek must have sustained some injuries, or perhaps even perished. But just as Vegeta's words faded, Razek's voice resonated through the air. The crowd looked up to discover Razek hovering 100 meters above them, gazing down with an air of superiority. Goku and the others surged forward once more, launching a torrential barrage of attacks towards him. The sound of their fists colliding echoed like thunder in the atmosphere. Indeed, the Saiyans had truly become the most formidable warrior race in the universe. However, it was unfortunate for them that they had encountered me. As he spoke, Razek unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, Karas was sent hurtling through the air, crashing violently into a distant rock formation. Karas, Vegeta shouted, charging towards Razek with unbridled fury. With a swift motion, Vegeta struck Razek squarely in the face, yet Razek remained unmoved, as immovable as an iron pillar. Vegeta was momentarily stunned. He had exerted all his strength in that blow, yet it had failed to affect Razek. You shall join him on the ground, Razek declared, directing his palm towards Vegeta, releasing a wave of energy. Ah! Vegeta cried in agony as he plummeted rapidly, creating a massive crater upon impact with the ground. Broly, get out of the way, Goku shouted, attempting to halt Broly's advance towards Razek. At the same moment, Goku unleashed his Kamehameha, a blue wave of energy surging towards Razek. Kakarot, I shall lend you my strength, Broly exclaimed, gathering his energy. An energy sphere, the size of a fist, shot forth with a long tail, racing towards Rezek. Humph. Mere tricks. Rezek scoffed, condensing his own energy in response. Dark Demon Wave. A dark red energy wave erupted from Rezek's palm, and in an instant, the three colossal waves of energy clashed like ferocious beasts. Indeed, the combined strength of the two of you rivals half of my own. But that is all it is, only half. With a sinister smile, Rezek intensified the power of his dark demon wave, amplifying it to double the strength. Goku's Kamehameha and Broly's energy sphere were swiftly overpowered. Ah! A scream pierced the air as the dark demon wave overwhelmed Goku and Broly, sending them crashing to the ground. Kakarot, Broly, are you all right? Kairas called out as he rushed towards them. However, Goku and Broly lay unconscious on the ground. Seeing his comrades incapacitated ignited a furious blaze within Kairas. He raised his right hand, and in an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, winds howling fiercely. Streams of energy converged towards Kairas's hand. Heaven and earth determination. A pure white energy wave shot forth. As the wave hurtled towards him, Rezek bellowed, "Huh!" A forceful pressure enveloped the surrounding air, inducing a sensation of suffocation. "Ah!" Rezek roared, his ironclad fist striking out, sending Kairas's technique flying. As Kairas's attack was deflected, he fell to the ground, utterly spent. "Remarkable! I truly underestimated you all. I believed that with 80% of my strength, I could effortlessly disperse your wave. Yet, I never anticipated that my hand would tremble uncontrollably after doing so." Rezek observed his shaking right hand, bewildered. "It has been a millennium since I experienced such a sensation. I truly do not know if this is fear. You Saiyans are indeed commendable. Ha! As long as I live, such fear will forever accompany you." Kairas replied resolutely. Gazing defiantly at Rezek, Rezek offered a sideways glance at Kairas, pondering for a moment. "In 1 year, I shall return with my kin to Earth. If you can grow stronger within that time and defeat me, all shall return to tranquility. Otherwise, the entire universe shall belong to my dragon clan." Ha 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 ha. With that, Rezek erupted into maniacal laughter as he departed. In the face of Rezek, Super Saiyan 4 had clearly been overpowered. What fate awaited them a year hence? How would Goku and his companions triumph over the most powerful and terrifying foe they had ever encountered? Chapter 147. The Arrival of Destruction. How could he just leave like this? Vegeta lamented with a sense of reluctance. Kairas struggled to rise from the ground. "Quickly, let us check on Kakarot and Broly. They are not dead, merely unconscious," Vegeta said, assisting Kairas to his feet. "How are you feeling? Are you all right?" "I'm fine." The energy absorption from the heavenly earth transformation technique was overwhelming. "My body is simply overwhelmed. A moment's rest will suffice." Just then, a high-pitched voice interrupted. "Oh dear. You all do look quite disheveled." Turning around, they beheld a peculiar figure, a long-eared creature with an appearance reminiscent of both rabbit and mouse. Its skin a pale lavender hue, adorned in an attire evoking an Egyptian aesthetic, standing behind Vegeta and the others. Beside this figure stood a man with pale blue skin, wielding a staff. Upon sighting these two, Vegeta and Kairas were taken aback. "Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, and Mr. Whis," Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. "It has been quite some time, hasn't it, Vegeta?" Beerus remarked, his gaze fixed on Vegeta. "Indeed, it has been 3 years since we last parted," Vegeta responded, his tone cautious, wary of any unpredictable actions from the god of destruction. Beerus regarded Vegeta coldly for a few moments before turning away, saying, "I never anticipated that Rezek would possess such strength. This truly surpasses my expectations." His casual demeanor belied a hint of surprise. "Now that Lord Beerus is here, all will be resolved," Kairas exclaimed with excitement. "As long as Beerus intervenes, defeating Rezek will be a mere formality. Then I can swiftly return home to my own world." Just as Kairas was lost in his daydream, Beerus interjected, "I will not intervene. This is a long-standing enmity between you Saiyans and the Demon Dragon clan. I will not involve myself. Even if I were to act, it would not be now." Kairas chuckled awkwardly. "I anticipated Lord Beerus would respond this way. That is fine. I have yet to fully engage with Rezek, though we suffered a crushing defeat this time." "Very well. Your courage is commendable. I shall remain on Earth to prevent Rezek from annihilating it outright, but you must treat me to a feast," Beerus declared with a mischievous grin. "Then allow me to heal Goku and Broly," Whis said, stepping towards Goku and Broly, pointing his staff at them, causing them to gradually rise from the ground. "Thank you, Mr. Whis." Broly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Whis. Your assistance was invaluable." Goku chimed in with a carefree grin, lacking sincerity, but then again, he was Son Goku. Enough chatter. I'm eagerly anticipating the culinary delights prepared by Bulma. Beerus exclaimed, drooling at the thought. After the harrowing encounter with Rezek, Goku and the others followed Beerus to Earth. Meanwhile, Rezek journeyed through the cosmos towards his destination, the Dragon Star, the home planet of the Demon Dragon clan, located at the very heart of the universe. On Earth, the arrival of Beerus and Whis heralded a grand feast, with everyone indulging in the bounteous spread. After a hearty meal, they lounged comfortably in their chairs. At that moment, Whis inquired, "Have you devised a plan for the impending battle against the Demon Dragon clan?" Karas rose from his seat, declaring, "Rezek mentioned he would bring his kin to Earth in a year. If that is the case, we will undoubtedly be outnumbered. Thus, I have a bold idea." Chapter 148, Rebirth. The Fighting Nation of Saiyans. Bold thoughts? Karas, do you have an idea? Bardock inquired. Karas smiled faintly and asked, "Before I speak, can anyone explain the nature of the Demon Dragon clan?" The group exchanged glances, seemingly unaware of this race. "Allow me to elaborate," Vis interjected, taking a bite of his food and recounting. The Demon Dragon clan, also known as the Dragon Clan, emerged as cosmic pirates, seizing planets with a devilish ferocity, instilling fear across the universe, hence their ominous name. This clan is divided into 5 major tribes: the Crimson Dragons, the Golden Dragons, the Blue Thunder Dragons, the Radiant Black Dragons, and the Purple Nether Dragons. Among them, the Frieza clan belongs to the Golden Dragons, operating primarily in the North Galaxy. The Blue Thunder Dragons are a formidable force in the South Galaxy, while the Radiant Black Dragons reside in the East Galaxy, and the Purple Nether Dragons dominate the West Galaxy. The Crimson Dragons, in this era, lead the entire Demon Dragon clan, residing at the heart of the universe on Dragonstar. The leader of the Crimson Dragons is known as the Dragon King, Deppa. It seems we are indeed facing a cosmic crisis. So, Karas, what exactly is your plan? Broly queried. Karas turned to Vis and asked, "Mr. Vis, how many members does the entire Demon Dragon clan comprise?" After pondering, Vis replied, "The Demon Dragon clan is hermaphroditic and reproduces through cellular division. It takes about 10 Earth years for a single cell to fully mature, resulting in an approximate total of over 50,000 individuals, averaging over 10,000 per tribe. Although it may be challenging, I believe we will not be defeated. My plan is to—" "What is it?" Vis urged. Karas, with a mysterious smile, declared, "How can we Saiyans possibly contend with so many demon dragons? Thus, my plan is to resurrect all the Saiyans slain by Frieza." "What?" The crowd erupted in astonishment. "Resurrecting the Saiyans? This is a monumental matter." "No, this is absolutely unacceptable." The voice of the old Kai echoed sharply. "The presence of the demon dragons is already a significant problem. If we resurrect all the Saiyans, the universe will descend into chaos." The old Kai vehemently opposed the idea. "Old Kai, it is precisely because of the demon dragons that I wish to revive the Saiyans," Karas countered. "But Karas, what is your ultimate objective?" The North Kai chimed in. "Is that you, North Kai? You inquire about my purpose? If I must articulate it, it is balance." "Balance?" The North Kai appeared perplexed. "Yes, balance," Karas continued. "In this universe, when it comes to individual warriors, I believe I, along with Vegeta, Kakarot, and Broly, rank among the top. However, when considering the strength of races, which one can truly rival the current Demon Dragon clan?" At this, a contemplative silence enveloped the group. "But Karas, have you considered the possibility that the Saiyans might once again ally with the Demon Dragons?" The old Kai asked earnestly. "In that case, as the Prince of Saiyans, I believe no one would dare defy the authority of Prince Vegeta and Prince Karas." Vegeta proclaimed with a smug grin. "Given the current circumstances, it appears we have no other option, Old Kai." The old Kai reflected for a moment. "Very well, it seems this is our only course of action, North Kai. However, Karas, before resurrecting the Saiyans, I must lay down 3 stipulations. Upon their revival, they must not invade other planets, and they must assume the responsibility of safeguarding the universe in times of peril. This shall serve as a condition for their rebirth." "All right, Old Kai. If the Saiyans do not meet your expectations, I shall obliterate them, including those on Earth," Beerus stated coldly. "Is that you, Lord Beerus? If even you are in agreement." "I have no objections," the old Kai conceded. "Since there are no objections, let us proceed swiftly." Goku exclaimed as he retrieved the Dragon Balls collected by Gohan and others from Bulma and placed them on the ground. "Come forth, Dragon." As the 7 Dragon Balls radiated a brilliant light, a golden beam shot into the sky, darkening the already night sky. A magnificent green dragon materialized in the air. "State your wishes, for I can grant you 2. The dragon's deep voice resonated. 2 wishes? How should we formulate them? Goku wondered. Isn't this straightforward? Vegeta stepped forward. Dragon, for my first wish, I ask for the resurrection of the destroyed planet Vegeta. That is a simple task. The dragon's eyes glimmered with a red light. Your first wish has been granted. Now, present your second. Very well, for my second wish, please resurrect all the Saiyans slain by Frieza's forces on planet Vegeta. As another red light flashed through the dragon's eyes, it responded, your second wish has also been fulfilled. Now, I take my leave. With that, the dragon transformed into a beam of light and soared across the earth. Chapter 149. The proud Saiyan. A palpable aura filled the air. It was the unmistakable presence of a Saiyan. In that case, let us proceed at once, Kakarot, declared Karas. Father, are you all heading to planet Vegeta? May we join you? Goten inquired with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Those wishing to sightsee, grasp onto me tightly. In an instant, everyone gathered together, preparing to embark on their journey to planet Vegeta. Lord Beerus, are you coming along? Goku asked. Beerus rose, stretching his limbs, after a hearty meal. A bit of exercise sounds splendid. I shall accompany you, merely for a stroll and to show off. With that, Beerus twisted his waist and followed Whis towards Goku. Wait. I wish to join as well, Bulma suddenly exclaimed. Bulma, I advise against it. The gravity on planet Vegeta is tenfold that of Earth. Should you go, you will be crushed by its weight. Fear not, we shall return shortly. Vegeta reassured her with a gentle smile. Then let us set forth. As the words were spoken, a swift whoosh resonated, and Karas along with the others vanished from sight. Lord Beerus, it is time for us to depart as well. Another whoosh. And Goku and his companions disappeared too. On a certain crimson planet in the North Galaxy, what is happening? Why have we all been resurrected? A man with towering hair and a black beard around his mouth questioned, bewildered. It is because we made a wish to revive the Saiyans, replied another, turning around. The man exclaimed, Who are you? Uncle, it has been a long time. You are Karas. He shouted. Father, it has also been a while. Vegeta stepped forward from the crowd. Welcome back, King Vegeta. At that moment, aside from Karas, Vegeta, Goku, Broly, and Goten, all Saiyans born on Earth knelt before the man, paying their respects. Indeed, this man was the king of all Saiyans, King Vegeta. Observing the kneeling Saiyans, King Vegeta beamed with pride. Haha, with this, the Saiyans shall once again dominate the universe, King Vegeta proclaimed with exuberance. Father, Vegeta interjected coldly. King Vegeta, regaining his composure, turned to Vegeta and Karas. You both have done well. The future supremacy of the Saiyans rests upon your shoulders. Father, if that is truly your desire, then the Saiyans may very well descend into hell once more. King Vegeta was taken aback. Vegeta, what do you mean by that? Uncle, the revival of all Saiyans was my idea, but it was not intended for us to invade other planets again. Upon hearing this, King Vegeta's gaze hardened, as he coldly retorted, You insolent wretches, it seems you have grown tired of living, disregarding my words. Just then, an energy blast struck Karas, enveloping him in smoke, and he was sent flying in an instant. Karas, Dale shouted, rising from the ground, ready to rush towards Karas, but Vegeta intercepted him. Everyone froze in shock. King Vegeta had attacked Karas. That was quite a vicious move, King Vegeta. It seems you have not employed such tactics in a long time, a voice called out. King Vegeta turned to the source of the voice. You are Bardock. What brings you here? Not only am I here, but my son, the Saiyan child you once struck down, is also present. Broly stepped forth from the crowd, introducing himself. A pleasure to meet you, King Vegeta. Glistening beads of sweat appeared on King Vegeta's brow as he regarded Broly. What is the meaning of this? Father, the Saiyans of today are not the same as those of the past. We have grown weary of invading other planets. Now, we simply seek to become stronger. Indeed. King Vegeta, the Saiyans who have endured various formidable foes are stronger than any of you could imagine. Yet, our sole desire now is to pursue strength. Bardock asserted with conviction. Is that so? A peculiar smile crept across King Vegeta's face. In an instant, an overwhelming aura was unleashed, a golden light soaring into the sky. Ha 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 ha. Bardock, do you still believe that you surviving Saiyans are superior to us? King Vegeta bellowed. Saiyans, show these ignorant fools the power we obtained in the depths of hell. In that moment, every revived Saiyan on planet Vegeta felt their power surge. While only a few had yet to reach the Super Saiyan level, the majority had attained Super Saiyan 1, some reached Super Saiyan 2, and a select elite few astonishingly achieved Super Saiyan 3. Witnessing this, Vegeta erupted into laughter. Ha! Excellent. Excellent. Truly, the warrior race of Saiyans does not disappoint. Now we can stand against the Demon Dragon Clan. Chapter 150. The Guardian, what do you mean, Vegeta? King Vegeta inquired, gazing intently at his son. The universe is currently engulfed in crisis, and our resurrection as Saiyans is intended to confront this peril. Vegeta asserted. And what if we do nothing? King Vegeta probed. Father, if we, the Saiyans, do not unite and choose to revert to our former ways, Vegeta continued ominously, then I shall annihilate you and the Saiyans on Earth. A voice, imbued with authority, echoed through the chamber. Gohan and the others parted to create a path as the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis, approached King Vegeta with deliberate strides. The god of destruction. Beerus. King Vegeta exclaimed, cold sweat trickling down his brow. You would do well to heed your son. Vegeta, otherwise, your insolence in addressing me could very well lead to your destruction. The king trembled at the weight of those words. However, we are Saiyans. We only yield to the strongest. King Vegeta retorted, though his resolve faltered under Beerus's piercing gaze. Goku, Vegeta, Broly, and you. Kakarot, you wretch. How long do you intend to remain prostrate? If you do not rise soon, I shall obliterate you. Beerus thundered, prompting Kakarot to leap from the debris. Lord Beerus. I am here. Kakarot replied. What? Kakarot, why do you still appear so vibrant? King Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, realizing that despite his leniency, Kakarot should have sustained injuries. Yet, he merely lay there, feigning defeat. My apologies, uncle. I was simply exhausted and took a brief nap. Kakarot chuckled nonchalantly. Enough, Kakarot. You must adopt a serious demeanor. King Vegeta wishes to witness the mightiest of Saiyans, and he is somewhat dissatisfied. Vegeta declared. Thus, Father, to unite the Saiyans, we must take bold measures. With that, Vegeta unleashed a formidable energy, a crimson aura rising dramatically as he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Father, this form surpasses even Super Saiyan 3. Very well, King Vegeta. I have conveyed enough. Your son's transformation is one that Kakarot, Broly, and his father Bardock can also achieve. Thus, whether you live or die now rests solely upon your words. King Vegeta appeared to suffer an immense emotional blow in the presence of Super Saiyan 4. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely announced, I abdicate. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Vegeta immediately knelt before his father. I am your son. My strength is your strength. Let us defer the matter of abdication for another time. Indeed, uncle, let us continue to have you lead the Saiyans. Kakarot echoed. Dropping to one knee. King Vegeta, we have never aspired to lead the Saiyans. Thus, the throne remains yours. Bardock also knelt before the king. I implore you to reconsider. King Vegeta. In that moment, all the Saiyans knelt in unison. King Vegeta, I believe you should retain your kingship. For as long as you can guide the Saiyans to become the guardians of this universe, they shall truly reclaim their place within it. Whis remarked playfully. But is it truly feasible to transform the Saiyans into guardians of the universe? King Vegeta questioned. With determination, nothing is impossible. I shall lend you my utmost support. Then let us see what we can achieve. King Vegeta proclaimed, turning to address the Saiyans. From this moment forth, the Saiyans shall no longer be the remnants of the past. We shall fight for the entirety of the universe. Do we all have confidence? After a moment of reflection, someone declared, we shall follow King Vegeta's lead. Whatever he commands, we shall do. Indeed, we shall heed your guidance. King Vegeta? The chant of King Vegeta, resonated. A fervent chorus of loyalty filling the air. Henceforth, it seems the Saiyans are destined to embody the ideals of righteousness. Chapter 151. Selecting Warriors Very Well. Allow me to recount the events that transpired. After Kara shared the tale of Rezek and the Demon Dragon Clan, the assembly unanimously expressed their desire to avenge the destruction of the stars, pledging their allegiance to follow the commands of Karas and Vegeta in retaliating against the Demon Dragon Clan. In order to contend with the Demon Dragon Clan, I require Saiyans who possess the strength of Super Saiyan 3 to accompany us to Earth. Is there anyone willing to join? I am willing to travel to Earth to confront the Demon Dragon Clan. A tall Saiyan with long, spiky hair cascading down his back stepped forward. Kate. Thank you, Kate. Karas bowed in gratitude. Your words are too kind, Prince Karas. I am merely pleased to showcase the strength we have honed in hell. With a subtle smile, Karas nodded in acknowledgement to Kate. It is time for the full assembly of Bardock's team to regroup. At this moment, a Saiyan with a ponytail emerged, followed by a stout individual, a tall bald man, and a beautiful woman. Here are Toma, Pabugen, Celebi, and Dodoba. The stout one is Pabugen, the bald one is Dodoba. And the beauty is Celebi, Toma announced. Bardock, it has been a long time. Our powers have ascended to Super Saiyan 3. We can head to Earth now, right? Pabugen inquired. Vegeta revealed a proud smile as he welcomed the members of Bardock's team. The four bowed to Vegeta before moving aside to stand with Kate. I wish to join as well. A Saiyan, shorter than Krillin by a head, stepped forward, his short, straight hair also standing on end. You are Gyutz, aren't you? I remember you. We have sparred before. Karaz remarked, a nostalgic smile gracing his face. Thank you, Prince Karaz, for remembering me. And for aiding us when my sister was tormented by Kate. Gyutz expressed, glancing at Kate. Hey, Gyutz, are you still holding a grudge? I was also soundly thrashed by Prince Karaz at that time. Can't you let it go? He quipped, breaking into a playful grin. Humph, I despise those who bully girls. Celebi, standing next to Kate, jabbed him sharply with her elbow. Kate doubled over, nearly in tears. Hey, Celebi, what are you doing? That hurts, you know. He exclaimed loudly. Celebi coldly replied, if you continue to shout in my ear, do you think I won't retaliate? Upon hearing this, Kate immediately fell silent, muttering under his breath. Since we have a good rapport, I dare not strike you. He then made a face at Celebi. It seems Saiyans are not as we imagined. Gohan said with a slight smile. Excellent, Gyutz, you should join us. Vegeta approached Gyutz. What about me, brother? A girl with fair skin, a pleasant appearance. Seemingly no older than 17 or 18, with flowing black hair, called out to Gyutz. Gyutz turned to glance at her and then looked at Vegeta. Let my sister, Kalira, join as well. She has also attained Super Saiyan 3. Is that so? She appeared quite delicate before. I did not realize she had reached Super Saiyan 3. Then let her come along. Hey, Vegeta, Karaz, are you planning to send all my elite warriors to Earth? King Vegeta seemed to have reservations. Ha, father. Do not be so stingy. You will not suffer any loss. We are merely selecting 3 warriors to complete our roster of 10 elite fighters. At this moment, 3 Saiyans stepped forth from the crowd. A female Saiyan warrior accompanied by 2 male Saiyan warriors. What? Jurgen, Dora, and Trilobak, you are also going to Earth? King Vegeta exclaimed in surprise. Rest assured, King Vegeta, with your elite squad and the Daisai team present, what is there to fear? Jurgen replied nonchalantly, his long hair cascading down his back. Dora, a female Saiyan with a ponytail, and Trilobak, a handsome man with a scar on his left cheek, exuded an air of cool detachment, as did all 3. The Daisai team, mentioned by Jurgen, comprises the elite squad led by King Vegeta, including the leader Daisai and warriors Belis, Batar, as well as female warriors Velai and Landos, each possessing strength to rival Vegeta himself in their prime. All right, father. These 10 warriors are precisely the fighters I desire. Chapter 152, Preparations for Battle. All right, my dear warriors, I have chosen these 10 fighters to enhance your combat abilities. I will have Bardock and Baraka's remain here to guide you in sensing others' energy. This way, you will no longer need to rely on blindfolds during battle. Sensing others' energy? King Vegeta inquired, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, uncle. If one can freely control their own energy during combat, it significantly increases the odds of victory, Gohan explained. Furthermore, Bardock has attained Super Saiyan 4, so his presence, along with Baraka's, will undoubtedly bolster your strength. What about us? Kate asked. Rest assured, once we arrive on Earth, we will assist you. Gohan replied with a smile. Who are you? You seem to be a Saiyan as well. Celebi observed Gohan with curiosity. I am Son Gohan, the son of Son Goku. He introduced himself. Who is Son Goku? Celebi inquired again. Son Goku is Kakarot. This is his son, Son Gohan. And the one over there is his second son, Son Goten. Vegeta gestured towards Goten, that young lad with the light purple hair. Why does he seem to resemble Prince Vegeta? Gyutis remarked, glancing at Trunks in confusion. Gyutis, that's because he is indeed Prince Vegeta's son. Nadris bent down to explain to Gyutis. What? Is that my grandson? King Vegeta exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Trunks, come over and greet your grandfather. Okay, Dad. Trunks bounded over to King Vegeta. Hello, Grandpa. I am Trunks. King Vegeta scrutinized Trunks from head to toe. You possess the aura of royalty. I trust your power will not disappoint. Indeed, Saiyans prioritize strength, which left Trunks feeling somewhat embarrassed. Humph. Speaking of which, it infuriates me. That rascal, Kakarot's youngest son, achieved Super Saiyan at a tender age, yet he has grown increasingly playful, only managing to reach Super Saiyan 3 now. Vegeta fumed, exasperated. Then let us return to Earth. I have already explored this Saiyan planet. Goku stretched and approached the group. What? Kakarot, have you already made a round trip? Did none of you notice? Vegeta asked, bewildered. Everyone shook their heads, indicating they had indeed overlooked it. Very well, I will remain with Baracus to instruct the other Saiyans on sensing energy. You all should prepare for the possibility of Razek's sudden arrival. All right, Bardock, we appreciate your assistance alongside Baracus. Indeed, Bardock nodded at Kakarot. Now, everyone, hold on to me or Kakarot tightly. We shall return to Earth. Come on, Gutis, grab hold of Prince Kakarot. Nators called out. Everyone, make sure to hold on tight. Goku added. Those who understood the situation grasped either Kakarot or Bardock, while others, still bewildered, hesitantly clutched onto the two. With a resounding shift, Goku and the others vanished from sight. What sort of skill is this? King Vegeta questioned in confusion. I will explain later. For now, let me teach everyone how to control their energy. Very well, King Vegeta nodded at Bardock. Upon returning to Earth, Goku announced, let us have something to eat tonight. Rest well, and begin our training tomorrow. The others nodded in agreement towards Vegeta. Then we shall take our leave, Bills said, stepping behind Whis. Is that all? Lord Bills, Kakarot queried. I shall return when you engage in battle with Razek, just to witness the spectacle, Bills yawned. Then we shall return. Whis and Bills soared into the cosmos amidst a flash of white light. Days later, Goku and the others diligently commenced their training in preparation for the impending battle a year hence. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of the universe, Razek continued his journey towards his destination. Now that the Saiyans have all revived and gained even greater strength, transforming from invaders into guardians of the universe. What kind of scene will unfold in the battle to come a year from now? Chapter 153, Destination in the Boundless Universe. After a fortnight of flight, Lam-Z finally arrived at the Dragon Star. I have returned at last. His heart surged with joy as he gazed upon the verdant planet before him. Without hesitation, Lam-Z descended onto its surface. Upon landing, he was greeted by a panorama of lush trees and towering mountains, strikingly reminiscent of Earth. However, this planet was fraught with peril. Home to countless ferocious beasts and possessing a gravity 100 times that of Earth. It was the realm of the malevolent Crimson Dragon clan, where any species that dared to step foot would meet a swift demise. As Lam-Z ventured forth, a bizarre beast suddenly lunged at him, its gaping maw poised to attack. Foolish creature, you seek death. With a swift movement, Lam-Z evaded the beast and struck from behind, unleashing a wave of energy that instantly extinguished its life. At that moment, a voice resounded through the air. Who dares trespass upon Dragon Clan territory? Several figures, resplendent in golden hues and resembling Frieza's third transformation, soared towards Lam-Z. You are one of our kin from the Dragon Clan, exclaimed a burly member of the Crimson Dragon Clan. Are you of the Golden Dragon Clan or the Crimson Dragon Clan? We've never seen you before. Another inquired. Lam-Z cast a glance at the speaker and asked, Who is the Dragon King among you? His query left the onlookers momentarily stunned. What manner of being are you? The muscular figure lunged at Lam-Z with a powerful punch. Instantly, Lam-Z raised his hand to block, the impact forcing him to stagger back a few steps. Another assailant charged at him, but Lam-Z deftly leaped back, avoiding the blow. The attacker, undeterred, stomped the ground and descended into the air, launching an energy sphere towards him. As the sphere hurtled toward him, Lam-Z remained unfazed at the last moment. He waved his hand and sent the sphere flying aside. You would do well to temper your arrogance, Lam-Z bellowed, a surge of energy enveloping him in a radiant golden glow. This aura, Gakulu, go check if that esteemed individual has arrived, commanded a regal figure with skin of purple and white, seated upon an opulent throne. Yes, Dragon King, I shall do so at once, replied the individual before departing the lavish palace. Who could this person be, and why did he bear such a resemblance to Frieza? This was none other than Frieza's brother, Gakulu. Aside from the color of their bony plates, Frieza's being purple and Gakulu's red, the two were nearly identical. Gakulu, in contrast to Frieza, exhibited a more composed demeanor, though he shared his brother's ruthless nature. Meanwhile, facing the three golden figures of the Crimson Dragon clan, Lam-Z summoned all his strength and transformed into his own golden form. The fact that you can assume this golden state indicates you are one of the Golden Dragon clan, that we have never encountered you, the burly man remarked. Humph. Were it not for the bond of kinship, I could easily annihilate you. Do you dare challenge me? Lam-Z replied coldly. You are quite audacious, boy, roared a scarred member of the Crimson Dragon clan. Boy? Lam-Z retorted, a surge of energy coalescing in his palm. Is that what you call me? He fired an energy sphere towards his adversary. The scarred man, unfazed, prepared to catch the sphere barehanded. At that critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Amplifying his power, and a golden aura erupted forth. With a sweeping motion, he deflected Lam-Z's energy sphere away. Gakulu, your timing is impeccable. This fellow is far too arrogant. Silence. Lakagu, do you know who he is? Chapter 154. The objective of Rezek. Gakulu approached Rezek, bowing respectfully. It has been a long and arduous journey, my Lord Rezek. Rezek. The others stood in shock. Did you just refer to him as Lord Rezek? Likagu questioned in astonishment. Indeed. This information was relayed to me by my brother Frieza, stating that Lord Rezek has broken free from his seal and returned. Upon hearing Gakulu's words, the others immediately knelt before him. My Lord Rezek, we beg your forgiveness for any offense caused. Rezek glanced at the kneeling figures and replied, let it go. After his cold remark, he turned to Gakulu. Take me to meet the current Dragon King. Yes, my lord, please follow me, Gakulu responded, leading Rezek toward the palace. By the way, did you just say Frieza is your brother? Yes, Frieza and I are twin brothers, born from the same cell of our father. Thus, no matter the distance, we can communicate telepathically. How is it that you are so powerful, yet your brothers are so weak? My two brothers and father are geniuses. They can intimidate the entire universe without ever training. They are born warriors. If they were to train for just a few months, I believe they could effortlessly attain their golden forms. Inform them that when they reach their golden forms, we shall venture to Earth for some leisure. With that, Rezek quickened his pace. Watching Rezek's retreating figure, Gakulu revealed a sinister smile. As you wish. Inside the palace of the Dragon Star. Dragon King. Lord Rezek has arrived. Gakulu announced, addressing the figure seated upon the throne. This place is truly magnificent. Rezek remarked, surveying his surroundings. My lord. I apologize for my lack of proper greeting given your long journey. The seated individual replied. You are a descendant of Lam-Z, are you not? You bear a striking resemblance to him. What is your name? I am Deppa, the current leader of the Dragon Clan. Rezek's gaze sharpened as he looked at Deppa. In an instant, Rezek stood before Deppa. I wonder if the seat is comfortable? Deppa met Rezek's intense stare for a few moments. Then please, my lord. Have a seat and see for yourself. With that, Deppa rose and stepped aside from the chair. Rezek scrutinized Deppa once more, a peculiar smile gracing his lips, before he seated himself with authority. At that moment, the Crimson Dragons in the palace all turned their attention to Rezek. He scanned the crowd with piercing eyes, subsequently revealing a scornful smile. Ah, this chair is not as comfortable as I imagined. I think I shall return it to you, Deppa. As Rezek stood, he added, however, I require Gakulu to accompany me to Earth. That can be arranged. Gakulu, you shall accompany Lord Rezek during this time, Deppa declared, settling back onto his throne. Understood. Gakulu affirmed. Then let us depart, Gakulu. Rezek commanded, stepping toward the exit. After bowing to Deppa, Gakulu followed Rezek outside. You mentioned that you and Frieza can communicate telepathically? Yes, my Lord Rezek. Very well. Inform him that when he achieves his golden form, he should come to Dragon Star to find me. And we shall embark on an excursion to Earth together. As he spoke, Rezek's face twisted into a wicked grin. The following day, my Lord Rezek. My brothers have begun their training and are expected to arrive at Earth in 4 months. Excellent. I hope those Saiyans will be ready to face me in 4 months. Rezek replied, a look of eager anticipation crossing his features. However, to my knowledge, my Lord Rezek, all the Saiyans seem to have been revived. That is precisely why I need you to accompany me to Earth, Gakulu. Chapter 155, Cultivation on Earth, in response to an impending crisis. Goku and his companions resurrected all the Saiyans slain by Frieza, selecting 10 promising warriors to train on Earth, enabling them to ascend to greater heights. With a fierce roar, Gyutz charged directly at Kate, his fist clenched and ready to strike. A resounding thud echoed as Gyutz's punch landed squarely on Kate's face. Not bad, Gyutz, remarked Kate, rubbing his bruised left cheek, a peculiar smile forming on his lips. In an instant, Kate retaliated, unleashing a powerful energy wave from his fist. Gyutz quickly raised his arms in defense, but Kate's energy wave struck him with immense force, propelling him toward a rocky mountain. With a thunderous crash, the mountain crumbled under the impact. Ha ha ha, bring it on, Gyutz. Kate laughed heartily. Very well, I shall oblige you, he declared as he turned around, only to be met by a punch from Dodobo that sent him flying. With a resounding boom, Kate's body created a large crater upon impact with the ground. Hey, Dodobo. What is with the sneak attack? Kate shouted in protest. Humph. Dodobo scoffed. Do you expect your enemy to announce their attack beforehand? Jurgen, be cautious. Come forth, Gohan. Jurgen roared, his aura erupting with intensity. His golden hair cascaded down to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, and his brow jutted out prominently. With a lock of hair falling over his eyes, crackling with arcs of lightning. Super Saiyan 3, is it? Gohan mused, a smile gracing his lips. With a fierce yell, Gohan unleashed his energy, golden light erupting from him, his hair flowing down to his waist and brow prominently raised. Come forth, Super Saiyan 3 Gohan. Come forth. Super Saiyan 3 Jurgen. The two locked eyes, and in the blink of an eye, they launched themselves forward, resulting in an explosive burst of light that illuminated the entire day. Everyone was captivated by the blinding brilliance. Goten, it seems Gohan has found a worthy opponent. Trunks remarked with keen interest. Indeed, Jurgen is incredibly strong. We must not fall behind. Goten responded, exchanging glances with Trunks before resuming their training. In the face of adversity, everyone was diligently honing their skills, striving to amplify their strength. Yet, some possessed less power, but harbored an indomitable desire to grow stronger. Xiaofang, this won't do. Our strength pales in comparison to my brother's, exclaimed a blue-haired girl. Indeed, brah, our power is insufficient, and time is against us, Xiaofang replied. An overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over her. Brah, let us train in the hyperbolic time chamber. That way, we can make up for lost time. Yes, how did I not think of that before? Xiaofang, let us go? Brah exclaimed, pulling Xiaofang as they soared toward Kairita. Meanwhile, Frieza and his sons were also engaged in intense training. Ha! Bang, 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 bang. Frieza and Gula exchanged blows, locked in fierce combat. With a resounding crash, flames erupted as Frieza and Gula descended from the sky. At this rate, in a month's time, we shall transcend our limits and attain our original and golden forms. Excellent. Truly commendable, my son Gula. Soon, I shall exact my vengeance upon the Saiyans. The three of them shared an ominous smile, filled with wicked intent. Chapter 156. The precipice of war on the planet designated as Frieza LR 360 in the North Galaxy. For months had elapsed, neither a long time nor a short one. Frieza and his companions had reached the pinnacle of their training, successfully mastering the opulent golden transformation. Prepare yourselves for the arrival of Lord Rezek and Lord Gakuru, Cooler proclaimed, standing at the forefront and addressing the minions behind him. At this moment, Cooler had transformed, resembling Frieza's third form, yet possessing a stature more akin to that of Gula. They're here, Gula shouted, as a disc-shaped spacecraft approached, escorted by 10 spherical vessels, each approximately 1.2 meters in diameter. Moments later, a thunderous sound signaled the spacecraft's landing. Father, it's been a while, Gakuru exclaimed, stepping forward to greet Cooler with a pat on the shoulder. Ah, is this the North Galaxy under your command? Truly an awe-inspiring sight, Cooler, Lord Rezek remarked. To which Cooler humbly responded, You flatter me, my lord, it is merely our duty. Enough of the pleasantries. I wish to know how long it will take to reach Earth, Rezek stated, clenching his fist. According to Earthling time, we shall arrive in approximately 1 week, Gula informed. Then let us set forth. With that, Rezek boarded the spacecraft. Gakuru, how many warriors have you brought? Frieza inquired. My 2 guards and 10 Thunder Guards. Making a total of 12 Golden Dragon warriors, excluding myself, Gakuru replied. As he spoke, 10 members of the Demon Dragon clan emerged from the spherical spacecraft, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. Those who have attained the status of Thunder Guards must surely have reached the golden form, Gula remarked, directing his question at Gakuru. Gakuru smiled. The Dragon clan has evolved, whether it be my Thunder Guards, the God-slaying guards of the Black Radiant Dragons, the Demon Guards of the Purple Abyss Dragons, the Tyrant Guards of the Blue Thunder Dragons, or the King's Guards of the Crimson Dragons. Only those who have not attained the primal form are excluded from the respective clans' guards. Ah, that explains the palpable strength I sensed from afar, Frieza mused. My lord, you flatter us. We still have much to learn compared to your prowess, the speaker replied. Frieza glanced at him. And you are? He is my guard, Lacargo. And this is Padoka. They are my left and right protectors, Gakuru introduced, gesturing towards a stout figure beside Lacargo. Let us depart, Frieza said, glancing at Padoka. Your vessel is the 4th from the left, followed by my father's and Lord Rezek's. Then Gula's, and finally yours. Then let us be on our way. With that, everyone boarded their respective spacecraft, including the 10 Thunder Guards. who also entered their spherical vessels. Meanwhile, on Earth, after months of diligent training, Bulma arranged a banquet for everyone to indulge. All gathered at the Capsule Corporation to partake in the sumptuous feast. At that moment, Goku, the voice of King Kai suddenly echoed. "Is that you, Lord Kai?" Goku asked. "Yes, Goku, urgent news. Rezek has acted ahead of schedule." King Kai expressed with unease. "What? Wasn't it supposed to be a year? It's only been 5 months." Vegeta questioned, perplexed. That's because Frieza has hastened his training to reach the primal form, prompting Rezek to advance his plans. Moreover, the demon dragon warriors accompanying him are all capable of attaining the golden form, including Frieza's brother, Gakuru. Gakuru? Who is he? Kara's inquired. King Kai, filled with apprehension, explained. Gakuru is Frieza's biological brother, who has been safeguarding their Dragon King on the Demon Dragon homeworld, thus remaining largely unknown. However, he is an even more formidable adversary than Frieza, so you must prepare for dire circumstances. How long until they reach Earth? Broly asked. 1 week. 1 week. Understood. Lord Kai, thank you. We will be ready. Good. I can only wish you luck. With that, King Kai severed the telepathic link with them. Chapter 157. The new generation warriors. How are Bra and Xiaofang doing? Do they have confidence in reaching Super Saiyan 4 within a week? Karas inquired. Everyone exchanged glances and shook their heads in resignation. Karas, however, smiled faintly, his expression revealing a hint of mystery. Tonight, let us indulge in a feast. Tomorrow, I will take you to a different place for training, where you will undoubtedly attain Super Saiyan 4 within a week. Upon hearing this, skepticism was etched on the faces of all present. What place could possibly enable one to achieve Super Saiyan 4 in such a short span? The following morning, Karas gathered all the Saiyans and led them to the heavenly realm. So, Karas, your idea is the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta scoffed. Even if it is the hyperbolic time chamber, with so many of us, we won't have enough time if only 2 enter at a time, Broly lamented. Do not worry about that, Karas reassured them. Just then, a figure clad in dark attire, reminiscent of Indian garb, emerged from the depths of the heavenly temple. Accompanying him was the Earth's Supreme Kai, Tenshinhan. It's Mr. Popo. Along with Tenshinhan, Trunks exclaimed. Mr. Popo, what do you mean it's not a problem? Vegeta asked, perplexed. I have upgraded the hyperbolic time chamber. Instead of just 2 entering at a time, now 30 can enter simultaneously. And the time has increased to 5 days. Thank you, Mr. Popo, that will suffice. Karas replied with a subtle smile directed at Popo. Shall we enter? Goku stepped forward. Wait, Goku. Popo suddenly called out. Is there something else, Mr. Popo? Goku queried, confused. I need you to enter before I can activate the new hyperbolic time chamber. However, there are currently others inside. Please wait for about 10 minutes. They should be coming out soon. Oh, who is inside? Vegeta asked. Curiosity piqued about the identity of the person training within. In that case, let us wait 10 minutes, everyone agreed. Yet, for these Saiyans eager to enhance their powers, those 10 minutes felt like an eternity. As time ticked away, it finally reached the 10-minute mark. Suddenly, all eyes turned towards the temple's interior. This aura. Vegeta felt a twinge of unease. Who could possibly be utilizing the hyperbolic time chamber? Goku appeared equally bewildered. Step, step, step. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed nearer. 2 figures slowly emerged from the depths of the temple. As they drew closer, everyone was left speechless. Their clothing was tattered and disheveled. Yet their eyes shone with an intense vitality. Xiaofang, brah, is that you? Karas exclaimed, bewildered. Xiaofang, brah, your energy is astonishing. Goten rushed over, his face alight with admiration. Xiaofang glanced at Goten, her tone impatient. Uncle Goten, the hyperbolic time chamber is for you. You still have room for improvement. With that, she exchanged a knowing smile with Bra. In an instant, their auras surged, and they ascended into the air, departing with grace. These 2 little brats. Their power has only increased slightly, yet they dare to disregard us? It's infuriating. Vegeta fumed. Karas chuckled softly. Nevertheless, their strength is indeed formidable. Vegeta turned to Karas with a smirk. What can one expect when they possess the blood of Saiyans? As they watched Xiaofang and Bra fade into the distance against the backdrop of the rising sun, a sense of awe lingered in the air. Chapter 158. The benefits from Master Roshi. After Xiaofang and Bra departed, Goku addressed the group. All right, everyone, let us proceed. With that, he ventured deeper into the temple, stopping before a door to a particular room. This, my friends, is the hyperbolic time chamber. I shall now expand its capacity for you. As he spoke, Popo extended his hand towards the door, releasing a surge of energy that enveloped it in a radiant white light. With a click, the door swung open on its own. Now, everyone can enter without limitation, but remember, you have only 5 days to use it. If you do not exit within this time frame, the door will vanish forever. Understood. Mr. Popo. Thank you. Karas bowed in gratitude. Not at all, Karas. You may enter now. Popo nodded in encouragement. Let us proceed, Goku declared. Thus, all the Saiyans entered the hyperbolic time chamber for their training. Meanwhile, the other warriors on Earth were equally determined, commencing their final preparations. Tien Shin'an, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, Krillin, Piccolo, and Ub were all diligently honing their skills. Although they lacked the innate abilities of the Saiyans, they were eager to contribute their strength. When Xiaofang and Bra emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, they astonished everyone. To what extent had their powers ascended? Time flowed steadily, and the 5 days gradually came to a close. 5 days later, Krillin and the others arrived at the temple, eager to witness the newfound strength of the Saiyans after their training. Only a minute left until they emerge, Popo announced. Everyone awaited this moment with bated breath. The second hand ticked away, each second feeling like an eternity. Suddenly, with a creak, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber opened, and an array of powerful auras enveloped the area. They're out, Piccolo exclaimed. Footsteps echoed as they drew closer. Hey, everyone, are you all here? Gohan called out, sporting a head of spiky black hair. You are Gohan? Piccolo asked, puzzled. Gohan responded with confusion, Uncle Piccolo, if I am not Gohan, then who am I? Piccolo snapped back to reality. It's just that your hairstyle took me by surprise. Gohan chuckled. Well, given that a day outside equals a year inside, I've spent 5 years in there, so my hair would naturally change. Just look at Goten and Trunks. Piccolo turned to see Goten and Trunks, whose hair had also grown. Goten sported bangs, while Trunks' hair resembled that of his future self during the battle with Cell. Yet, the pure-blooded Saiyans had not altered their appearances. Where are Goku, Karas, Broly, and Vegeta? Krillin asked, scratching his head in confusion. Didn't you see my father and the others in the past few days? Weren't they supposed to have exited after one day? Gohan inquired, equally perplexed. You mean Goku and the others? After leaving the hyperbolic time chamber, he headed elsewhere, seemingly off Earth. Not on Earth? Where could they have gone? Asked Dallas. Regardless of their destination, I am certain they will return before long, Dallas assured. Just then, with a whoosh, Goku and the others appeared before everyone. Goku, you've returned, Krillin shouted in excitement. Yes, Krillin, we're back, Goku replied, offering a warm smile. Hey, everyone. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. Everyone looked up to see an elderly man with a white beard waving at them. Master Roshi, Trunks exclaimed. Gradually, Master Roshi descended from the sky to the temple floor. Greetings, everyone. I have come bearing gifts. Well, Master Roshi, when did you learn to fly? Goku asked, brimming with enthusiasm. That is of little importance. I'm here to deliver some benefits. He then produced a capsule and tossed it to the ground, revealing a large box. This is a set of battle suits from Bulma. You should try them on. Indeed, Bulma has truly outdone herself. How could Saiyans not have battle suits? Vegeta remarked, approaching the box and selecting a suit to wear. Once everyone donned their battle suits, Master Roshi approached Goku and the others. Goku, Karas, Broly, and Vegeta, you all look like you're aging rapidly. This remark left Goku and the others momentarily speechless. Yes, I've been in this world for nearly 70 years. I've become an old man, Karas admitted, feeling somewhat weary. Master Roshi smiled, but fear not. A solution is at hand. He turned to Popo. Popo, could you bring me a basin of water? Popo nodded, of course. He soon returned with a basin filled with clear water. Master Roshi then retrieved a mysterious vial of liquid, adding a few drops into the basin. Now, if each of you takes a sip from this water, you will regain your youthful vitality. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Is this really effective, Grandpa? Krillin asked skeptically. Do you doubt my words? Master Roshi barked, slightly irritated. I trust you, Grandpa. With that, Goku stepped forward and scooped some water into his hands for a sip. Instantly, a wave of refreshing energy surged through him, revitalizing his spirit and restoring his youth. Dad, you look even younger than I do now, Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. If that's the case, I must try it too. Karas joined in, taking a sip and reverting to his youthful form. Remarkable. This is truly extraordinary, Karas exclaimed, filled with exhilaration. Soon, everyone took a sip, each returning to their prime state, all thanks to the seemingly mischievous Master Roshi. Chapter 159. Adversary's time flows silently like a gentle stream. 2 days have elapsed, and the earth remains bathed in sunshine, radiating peace. A soft breeze stirs, lifting a few withered leaves from the ground. The crowd gazes upward, seemingly awaiting something. It's here, Piccolo exclaims. In the distance. For dark spots in the sky grow larger and larger. For disc-shaped spaceships, accompanied by a whistling sound, glide overhead and gradually land in a clearing. From each spaceship, approximately 1,000 minions surge forth. Without further ado, the battle ignites. Goku, leave these minions to us. Piccolo shouts as he darts away, unleashing waves of energy that rain down upon the oddly shaped foes. Everyone, let us go? Karas calls out, leaping into the sky. From a height, Karas positions his hands above his head like petals, unleashing the quantum annihilation wave. A blue energy wave descends like a colossal serpent, and with a thunderous crash, hundreds of minions are rendered motionless. So this Saiyan is the infamous Karas. Is he Frieza? Gaklu inquires. Indeed, they are all damned souls. Frieza's expression darkens menacingly. Why are you all still dawdling, Thunder Guards? Aren't we here to exterminate the Saiyans? As Gaklu finishes, 10 demon dragons soar forth, charging toward Goku and his allies. A grand melee? How delightful. Vegeta declares, leading the charge. Seeing Vegeta rush ahead, Gula flashes a wicked grin, swiftly appearing before him. Vegeta, allow me to be your opponent. Vegeta halts abruptly. Gula? I didn't expect you to engage personally. Fine, I have no interest in anyone else. Let us see what you've got. With that, Vegeta clenches his fist and strikes first. Bang. Unfortunately, Gula blocks the blow effortlessly. Is this your strength, Vegeta? Gula retorts, instantly releasing a powerful aura as he swings a steel fist toward Vegeta. Vegeta leaps backward to a higher ground, casting a strange smile at Gula. Rikagu, Padoka, it's time for you to stretch your legs. Gaklu then flies toward Karas. You must be Karas? Gaklu asks. Karas, with a stoic expression, replies. So you are Frieza's mysterious brother, Gaklu? Let us join forces, Rikagu. The stout Padoka suggests. All right, Padoka, let us go. The two launch into the air. Goten, let us move. Trunks says to Goten. All right, those two are our opponents. Goten declares as he and Trunks head toward Rikagu and Padoka. Honestly, there are too many foes and too few of us. Hey, who wants to fight me? Gyutz calls out loudly. At that moment, a red beam suddenly shoots towards Gyutz. He quickly leaps to the left, narrowly evading the speeding ray. Who goes there? Gyutz shouts. A towering demon dragon, with golden skin, stands atop a hill, addressing Gyutz. Thunder Guard, Raldong. I shall be your opponent, Saiyan. Humph, too many foes and not enough meat. Forget it, let us take down Dis together. Nappa, frustrated from not finding an opponent, shouts. What? Looking for a 2-on-1? Then the Thunder Guard will oblige. Gohan, this one's yours. I'm not interested in a 2-on-1. Dale scoffs. Thank you, Dales. Gohan replies with a slight smile. I'm a Saiyan, Son Gohan. State your name. Golden Dragon Clan, Thunder Guard, Macroja? Is there no one left among the Saiyans? My opponent is just a woman? Celebi coldly stares at her opponent. I am a Saiyan, Celebi. Underestimating me will lead to your demise. Celebi's provocation seems effective, as her opponent's brow furrows, and his expression turns grave. Golden Dragon Clan, Thunder Guard, lies one. Since you insist on courting death, I shall oblige. I am a Saiyan, Toma. Golden Dragon Clan, Thunder Guard, Beiji? You two face off. Beiji points at Kater. No need. I'll just observe. When he is defeated, I'll battle you. Kater replies, sitting down on a stone. Kalia, he is yours. Give it your all, and defeat him. Dola glances coldly at the demon dragon. I will. Kalia steps forward, declaring, I am a Saiyan, Kalia. Golden Dragon Clan, Thunder Guard, Jamie. Chapter 160, Guster's Kikaho Bang. The resounding clash of fists echoed forcefully. Cullis and Jackrol staggered backward, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the impact. It seems Frieza wasn't exaggerating. You do possess some ability. Cullis. Likewise, your power appears to surpass even Frieza's. Cullis retorted, a sinister grin spreading across his face, a sight reserved for battle. This is proving unproductive. Let us unleash our ultimate power and truly engage. Jackrol declared, his aura intensifying, a golden radiance enveloping his entire being as he transformed into his golden form. This is the primordial form of our dragon clan, which we call the golden form. Ha 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 ha. Excellent, excellent. Now this is becoming interesting. Cullis exclaimed, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. His ki surged instantaneously, the golden flames gradually morphing into a fiery crimson. as the scarlet aura enveloped him. Colossus ascended to Super Saiyan 4. Gula, since you've so eagerly presented yourself for a thrashing, I shall gladly oblige. Vegeta sneered with disdain. Such arrogance is typical of you simians. HAA. Gula roared in fury, a golden aura erupting around him. Vegeta, today I shall demonstrate the might of my golden form. Gula declared as he lunged at Vegeta with incredible speed, launching a punch. In an instant, Vegeta's body hurtled away like a projectile, crashing violently into a rocky mountain. A barrage of ki blasts rained down upon him like a storm. Witnessing the onslaught of energy projectiles, Vegeta roared with unbridled rage, "Don't get carried away." His ki erupted in a sudden surge, a crimson aura enveloping his body as he transformed into Super Saiyan 4, the potent energy deflecting Gula's ki blasts. "You have incited my wrath. Now, prepare to face the fury of Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta," Vegeta exclaimed as he charged towards Gula. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the battle between Gyutz and Raltum had commenced. Both warriors immediately unleashed their full power, Gyutz transforming into Super Saiyan 4 and Raltum into his golden form. "Hiya!" Raltum roared as he charged towards Gyutz. Observing Raltum's approach, Gyutz extended his hand, firing a series of ki blasts towards his opponent. Raltum deftly weaved through the barrage of energy projectiles, closing the distance between himself and Gyutz. Finally, after a period of maneuvering, Raltum reached Gyutz, unleashing a swift punch. Gyutz swiftly blocked the blow, initiating a rapid exchange of blows, the sounds of impacts echoing incessantly. "Dwarf, your strength is commendable. To think you've lasted this long against me," Raltum taunted. Bang! The two fighters' fists collided once more, both recoiling slightly. Gyutz retorted, "Who are you calling a dwarf, you bastard?" Just then, Tien Shinhan found himself cornered by a multitude of grunts near Gyutz. "Are you Gyutz?" Tien Shinhan inquired, simultaneously dispatching a grunt with a single blow. "Get lost. I don't have time to babysit you," Gyutz retorted irritably. Tien Shinhan glanced at Gyutz, remarking, "Are all Saiyans the same?" He then aligned his fingers, creating a triangular opening between his hands, aiming it at a group of approaching grunts. Kikaho! A burst of energy erupted, obliterating the group of grunts instantly. This seemingly insignificant act stirred a sense of envy within Gyutz. "That's an awesome technique. Could you teach it to me?" Gyutz pleaded. Tien Shinhan, taken aback, stared at Gyutz in utter disbelief. Suddenly, "Hey, don't get distracted," Raltum exclaimed as he appeared beside Gyutz, a ki blast coalescing in his hand, which he fired point-blank at Gyutz. The close-range blast left Gyutz with no chance to evade. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending Gyutz flying. "Gyutz!" Tien Shinhan cried out, turning to face Raltum. "Kikaho!" Bang! Tien Shinhan swiftly unleashed a Kikaho at Raltum, striking him directly. "You scoundrel, just die!" Tien Shinhan gasped, before rushing towards Gyutz. "Gyutz, are you alright?" But before Tien Shinhan could finish his sentence, a crimson beam pierced through his body. Tien Shinhan collapsed beside Gyutz. "Hey, what's wrong? Hang in there." Gyutz struggled to his feet. Witnessing Tien Shinhan lying in a pool of blood, Gyutz paused, then glared at Raltum. "Did you do this?" "Hee. I did. But what can you do about it?" Raltum sneered. "Grr." Gyutz's teeth clenched, his face contorted with rage. "I decided to acknowledge him as my master after he unleashed that awesome move, and you killed him." Gyutz roared, his ki exploding. With a whoosh, Gyutz appeared before Raltum. Bang! A single punch sent Raltum hurtling away like a bullet. Gyutz seized the opportunity to pursue, unleashing a relentless barrage of blows. Each of Gyutz's punches landed with the force of 1,000 pounds of iron, pummeling Raltum relentlessly. "You bastard! You killed the man I wanted to acknowledge as my master. I will never forgive you." Gyutz roared in fury, aligning his fingers once more, creating a triangular opening aimed at Raltum, and unleashing a torrent of energy. "What? How is this posse?" Raltum's words were cut short as he was engulfed by Gyutz's energy blast. Chapter 161. The Chaotic Battle. What is happening? What extraordinary move did I just unleash? Gyutz muttered to himself, bewildered. That's right. It was only then that he recalled Tianjin Fan, prompting him to rush over in haste. "Hey, Earthling, how are you holding up?" Gyutz placed his hand near Tianjin Fan's nose, relieved to find a faint breath. Without hesitation, he scooped up Tianjin Fan and soared towards the temple. "You must hang on. The deity of your earth, that Namekian, as long as you reach him, you shall not perish. So, you must endure." To Gyutz's astonishment, the seemingly fragile figure before him had fought valiantly to this extent. Jamie exclaimed in surprise. "Humph. Do not underestimate the Saiyans. Allow me to demonstrate my most powerful form." Karilla roared, her energy surging dramatically. What? You possess such immense power. Jamie's eyes widened in disbelief. Karilla's energy continued to escalate, her golden aura gradually morphing into a vibrant crimson. Ultimately, amidst a blaze of intense red light, she became enveloped in a thick crimson fur, resembling a second skin that clung to her form, accentuating her alluring silhouette. Her black hair now appeared more defined, a red tail swaying playfully behind her, and her crimson eyelids added an air of mystery. This was Karilla's Super Saiyan 4. Come, let you be the first soul to fall before my Super Saiyan 4 form. With that declaration, Karilla lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Jamie. The impact echoed with a resounding bang. Although Jamie managed to block Karilla's assault, the force sent him sliding back several meters. As Jamie regained his footing, Karilla was already at his side, executing a fierce kick that propelled him away like a bullet. A dazzling light shone, blinding all in its brilliance. Enough with the theatrics. Unleash your utmost power, Thomas said coldly. North, with a stoic expression, regarded Thomas, before a peculiar smile crept across his face moments later. With a furious roar, his energy surged. Ha-ah! A golden radiance enveloped him, signifying his transformation into the golden form. Golden form, is it? Now witness mine. Thomas's eyes glinted with a chilling light as his energy erupted. In a flash of red light, Thomas became draped in crimson fur, leaving only his robust abdomen and chest exposed. His black hair cascaded down his back, while his red eyelids exuded an air of dominance. And a red tail swayed behind him. Let us begin anew. The two exchanged knowing smiles, and the sound of their fists colliding erupted in a symphony of impacts. Bang, bang, bang. Listen here, girl. Do not think your slight increase in power makes you exceptional. Jamie glared at Karilla, fury igniting in his eyes. Jamie roared, his energy exploding forth. A golden light illuminating his transformation into the golden form as he and Karilla engaged in a fierce confrontation once more. Son Goku, our duel is far from over. Frieza? Goku's lips curled into a grin, and thus, yet another battle commenced. Goku faced off against Frieza, and the most powerful melee of all time was set to unfold. Chapter 162, Dora vs. Dokulin's son Wukong. After careful consideration, this is our first encounter, so please do not disappoint me. With that, Frieza clenched his fists and launched a punch at Wukong. In an instant, Wukong retaliated with a swift strike of his own. The two fists collided with a resounding impact, sending a shockwave rippling outward. They exchanged a knowing smile and, in the blink of an eye, vanished from sight. Die, you wretched girl, lie down, Jamie declared, drawing his middle finger horizontally, unleashing a slicing energy wave toward Karilla. Without hesitation, Karilla leaped upward to evade the oncoming attack, simultaneously gathering her energy to shoot a blast at Jamie. Jamie regarded Karilla's energy blast with disdain, effortlessly leaping back to evade her strike. Is that all you've got? You really expect to hit me with such feeble power? You must be joking. Jamie boasted with pride. Is that so? Karilla retorted, emerging swiftly from the smoke created by the explosion of her previous attack. Her fist, as hard as steel, struck Jamie squarely in the abdomen, followed by a powerful spinning kick that sent him hurtling away like a bullet, finally crashing against a rocky mountain. However, Karilla did not wish to squander this opportunity. She pursued him, crossing her palms to unleash a formidable energy wave. Jamie, caught off guard, had no time to defend himself and braced for impact. Just as Karilla's energy wave was about to strike him, a figure suddenly appeared before Jamie. With a sweeping motion of his hand, the figure deflected Karilla's energy wave away. Who are you? Karilla shouted in astonishment. I am Dokulin, a member of the Golden Dragon clan, Thunderguard, the figure replied coldly, his gaze fixed intently on Karilla, exuding an aura of death that instilled fear in all who beheld him. Dokulin's presence intensified as a golden light enveloped his form in an instant. Karilla felt a cold sweat trickling down her beautiful cheeks, her composure faltering under his intimidating gaze. With a sinister smile, Dokulin approached her with rapidity. Are you afraid? He inquired. Instinctively, Karilla took a few steps back, her face betraying her terror. Dokulin smirked again, clenched his fist, and launched a punch. Just as his fist was about to connect with Karilla, a delicate hand seized his wrist. Hey, Karilla, pull yourself together. Don't let his aura intimidate you. With that, Dora's energy surged dramatically, a crimson light erupting from her being, her red hair fitting snugly against her body like a second skin. The contours of her black attire accentuated her form, while her fierce red eyes added to her commanding presence, and her crimson tail swayed with determination. Dokalin, allow me to be your opponent, Dora proclaimed, striking Dokalin squarely in the face. In an instant, he was propelled backward like a bullet. Dora vanished in a flash, reappearing behind Dokalin to deliver a powerful whip kick that connected with his swift advance. You insolent girl. Do you think I'm a sickly cat just because I haven't shown my strength? Dokalin retorted, shaking off the impact as he rose to his feet. Fury etched on his face. In a sudden burst of speed, he lunged towards Dora, landing a solid left hook to her beautiful visage. The force of his punch caused her to tilt slightly, yet her stance remained unwavering. Dora narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharpening with determination. Boom. Dora countered swiftly, landing a punch to Dokalin's cheek. A warm flow trickled from his mouth as he wiped it away, crimson liquid staining his fingers. The sight of his own blood twisted Dokalin's expression into one of fury. Boom. He retaliated with another punch, and Dora met him with a strike of her own. Their fists collided like two colossal iron spheres, sending debris flying in all directions. Thus commenced a fierce exchange of blows, with the scales of victory teetering precariously in the balance. Chapter 163, Wounded Sun Wukong, is this our first encounter? Why do I harbor such a deep-seated animosity towards you? Hee hee, Frieza, your malevolence knows no bounds. With that, Wukong charged at Frieza with a clenched fist. Bang! Their fists collided once more, unleashing a whirlwind of energy. The clash between Frieza's golden form and Super Saiyan 4, two of the mightiest transformations, erupted with immense force, sending tremors of dread through the onlookers. Frieza, prepare to receive my technique. With that proclamation, Wukong lowered his stance, placing his hands on his hips, and shouted, Kamehameha. Instantly, a powerful energy coalesced in Wukong's hands, and a blue energy wave surged forth like a colossal serpent towards Frieza. Noticing the Kamehameha, Frieza's brow furrowed, his expression transforming into one of ferocity. Watch as I effortlessly counter this. Frieza unleashed a tremendous aura, channeling all his strength. He extended his hand, bracing himself to confront Wukong's Kamehameha head-on. As Frieza's hand made contact with the energy wave, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him. The ground beneath them cracked under the strain, revealing deep fissures in an instant. Ah! Frieza roared, his energy surging once more. As Frieza's aura intensified, the impact of Wukong's Kamehameha began to wane, gradually being consumed by Frieza's might. Despite his heavy breathing, Frieza wore a smug smile directed at Wukong. Die, you wretched girl. With that, Frieza gathered a massive energy sphere, nearly 10 meters in diameter, and hurled it towards Dola with great force. Observing the incoming attack, Dola immediately amplified her energy, a crimson light erupting from her being as she launched a counterwave from her hands. Boom. The two formidable energies clashed like ravenous beasts, creating a tempest of energy that swept through everything in its vicinity. Child, cease your futile resistance. Frieza's minion, Dokalin, proclaimed with triumph. Ha! Dola retorted. Is it not too early for such bravado? Suddenly, a red beam sliced through the air, severing Dola's arm. A sharp pain radiated throughout her limb. Well done, Jamie. Dokalin grinned wickedly. With her arm pierced by Jamie's ray, Dola's strength diminished drastically. Seizing the opportunity, Dokalin intensified his energy output, unleashing an even greater weight upon Dola. Dola! Karila shouted as she rushed towards her. Where do you think you're going? Jamie appeared, blocking Karila's path. Stand aside, Karila cried, launching an energy sphere. Yet, Jamie merely waved his hand, effortlessly deflecting the incoming attack. Seeing her energy sphere thwarted, Karila crossed her arms, releasing a powerful wave of energy. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed, enveloping the area in thick smoke. Karila, unfazed by whether Jamie had been harmed, raced towards Dola once more. In that moment, however, Dola, injured and vulnerable, was struck by Dokalin's energy wave, propelling her body like a bullet. Dola! Karila's rage ignited. Ah! An energy surged within Karila, expanding with tremendous force. As a wave of power erupted from her, her eyes burned with a fierce intent. In the face of Karila's wrath, Dokalin felt a twinge of fear. Yet a peculiar smile crept upon his face. Boom! Just as Dokalin reveled in his schemes, Karila had already reached him, delivering a devastating punch squarely to his face. Chapter 164. The scoundrels. A rush of wind sliced through the air, and Dalakrin's sword passed like a bullet. Karila swiftly pursued, delivering another powerful punch that struck Dalakrin's body. In an instant, Dalakrin plummeted downward. A thunderous crash echoed as dust erupted, enveloping the area for dozens of meters. Gasping for breath, Karila gazed at the cloud of smoke. Right. Sister Dora. With that thought, Kurila darted towards Dora. However, just as she took off, a voice called out, "Where do you think you're going?" Kurila turned to see Dalakran glaring at her from the pit created by his own fall. "Kurila, do not worry about me. Focus on the battle." Dora's commanding voice resonated in Kurila's ears. "Sister Dora." Kurila shouted back. "I'm fine, Kurila. Eliminate Dalakran." Dora glared fiercely at Dalakran. Seeing that Dora was unharmed, Kurila felt a weight lift from her heart, and she appeared ready to engage in battle with all her might. The sight of Kurila, brimming with determination, brought a faint smile to Dora's lips. Yet, there are always despicable scoundrels plotting in the shadows. You should be more concerned about yourself. This chilling remark pierced Dora's ears, causing her brow to furrow. Instinctively, she thought to evade, but it was too late. The treacherous Jamie stood behind her, launching a concentrated energy blast at her back. "Ah!" Dora cried out, her body hurtling forward. "Sister Dora!" Kurila exclaimed, leaping into action to catch the hurtling Dora. "You scoundrel!" As Kurila's words fell, a flash of red light streaked before her eyes, followed by an immediate surge of pain radiating from her shoulder. "Kurila, are you all right?" Dora, battered and bruised, helped the crouched Kurila to her feet, her gaze filled with fury directed at Dalakran. Dalakran and Jamie menacingly encircled them, wicked smiles plastered on their faces. "Let us send you both to hell once more." With that, Dalakran and Jamie extended their palms towards Dora and Kurila, a wave of energy coalescing between them. In an instant, the energy wave surged forth, hurtling toward Dora and Kurila. With no strength left to move, they could only helplessly close their eyes. After what felt like an eternity, silence reigned, prompting Dora to open her eyes. To her astonishment, a figure stood behind her, arms outstretched, grasping the very energy wave unleashed by Dalakran and Jamie. "I ask you, repugnant creatures, is this how you resort to such cowardly tactics to bully two girls? If you have the audacity, come and face me." The man's tone shifted to one of seriousness. "Is that Broly?" Dora gazed at Broly behind her, who appeared so formidable, sending a jolt through her body. In a flash, Broly amplified his energy, a crimson aura erupting around him, his body covered in a radiant red sheen. Save for the well-defined muscles on his chest and abdomen, his black hair framed his face sharply, while his tail, resembling a red iron rod, swayed behind him. "Huh!" Broly roared, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged forth, overpowering the energy wave directed at him by Dalakran and Jamie. Realizing their energy wave was being repelled, Dalakran and Jamie understood that engaging in a direct confrontation would spell disaster for them. They swiftly retracted their energy and darted aside. The diminished energy wave, under Broly's immense pressure, shot forward at breakneck speed, culminating in a tremendous explosion. "Who are you, that you can withstand our combined onslaught single-handedly?" Dalakran inquired. "Humph." Broly scoffed disdainfully. "You mongrels are unworthy to inquire about my name." Chapter 165, Awakening, the Blood of the Saiyans Child. You possess quite an audacity. No matter how formidable your fists may be, they cannot contend against 4 feet, can they? Jamie proclaimed with a sense of pride. "Then come and test it," Broly retorted, his tone abruptly stiffening. As he slowly descended from the sky, he gazed down upon the scene below, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld him. Jamie and Dokkan, undeterred, ascended into the air to meet Broly's gaze. In that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Suddenly, both parties surged forward at incredible speeds. The sound of their fists colliding echoed like thunder. With 2 resounding impacts, the figures of both combatants were sent hurtling away, finally halting after colliding with a rocky mountain. Yet, before they could comprehend the situation, a ki blast hurtled towards them. With reflexive agility, they leaped aside, believing they had evaded disaster. However, Broly's fist struck Jamie squarely in the back. Boom. Jamie plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. In the next heartbeat, Broly was upon Dokkan's flank, swiftly delivering a kick that sent him flying through the air. How is this possible? We are the elite of the Thunder Warriors. To be dominated in a 2-on-1 scenario is inconceivable, Dokkan exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. What? Do you truly believe yourselves to be strong? Broly's voice remained harsh and unyielding. The intimidation was palpable, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down Jamie and Dokkan's brows. Ah! Goten roared as he lunged at Padoka with a punch. Padoka leaped into the air, positioning himself behind Goten, a ki blast already coalescing in his hand. Goten, be careful, Trunks shouted, soaring into the fray and delivering a kick that sent Padoka sprawling. Goten, you are far too careless, Trunks remarked with a hint of amusement. Indeed. You are both excessively reckless. A sudden voice chimed in as a colossal ki blast descended from above. The impact was thunderous as Goten and Trunks were struck and sent tumbling away. These two brash youths possess great power, yet their arrogance eclipses their strength. Is this truly acceptable? Likagu and Padoka laughed heartily in unison. Now, let us send you both to the depths of despair. Padoka and Likagu extended their hands, aiming at Goten and Trunks. How infuriating. We have been utterly careless. Goten lamented. Must we truly meet our demise in this manner? Trunks said with a bitter smile. But just then, you two are quite the disappointments. Goten and Trunks turned to see Xiao Fang and Bra standing behind them, adorned with enigmatic smiles as they regarded Padoka and Likagu. Brother, you and Goten should quickly move aside. Do not hinder us. Bra instructed, not even glancing at Trunks. Precisely. You two should step aside. We shall deal with these foes. No, Xiao Fang. Goten strained to rise from the ground. These two are certainly beyond your capability. Yet, before Goten could finish his warning, Xiao Fang and Bra's energy surged to unprecedented heights, enveloping them in a fiery crimson aura. Their sharply defined black hair cascaded down their backs, their bodies cloaked in a tight-fitting red fur, while their red tails swayed behind them. The crimson of their eyes lent an air of fierce mystery to their youthful faces. Is this the Super Saiyan 4? Goten gasped in astonishment. At that moment, Xiao Fang and Bra stood firm before Goten and Trunks. Memories of their grueling training in the hyperbolic time chamber flooded back, an unwavering determination to not fall behind and to contribute to the defense of Earth. This fervor awakened the Saiyan blood within them, unleashing an infinite wellspring of power from their course. At long last. Chapter 166, a stalemate such power. How is this possible? They are merely two little Saiyan monkeys. How can they possess such strength? Padoka exclaimed in astonishment. Padoka, they are just two children. Why are you so frightened? Likagu derided Padoka with disdain. No sooner had he spoken than a wretched scream escaped Likagu's lips. Enough of this endless noise. It's utterly tiresome. Bra remarked sharply, her piercing gaze unwavering, while her fists seemed to intensify in power, sending Likagu flying away. Likagu, Padoka shouted, rushing towards Bra. At that moment, Xiao Fang swiftly appeared before Padoka. You can't go. Xiao Fang teased with a playful smile. Padoka's expression darkened instantly, and he raised his fist to strike Xiao Fang. However, just as his fist was about to connect, Xiao Fang vanished without a trace. The next moment, Padoka felt a chilling sensation on his back. He turned around and launched a punch. Bang! Padoka's fist collided perfectly with Xiao Fang's, unleashing a whirlwind of energy. The two then engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. Watching the fierce battle between Xiao Fang and Padoka, Bra wore a confident smile. Although Xiao Fang was still just a child, she held her ground against Padoka, growing braver with each clash. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nappa and Nardus were overwhelming Wan Jie in a 2-on-1 confrontation. Wan Jie had barely steadied himself when Nappa swung his fist down violently towards him. With no choice, Wan Jie leapt to the right, narrowly evading Nappa's attack. However, just as he dodged, Nardus soared into the air and kicked Wan Jie away. In contrast to the overwhelming duo of Nappa and Nardus, Gohan found himself in a tough battle. Despite the immense power of Super Saiyan 4, Gohan faced an equally formidable foe. The two stood facing each other, both battered and breathless. Gohan sensed a mix of fear and exhilaration. The fear stemmed from the thought that without his power enhancement, he would be mercilessly defeated within minutes. The exhilaration arose from encountering such a potent adversary, igniting the Saiyan blood within him. Markroga, I shall remember this name, Gohan declared with a smile. Markroga straightened his hunched body and solemnly replied, Son Goku's son, Son Gohan, I shall remember you as well. With that, Markroga vanished and reappeared before Gohan. Delivering a powerful punch, Gohan's body soared towards a rocky mountain, and just as it seemed he would crash into it, he suddenly vanished. When Gohan reappeared, he was hovering behind Markroga. With both palms crossed against his forehead, he began to gather energy. Magic flash. A wave of energy surged towards Markroga. Unfazed, Markroga turned to face the approaching energy wave. He bellowed, his energy surging as he swatted Gohan's magic flash away, immediately following up with a punch directed at Gohan. Bang! The sound of their fists colliding echoed like thunder. The battle between Xiao Fang and Padoka intensified, with Xiao Fang holding her ground, much to Padoka's humiliation. Curse you! What do you take me for, you little brat? Padoka roared, his fury elevating his energy and accelerating the speed of his punches. Xiao Fang realized she no longer enjoyed the ease she had before. Damn it! That fat guy wasn't using his full strength earlier. If this continues, I might be in trouble. She thought anxiously. Bang! After delivering a heavy blow, Xiao Fang seized the opportunity to distance herself from Padoka, descending from the air to the ground. "What's wrong, little one? Are you afraid?" A voice, akin to that of a demon, resonated from behind the onlookers. Chapter 167. The Death of Piccolo. How can you act as if nothing has happened? Bulma inquired, perplexed. Ha! Likaga laughed heartily. Do you truly believe your punch was formidable? You both have underestimated us. After all, we are the guardians of Lord Gakulil. How could we be so easily vanquished? Padoka remarked, descending gracefully onto the ruins. This is inconceivable. We are Super Saiyan 4. Xiao Fang lamented, gazing at her hands, filled with reluctance. Xiao Fang, Bulma, allow Goten and me to handle this. We shall defeat these two. With that, Trunks revealed a sly smile. Markroja, receive my attack. Kamehameha. A blue energy wave surged forth, resembling a colossal serpent, aimed directly at Markroja. Humph, do you think I shall retreat? Markroja exclaimed, extending his hands as an energy wave erupted from him, colliding violently with Gohan's Kamehameha. The ensuing shockwave cascaded outward, each surge more powerful than the last. The two warriors, equally matched in strength, found themselves locked in a stalemate, each striving to enhance their power to overpower the other. As their energies amplified, the intensity of their waves grew, ultimately reaching a critical threshold. With a resounding boom, a massive mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, the explosion's brilliance outshining the daylight, and the tremendous shockwave flattened everything within 100 meters. Neither Gohan nor Markroja escaped unscathed. The overwhelming force hurled them several meters away, leaving them incapacitated upon impact. The colossal explosion brought an abrupt halt to the ongoing battles, as everyone was momentarily ensnared in their own confrontations, oblivious to the breathtaking clash unfolding nearby. When realization struck, astonishment enveloped them. Oh my, this is truly entertaining. I feel compelled to stretch my limbs. Then do not hold back. Go forth, Coulter. Razek replied with a wicked grin. Yes, Lord Razek, I shall return shortly. Coulter responded. His face twisted with malevolence as he approached the fallen Gohan. Standing before Gohan, Coulter intoned, to have fought Markroja to a standstill is surely not what he desired. Coulter, my lord, please have him killed. His existence is a profound humiliation for me. Markroja pleaded from a short distance away. Markroja, you are still alive, Coulter remarked, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Markroja, and then turned his gaze back to Gohan, contemplating. Very well, I shall grant your request. With that, Coulter extended his hand towards Gohan, a dark energy coalescing within his grasp. After a sinister smile, the gathered energy transformed into a wave, hurtling forth. Ah! A blood-curdling scream echoed, capturing everyone's attention. They turned to see a figure standing before Gohan, having shielded him with their own body from Coulter's assault. You accursed Namekian! How dare you thwart my plans? You will pay dearly, Coulter bellowed in rage. Ha! As long as I can protect Gohan, I fear not death. With those words, Piccolo collapsed helplessly. Piccolo! Gohan! Goku shouted, abandoning Frieza and rushing towards Coulter. With a swift motion, Goku hurled an energy sphere at Coulter, who nimbly leaped back to evade the projectile. Seizing the moment, Goku reached Gohan and Piccolo's side, cradling Piccolo. But felt no trace of his energy. Gohan's presence was faint as well. Oh dear, have I lost a son or a dear friend? Frieza's laughter resonated mockingly from behind Goku. Kakarot, we have come to assist you. Jurgen and Tlyback descended from the skies, locking eyes with Coulter and Frieza. Goku gently laid Piccolo on the ground, rising with a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. Jurgen, hold Frieza for 3 minutes. Coulter, I shall personally end your life. Alas, a torrent of fury erupted from Goku, his power surging to its zenith. In a heartbeat, he lunged at King Cold. A thunderous blow aimed true, yet cold, with uncanny ease, evaded the strike, causing the Saiyans' fist to pulverize the ground into a spiderweb of cracks. Swift as a fleeting shadow, Goku reappeared before Cold, unleashing another devastating punch. The blow landed with a resounding thud. Cold was unable to evade, and was forced to brace himself with crossed arms. Though he managed to block the blow, the sheer force propelled him back dozens of meters. Goku pressed his advantage, a spinning kick sending King Cold reeling once more. Regaining his footing, Cold spat out a furious retort. You insolent Saiyan, do not celebrate prematurely. A golden aura burst forth, enveloping him in its incandescent embrace. Very well. Let us see how you fare in defeating me within 3 minutes. With that, Cold erupted in raucous laughter. Frieza, nonchalant, settled into his seat, declaring, I shall remain a spectator and watch as father eradicates son Goku. I implore you to yield, implored Jocko. Do you not see the Namekian's demise? Continued conflict will only yield more casualties. Cease your insidious whispers, Jocko. Kara's roared, launching himself at Jocko. A brutal punch connected with Jocko's face, sending him hurtling through the air like a projectile. Kara's extended his hand, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that relentlessly pursued Jocko. The cacophony of explosions echoed endlessly, like a string of firecrackers that would never cease. A cataclysmic collision of fists between Goku and King Cold sent shockwaves rippling outwards, obliterating everything within a 10-meter radius. Seizing an opening, Goku landed a swift, decisive blow to Cold's forehead. Cold's body recoiled from the impact, yet just as Goku prepared to strike again, Cold righted himself, delivering a thunderous counterpunch. A brutal melee ensued, a whirlwind of fists and feet. The thunderous clash of fists reverberated like thunderclaps, shaking the very heavens. Explosions rent the air, pulverizing colossal rocks into mere dust. As Kara ceased his assault, the smoke began to dissipate. A protective sphere materialized before Kara's, Jocko within. A smug grin plastered across his face. A shield? Kara sneered, raising his right hand skyward. The heavens roiled, lightning flashed, and a torrent of celestial energy converged upon Kara's, coalescing into a radiant orb of light in his outstretched hand. Behold, receive my offering, Jocko, Kara's declared, aiming the celestial sphere at his hapless target. Jocko's eyes widened, beads of perspiration trickling down his face as he beheld the raw power contained within Kara's hand. A sinister smile crept across Kara's face as he gazed upon Jocko's terror. In that instant, the celestial energy erupted forth, a majestic dragon of pure power hurtling towards Jocko. Knowing he could not withstand such a force, Jocko desperately hurled himself aside, narrowly avoiding a direct hit. The dragon grazed his arm, inflicting a grievous wound, yet sparing his life. However, Jocko's desperate maneuver had dire consequences. King Cold, locked in mortal combat with Goku, inadvertently shifted into the dragon's path. Unable to evade, he was consumed by the celestial inferno. Arg! Cold's agonizing scream filled the air. Jocko turned to witness the horrifying spectacle. His father, King Cold, engulfed by the dragon, reduced to nothingness. Father! Jocko cried out in anguish. Frieza, paralyzed with shock, could only watch as his father was obliterated. Gula, engaged in battle with Vegeta, turned to see only a cloud of crimson mist. Karis, I shall obliterate you, Jocko roared, his eyes burning with unadulterated rage. Chapter 169, Devastating blow in an instant. Jakru, Frieza, and Gula surrounded Karis. Karis surveyed the trio and inquired, Are you planning to unite in an attempt to kill me for your father's vengeance? The eyes of Frieza and his companions gleamed with malice, as though they were ready to devour Karis whole. With a fierce cry, Frieza launched the first punch at Karis. Karis immediately countered with a punch of his own. A resounding thud echoed as their fists collided. Just as Karis was about to strike again, Gula had stealthily positioned himself behind Karis and seized him in an embrace. Jakru, act quickly. Jakru's figure flickered as he appeared before Karis. With a powerful blow, Jakru struck Karis in the abdomen. Karis felt a rush of sweetness in his throat, and blood erupted from his mouth like a fountain. Yet Jakru showed no mercy, raining down blows upon Karis as if they were boulders crashing down. Karis, Goku shouted as he rushed towards Karis. A streak of red light flashed, leaving a wound across Goku's face. Where do you think you're going, Son Goku? Frieza blocked Goku's path. Get out of my way, Goku yelled, unleashing a wave of energy at Frieza, who effortlessly sidestepped it. I cannot allow you to interfere. Frieza laughed triumphantly. At that moment, Jakru prepared to deliver a fatal strike to Karis, channeling energy into a blade of energy in his hand. Karis, go apologize to my father, he declared, raising the energy blade to cleave down upon Karis. Just as the blade was about to make contact, a figure flashed past, kicking Jakru away. This unexpected intervention momentarily stunned Gula, providing Karis with an opportunity. Huh! Karis bellowed, unleashing a surge of energy that sent Gula flying. Spitting blood, Karis wiped his lips and said, Thank you, Darius, for coming to my aid. Are you all right, Karis? Darius asked, glancing at Gula behind Karis. Humph! Karis scoffed disdainfully. These weaklings only resort to underhanded tactics. Watch as I teach them the proper way to fight. With that, Karis vanished and appeared before Gula, revealing a wicked smile before delivering a swift kick. Gula was sent sprawling with a loud thud. This punch is a return gift. Jakru clutched his abdomen, A grimace of pain etched across his face. And there's your share, Frieza? A blast of energy propelled Frieza skyward. You think we can be easily defeated? Gula seethed, hurling a massive energy ball down towards Karas. As the energy ball descended, Karas met it with a derisive smile, declaring it mere child's play. He raised his hands above his head, palms open like petals. Quantum annihilation wave. A wave of energy shot upward, colliding with Gula's massive energy ball. The two forces clashing like ferocious beasts. Now, let us see how you respond, Frieza. Jakru, send him to meet his father. We await his arrival, do we not, Jakru? Frieza proclaimed with glee. Both Frieza and Jakru raised enormous energy balls, hurling them toward Karas. If you wish to evade, that's fine, but consider this. If you escape, this planet will not. Realizing he could not evade the oncoming assault, Karas summoned all his energy, using his body as a conduit, and unleashed two energy waves to intercept Frieza and Jakru's attacks. Yet, the immense pressure bore down upon him, fracturing the ground beneath his feet. We're coming to assist you, Karas, shouted Goku and Darius as they rushed towards him. However, in a flash, a figure obstructed their path. The individual glanced at Goku and Darius, and in an instant, they were sent flying. I've been seated for too long. It's time to stretch, declared Rezek, cracking his neck. Rezek, cease your arrogance, Jurgen shouted, launching an energy wave at Rezek. With a resounding impact, Jurgen's wave struck true. Well done, Jurgen, Tribok praised, but before he could finish, Rezek's voice rang out. Is that all you've got? It doesn't hurt at all. Tribok, this fellow is no ordinary opponent. You should be cautious. Jurgen felt a chill run down his spine. But before he could react, Rezek kicked him away. Jurgen, Tribok cried, rushing towards Rezek without a second thought. He unleashed a barrage of punches. Yet not a single hit landed on Rezek. You're too slow. Your strikes lack speed. Rezek mocked. Is he truly that formidable? What do you think? Tribok retorted. But before he could finish, Rezek appeared before him, delivering a crushing blow to his abdomen. As Tribok crumpled to the ground, Rezek turned his gaze toward Karas, a sinister grin spreading across his face. A thunderous crash echoed as Karas felt as if all his bones had shattered. Before he could even register the pain, he was sent flying. With Karas's resistance waning, 3 massive energy balls descended like harbingers of doom. If even one were to strike the earth, it would vanish without a trace. In that fleeting moment, the assembled warriors were felled by Rezek, and the catastrophic energy balls loomed ominously above, leaving the outcome of this epic battle hanging in the balance. Okay, here is the refined version of the text you provided. With unnecessary elements removed and the language enhanced, Chapter 170, the belated god of destruction. Very well, let this planet be reduced to oblivion. Rezek watched as the 3 Frieza brothers' energy spheres descended slowly. Earth will not be destroyed, Vegeta declared, soaring upwards. He transmuted his entire aura into a massive barrier, intercepting the 3 spheres. Whether it is destroyed or not is not for you to decide. With that, Rezek delivered a swift kick, sending Vegeta hurtling away. Huh, Broly roared, unleashing a surge of power that blasted Jimmy and Dokkan off their feet. Amplifying energy ball, a fist-sized energy sphere, trailing a slightly smaller tail, hurtled towards the 3 colossal orbs. Upon contact, it ricocheted, deflecting the Frieza trio's attacks bit by bit. Earth, I shall protect you. How inspiring, Rezek mused. But perhaps a tad inconvenient. His gaze hardened, and with a burst of energy, he launched a ki blast, incapacitating Broly, who could only watch as he was hurled away. Rezek, growing impatient, bellowed, could you not expedite the destruction of this planet? Heeding Rezek's words, Frieza and his cohorts evilly amplified the energy of their spheres, accelerating their descent towards Earth. It's over. There's no hope for Earth now, Krillin lamented in despair. But just as the 3 spheres were about to strike, a voice echoed, faintly discernible, uttering the word, destruction. In an instant, the 3 spheres dissipated into fragments of energy, vanishing completely. Who dares interfere with our endeavors? Frieza roared. It is I. What do you intend to do about it? A deep, authoritative voice countered. As Frieza beheld the newcomer, his face paled with dread. Lord Beerus, god of destruction. With a mere furrow of his brow, Beerus rebuked, Frieza, is that any way to address me? Frieza was immediately filled with trepidation. Beerus cast a sidelong glance at Frieza before fixing his gaze on Rezek. Lord Beerus, it has been too long, Rezek said, a peculiar smile playing on his lips. Lord Beerus, I have seen to the healing of Karas and the others, a somewhat affected voice chimed in. Well done, Whis, Beerus acknowledged, turning to face Whis, behind whom Goku and the others approached Beerus. Lord Beerus, what is the meaning of this? Jocko questioned. Jocko, do you dare question me? Must I, Beerus, account for my actions to the likes of you, a demon dragon? Jocko. Ryzek bellowed, swiftly striking, sending Jocko flying with a single kick. Jocko. Frieza exclaimed, whirling around. Ryzek. What do you think you're doing? Ryzek retorted coldly. I hardly believe I owe you an explanation, Frieza. Frieza was instantly enraged. Never had he, the Emperor of the Universe, suffered such insolence. You wretch. Frieza snarled, poised to confront Ryzek. Hold, Frieza. Cooler intervened, restraining Frieza. Cooler shook his head, signaling Frieza to refrain from acting rashly. Cooler, however, was already formulating his own plans. Seeing Cooler's gesture, Frieza seemed to understand and quelled his impulsiveness. Lord Ryzek. Frieza and Jocko are merely driven by a desire to avenge our father. Their actions were rash. I beseech you to understand. But our father's vengeance. Cooler trailed off. Ryzek considered Cooler's words. I understand. I will ensure that the Saiyans pay the price. With that, Ryzek approached Beerus. As Ryzek departed, Cooler patted Frieza on the shoulder. Keep your composure. I will see to Jocko. Cooler then flew towards Jocko. Lord Beerus, your actions are beyond our purview. But surely we are entitled to avenge the deaths of King Cold and Ralton at the hands of the Saiyans? Beerus regarded Ryzek. What do you propose? Ryzek smiled faintly. Last time, even with 4 Saiyans against me, they could not prevail. Today, I shall grant them another opportunity to challenge me. Should they win, we shall depart immediately. Should they lose, I shall obliterate Earth. Ryzek glanced at Beerus. However, Ryzek paused, his tone sharpening. Should they lose again, and you, Lord Beerus, still wish to protect them? I believe the power I have accumulated over millennia will allow me to contend with you. Ryzek, are you threatening me? Beerus asked coldly. Chapter 171. The mightiest god of war, how dare you? I merely intended to remind Lord Beerus of his esteemed status. Observing the displeasure on Lezek's face, a somber voice interrupted. Goku, Karas, Vegeta, Broly. If others wish to play the hero and challenge 1 against 4, teach him a lesson in humility. 1 against 4? Is that what you propose, Lezek? Vegeta retorted, pointing at him. Ha 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 ha. Indeed, I said it. What might your defeated lot achieve? Lezek laughed heartily. While it may not align with Saiyan principles to engage in such numbers, for the sake of Earth, we shall make an exception. Let us fuse, everyone. Karas. We shall heed your call. I will merge with you. Broly declared, standing alongside Karas. Karo, though I am reluctant, I have resided on this Earth for many years, where my children and wife dwell. For the planet's sake, I shall make an exception this once. Vegeta, you are becoming increasingly likable. Goku smiled, a hint of warmth on his face. What are they planning to do? Jelkin inquired, puzzled. Fusion. Father intends to fuse. Goten and Trunks approached the gathering. Yes, Grandpa Goku is about to fuse with Grandpa Vegeta. Little Fong exclaimed, brimming with excitement. And with Karas and Broly, I am eager to witness their fusion as well. Bra shared in the anticipation. But I still do not comprehend what fusion entails, Jelkin remarked helplessly. Just watch. You will understand. A magnetic voice resonated from behind the crowd. A strikingly handsome man with flowing white hair appeared, flanked by Tien and Gyutz. It is Jeremy's, accompanied by Gyutz and Tien. Krillin, it has been a while. Jeremy's greeted with a smile. Indeed, it has been far too long. Krillin responded, returning the smile. Brother, are you and Tien all right? Kurila rushed over. We're fine. We encountered Jeremy's at the Kai's palace, and he healed Tien's injuries. Gyutz explained to Kurila. Thank you so much, Jeremy's. Kurila bowed respectfully. Jeremy's nodded before turning to Karas. Karas, I came specifically to witness your battle. You cannot afford to lose. With your support, how could I possibly fail? Karas replied with a faint smile. Hey, Elf Clan. If you dare to disrupt Karas's fusion, I shall obliterate you. Beerus bellowed, irritation evident in his tone. Jeremy's turned, immediately breaking into a cold sweat. Beerus-sama. Quit stammering and step aside. Beerus roared. Why yes. Jeremy's complied, moving obediently to the side. For the name of the god of destruction was akin to a demon in his childhood. My apologies, Lezek. Thank you for your patience. We shall commence shortly, Karas said, a mischievous smile crossing his lips. After an unusual dance, a resounding fusion echoed, followed by a brilliant flash of light. From the radiance emerged a figure with shoulder-length hair cascading down the back and upright black hair atop his head, donned in a black vest and white trousers. The visage bore resemblance to both Karas and Broly, a divine warrior materializing before the awestruck crowd. Is this the super god of war resulting from the fusion of Karas and Broly? Darius exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, my name is Karoli, and I am Vegeta. The divine warrior born from the fusion of Goku and Vegeta also emerged. This formidable aura suggests we can face Lezek without issue. Gohan declared proudly. Oh, so you have retained a trump card. However, such a level of energy does not intimidate me. Lezek remained undaunted, exuding confidence. Nay, even combined we may still fall short against you, Lezek. Karoli spoke, his voice resonating with duality. Indeed, so please be patient, Lezek. Vegeta added, turning to Karoli. Though this is our first encounter, we lack time for pleasantries. Let us proceed. Karoli smiled slightly. Then let us begin. The two warriors locked gazes and stood side by side once more. What are they up to? Beerus scrutinized Karoli and Vegeta intently. Could it be? Jeremy's felt a surge of alarm. This had never been attempted before. It was far too perilous. What are they planning? Natus asked Jeremy's. What are they? Gohan pressed for clarity. They are about to fuse again. Jeremy's exclaimed, his voice rising in urgency. Precisely. We shall do this for Earth, to vanquish Lezek. It is imperative. Fusion. A blinding light erupted once more, heralding the birth of the mightiest god of war in history. His name is Kakaroli. Chapter 172. The Ultimate Battle. Gokutaro versus Rezek. Very well. Let us commence. Rezek. A figure with hair cascading down to his back. Spikes atop his head, and clad in a black vest spoke coldly, his voice resonating with a chilling echo. This formidable aura. Bardock. The battles on Earth seem to be quite intense, remarked Baracus. Who is this person? Although he is far from Earth, his presence feels as if it is right before us. King Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. This energy is intertwined with that of Kakarot, Karas, Vegeta, and Broly. If I am not mistaken, they have likely merged using the fusion technique from Yardrat. I am eager to witness this confrontation. A Saiyan with short, spiky hair and shoulder-length black strands expressed with fervor. Dissa, do you truly wish to see it? Bardock inquired. Not just me, but my entire team and all the inhabitants of planet Vegeta yearn to behold it. Bardock smiled faintly, stepping forward and raising his voice. Lord Kai, can you hear me? Lord Kai. Before long, a voice resonated. Is that you, Bardock? Have you returned to this era? Indeed, Lord Kai. I wonder how things fare on Earth. Might we be granted a glimpse? Certainly. Just close your eyes if you wish to see. Bardock, whose voice is that? King Vegeta asked. This is the voice of Lord Kai, who governs the entirety of the North Galaxy. Everyone, close your eyes to witness the battle on Earth. As all closed their eyes, they began to observe the fierce clash unfolding on Earth. To think you possess a backup plan, impressive indeed. Yet, I wonder if it is merely a fade. With that, Rezek lunged towards Gokutaro. Bang! In an instant, a tremendous force surged through Gokutaro's body, sending him reeling backward. The energy that pierced through him reduced everything it encountered to mere dust. Seeing Gokutaro stagger, Rezek seized the opportunity, launching a powerful kick aimed at Gokutaro. Gokutaro swiftly raised his right hand to block the incoming strike, but the sheer force of the blow created a deep, bottomless pit in the ground to his left. Gokutaro seized the moment, grasping Rezek's leg with his right hand and countering with a left hook. A resounding thud echoed as Rezek was sent flying. Gokutaro wore a triumphant smile, his form flickering as he appeared before Rezek once more. Another heavy punch was unleashed, yet this time, Gokutaro struck nothing but air. A phantom. Perhaps? He muttered coldly, pivoting to deliver a powerful punch. Bang! Their fists collided with tremendous force. Not bad. You are worthy of a battle with me. Rezek responded, an exhilarated smile gracing his lips. In an instant, the two vanished, the sound of their fists striking echoing in a relentless rhythm. Each punch resonated, causing the very earth to tremble with each impact. Such speed. Their powers are on an entirely different level. Even Super Saiyan 4 cannot perceive their movements. Gohan said, his tone filled with frustration. Lord Beerus, it seems their powers are approaching yours, remarked Whis, finishing the last bite of his ice cream. It appears that Rezek's claim of being my equal is no mere jest. As he spoke, Beerus's gaze sharpened once more. How will this fierce battle unfold? Chapter 173. The final battle. With a resounding boom, a towering inferno erupted. Wujikaro and Lam-Z emerged from the flames, landing on solid ground. Wujikaro twisted his neck, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air. With warm-up exercises completed, he declared, now I shall unleash my full power. Ascending slowly to nearly a kilometer high, Wujikaro let out a series of low growls, his aura surging dramatically, causing the entire earth to tremble violently. What an overwhelming presence! Jurgen marveled. Indeed, this power is on an entirely different level, perhaps nearing that of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, Gohan remarked in astonishment as he gazed at Wujikaro. After a while, the earth gradually settled, and Wujikaro's energy reached unimaginable heights. All right, Lam-Z, I will conclude this battle within 10 minutes. With his power amplified, Wujikaro's tone turned menacing. Lam-Z, maintaining a stoic expression, ascended above the kilometer mark, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized Wujikaro. A momentary, eerie smile flickered across Lam-Z's icy face. Excellent. After a millennium of gathering power, it is finally time to unleash it. His expression morphed into one of ferocity, and a wave of energy erupted from him. Akin to a torrential flood, shrouding the sky in darkness, with winds swirling violently as if to rend the heavens asunder. Ha! Lam-Z roared, enveloped in a golden light, transforming into his golden form. I will finish this within 5 minutes, he proclaimed boldly. Wujikaro smirked. Then let us see what you can do. With that, he soared into the sky, ascending to an altitude of 10,000 meters. I am eager to witness your true capabilities. Lam-Z followed suit, chasing after Wujikaro. As Lam-Z approached, Wujikaro felt a sense of liberation. He could now unleash his full potential without fear of harming the earth. Let us pursue them, Nappa declared, taking to the skies. Everyone, return to the spaceship. We shall follow, shouted Jacklu. At Jacklu's command, all the Demon Dragon clan and remaining fighters boarded their spaceships, ascending towards the heavens. After the Demon Dragon clan departed, Gohan and the others followed suit. In the skies above, a monumental clash commenced between Lam-Z and the superfused warrior Wujikaro. Lam-Z's fist collided with Wujikaro's face, the sheer force shattering the surrounding air in an instant. After taking the blow, Wujikaro retaliated with a swift kick, sending Lam-Z sprawling. In that fleeting moment, Lam-Z managed to fire an energy blast towards Wujikaro. With a quick wave of his hand, Wujikaro effortlessly deflected the blast. Then, in a flash, he appeared before Lam-Z, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that sent Lam-Z flying once more. With a resounding thud, Wujikaro felt a sudden numbness coursing through his body as he was propelled backward. Lam-Z's ability to launch a counterattack at such speed after enduring 2 strikes showcased his formidable might. However, Wujikaro was not to be underestimated. He quickly regained his composure, reappearing before Lam-Z to strike once again. With a sharp left hook, Wujikaro's fist connected with Lam-Z's face. Lam-Z tilted his head, meeting Wujikaro's gaze, and retaliated with a powerful punch of his own. Wujikaro's eyes sharpened, and with renewed vigor, he struck back with even greater force. Lam-Z was pushed back several meters from the impact, his expression growing more sinister. Just as he prepared to counter Wujikaro's assault, a sudden blow from Wujikaro's knee struck Lam-Z's abdomen, followed by a swift kick that sent him hurtling even further. You cannot defeat me. You may still retreat while you can, Wujikaro stated coldly. Clutching his abdomen in pain, Lam-Z glared at Wujikaro and exclaimed, You dare to be so arrogant with just a slight increase in power? With that, he charged at Wujikaro once more. High above, amidst the vast expanse of the cosmos and the vibrant blue planet beneath them, the epic battle between Lam-Z and Wujikaro raged on, with Wujikaro gradually gaining the upper hand. The enduring feud between their two races, which had persisted for a millennium, was far from over. Chapter 174. The finale. As Lam-Z furiously charged towards him once more, Wujikaluo revealed a disdainful smile. Clenching his fist, he prepared for the impending confrontation. With a resounding thud, Wujikaluo's fist connected with Lam-Z's face once again. Useless, Lam-Z. You cannot defeat me. Spare me your empty words. I will not be vanquished. With a thunderous roar, Lam-Z felt the golden light surrounding him ignite with renewed ferocity. If you have the courage, then brace yourself for my ultimate move, the Evil Kill God Cannon. A dark aura began to coalesce around Lam-Z, flowing towards his palm as the malevolent energy condensed within it. Are you preparing for your final strike? Wujikaluo sneered. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Afraid? Nonsense. I, Wujikaluo, shall be your greatest nightmare. As he spoke, Wujikaluo began to gather the energy of the universe, and in an instant, a cosmic storm erupted with a violent intensity. A powerful pressure, imbued with a soul-shattering aura, surged through the universe. The air trembled as a wave of energy, akin to a colossal beast, surged towards Lam-Z. I'm the strongest, Lam-Z bellowed, unleashing a black energy wave that shot forth like a demon from the abyss. The two forces of immense power collided in a cataclysmic explosion. The sheer force was beyond comprehension, suffocating all in its wake. As if the very fabric of space itself threatened to unravel. Jia Kalu, take your people and leave. The Earth is on the brink of destruction, Frieza commanded. He then addressed the others, all Thunder Warriors. Board the spacecraft immediately and evacuate the Earth. Thus, Frieza's clan began their retreat from the planet. The climactic confrontation between Lam-Z and Wu Ji Kaluo appeared to be nearing its conclusion. Jia Kalu, we must depart now. Hurry, or you will be caught in the chaos, Quila urged. You go ahead, I will follow shortly, Jia Kalu replied. Watching the fierce clash between Lam-Z and Wu Ji Kaluo, his face betraying his unwillingness to abandon the fight. My lord, we must leave, Kurigu implored. Jia Kalu glanced at him coldly. Let us go, Wu Ji Kaluo conceded. Lam-Z intensified the power of the evil kill god cannon. An overwhelming force bearing down upon Wu Ji Kaluo. Since you refuse to relent, I shall be compelled to defeat you. Do not blame me for what follows. With that, Wu Ji Kaluo absorbed the energy around him, and in an instant, the power of the celestial and earthly principles reached its zenith. The formidable energy surged towards Lam-Z like a relentless tide. With a thunderous boom, the two colossal energies detonated, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of unimaginable proportions. This is bad, Wu Ji Kaluo gasped, instantly teleporting to the skies above the Earth. An immense energy barrier erupted, enveloping half the planet in a protective embrace. Everyone, I need your strength. Wu Ji Kaluo's voice pierced through the clouds, reaching the ears of all the Earth's warriors. In unison, they channeled their power into Wu Ji Kaluo's protective shield. In that moment, the explosive force of the two titanic energies surged towards the Earth. Fortunately, the collective effort of all the warriors succeeded in staving off the energy storm that threatened to annihilate the planet. However, Jia Kalu was not as fortunate. He had not retreated in time and was ensnared by the gravitational pull of the explosion. Lord Jia Kalu, Kurigu cried out. We shall meet again in the next life. Approximately 15 minutes later, the energy storm began to subside. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, illuminating the Earth. Son Goku, Vegeta, Broly, Karas, and others lay exhausted on the ground. We have won, Broly declared triumphantly. Indeed, we have emerged victorious. Goku smiled. Karas, tomorrow I shall battle you for 3 days and nights, Vegeta proclaimed with pride. But, hey, Karas. Vegeta called out again when he noticed Karas had fallen silent. Yet Karas remained unresponsive. Vegeta struggled to sit up and squinted, realizing with horror, Karas is gone. At Vegeta's exclamation, everyone sat up in alarm. The Karas who had been by their side was now nowhere to be found, and even his presence eluded them. What has happened to Karas? On a sunny afternoon, a young man donned in a white hoodie and faded jeans. With the hood pulled over his head and a sinister smile adorning his face, declared, from this day forth, I reclaim my identity as Wan Jie. The end, this marks the conclusion of my first true literary endeavor, which I began writing intermittently in 2016 and finally completed in 2018. With a spirit of experimentation, I uploaded this completed work, and to my astonishment, it received approval. It is remarkable, considering it was my first attempt at writing. And I am aware of its many shortcomings, please forgive me for them. Since 2016, I have been navigating the realm of novel writing, and while I have gained nothing materially, I can see progress in my craft when I compare my earlier works to my current writing. When I finished this book in 2018, I contemplated a story in which the protagonist returns to the real world, but whether I shall write it remains uncertain, as I currently have outlines for 2 other stories. If there are those who wish to know about the protagonist's return to reality, please leave a comment, and I will consider it. In conclusion, I was initially quite satisfied with the data for this book, though I cannot fathom why it faltered later on. Fortunately, it was completed long ago, so there is no pressure. I care little for data and have simply shared it. I have noticed that some have expressed a desire for updates, albeit a few, which brings me joy. I offer my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your companionship along this journey. May all your endeavors be successful and your dreams fulfilled. Thank you all, and I look forward to meeting you in my next book.